Shi Ning and Qin He's contract marriage reaches its end. But divorce takes a wild turn on the day their 3-year contractual marriage was set to end. Shi Ning prepared to sign the divorce papers until bizarre floating comments appeared before her eyes. If the villainess dares sign, the obsessive male lead who's loved her for 10 years will chain her up with a 19 centimeters gold leash and force her into kinky captivity. Villainous, just give him one ambiguous look, no need to sweet-talk him. This simp will delude himself into becoming your most devoted lapdog. Shi Ning. She was actually the untouchable, terrifying Qin He's secret white moonlight for the past decade. At first, she refused to believe it until she stumbled upon a hidden room in the attic, filled with photos of her, custom-made golden chains, and even golden handcuffs all tailored just for her. Panicking, Shi Ning immediately switched tactics, batting her eyelashes. Hubby is the best. Hubby is amazing. I love hubby so much. From then on, Qin He doted on her obsessively, and their married life became disgustingly sweet. The floating comments didn't just teach her how to seduce her husband, they also leaked every underhanded plot by scumbags and schemers, helping her crush enemies and protect her family. Cousin's family poisoning dad and turning him against her? Exposed. Kicked out of the Shi family and thrown in prison. Ex-fiancé pretending to be devoted while scamming her? Exposed. Beaten half to death, bankrupted, and left to scavenge trash. Fake bestie? Traitorous childhood groom? Stocks and investments? She followed every spoiler, climbing straight to the top while the original leads rotted behind bars. The floating comments were baffled. Where's the plot where the villainess gets her heart carved out and chopped into dog food? Chapter 1. Divorce time. Surprising pop-up comments appear. Shi Ning was fucked unconscious. When she woke up again, Qin He was standing by the bed, facing her. His slender fingers were buckling his belt, which only made people's imaginations run wild. His exposed 8-pack abs were covered in red scratch marks, ambiguous, tempting, and enough to make anyone's legs go weak. All because Qin He had been too rough, ignoring Shi Ning's pleas, and she had clawed at him in desperation. Shi Ning couldn't help but blush and turned her head away, too embarrassed to look. Qin He glanced up and saw that Shi Ning was awake, then turned away in disgust, his eyes darkening. He reached for the A4 paper on the nightstand and handed it to Shi Ning. Sign it. Shi Ning took it, skimmed the title, and raised an eyebrow at Qin He. Divorce agreement? Just finished fucking her, and now he was divorcing her the second he zipped up? Qin He, expression cold, handed her a pen. You brought it up last night. The 3-year contract is up. Shi Ning narrowed her eyes, remembering last night's events. Yesterday had been the end of her 3-year contractual marriage with Qin He. She had prepared the divorce agreement early and proposed the divorce, then gone out drinking with friends to celebrate her impending freedom. But not long after drinking, she started feeling feverish and realized something was wrong. She'd been drugged. In a panic, she called her childhood sweetheart, Qin He, begging him to save her. Yet it was Qin He who showed up, forcefully carrying her back home. Ignoring her struggles, scratches, and screams, he had ruthlessly taken her over and over, all night long, until she passed out from exhaustion. Before losing consciousness, she had snarled at him, "If we don't divorce, it'll be your death or mine." Thinking about how her first time, which she had wanted to give to Qin He, had been violently stolen by Qin He. She was no longer pure. She had failed Qin He. He might not want her anymore. In an instant, hatred for Qin He surged uncontrollably in her heart. She wanted to kill him. You forced me. You owe me compensation. Aside from splitting marital assets 50-50, I want another $1 billion for emotional damages. She had a childhood sweetheart, Qin He. They had started dating young, and at 18 he had proposed. They were engaged. But 3 years ago, Qin He's grandfather had fallen critically ill. A fortune teller claimed a bride with the right birth date was needed for a Chongxi auspicious marriage to save him. Shi Ning's birth date matched. Her scumbag father sold her to Qin He for a dowry of 300 million, making her Mrs. Qin. Because of this, she not only disliked Qin He, she loathed him. The Qin family's power was immense. She couldn't do anything about Qin He's coercion, but if her body had suffered, she wouldn't let her finances suffer too. $1 billion would be perfect for investing in Shun Ziz's business, filling his funding gap. Qin He was buttoning his shirt when he heard her demand. He lowered his head, his gaze deep and unreadable as it settled on her. Shi Ning thought he was about to devour her again and glared back fiercely. Only then did Qin He look away and continue buttoning his shirt. Fine. Eager to finalize the divorce, Shi Ning grabbed the pen, ready to sign. But then, golden text began flashing across the divorce agreement. That's the $1 trillion Yandra villain. And the scheming female lead only asked for $1 billion? She's really lowballing herself. This villainess is kinda cute. Female lead. Don't sign. Qin He might look like a buttoned-up, conservative workaholic, but if you dare sign, I'll chain you up and turn this into a locked-up love scenario. I'll keep you trapped, forcing hate sex every day. I'm a total perv. I just want to see the villain and the villainess in all kinds of kinky roleplay. Non-stop hate fucking. Do it till you drop. Watching the golden text scroll across the paper, Shi Ning's grip on the pen tightened in shock. She blinked, but the words were still there. Why's the female lead hesitating? Does she really think $1 billion is too little? Is she really planning to help her childhood sweetheart, the male lead, scheme for the villain's entire fortune? Can't blame Qin He for turning evil. He finally married the girl he's loved for 10 years, protected her carefully for 3 years. Yet Shi Ning still only cares about cuckolding him. She even thinks he was the one who drugged and raped her, hating him to the bone. She teams up with the male lead to steal his trillion-dollar empire and even tries to kill him. But even after all that, Qin He still loves her desperately. In the end, even when he knows Shi Ning is hugging him just to stab him, he doesn't hesitate. He embraces death willingly. First time I've ever felt bad for a villain. He gave his purest love to the stupidest, cruelest female lead. Shi Ning deserves to die. How dare she be so heartless and dumb? Serves her right getting drugged, abandoned, sold to Myanmar, gang-raped, forced into prostitution, then having her heart and liver cut out before being chopped up and fed to dogs. Reading this, Shi Ning's hand trembled. Holy shit, she was just a side character in a novel? And a villainess at that. Who died that horribly? Ditch the trash male lead. Keep the obsessive, psycho villain who loves you like crazy. You don't even have to sweet-talk him. Just give him one kind look, and his IQ will instantly drop to 520 as he kneels to simp for you. He'll be your #1 fanboy, handing over his trillion-dollar empire, even his life, without hesitation. Now that the pop-up comments had spoiled her entire future, even if she had been stupid enough to follow the original plot, she wasn't that stupid, whether it was being sold to Myanmar or Qin He imprisoning her for forced love. No thanks. Shi Ning set down the pen and looked up. Qin He, I don't want a divorce anymore. Qin He, adjusting his cufflinks, glanced at her indifferently. Not satisfied with the asset split, his voice was as calm as a breeze. If not for the spoilers, Shi Ning would have thought he didn't care about the divorcer hair at all. She never would have guessed she was the girl had secretly loved for 10 years, or that she'd drive him to madness, turning love into hatred. Shi Ning. No, then what? Qin He finished with his cufflinks and lowered his gaze, staring down at her. The aura of someone in absolute authority pressed dangerously around Shi Ning, short-circuiting her brain. Before she could think, she blurted out, "Probably maybe you fucked me into submission." Chapter 2, No Divorce. He twisted into a Nike smile. Shi Ning's words were astonishing. The barrage exploded like a frenzy. What is the female supporting character saying? Has she been seduced? Qin He's ears turned crimson. What is happening to the author? Why is the female supporting character breaking character? The Great Seducer is online. I'm eager to know how the formidable antagonist managed to charm the female lead. The term seduce must be making Qin He secretly elated, just when he donned his attire. He is eager to shed it again, perhaps for the 3rd or 4th time. As Shi Ning processed her own words, her cheeks flushed uncontrollably, and she struggled to explain. Fearing that Qin He might misconstrue her intentions as flirtation, she discreetly observed Qin He, noting his handsome visage, which remained indifferent and aloof. Apart from his ears, which were nearly bleeding from embarrassment, was this truly shyness? Did he genuinely harbor feelings for her? Qin He, rigid from Shi Ning's statement, gazed at her with deepening intensity, his voice gravelly and restrained. What? Shi Ning sensed that his restraint was on the verge of shattering. A perilous notion that made her feel as though she might soon be devoured whole. Alarmed, she clutched the blanket and stammered an explanation. It was your words from last night that convinced me. My grandfather's health is poor. And my father doesn't take care for me. If we divorce, I would be left homeless. Besides, having just been intimate with you, I can't simply walk away. That would be so callous. Seeing her fearful demeanor, Qin He narrowed his eyes. Have you thought this through? Shi Ning nodded vigorously. I have. No divorce. Qin He merely responded with a soft acknowledgement. With an expression devoid of emotion, he picked up the divorce agreement and tore it into shreds, saying not a word before turning to leave. Laughing to death. Qin He is clearly terrified that Shi Ning might reconsider. His speed in tearing the divorce papers rivals that of a shredder. In Qin He's mind. Do it quickly, tear it faster, or I'll make you regret it. Qin He, one moment expressionless, the next, he turned, twisting his mouth into a Nike smile. He must be in love. Shi Ning watched Qin He's striking figure stride away. His face was as cold as ice, moving faster than a rabbit. There was no trace of the 10 years of secret affection he harbored for her, nor of his reluctance to part ways. Yet, the barrage visible only to her was undeniably telling. Shi Ning was perplexed. Exhausted and overwhelmed, she decided to retreat under the covers, closing her eyes peacefully to sleep. When she awoke, it was already 4 in the afternoon. She found herself in the garden, sipping afternoon tea while perusing the vivid barrage of comments. She grasped the gist of the story. She was the malevolent female supporting character who had become imprisoned following the divorce, harboring resentment towards Qin He, leading her to sabotage him by stealing his business secrets for Shi Ning. In just 3 years, he would rise from being the illegitimate child of the Qin family to become the wealthiest man. She would also harbor jealousy towards Shi Ning, who was arranged to marry Shi Ning, using her status as Mrs. Qin and the power of the Qin family to scheme against Shi Ning, only to have her plans unravel and face humiliation. Ultimately, after killing Qin He, without protection, she would be delivered to the northern regions of Myanmar by Shi Ning and Shi Ning, subjected to unspeakable horrors, dismembered and fed to the dogs. Shi Ning and Shi Ning were living a blissful life, cherished like a beloved pet. In the years before Shi Ning became a villainess, she was genuinely pure-hearted and kind, protecting the bullied Shi Ning. Having grown up together, they fell in love and quickly established their relationship. Just after turning 18, Shi Ning proposed to her with a ring made from a dogtail grass, to which she joyfully agreed, easily deceived. Awakened by the scornful remarks, Shi Ning immediately got up and went to her room, where she opened the safe to retrieve the preserved dogtail grass ring. The barrage of comments erupted in laughter, mercilessly mocking Shi Ning for valuing such a trinket. She glanced at the pigeon egg-sized diamond ring worth 100 million, contrasting it with the desiccated dogtail grass ring, now rendered worthless. Shi Ning mused. Back then, she thought Shi Ning's proposal with dogtail grass was romantic, like something out of a drama. Now, she felt utterly foolish. Shi Ning appeared at the door and noticed Shi Ning reminiscing with the dogtail grass ring in hand. Furrowing his brow, he called out to her in a deep voice. Piao Ning. Shi Ning looked up at the gentle and handsome Shi Ning, unable to contain her delight, and instinctively moved toward him. However, the thought of the comments made her uneasy, a visceral aversion taking hold. What brings you here? As Shi Ning approached, he stood before her, noticing her swollen lips and the kiss marks adorning her neck. His expression shifted from tender to furious as he grasped her wrist. Did Qin He touch you? Shi Ning lowered her gaze, frowning as she replied, yes. Shi Ning's face turned icy, his voice frigid. Did he force you? Feeling the intensity of his rage, Shi Ning's heart ached with a sense of injustice, and she yearned to leap into his arms, pleading for him to take her away. Yet, as she lifted her foot, golden words appeared before her once more. The male lead is rather scummy. Last night, he clearly ignored Shi Ning's plight, and even had someone call Qin He to pick her up. Is Shi Ning foolish? Doesn't she remember begging Qin He to sleep with her last night? Qin He was about to take her to the hospital. Yet she disregarded his tearful pleas and forcefully initiated things. Now, she wears a dress and acts as if she doesn't recognize anyone, even trying to frame the male lead for assault. Observing the barrage of comments, the memories of the previous night flooded Shi Ning's mind like a rising tide. She recalled forcefully kissing Qin He, his cold, narrow eyes tinged with red. She had insistently unbuckled his belt, despite his low, pleading voice asking her to stop. Yet, she had disregarded him entirely, taking matters into her own hands in the car. Shi Ning's face flushed crimson. She was the one who had forced herself upon him. Shi Ning noticed her blushing face, her eyes shimmering with lingering affection, and he frowned deeply. Xiao Ning, do not fear. Even if it is Qin He, I will not let anyone who harms you go unpunished. For now, I will take you away from this dreadful hell. Wasn't he the female supporting character the one begging the male lead to take her away? How has it turned into the male lead taking the initiative? Here they come. The scene where the female antagonist elopes with the male lead, only to be caught red-handed by the formidable villain, has arrived. The villain is just 5 seconds away. Is the malicious female antagonist prepared to endure the villain's fiery desires? As for me, I am more than ready. Chapter 3. The Battlefield. Shi Ning. Is the barrage this witty? Anger is anger. Why speak of desire? And, as for her enduring it, Shi Ning thought of Qin He Ye waiting outside, cloaked in an icy aura, misunderstanding that she had betrayed him and intending to imprison her. In a panic, she forcefully swatted away Qin Shijo's hand, exclaiming, "Do not lay your filthy hands on me. I am not being bullied by Qin He Ye." Qin Shijo's hand stung from the slap, and he was taken aback by Shi Ning's words. "Xiao Ning, what is the matter with you?" Maintaining a distance, Shi Ning replied, "Mr. Qin, please have some self-respect. I am now Mrs. Qin. Whatever Qin He Ye does to me is merely our couple's playful banter. I do not feel wronged. Rather, I find it blissful and enjoyable." Qin Shijo gazed at Shi Ning, noting her aloofness, which seemed genuine, causing his brow to furrow deeply. "Did Qin He Ye threaten you?" Shi Ning made a concerted effort to distance herself from him.
"No."
With a stern expression, Qin Shijo asserted, "It must be that Qin He Ye is threatening you. Do not be afraid. I shall take you away this instant. I will protect you and take you to the authorities, even if it costs me my life. I will ensure that the man who bullies you, Qin He Ye, is imprisoned." The plot seems to deviate somewhat. There is no difference, after all. The female antagonist has already been moved to the core, loving the male lead more fervently, ready to elope and confront Qin He Ye. The formidable villain is outside, fists clenched, emanating an aura cold enough to freeze the very air. Ha ha ha, are we certain that only Qin He Ye's fists are hard? Author. Are you sure you won't provide a separate story for the malevolent female antagonist and the villain? I relish the notion of forced captivity. At this moment, Qin He Ye stood around the corner, radiating an aura capable of devastating the world. Startled, Steward Zhao lowered his head, desperately wishing to vanish into the floorboards. The young mistress conspiring with Qin's archrival, her paramour, to send Qin to prison. This is nothing short of a modern-day Pan Jinlian. Qin's reputation is at stake. He must be contemplating silencing her. Shi Ning felt the chill in the air, not as an omen of death, but rather from the barrage of little yellow figures that had her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The barrage warned her that if she dared to agree with Qin Shijo, Qin He Ye would ensure her demise. Desire. Immortal.
Death.
Even that is still death. With her legs trembling, Shi Ning coldly stared at Qin Shijo. "Are you incapable of understanding human language?" Qin Shijo responded, Shi Ning spoke loudly. "Qin He Ye has not coerced me. We are husband and wife, legally engaged in our marital duties." Recalling the barrage's claim that Qin Shijo would do nothing to save her, ultimately leading to her demise at the hands of Shi Ning, the flicker of admiration she had felt was extinguished, replaced by pure disdain. "Threatening me in your name?" Shi Ning glared at Qin Shijo with contempt. "What do you think you are? Am I to be threatened by you and suffer indignities on your behalf? Hurry and leave. Go beneath the overpass and ask for a spare key. Do you think you are worthy?" Qin Shijo gazed at Shi Ning in astonishment, as though she had transformed into a different person, her brow furrowed in distress. Observing the grass ring in her hand, he comprehended the situation. He was remarkably patient. It was evident that Xiao Ning was upset with me for not rescuing her last night, resulting in her being coerced by Qin He, and thus, she spoke to provoke me deliberately. However, it was not that I failed to save you. Rather, I was obstructed by Qin He's men. You were drugged last night, clearly orchestrated by someone with ulterior motives. Xiao Ning, come with me. Let us report Qin He to the authorities for his assault. I will spare no effort to ensure he is imprisoned. Once this matter is resolved, we can be together again. I will protect you, cherish you, and pamper you. The comments echoed once more, suggesting that Shi Ning would be moved to tears. Yet, Qin He remained outside, the red, yellow, and green warning tape still unlifted. Shi Ning, growing impatient, glared at Qin Shijo and raised her voice. "It was I who was assaulted by Qin He. This is merely a playful intimacy between us as a couple. If you cannot comprehend human language, then leave at once and join the dogs at the table. You fool." Infuriated, she almost raised her middle finger at him. But she was a polite supporting character. Outside, Steward Zhao discreetly observed the formidable and untouchable presence of Qin He. He could attest to the events of last night, where the young mistress had clung to Qin Ye with fervor, nearly putting on a public display for the servants in the living room. Time and again, Qin Shijo discerned Shi Ning's seriousness, his brows knitting in concern. "Have you developed feelings for Qin He?" Shi Ning, unwilling to witness his feigned sincerity, smiled and nodded emphatically. "Indeed, I have fallen for Qin He." How did the supporting character suddenly cease being a sycophant? Is she truly captivated by the antagonist?
Indeed.
Upon closer examination of the supporting character's words, she likes Qin He. The verb, thank you. The eavesdropping antagonist is likely to twist this into a Nike slogan. More material for shameless streams. Shi Ning retorted. Who is this big yellow girl interpreting things this way? Qin He's tall figure suddenly froze. An aura of chill enveloping him, as if he had encountered the scorching sun, melting the ice around him. Shen Shizhou could scarcely believe his eyes. You hold the ring I proposed to you with, yet you claim to miss me? I refuse to believe you would develop feelings for Qin He. Outside. Qin He's demeanor grew even colder, as if capable of freezing the very air around him. Shi Ning stared at the grass ring, utterly speechless. It was not longing, but rather disgust. This worthless trinket cannot compare to the billion-dollar diamond ring Qin He gifted me. This rubbish is yours. With that, Shi Ning stepped forward to Shen Shizhou, who opened his mouth, eager to speak. In the next moment, she forcibly stuffed the grass ring into his mouth. Enjoy your trash. Swiftly completing her act, she exited the room, feigning surprise at encountering Qin He. His tone remained icy and indifferent. Xiao Ning and Shen Shizhou followed her out, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Qin He. Then, he greeted politely and amicably Mr. Qin. Shi Ning observed his indifferent and apathetic demeanor, seemingly unconcerned whether she adorned him with the green hat of infidelity. Yet, the barrage of comments continued unabated. What a chaotic scene. Can the female lead handle this? The antagonist is putting on quite the facade, seething with jealousy, yet acting as if he is unfazed, urging them to proceed. Should the female lead dare to continue, the antagonist would not hesitate to resort to violence, even imprisoning her with golden chains for daily punishment. How long can the antagonist endure? 5 seconds or 3? Let me count. 5, 3, 1. Is this how one counts? Shi Ning exclaimed. Qin He Ye. At the sound of her voice, Qin He Ye stiffened, then turned with a cold expression, regarding her with indifference. In that moment, the 4th chapter unfolded, revealing the antagonist weeping like a boiling kettle. He had yet to finish his sentence when a figure darted past, and suddenly a petite woman appeared in his embrace, stepping on his feet and kissing him fervently. Qin He Ye's body stiffened, rigid and unmoving, his eyes wide open, unable to blink, gazing coldly at Shi Ning as she passionately pressed her lips against his. With her eyes shut, she poured all her effort into kissing him. Shen Shizhou stood in disbelief, struck as if by lightning. Xiao Ning Yu. The atmosphere shattered. Qin He Ye, still wearing a frosty expression, pushed Shi Ning away, his voice heavy. Enough, I shall not intrude upon your moment. Shi Ning clung to Qin He Ye, glaring furiously at Shen Shizhou. Aren't you leaving? Do you wish to stay and witness how I come to adore Qin He Ye? She emphasized the phrase come to adore, inviting myriad interpretations. Shen Shizhou glanced between Shi Ning and the cold-faced Qin He Ye, who seemed ready to kill. With a gentle smile, he replied, if you require anything, do call me. After exchanging polite nods with Qin He Ye, he turned and departed. Watching Shen Shizhou vanish through the entrance, Qin He Ye cast a deep glance at Shi Ning before turning away. Unfazed by his apathetic demeanor, Shi Ning chose not to engage. With the danger averted, as long as she refrained from being Shen Shizhou's sycophant and avoided jealousy towards Shi Ning, she would not meet a tragic end. Nor would she be imprisoned by Qin He Ye. Instead, she could relish her role as a petite wealthy lady. Descending the stairs, Shi Ning settled onto the luxurious leather sofa in the living room, indulging in exquisite strawberry cake and sipping on milk tea crafted by a 5-star chef. One servant gently massaged her aching shoulders, while another tended to her weary legs. Content, she blissfully watched animated shows. Time slipped by unnoticed until steady footsteps echoed from above. The previously quiet comments reignited with fervor. The antagonist is upstairs, practically shattered into hero fragments, yet the female lead remains leisurely watching cartoons. She ought to soothe the heartbroken puppy. Does the love-struck antagonist still need Shi Ning to comfort him? After half an hour in the study, without her explanation, he managed to console himself. I witnessed the scene in the study. Qin He Ye held the shirt that Shi Ning had torn apart the previous night, imagining the passionate encounter. Envisioning how much she loved him, and then, amusedly, he comforted himself. Shi Ning? Draped in a black trench coat, he appeared particularly tall and dignified, exuding an air of unparalleled aristocracy, his cold visage as frigid as frost. Noticing her gaze upon him, Qin He merely narrowed his eyes slightly, casting her a glance reminiscent of a sovereign bestowing a rare favor. With an aura as chilling and aloof as an iceberg, He was utterly detached from matters of the heart. Shi Ning failed to perceive any signs of infatuation or fanciful notions of affection towards her. She called out to him, "Qin He." He staggered slightly before composedly descending the final step. Pressing his thin lips together, he raised his indifferent gaze to meet hers, his voice devoid of emotion. "Is there something you need?" "Oh my," the antagonist is so pretentious. After merely one strong kiss from Shi Ning when she called his name.
"Now."
Upon hearing her utter his name, he instinctively purses his lips, yearning for another kiss, yet he maintains a demeanor as if addressing an employee. What a stubbornly aloof man. No wonder he is the antagonist. He will never earn the affection of the supporting character. Let him fume. He won't express it. Shi Ning observed Qin He for a moment longer. Beyond his indifference, she discerned no trace of anger. "Are you angry, Qin He?" "No," he replied. As she saw the barrage of comments condemning him as a pretentious man, she raised an eyebrow and inquired again, "Really, not at all?" Qin He approached her. Looking down from his elevated stance, he calmly queried, "Why would I be angry?" Shi Ning herself was perplexed by the comments suggesting his anger. She had not eloped with Shinshizhou, nor had she reported him to the authorities. In fact, she had even kissed him forcefully, with his hands in his pockets. He regarded her with an even more apathetic demeanor. Years ago, they had agreed that after marriage, they would lead their own lives without interference. Otherwise, they would divorce. He paused momentarily before calmly retorting, "Why would I be angry?" Shi Ning chose to ignore him, turning her attention to an engaging animated series, unfazed. The comments, however, were in a frenzy. How could Qin He dare to be angry? The premarital agreement was proposed by Shi Ning. After marriage, if she were to stop pursuing Shinshizhou, she would not only seek divorce, but threaten to take drastic measures. Qin He is completely at her mercy, unable to express anger, merely pretending to be indifferent. In reality, every time Shi Ning called Shinshizhou or went out to meet him, Qin He would be buried under his covers at night, crying like a kettle boiling. Shi Ning abruptly lifted her head, her expression a mix of shock and terror as she regarded Qin He's cold face. "Crying like a kettle? Is that true? I would love to see him in tears. Is it really like that?" Chapter 5. An Explanation. Qin He sensed that Shi Ning's expression was quite peculiar, an inexplicable strangeness. Meanwhile, Shi Ning was contemplating how to tease Qin He, envisioning him in tears like a boiling kettle. However, before she could devise a plan, she watched him turn and depart, accompanied by a stream of golden comments. "The antagonist is left. What about my forced romance? They haven't even served a meat broth. Are the readers to starve? This is a form of reader abuse." Protests. As the comments from the bold little girl floated by, a spoiler soon followed. Shi Ning's decision to send Shinshizhou away was merely a performance for Qin He, aimed at winning his favor and extracting company secrets. She is utterly unworthy of his affection. Qin He was aware of Shi Ning's intentions, but chose not to expose her. Instead, he allowed her to take company secrets, solely to prevent her from pursuing a divorce. His love was genuine. If circumstances permitted, Qin He would indeed be a humble devotee, willing to do anything for love. Shi Ning, in her reckless pursuit of self-destruction, inadvertently accelerated Qin He's descent into darkness. This narrative, devoid of my interest in the protagonists, was invigorated by the compelling love-hate dynamics between the antagonists and supporting characters, which fueled my determination to continue reading. Amidst a barrage of scathing remarks, Shi Ning discerned the cause of Qin He's ire. It was the fact that she would go to great lengths to appease Shinshizhou, extracting company secrets to lead the Qin Corporation to ruin. How could it be possible? She was Mrs. Qin, a rightful shareholder in the company, with half of its assets belonging to her. What absurdity! Was she truly willing to forsake hundreds of billions for a scoundrel? And, to her astonishment, Qin He permitted her to use his wealth to support that wretched man? Such was the folly of love. Shi Ning, exasperated, contemplated explaining her actions to him, considering his apparent lack of anger as a sign to proceed. Yet, upon hearing his indifferent tone, her expression soured. Resentfully, she reiterated her intention to clarify her relationship with Shinshizhou, declaring that if he was unconcerned, she would let it be. Qin He stood at the doorway, his gaze penetrating as he scrutinized her. Shi Ning, unwilling to repeat herself, turned her attention back to the animated series, grabbing a bag of chips and crunching noisily. Moments passed, and the sound of heavy footsteps approached. Qin He's tall figure halted beside her. "I have 5 minutes. You may explain," he stated. Shi Ning, refusing to meet his gaze, replied with indifference, "If you're not angry, Why should I explain? Qin He fell silent, contemplating her words. After a while, he pressed his lips together and spoke a little. At this, Shi Ning raised an eyebrow, bemused. Just a little? Then I shan't bother explaining. It would be a waste of breath. Qin He continued to observe her, his expression contemplative. His voice, low and feigned casualness, asked, a little bit angry? With a hint of amusement, Shi Ning quirked an eyebrow. If you're so upset, why not shed a tear for me? Qin He remained silent. Shi Ning's curiosity piqued. She wondered if he would cry like a boiling kettle. His brow furrowed, his demeanor turned even colder. Laughter erupted in the comments. Is Shi Ning teasing the formidable antagonist? Look at his flustered expression. His ears are turning red. Supporting character. Tease him until he cries. If there's a plot twist, and you can use his custom gold chain, gold bracelet, and little golden whip to make him weep, that would be utterly delightful. Shi Ning, having teased him sufficiently, refrained from provoking the formidable antagonist further. She rose to her feet, gazing up at Qin He. He towered over her, and she had to tilt her head back just to meet his chin. Her breath brushed against his jawline, occasionally grazing his smooth, alluring Adam's apple. Qin He cast a fleeting glance at Shi Ning's lips, so near yet so distant. His body stiffened, the corners of his eyes tinged with crimson. And then he turned away, maintaining an icy demeanor as he awaited her next move. Shi Ning raised her hand, grasped Qin He's chin, and forcefully turned his face to meet hers. She lifted her gaze to him, earnestly calling his name, Qin He. Yet, he remained as unyielding as ice, merely responding with a non-committal hum. The antagonist surely does not believe the female supporting character intends to kiss him, does he? Just look at his expectant expression, as if his lips are puckered in eager offering. It's merely a chin grasp, yet it has stirred this formidable antagonist, causing him to swallow repeatedly. His Adam's apple sliding like a slippery slope. Indeed, the wicked female supporting character. The image of her teasing the antagonist with a simple chin hold is undeniably tantalizing. This antagonist is hardly worth the fuss. It's just a chin hold. Why is he acting so dramatically? Why raise an umbrella so high? It's not even raining, and this is an indoor living room. Does the antagonist lack common sense to need an umbrella? Seated at a child's table. Shi Ning, she had no intention of teasing Qin He. However, after a quick glance downward, her cheeks flushed, and she raised her eyes to him once more. The barrage of comments disrupted the atmosphere, shattering her commanding presence. Nevertheless, she spoke sincerely to Qin He. I no longer harbor feelings for Qin Shizhou. I won't rush into a divorce with you. Furthermore, I will never act against you or the Qin group for Qin Shizhou's sake. Qin He's pupils dilated, his body momentarily stiffening before he nodded. Shi Ning then adjusted his tie, asserting, since we are not divorcing, we are indeed a couple. If I ever upset you, you must confront me. I insist on explaining. Please do not misunderstand me and confine me to a life of forced affection. Yet, should the situation arise, I would genuinely call the police and flee at a moment's notice. Qin He gazed down at Shi Ning's delicate fingers as they brushed against his tie, his eyes darkening. All right. Shi Ning believed it vital to appease this antagonist, so she tugged at his tie, rising on her tiptoes to place a gentle kiss at the corner of his lips. Lowering her gaze to observe his soft, thin lips, she whispered, Mr. Qin will trust Mrs. Qin, won't he? Qin He's Adam's apple bobbed more pronouncedly. Then, he pushed Shi Ning away and strode off, leaving her in stunned silence. In the blink of an eye, he had entered a vehicle, which then kicked up dust as it sped away, leaving only a fleeting silhouette. Shi Ning. Was she some kind of man-eating enchantress? Why did he flee so swiftly, if he truly loved her? If Qin He doesn't hurry, the umbrella will surely break. Before the female supporting character turned wicked, she was genuinely pure. The way she captivated the antagonist was so innocent that, had it not been for his fear of causing her harm, the antagonist would have raised a banner and marched against the Eastern Palace. Did Qin He genuinely believe Shi Ning's fabrications? She was merely trying to placate him as a pretext for extracting company secrets. Whatever Shi Ning claims, even if it is a lie, Qin He will believe it. Such is the depth of his affection. A swarm of enthusiastic commentators re-emerged. Shi Ning truly wished to express that this was not a desolate area. A modicum of restraint would be appreciated. Moreover, even if it is a mere fabrication, Qin He would still place his faith in her. A fallacy, after all. It boils down to a lack of trust in her. Shi Ning was incensed. The car vanished completely, and the barrage of comments dissipated as well. As evening descended, a slender and pristine figure hurriedly appeared at the entrance of the hall. It was Shi Ning. She rushed in, grasping Shi Ning's hand, exclaiming that there was trouble at home, and urged her to come along. And just like that, the previously vanished barrage re-emerged. Chapter 6. Do not pollute my air. Your daughter is so beautiful. The kind-hearted protagonist is here to rescue the supporting character. Shi Ning must not take things for granted. Is the protagonist truly kind? Initially desiring to marry Qin He Ye, she settled for Shi Ning, where he showed no interest, and has since been encouraging Shi Ning to get a divorce. Shi Ning's dark transformation is largely due to Shi Ning. It's laughable. The vicious supporting character is inherently malevolent. What does that have to do with our protagonist? A true good person, regardless of their experiences, will always remain good. The barrage erupted into a cacophony. Shi Ning scrutinized Shi Ning, who adorned a pristine white dress, her long black hair cascading naturally down to her slender waist. With a subtle touch of nude makeup, the soft sunlight enveloped her, rendering her reminiscent of a pure white lily, refreshing, beautiful, and innocuous. One glance at her would inspire trust and affection, eliciting no defenses whatsoever. Was this the halo of the protagonist? Shi Ning, unable to draw Shi Ning along, noticed her prolonged gaze and blinked in confusion, asking what was wrong, why she was staring. She even touched her face, wondering if there was something amiss. At this moment, Shi Ning had not yet turned against Shi Ning and still treated her well. This was because Shi Ning had claimed that her temporary engagement with Shi Ning was to provide Shi Ning with cover. Once Shi Ning divorced Qin He Ye, she would seek an opportunity to annul her engagement with Shi Ning and return him to Shi Ning. Before witnessing the barrage, Shi Ning had an unwavering trust in Shi Ning, sharing everything and keeping no secrets. Yet, who could have anticipated that her tragic fate would be orchestrated by Shi Ning and Shi Ning? Now, Shi Ning, perplexed, asked what? Shi Ning smiled lightly, her demeanor becoming bolder. Low emotional intelligence, thick-skinned. High emotional intelligence, you've grown a thicker skin. Suddenly being accused of being thick-skinned left Shi Ning flustered, her cheeks flushing red. She looked at Shi Ning with innocent distress, asking if she had done something wrong to upset her. With urgency in her eyes, she raised 2 fingers, promising, I swear, there is nothing inappropriate between me and brother Shizhou. I'm just waiting for you to divorce, so I can return him to you. Is Shi Ning out of her mind? My daughter only said one thing, and she accuses her of being thick-skinned. The vicious supporting character truly is malicious. Shi Ning, log off now. Stop bullying my precious daughter, or I'll abandon the book. Shi Ning's lips have been thoroughly kissed by Shi Ning, aside from not going all the way. He has served her well. How can there be no inappropriate behavior? Our Qin Ning is designed to be both sweet and wicked. If you dislike her, feel free to click the X in the upper right corner. We want to miss you. As Shi Ning reflected on the past 3 years, she felt a wave of revulsion wash over her at the thought of Shi Ning, who had professed his affection for her using the very lips that had once served Shi Ning, and she had believed him. It was utterly disgusting. Furthermore, Shi Ning, who had reveled in the attention, brazenly promised that once Shi Ning divorced, she would return the already sullied Shi Ning to her. How revolting! Shi Ning raised her gaze, scrutinizing Shi Ning's lips, which were indeed swollen and chapped. She raised an eyebrow and remarked, your lips seem to have been ravaged. Shi Ning touched her lips, inhaling sharply from the pain. Her cheeks flushed as she hurriedly explained, Sister, you misunderstand. I'm just having a heat rash. Shi Ning responded slowly. Eating garbage leads to a heat rash, does it? Shi Ning could only awkwardly concede, yes. Shi Ning scoffed, in just one night, your lips are already in tatters. It seems you have quite the appetite for this refuse. From now on, this refuse belongs to you. However, remember to brush your teeth and rinse your mouth afterward. I cannot bear the thought of your contamination polluting my air. I'm afraid of catching a virus. Chapter 7. Are you the chattering sparrow? Shi Ning, with her eyes glistening with embarrassment, helplessness, and a hint of grievance, pleaded, Sister. Once again, she donned that pitiful guise, seeking sympathy and compassion from others. Shi Ning let out a derisive laugh. Stop the act. Qin He Ye is not here. Just speak your mind. What's wrong with my family? Shi Ning found Shi Ning's demeanor rather peculiar, but did not dwell on it. In a rush, she divulged, Uncle knows about your divorce agreement with Qin He Ye. Yesterday was the day of your divorce, and he nearly fainted from anger. He said if you dared to divorce, You should no longer acknowledge him as your father and must sever all ties. After much persuasion, she managed to calm her uncle down. Shi Ning was the daughter of Shi Ning's second uncle, her cousin and of the same age, differing by merely a few months. When they were 10, her uncle's family moved into the Shi household. Shi Ning was sweet in appearance, well-behaved, and charming with her words, quickly winning the affection of everyone, Shi Ning included. However, upon reflection, it became evident that after Shi Ning's arrival, the relationship between Shi Ning and her father had deteriorated significantly. Each encounter was fraught with arguments, culminating 3 years ago when her father, disregarding her wishes, sold her off to the Qin family as a bride in a bid to bring fortune. Offering a dowry of 300 million. Communication was solely relayed through Shi Ning, rendering their relationship akin to estrangement. Yet now, Shi Ning harbored deep doubts about her father's character. Was he truly a scoundrel? She scrutinized Shi Ning, pondering how her father could have suddenly learned about the marriage agreement, which only 4 individuals were privy to: herself, Qin He, Shi Ning, and Qin Shizhou. Shi Ning paused, then, with an expression of guilt, explained, "During a thorough cleaning at home today, a servant accidentally uncovered your divorce agreement, which was then discovered by uncle. Sister, I didn't mean for this to happen. I hid it very well, but..." Shi Ning interrupted her coolly, "Then your actions were indeed intentional." There were 3 copies of the divorce agreement, one each for her and Qin He, and one with Shi Ning. It had remained undiscovered for 3 years. Yet with the divorce deadline approaching, she had not divorced Qin He, but was instead exposed. What a coincidence. Shi Ning followed closely behind Shi Ning, repeatedly apologizing. "I'm so sorry, truly. I didn't mean for this to happen." Shi Ning picked up her handbag and raised her head to look at Shi Ning, who was bowing repeatedly with an air of sincere apology. With her chin slightly raised, she thought to herself, if one truly wished to apologize, one might as well kneel and bow twice. That would convey genuine sincerity. Shi Ning was taken aback, staring at Shi Ning in disbelief, her eyes slowly reddening as tears began to well up. The barrage of comments on the screen mercilessly condemned her, urging her to log off. Shi Ning found it all rather dull and uninteresting, turning to leave. Shi Ning hurriedly followed, inquiring where her sister was headed, but she could not voice her thoughts aloud. Instead, she asked Shi Ning if she truly was not going to divorce Qin He. The driver and bodyguard, Lin Han, was already at the door, standing beside the idling Maybach, wearing white gloves as he opened the door, his hand resting on the roof of the car. Shi Ning gracefully bent down and entered the vehicle, prompting Shi Ning to follow suit, her confusion mounting as she wondered why her sister had suddenly decided against the divorce. Had not their 3-year marriage term come to an end? Shi Ning turned her head and gestured toward the hickey on her neck. Then, with a bright smile, she revealed that she had been seduced. The car that Lin Han had just started stalled abruptly at Shi Ning's astonishing revelation. He flusteredly apologized, "Miss Shi. I'm so sorry." Shi Ning had a notorious temper and was known to dismiss her servants and drivers on a whim. Lin Han had already been her 131st driver in 3 years. Shi Ning merely responded with a nonchalant refraining from mentioning dismissal, which allowed Lin Han to breathe a sigh of relief. Shi Ning felt as though she had been struck by lightning, unable to fathom how her sister could utter such shameless words. After 3 years of seeking a divorce, she was now unwilling to part ways simply because of one night together? Shi Ning could not accept this rationale. Gazing at the hickey on Shi Ning's neck, which was not even concealed by powder, she could hardly imagine the normally aloof and dignified Qin He being so vigorous in bed. It was a thought too audacious for her to entertain, let alone dream of. Biting her lip, Shi Ning asked, "Sister, what are you saying?" Shi Ning raised an eyebrow and reiterated word for word, "I said, I'm not getting a divorce. I was seduced by Qin He. Do you understand now?" Shi Ning was utterly shocked, her voice rising in pitch. "Sister, how can you say that? Is this fair to brother Shizhou? Shi Ning glaubt. My sleeping arrangements with my husband have nothing to do with Qin Shizhou. He is your fiancé, my future brother-in-law. If you enjoy wearing a green hat, find another woman to do it. I have no penchant for such nonsense." Shi Ning stared at her sister with wide eyes, bewildered by her transformation. "Sister, do you no longer like brother Shizhou?" Shi Ning replied blandly, "No, I've had enough. Consider it a gift to you." This left Shi Ning biting her lip, glancing at Lin Han, and then smiling as she said, "Sister must be speaking out of anger. It's all right. Brother Shizhou, mind that you lost your first time." Shi Ning impatiently interrupted her, Always with your brother Shizhou talk. Are you a parrot? What does he have to complain about? Who does Shizhou think he is to be picky? Shi Ning looked at her, stunned. Sister. Lin Han. Stopped the car. Still within the Qin family estate, Lin Han abruptly slammed the brakes and, with a sense of propriety, opened the rear door of the car. He gestured with a gentlemanly flourish. Miss Shi, please. Shi Ning raised an eyebrow at Shi Ning, remarking on her excessive chatter. Just get out. With that, Shi Ning lifted her foot and unceremoniously kicked Shi Ning out of the vehicle, leaving only the scent of exhaust in her wake. Shi Ning was taken aback. What had caused Shi Ning to transform so drastically? Was she truly unwilling to pursue a divorce? Biting her lip, Shi Ning retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Uncle. I cannot persuade my sister. She claims that unless you approve her divorce from Qin He, she will resort to self-harm to demonstrate her resolve. She continued, please do not oppose her, for her sake, feign agreement to the divorce. However, she cannot leave empty-handed. She must receive a share of 10 billion from the estate. Yes, we are all acting in her best interest. But please, do not reveal that this was my suggestion. Otherwise, she will cease confiding in me, and I will be unable to assist you. Chapter 8. Can't we compete and share? Shi Ning arrived at the hospital and instructed Lin Han to wait for her. Their relationship with Qin He was almost like a secret marriage. Shi Ning replied curtly, just wait here and don't ask questions. This is a one-time allowance. Lin Han, anxious about the prospect of losing his position, quickly nodded in compliance. Once Shi Ning departed, he exhaled deeply, hesitating momentarily before picking up his phone to message Qin He. Miss Shi has come to see the young mistress. During a meeting, Qin He raised his hand to pause proceedings, allowing for a 10-minute intermission. He then opened the only pinned chat, where messages had been exchanged daily since the day of their contractual marriage. Shi Ning had been sending him a countdown to their divorce, which culminated yesterday when she sent the final countdown along with the divorce agreement for his review. If there were no issues, she intended to print, sign, and file the documents. Furrowing his brow, Qin He contemplated deeply, lost in thought. At that moment, Shi Ning entered the hospital elevator. After a brief consideration, she decided to message Qin He again. Are you there? This was the only deviation from their divorce countdown communication, particularly significant as the countdown had now concluded. Qin He sat upright, his phone feeling like a searing orb in his hand, so intense he nearly tossed it aside. This distraction caused him to overlook the subsequent message from Lin Han. In an instant, the temperature in the room plummeted, leaving his assistant, Pei Qian, feeling a chill that sent shivers down his spine. The atmosphere around Qin He was reminiscent of a frigid chamber, chillingly intense. The young mistress was once again broaching the subject of divorce. Pei Qian could not fathom why Shi Ning seemed determined to complicate her life. With the wealth of a tycoon at her disposal, she could pursue academic excellence, supported by Qin He's resources, leading her to the finest institutions. Should she desire to amass wealth and establish a career, he could effortlessly invest billions to ensure her success as a formidable businesswoman. Alternatively, if she sought a life of leisure, she could luxuriate in her spacious 200-square-meter bedroom, waking at her leisure, shopping with items delivered directly to her door, and enjoying personal grooming services at home. In a world where everything is attainable, why dwell in despair, contemplating divorce every single day of the year? The relentless grind of the working class continues as they strive to compete with the affluent. At the hospital, she casually perused the chat history between the two of them. Each morning, she would message, days until divorce. X. In response, Qin He Ye would offer nothing more than a terse Shi Ning found herself at a loss for words. The 3 years spent with Qin He Ye felt less like a marriage and more like two roommates cohabiting. They had become as distant as strangers. And she was exasperated with herself, as well as with Qin He Ye, this enigmatic man. After secretly harboring feelings for her for a decade, he managed to maintain his aloof demeanor, showing no inclination to vie for her affection. As Shi Ning observed the steady flow of patients, doctors, and nurses, she felt an absence of excitement. Resolutely, she decided to call Qin He Ye. Meanwhile, Qin He Ye was still contemplating the implications of her simple inquiry, "Are you there?" Suddenly, his phone rang. "Darling, darling, I love you." The phone, which had remained silent for 3 years, now blared to life. Pang Qianhu, taken aback, turned to Qin He Ye, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. What an utterly kitsch ringtone. How could it possibly belong to the typically stoic and intimidating Master Qin? Chapter 9. What a peculiar thought process. Qin He Ye sprang to his feet, nearly dropping his phone in his haste to silence the ringtone, yet he hesitated to answer. His startled reaction, coupled with the still echoing ringtone, prompted Pang Qianhu to inquire, "Master Qin? Is everything all right?" Qin He Ye had remained unfazed even when the Qin group's financial chain faltered, yet now he was visibly unsettled. With a stern expression, he glanced at his phone and coldly explained, "My wife insisted on this ringtone." Pang Qianhu thought, while others might be oblivious, as his special assistant, he was acutely aware that Shi Ning had been clamoring for a divorce daily. How could she possibly have chosen such an outdated ringtone for Qin He Ye? The boss was a cash machine. One must never tarnish the image of a cash machine. "So, will you not answer?" Tension radiated from Qin He Ye, his handsome face as frigid as ice. "I'm busy. I have a meeting." Pang Qianhu reminded him, "Madam called you for the first time. If you don't answer, might she not become upset? If she gets angry, she might escalate her demands for a divorce." Rubbing his temples, Qin He Ye finally answered the call just as the ringtone was about to cease. Shi Ning, approaching the ward with a frown, wondered why it took him so long to pick up. "Oh," she remarked, "I haven't even stated my request yet." With a furrowed brow, she pressed, "Aren't you coming?" Pang Qianhu tilted his head in confusion. "He's not the planning manager." "Qin He Ye, why don't you discuss the promotional plan?" Pang Qianhu was even more perplexed. He is certainly not the advertising department manager either. Qin He Ye shot a glare at Pang Qianhu. Nevertheless, as the CEO, he possessed a knack for navigating tricky situations. Thus, Pang Qianhu approached Qin He Ye, raising his pitch slightly. "Sir, you have a business trip abroad in an hour, lasting half a month. That should suffice to postpone the divorce for another fortnight," he thought. As Shi Ning listened to the sound of files being shuffled and the chatter around her, she caught fragments of Pei Qianhua's voice mentioning a business trip. For a moment, she almost believed that Qin Hai was genuinely busy. However, her attention was soon captured by a flurry of golden comments floating across her screen. "I'm dying of laughter. Nobody told me the villain was this entertaining." Pretending to be extraordinarily busy, fearing that Shi Ning might take him to get a divorce certificate. 3 years of marriage, never a phone call. Now that the divorce deadline is approaching, the wife suddenly calls. It's scarier than a ghost, making the villain too afraid to answer. He claims to be on a business trip for half a month. He is probably hiding on the top floor, cuddling with Shi Ning's doll, playing house. Shi Ning. How old is he, still playing with dolls? Feeling exasperated, she glanced at the time and irritably told Qin Hai, "Mr. Qin, it's now 5:40. Overtime work." Shi Ning sighed, thinking to herself that by the time he arrives, the Civil Affairs Bureau will have closed for the day. Qin Hai let out a breath of relief yet tensed up again, speaking with a righteous tone. The Civil Affairs Bureau is a national institution. Its closing hours are mandated by the state. One should read fewer novels. The Bureau cannot be relocated to one's home. Shi Ning. Did he truly think she wanted him to bring the Civil Affairs Bureau to their location for an on-the-spot divorce? Who was it that seemed so intent on ending their marriage? With a cold voice, Qin Hai said, "If there's nothing else, I'll hang up." He was in a hurry, ready to end the call at any moment. Shi Ning felt particularly frustrated, thinking, "My father was so enraged by our divorce agreement that he ended up in the hospital. I wanted to tell you to come pick me up and reassure him that we're not divorcing, but if you don't come, then so be it." Qin Hai's tightly furrowed brows suddenly relaxed. The frostiness of his cold visage melted, but his tone remained indifferent. "Is that all?" Shi Ning was somewhat irked by his obstinacy, his brooding nature, and his contradictory words. He was such a prideful tsundere. After saying this, she hung up the phone, indifferent to whether Qin Hai would come or not. Let him be. Such a prideful fool. She wouldn't he grant him even a hint of leniency. Her unspoken thoughts lingered in the air. As an admirer, she refrained from competing for his attention, letting him stew in his own emotions. Qin Hai watched as Shi Ning hung up, visibly flustered. Yet, he feigned calmness while opening WeChat, only to find a message from Lin Han. The icy facade of Qin Hai's face instantly transformed from pale to a deep crimson. Chapter 10. Another character collapse. Lin Han, the young lady and Miss Shi Er have stated that you are her husband. Lin Han, the young lady and Miss Shi Er have expressed that she no longer likes Shin Shizhou. Lin Han, the young lady and Miss Shi Er have declared that she will not divorce you because your skills in bed are commendable. Thus, he straightforwardly referred to the act of intimacy as prowess in bed so that the boss would not misconstrue the meaning. Qin Hai observed the 3 consecutive messages from Lin Han, his typically icy expression flushing bright pink, then raging red. Pei Qianhua, standing nearby, stared at Qin He, witnessing his once frosty demeanor now nearly sizzling with embarrassment. President, are you all right? Could it be that the young lady has caused you to steam with anger? Is your temper so fragile? Qin He glanced once more at the 3 messages before donning his coat. The workday had concluded. Pei Qianhua observed him, offering just 2 words before departing with a beaming smile that radiated warmth. The executives approached Pei Qianhua, inquiring, Assistant Pei, are we still holding the meeting? Assistant Pei, has the president secured a significant deal? Why do you wear such a look of both value and nonchalance? A seasoned employee remarked that the last time they witnessed the president smiling so broadly was quite some time ago. Pei Qianhua found himself perplexed. Though it seemed likely that the cause was related to Shi Ning, he gazed out the floor-to-ceiling window, reassured that spring had arrived, and the president had granted all employees an early dismissal. The executives stared out the window in bewilderment. How did summer regress to spring? At the hospital, Shi Ning approached the door to the ward. Just as she was about to enter, she heard the voice of Shi Guqiang from within. Have you shaved properly? Tidy up my hair a bit. Are my lips too pale? Perhaps I should apply some lipstick? Steward Zhao chuckled softly, unable to comprehend. Sir, your daughter is here to see you, yet you still wish to present yourself so sprightly. You ought to appear unwell. Perhaps that would evoke sympathy and compliance from her. Shi Guqiang adjusted his appearance, ensuring that his complexion appeared considerably better. When one is not genuinely ill, such tactics may work. However, when one is truly unwell, it is preferable to conceal it to avoid worrying her. Steward Zhao interjected, Sir, but Shi Guqiang waved him off, signaling him to remain silent. After a moment of waiting, Shi Ning, not having heard any further discussion of illness, finally pushed the door open. Upon seeing his daughter, whom he had not met in 3 years, Shi Guqiang's eyes lit up with uncontainable joy. However, his expression quickly soured as he scowled. What brings you here? Shi Ning had intended to greet him with Dad, but seeing his displeased demeanor and harsh tone, her spirits dampened. After all, in her recollections, Shi Guqiang had never been a good father. 3 years prior, in a bid to mend the company's fractured financial chain, he had disregarded her wishes and sold her to the Qin family for 300 million as a bride to bring good fortune, thereby merging their families. This was nothing short of selling his daughter. A despicable father indeed. Noting her sullen expression and lack of concern, Shi Guqiang's mood soured further. So, you've come to check if I'm alive or dead. You might as well divorce Qin He sooner rather than later. You wish to divorce Qin He? Just wait another 20 years. Shi Ning, known for her fiery temper, bristled at his words. In defiance, she silently regarded Shi Guqiang. Having signed the divorce agreement with Qin He the previous day, Shi Guqiang faltered momentarily before his expression hardened. If you wish to divorce Qin He, fine. But you cannot leave empty-handed. You must secure at least 1 billion. Otherwise, you will remain a member of the Qin family in life and in death. Shi Ning's anger flared once more, and she prepared to rebuke him for being a wretched father. Golden comments floated before her eyes. Shi Guqiang is a good father, raising such a venomous daughter, an unfilial child. He is ill, and she hasn't even visited him. Her first appearance only serves to infuriate him. Raising Shi Ning is hardly better than raising a char siu bao. Despite being the niece of the formidable Shi Guqiang, Emin has devoted herself to caring for him since his stroke, accompanying him through rehabilitation and ensuring his comfort in his twilight years. He was on the verge of recovery, yet upon hearing that Shi Ning had entered the entertainment industry, he was so enraged by her actions that it led to his demise. However, virtue is often rewarded. Shi Guqiang bequeathed the entirety of the Shi family's fortune to Emin, elevating her to the status of a female tycoon. Standing side by side with the male protagonist, a duo of formidable strength. Some expressed their confusion. How curious. Did not Shi Qingyin intend to assist Shi Ning in her divorce? Why then would she suggest to Shi Guqiang that he offer Shi Ning a divorce settlement of 10 billion in assets? Moreover, she did not allow Shi Guqiang to disclose that it was her idea. This twist was absent from the original plot. It seems rather duplicitous, as though she seeks to sow discord between father and daughter. What relevance does this have to our Enin? Is the malicious female antagonist still garnering fans? Clearly, it is Shi Ning who is truly venomous. She is worse than a mere char siu bao. Did Shi Ning not wish to visit Shi Guqiang? Is it that Shi Qingyin never informed her sister of their father's illness? It is also evident that Shi Qingyin deliberately conveyed the news of Shi Ning's forced involvement in the underworld to Shi Guqiang. In truth, Shi Ning was not driven to his death by Shi Ning's actions, but rather by the overwhelming grief upon learning of Shi Ning's gruesome fate, which shattered his heart. Furthermore, Shi Ning's will had always stipulated a distribution of 51% to Shi Ning and only 10% to Shi Qingyin, not a complete inheritance to her. The comments erupted once more. Shi Ning narrowed her eyes. Was the idea planted in her father's mind by Shi Qingyin, yet she forbade him from revealing it? It must be said, upon hearing his father mention a sum of 10 billion, Shi Ning felt he had succumbed to greed, willing to sacrifice his daughter for wealth. Thus, she developed a disdain for her father, rebelling against him. Consequently, their father-daughter bond was shattered. In the end, both perished, leaving Shi Qingyin to enjoy the Shi family's wealth alongside the male protagonist in a blissful existence. What a ludicrous narrative. Shi Ning's fists clenched in anger as she gazed at Shi Ning, questioning whether Shi Qingyin had indeed suggested such words to him. Shi Ning, taken aback, countered, "You know?" Shi Ning sighed, lifting her gaze to smile at Shi Ning. "Father, could you enlighten me on what Shi Qingyin has conveyed to you?" The term father struck Shi Ning like a thunderbolt, rendering him momentarily dizzy and teary-eyed. Overcome with emotion, he stammered, "What did you just call me?" He gazed at Shi Ning with expectation. "Could you say it once more?" Shi Ning forced a smile, mechanical and devoid of warmth, calling out, "Father, you." Just as she was about to finish, a tall middle-aged man, overwhelmed, collapsed against the shoulder of Steward Zhao, sobbing uncontrollably. "Old Zhao, a Ning finally called me father. She has finally acknowledged me as her father." Shi Ning. Shi Ning, this shameless father is utterly embarrassing. Chapter 11. Heartbroken yet stubborn, she would kiss forcefully. Old Zhao's eyes brimmed with tears of joy, exclaiming, "Indeed, the young lady has finally called you father." Shi Ning was still wiping away tears, as if caught in a dream. Ning had just called out daddy, and if this were indeed a dream, Zhao should not awaken him. Shi Ning stared at the two usually stern, masculine men, now weeping profusely. It was all because she had uttered the word daddy. This made her feel like an infant, just months old, making her first call to her father. It left her feeling like a simpleton who, having lived 21 years, was finally able to call out to her dad. Shi Ning wished to tell him to calm down, to cease his tears. Moreover, had it truly been 6 or 7 years since she last called him daddy? Reflecting on her own shortcomings, Shi Ning patiently settled down beside them. She poured a glass of warm water and began peeling an apple, quietly waiting by their side. This silence made Shi Ning a bit anxious. He pushed Zhao aside and turned to Shi Ning. "Ning, what did you just say?" Seeing tears still glistening in his aged eyes, Shi Ning's heart softened as she recalled the comments from the audience. He would eventually succumb to sorrow over her tragic demise. She realized that the strained father-daughter relationship over the past decade had likely been instigated and marred by others. Shi Ning handed him the cup of water, accompanied by a sweet, obedient smile. "Daddy, could you share what Qingyin mentioned to you?" The mere invocation of daddy lifted Shi Ning's spirits, stirring fresh tears. Shi Ning glared at him, warning that if he became too emotional, she would cease calling him that. He relayed every word Qingyin had shared with him, as if he were eager to articulate even the punctuation marks. Shi Ning face-bombed, incredulous. Is that truly how she expressed it? It had been just over half an hour since she had practically pushed Qingyin out of the car. Shi Ning, cradling the cup Shi Ning had poured for him, nodded in understanding, perhaps having found clarity in her calling him daddy. "If you are unhappy being married to Qin He, then feel free to divorce him." After years of a tumultuous father-daughter relationship, the ice had finally begun to melt. Shi Ning had genuinely come to terms with it, no longer wishing to impose his will on Shi Ning. Nothing else seemed to matter. Shi Ning had not anticipated that after 3 years of her father's vehement opposition to her divorce, a simple utterance of daddy would lead him to acquiesce. She felt a surge of laughter. Did her father truly agree to her divorce from Qin He? Indeed. Shi Ning looked up at Shi Ning and asked, "After 3 years, you still have not developed feelings for Qin He? He must have treated you poorly then. Let us proceed with the divorce. Afterward, you can find someone you truly adore." Shi Ning thought of Shinshizhou, his brow furrowing as he tentatively inquired. Perhaps someone like Shinshizhou? At that moment, Shi Ning's body stiffened instinctively, sitting up straight as her peripheral vision caught sight of the hospital corridor. No way. Was Qin He eavesdropping again? Big yellow girl, don't just think about the thrill. Ponder why the plot feels amiss. I recall that Shi Ning was hospitalized because he heard that Shi Ning was violently assaulted by Qin He during their marriage. leading him to confront the Qin family in a fit of anger, resulting in a fall down the stairs. Then, Shi Ning believed that Qin He was the one who pushed her father down, leading her to harbor an even deeper hatred for him. One so intense that she wished for his demise. Shi Ning was downstairs, witnessing the entire scene with crystal clarity, yet she refrained from clarifying the situation to Qin He. Instead, she ambiguously informed Shi Ning that she had seen them arguing, which resulted in the misunderstanding. Shi Ning furrowed her brow, questioning once more why Shi Ning was involved. Was this character truly deserving of the protagonist's role? Outside, the formidable antagonist felt his heart shatter, like delicate lotus petals. He had arrived, brimming with joy to meet Shi Ning, only to hear that his supportive father-in-law had consented to her divorce, and that she intended to remarry Qin He. His heart broke, leaving him feeling abandoned by the entire world. However, do not worry for the antagonist. Despite his heartache, his spirit remained unyielding. And he would still insist on kissing Shi Ning forcefully, which was quite alarming. Is shyness merely a faible for his stubbornness? Can he only express affection through forceful kisses? Given the antagonist's teddy bear persona, I find that hard to believe. Chapter 12. Gushing about one's own husband, making him blush. Shi Guoqiang noticed Shi Ning's silence, her lips curling into a joyful smile. He gritted his teeth, determined. If merely mentioning divorce and Qin He could bring her such happiness, then let the divorce proceed swiftly. I shall discuss the marriage between Qi Ning and Qin He with her, without needing any reminders. Shi Ning could feel the chilling aura emanating from Qin He, more terrifying than the appearance of a vengeful spirit, even through the closed door. She hastily said to Shi Guoqiang, "Which of your eyes saw me express happiness at the mention of divorce or Qin He?" Shi Guoqiang pointed to his own eyes, and then to the eyes of Steward Zhao, 4 eyes. Steward Zhao even took out a small mirror, holding it up before Shi Ning, stating that it had been years since he had seen her smile so joyfully. Upon seeing her reflection, with her red lips curled in a smile, she felt amused by the absurdity of the situation. How could she not be infuriated by Shi Ning, who had deceived her, despite being trusted and cherished like a younger sister? Yet, Shi Ning had no time to dwell on her anger, for the formidable antagonist outside could easily imprison her with a single blow. With utmost seriousness, Shi Ning declared loudly to Shi Guoqiang, "Father, I will not divorce Qin He." Shi Guoqiang was so moved that he nearly shed tears, realizing that his daughter had matured, understanding his illness, and saying kind words to make him happy. Then, "I must not use the guise of caring for your well-being to trap you in a marital grave." The atmosphere outside, however, grew even more ominous. Shi Ning interrupted Shi Guoqiang once more, "Father, I am truly not trying to placate you. This morning, I told Shi Ning that I will not divorce, nor will I threaten suicide to compel you to agree to it. Moreover, Qin He treats me exceptionally well. He may appear cold, but his heart is tender. And he is incredibly good to me." Shi Guoqiang remained skeptical. "Really?" "Yes. In what way is he good? What aspects of him are commendable?" Shi Ning was unaware, but she had gleaned from the comments that Qin He had harbored a secret affection for her for a decade, loving her deeply and willingly giving his all for her, even if it meant facing dire consequences. She also recalled how Shi Ning might manipulate the events of the previous night, misleading her father into believing that Qin He had assaulted her during their marriage, leading to a series of unfortunate events. Such occurrences must not transpire again. Shi Ning began to enumerate the merits of Qin He with her fingers. Firstly, he is exceedingly handsome, the most striking man I have ever encountered. Qin He pales in comparison to even a single strand of his hair. As soon as she uttered these words, Shi Ning sensed the dark aura of jealousy emanating from Qin He dissipating. She continued, "Secondly, he is affluent, a tycoon. His wealth allows me the freedom to spend lavishly at my whim. Thirdly, his physique is remarkable. He possesses great strength." As Shi Ning spoke, she felt a blush rise to her cheeks, for her thoughts wandered to the events of the previous night. His physique was indeed exceptional, with perfectly sculpted muscles and the strength to embrace her effortlessly. The more she contemplated, the more her face flushed, nearly igniting with embarrassment. Shi Guoqiang, listening to Shi Ning, grew increasingly skeptical, suspecting she was flattering him insincerely. However, upon glancing at her, he noticed her face was as red as a ripe apple, and a faint hickey was visible on her neck, betraying evidence of a hurried cover-up. Considering their contractual marriage and Shi Ning's apparent reluctance towards Qin He, he erupted in fury. "Ning, did he force himself upon you? This cannot stand. He promised me he would never touch you without your consent, even if you are married. Coercion without a woman's consent is a crime. I shall confront Qin He. Shi Ning, observing her father's wrath, defiantly removed the four-needle, tossed aside the covers, and charged forth to find Qin He. Not even Steward Zhao could restrain her. Fearing a dramatic confrontation, Shi Ning grasped Shi Guiqiang's hand and blurted out, "I was the one who pressured him." Shi Guiqiang, in a furious state, froze momentarily, taken aback. Is this permissible to say? My daughter. So audacious? At that moment, a nurse's voice filtered in from outside. Sir, whom are you looking for? Which ward do you need? I can guide you. Qin He, unfazed, replied, Room 356.
Ein extraordinarily handsome man.
Even more striking than a celebrity. Observing the family member of a patient, the nurse thought that being proactive could increase her chances of success. Qin He entered the ward, illuminated by the light, and glanced at the stunned Shi Guiqiang, nodding slightly, father-in-law. After addressing him, his gaze turned intensely toward Shi Ning. His ears tinged with heat as he bit his lip and softly uttered, wife. The enamored nurse was also rendered speechless. Chapter 13 seized the opportunity to call her wife a few more times. Shi Ning smiled politely, albeit awkwardly. Yes, you've arrived. Then, she cast her eyes downward, contemplating the floor's tiles, suddenly wishing she could dive into the gaps and hide. The nurse, having just witnessed a whirlwind of unrequited love followed by heartbreak, administered Shi Guiqiang's S4 and medication before leaving the ward, disheartened. The room fell into a palpable silence, steeped in awkwardness. Shi Guiqiang whispered to Steward Zhao, Old Zhao. Legally, is there no crime for disregarding a woman's wishes? Steward Zhao replied, None at all, rest assured. Shi Ning and Qin He sat awkwardly on the sofa. Shi Ning, exasperated, turned to Steward Zhao, Uncle Zhao, do I still have a female husband? Or perhaps 1, 2, 3, or 4 husbands? Should I have the remaining husbands, who have yet to appear, delivered to my home? Zhao, the butler, raised his hand to shield his face, then leaned closer to Shi Ning and whispered, You are not truly seeking a divorce. There will certainly be a 2nd, 3rd, or even 4th husband in your future. Qin He cast a somber glance in their direction, clearly having overheard the exchange. Shi Ning shot an incredulous sideways glance at Zhao. Is this your idea of a secret conversation? You might as well announce it with a loudspeaker. Feeling the awkwardness, Zhao retreated to the side to pour water and peel fruit. Qin He lifted his gaze to glance at Shi Ning before inquiring with concern, Is there something wrong with my father-in-law? Shi Guiqiang, ever the optimist, simply stated he felt a bit lightheaded and had low blood sugar, assuring everyone it was nothing serious. Zhao interjected, The master fainted upon seeing the divorce agreement. Shi Guiqiang shot Zhao a sharp look, while Zhao innocently placed his hands behind his back. This overly confident demeanor caught Shi Ning's attention. The villain is truly putting on a facade, his face flushed with embarrassment at his wife's gaze, his grip tightening around the cup, all the while pretending to sip water without even touching his lips to the glass. Is he thirsting for water? Or is it his wife's essence that he craves? For only her essence can quench his thirst. What essence? Where can it be found? As Shi Ning noticed the mischievous little yellow dog online, she felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. She looked up to find Qin He with pursed lips and flushed ears, yet his expression remained indifferent, as if he were merely a ghost floating in the air, completely unfazed by the comments. Never mind, he was simply a master of pretense. Shi Ning decided not to dwell on it and turned to explain things to Shi Guiqiang. However, upon turning, she spotted Shi Guiqiang and Zhao, both resembling giraffes with their necks craned, sporting expressions of curious intrigue as they gazed at the two of them. Shi Ning thought to herself, she must first clarify the situation regarding the divorce to prevent any tragic misunderstandings. Dad, the divorce agreement is indeed genuine. But I have changed my mind. I no longer wish to divorce Qin He. As she spoke, she moved to sit beside Qin He, linking her arm through his. The instant Shi Ning nestled against him, his body stiffened, and he glanced down at the arm she held, noting her closeness and the warmth pressing against his own. Qin He quickly downed half a glass of water to suppress the rising heat within him, and then turned to speak gently to Shi Guiqiang. Rest assured, father-in-law, Ning Ming, and I will not be divorcing. He then tilted his head toward Shi Ning. Right, my dear wife? Shi Ning looked up to see the comments flashing across the screen, glowing with excitement. The villain's subtle schemes, seizing the moment to call her wife a few extra times, tugging at the hearts of onlookers. Father and Zhao, please move aside. Leave the room for our villain and his counterpart. The malicious couple's hospital room? Please, can we get a push for updates? I need to witness the entire ordeal. It is of utmost importance. Chapter 14. The Overpowered Sister, the Overwhelmed Brother. Shi Ning closed her eyes, wishing fervently to find a manufacturer to procure some cleaning powder to cleanse the thoughts of the comments. She then raised 2 fingers toward Shi Guoqiang and declared, Dad, I swear I will not divorce Qin He. If we were to divorce, Shi Qingyin and Xin Shizhou would meet a most dreadful fate, dying without a burial place, crushed by falling tofu, choking on water, or succumbing to an allergic reaction to the air. Such a vow seems rather insincere, does it not? So many deaths? Shi Guoqiang listened, feeling an ominous air, and interrupted Shi Ning with a stern gaze, urging her to refrain from such reckless oaths, assuring her that he believed her. Whether he believed or not mattered little now, as he had ceased to care about Shi Ning's marital status. With a smile, Shi Ning lowered her hands and spoke earnestly to her father, advising him not to trust Shi Qingyin's words any longer. She pursed her lips, considering that Shi Qingyin, as the protagonist, must possess some redeeming qualities. There was no use in discussing it further without evidence, as her father would undoubtedly dismiss her claims. After spending some time with Shi Guoqiang, she inquired about his condition from the attending physician, confirming that all was well. Only then did she depart the ward alongside Qin He. As they passed the nurse's station, a young nurse glanced at them, nudging her colleague and sharing a knowing look. Shi Ning thought to herself, one need not utter a word to convey their intentions. A mere glance suffices. Once they had vanished from sight, the nurse remarked to her colleague, the pair who just walked by is the one I mentioned, strong pressure sister and press brother. Before she could finish her sentence, Shi Ning returned, causing the conversation to halt abruptly as she bent down to arrange the items on the desk. Approaching the young nurse, she glanced at her name tag, noting her employee number 035 and said, strong pressure sister remembers you. With that, she turned and left, exuding an air of nonchalance. The nurse felt a pang of anxiety, fearing a complaint might be lodged against her. She considered chasing after Shi Ning to plead for forgiveness, but hesitated upon meeting Qin He's indifferent gaze directed at her. At that moment, a sense of impending doom washed over her, and she refrained from approaching. In the elevator, Qin He observed Shi Ning as she walked beside him, inquiring if she was unhappy. Shi Ning looked up in confusion, responding with a soft hum. He suggested that the hospital should dismiss the nurse. Shi Ning was at a loss for words. Did he think the hospital operated on his whims? What if the nurse held a permanent position? A secure government job, not easily relinquished? Qin He replied with a simple hum. Shi Ning looked at him in surprise, prompting him to clarify in a low voice that the Qin Corporation was the largest shareholder of this hospital. Shi Ning thought to herself, well, this is a fictional world devoid of logic, where everything is nonsensical, including myself, an antagonist with a heart of malice, and a brain clouded by romance. Everyone casts aside reason and revels in the story. Noticing Shi Ning's dejected expression, Qin He frowned slightly and retrieved his phone, dialing Pei Qian. Shi Ning tilted her head, pondering what? Is he really that serious about this? To her astonishment, she had finally remembered Assistant Pei's name, referring to him as the one who incurs losses. With an impassive expression, Qin He spoke coldly into the phone. Inpatient department of Shinkong Hospital, employee number 035. Yes, please dismiss her. Don't do it. Shi Ning exclaimed in a panic, attempting to snatch the phone from his hand. Her movements were overly vigorous, a result of her weakened legs from the previous night's exertions. Before she could finish her protest, she found herself tumbling into Qin He's embrace, her hand inadvertently resting on his wrist. Gazing up at him, her lips brushed against his throat. A soft chime echoed through the air. The elevator reached the first floor, and the doors slid open. A crowd outside gaped in astonishment at the scene unfolding within, a beautiful woman pinning a handsome man against the wall. This action elicited a stifled groan from Qin He. The reason for his reaction lay in the fact that Shi Ning's other hand was positioned between them, inadvertently brushing against an area that required an umbrella. Despite the absence of rain. Shi Ning takes flushet crimson. Chapter 15. The Devious Antagonist. Shi Ning froze in place, while the comments section erupted in frenzy. Ah! Where exactly did it hit? Why is the villain's face so flushed? Hee. I just sent a little gift to the author, and I witnessed this spectacular moment. Let me take a look. Wow. Shi Ning certainly delivered a blow that left Qin He stunned, terrified by the barrage of comments. Shi Ning quickly withdrew her hand and raised both arms in a gesture of surrender, exclaiming that her ankle hurt. Is the wicked female antagonist this adorable? raising her tiny hands in surrender. That was a swift surrender. Otherwise, she might find herself locked in the attic. How embarrassing. Shi Ning shut her eyes, unable to bear the spectacle any longer. Qin He, hearing her words, apathetically tucked his phone away. Shi Ning resolved to endure the pain and attempted to hop out of the elevator like a golden rooster standing alone. However, in the next moment, her body was suddenly lifted into the air by Qin He, the sensation of weightlessness prompting her to instinctively clutch his neck. As they exited the elevator, Shi Ning buried her face in Qin He's embrace, still blushing profusely.
Put me down,
she protested. Qin He responded with a nonchalant hum, loosening his grip slightly. Suddenly, she felt herself plummeting, causing her to grip his neck even tighter in fright. Qin He swiftly caught her again, a seductive sound escaping his throat. Oh, That sound was all too familiar, reminding Shi Ning of the previous night when Qin He had emitted that very noise, whether in restraint, in passion, or in eruption. The memory startled her, prompting her to release her hold around his neck. However, as soon as she did, her body slipped down from Qin He once more, compelling her to cling to him once again. Qin He halted, lowering his gaze to meet Shi Ning's, his eyes dark and penetrating. Was that intentional? His gaze intensified further. Be good. This isn't to the place. We should see a doctor first. Qin He, if you truly desire it. Let us head to the top-tier hospital room. The villain has been charmed by Shi Ning and can't help himself. The sun's out. Time to unfurl the umbrella. What a pity this isn't a flower market. Otherwise, an hour's worth of drama could have unfolded in the elevator just now. The antagonist is so cunning. He deliberately didn't hold Shi Ning securely, allowing her to cling to him, and yet he plays the victim. Let's head to the top-tier hospital room. It's not too late now. My room is waiting. Shi Ning glanced at the comments, feeling apprehensive. Let us go see the doctor. Qin He carried Shi Ning to the doctor. After an examination, the physician prescribed medication and advised her to rest her ankle for a few days, avoiding excessive walking. He further cautioned against intense physical activity, particularly squats, due to her prolonged inactivity. The doctor's advice was utterly reasonable. However, Shi Ning's cheeks flushed uncontrollably, and she shot an angry glance at Qin He. He resolved to allow her to perform fewer squats in the future, opting instead to engage in more push-ups. Shi Ning, without needing to look, was aware that the barrage of comments was wildly enthusiastic. Take care of the doctor and collect your medication, Qin He said as he embraced Shi Ning and left the hospital. At the entrance of the hospital, Shi Ning observed Qin He carrying Shi Ning into the car. Frowning, she questioned how Shi Ning permitted Qin He to embrace her in public. This was unacceptable. She felt compelled to inform Xin Shizhou. However, there was no urgency. She needed to visit Shi Guoqiang first. He had called her with a serious tone, requesting her presence at the hospital for an important matter. A demeanor she had never encountered before, filling her with unease. Chapter 16. Why did you deceive me? Shi Ning watched as the Maybach sped away, her confusion deepening at the thought of Shi Ning introducing Qin He to her uncle. Inside the hospital room, Shi Guoqiang held a freshly peeled apple in his hand, his face alight with excitement as he spoke to butler Zhao. Old Zhao, did you hear? Ning called me dad again. Not just once or twice, but constantly. I can't recall the last time I heard her call me that. And she's not getting a divorce anymore. I have not raised this daughter in vain. My illness hasn't been in vain either. Butler Zhao, feeling slightly overwhelmed, replied, Sir, you've been reminiscing for half an hour. Perhaps you should remember that the young lady is your wife's daughter. Shi Guoqiang shot him a look, as if to say he was tired of hearing this. Butler Zhao, not wanting to risk a salary deduction, quickly smiled and replied, Of course. Please continue. Thus, Shi Guoqiang began recounting once more how Shi Ning had called him dad. Outside the room, Shi Ning eavesdropped for a few minutes, realizing the conversation was repetitive. It was evident how delighted Shi Guoqiang was. Unable to contain herself any longer, she pushed the door open and entered with a sweet, obedient smile. Uncle, are you feeling better? Shi Guoqiang looked up to see Shi Ning holding a fruit basket, her demeanor charming and endearing. Qin Ning, you've come. Please sit. Shi Ning settled on the edge of the bed, initially intending to visit her uncle alongside her sister, but considering her uncle's poor appetite, she had taken the liberty of visiting the farm to pick some fresh fruit. I hope you don't mind my being late, uncle. Shi Guoqiang noted the freshness of the fruit, some still adorned with tender leaves, indicating it had just been harvested. How thoughtful of you. How could I possibly blame you? Concerned, Shi Ning inquired, Is there anywhere else you feel unwell? What did the doctor say? Have you had a full examination? This genuine concern momentarily left Shi Guoqiang feeling somewhat bashful about questioning her. However, when it came to his daughter, he was willing to set aside his pride. After a brief conversation, Shi Guoqiang addressed Shi Ning, who was preparing to wash the fruit. Qi Ning, the reason I asked you to come is that I have something to discuss with you. Please, don't busy yourself. Shi Ning sat back down, her expression obedient. Uncle, you could always call me directly if you have something to discuss. As long as it's concerning you, I will respond immediately. This made Shi Guoqiang feel a bit shy again, but he mustered the courage to ask, did Ning really tell you that if I disagreed with her divorce, she would resort to self-harm? Shi Ning was taken aback, not expecting such a question from Shi Guoqiang. What did Shi Ning say to him? Shi Ning has never had a good relationship with her uncle. For the past 3 years, they have been estranged, with her merely conveying messages to them. During this time, they have placed unwavering faith in her words. Shi Guoqiang believes that Shi Ning is self-destructive, lacking understanding of his intentions, and has become a rebellious daughter spoiled by her upbringing. Shi Ning, on the other hand, perceives Shi Guoqiang as excessively controlling, fixated solely on wealth, and a despicable father willing to sell his daughter for personal gain. Now he doubts her? Not having heard Shi Ning speak, Shi Guoqiang furrowed his brow and looked at her.
Ning?
Shi Ning, quick-witted, raised her head, her face flushed with embarrassment as she gazed apologetically at Shi Guoqiang. Uncle, I must confess, I deceived you. My sister did not say those things. In fact, she declared that she would not divorce Qin He Ye. Shi Guoqiang's previously gentle expression darkened instantly. Then why did you lie to me? You even made me ask her for 10 billion before she agreed to the divorce. Ruining our father-daughter relationship? Chapter 17. What are they doing? Shi Guoqiang began to doubt Shi Ning, his gaze turning sharp. Shi Ning, unhurried, explained, for 3 years, my sister has been insisting on a divorce, and suddenly, she claims she won't go through with it. It's quite abnormal, especially considering she is under Qin He Ye's coercion. Shi Guoqiang could not contain himself and interrupted, it's not coercion. Qin He Ye did not force Ning. He cleared his throat, his face reddening as he added, it was Ning who pressured He. Shi Ning was taken aback. Is it something to be proud of when a woman forces a man? This clearly shows that Shi Ning lacks self-respect. Shi Ning clenched her fists slightly, focusing on clarifying her previous deceit. That was not the crux of the matter. Rather, it was her sister's unusual behavior following the events that concerned her. I worry that my sister is pretending to be obedient, risking harm to uncle, and ultimately to herself. Which is why I lied to you. Shi Guoqiang remained skeptical. Is that truly the case? Are you not trying to sow discord between me and Ning? Shi Ning looked at Shi Guoqiang with shock, hurt evident in her eyes. Within moments, tears streamed down her cheeks. She quickly raised her hand to wipe them away, astonished that her uncle would think so poorly of her. Ning. Shi Ning forced a smile, interrupting him. It's all right, uncle. You need not feel embarrassed, I understand you. It must be due to my shortcomings that you think this way about me. Her words evoked a sense of guilt in Shi Guoqiang. I was merely inquiring. However, upon reflecting that if Shi Ning had not spoken to him, it could lead to misunderstandings between them, Shi Guoqiang's guilt dissipated. With a stern expression, he declared, you lied, and that is simply wrong. Therefore, I shall suspend your allowance for 3 months. Do you have any objections? Shi Guoqiang handed Shi Ning a diamond card, granting her a monthly allowance of 5 million to spend at her discretion. But to suddenly halt it now, what would happen to her expenses? Clearly, she was not his daughter, which justified such a decision. Noticing her palm bleeding, he inquired, how did you injure your hand? Observing her walk with a slight limp, he looked down to see her calf was also hurt, gripping her arm and demanding, how did you get hurt? Who bullied you? Shi Ning shook her head, insisting she had simply fallen. Shi Guoqiang maintained a stern demeanor, repeatedly questioning her. Shi Ning hesitantly spoke, explaining that it was her sister who had pushed her from the car, resulting in her injury. Is it Ning? Shi Guoqiang was taken aback. Shi Ning had always had a bad temper since childhood, yet she would not strike without reason. Shi nodded and then smiled, saying, sister must be in a bad mood. Please do not blame her, uncle. You should pay more attention to her. She has been quite unusual today. I fear that something akin to what happened 3 years ago might occur, which is why I lied to you. After speaking, Shi left. Shi Guoqiang still held onto the apple that Shi Ning had peeled, reluctant to eat it. He reminisced about 3 years ago when the Qin family had come to propose marriage. Shi Ning had adamantly refused, creating a ruckus for half a month, only to suddenly agree to the marriage, behaving most obediently. Yet, just 2 days later, Shi Ning had fled her wedding by climbing out of the third-floor window in the dead of night. In essence, if Shi Ning could not create a scene, she would act demurely, catching him off guard. Now, Shi Ning truly felt guilty. He looked up and asked Steward Zhao, "Have I misunderstood Ning? Should I not have suspended her allowance?" Steward Zhao replied, "When you discover a cockroach in your home, there are likely many more lurking about. The second young lady enjoys privileges that surpass even those of the eldest young lady. Moreover, since the arrival of the second young lady's family, your relationship with the eldest has deteriorated significantly. Besides, the money is yours. You earned it and can choose how to allocate it, so why should you feel guilty?" After some contemplation, Shi Ning conceded, though he valued familial bonds. He decided to suspend Ning's allowance for 3 months and promised to double the dividends for his younger brother at the year's end. Meanwhile, in the main bedroom of the Qin residence, the door was closed. Inside, the sounds of Shi Ning's whimpering filled the air. "Ah, it hurts. Qin He, be gentler. Please. Let go of me. I really don't want it anymore." In another room, Shi Ning sat on the sofa while Qin He positioned a small stool in front of her, resting her injured foot upon his lap. He poured a medicinal concoction to invigorate circulation and alleviate bruising, gently massaging her ankle, adjusting according to her reactions. When Shi Ning felt the pressure was too light and her ankle lacked sensation, she urged, "Qin He, apply more pressure. It's too gentle. I can't feel my ankle." He complied, increasing the pressure. Shi Ning let out a soft whimper. "Ah, that's too much. The position is wrong." Her voice, already melodious, took on a more delicate quality due to the pain, igniting Qin He's frustration. He had held back for quite some time, raising his gaze to meet hers. His eyes tinged with red, and hoarsely commanded, "Stop calling out." Shi Ning pouted in grievance, "If you don't apply the right pressure while massaging, how will I express whether it feels good or not? If you don't massage correctly, my foot will hurt even more, and you'll be responsible." Qin He's gaze deepened, and he tightened his grip slightly. His palm was warm, while the medicinal liquid was cool, and the pressure and positioning were just right. Shi Ning felt a wave of comfort at her ankle, her voice shifting to one of delight. "Yes, just there. Apply a bit more pressure. That feels wonderful." Qin He closed his eyes briefly, pressing his thin lips together as his distinctly defined Adam's apple moved up and down. "Shi Ning. Stop calling my name." Qin He exerted a slight pressure, threatening to cease his foot massage if she did not comply. Shi Ning gazed at him with wide, perplexed eyes, catching sight of the barrage of comments flooding the screen. What a pretentious villain. Clearly irritated, yet forbidding the female lead from calling out. It's been half an hour of massage. He should have finished by now. What a show-off. Look where he placed the female lead's foot. He's practically begging Shi Ning, like a little kitten kneading on him. The female lead's feet are truly exquisite, with delicate ankles, soft and fair. Even the models at my agency cannot compare. No wonder the villain is so enamored while applying the ointment. So, it's a foot massage. Author, you deceiver. Return my little gift. Little gift. Shi Ning. Remember, you are the venomous female lead. Do not seek redemption. You do not love Qin He. You despise him. Now, press down hard. Show him some color. What color? Red or yellow? Don't press too hard. It might please the villain. Just kick him over instead. Shi Ning's face flushed as she read the comments. What were these mischievous girls up to? She merely sprained her foot, and Qin He was simply helping her apply ointment and massage her feet. Yet, the comments made her unable to resist scrutinizing Qin He. His handsome face remained as frosty as ever, his deep, dark eyes devoid of emotion, resembling a male model from a high-end spa. Only his ears betrayed him, reddening like they had been boiled. Her gaze shifted downwards to her injured foot, resting on Qin He's thigh. The positioning of her foot was rather strategic. With the slightest movement, she could brush against his V-line or venture into forbidden territory. Deceiver. Return my little gift. Little gift. Little gift. As Shi Ning observed the comments demanding restitution, she looked back at the cold, indifferent Qin He. Fan debts must be repaid. With her hands cradling her face, she playfully called out, "Qin He." He remained aloof, responding with an indifferent, Do you think my feet are pretty?" Qin He lowered his gaze to her delicate feet resting on his lap, the nails painted a soft pink. His voice remained cool as he replied, "They're acceptable." Shi Ning's mischief intensified as she lightly pressed her foot against his abdominal muscles. "Then do you like them?" Chapter 19. Has the forced affection plot come early? The moment her foot pressed down, Qin He could not suppress a soft grunt. His ears flushed crimson, his handsome face still frosty as he grasped her ankle firmly. If you don't like it, stop moving. Hearing the icy tone of his voice, Shi Ning noticed his frown, his demeanor utterly indifferent. She furrowed her brow and slightly tilted her head to glance at the comments. His waist is arched high, his face nearly dripping with blood from blushing. Yet he coldly claims not to like it? He forbids Shi Ning from moving, fearing he might lose control and reveal his true nature. Worried that she might despise him? With such a frigid demeanor, the villain is truly all bark and no bite. No wonder he remains single. Behave. We are the wicked female supporting characters. Let's crush him directly. Shi Ning gently pressed her foot against Qin He's defined abdominal muscles, disregarding the barrage of comments. Through the delicate fabric of his clothing, she could feel the distinct firmness of his abs, rising and falling with his rhythmic breaths. The room was enveloped in silence, as if one could hear the rapid beating of Qin He's heart, almost bursting from his chest. Truly, does she not like this? Seeing him endure with an air of restraint, akin to a celestial deity who must not be desecrated, stirred her mischievousness even further. Her toes danced upon his abdomen, trampling playfully, as if to say, "Do not move." The delicate tips of her feet glided down to his belt, descending gently, and then with a soft press. Qin He bit his lip, emitting a soft hum. This sound was so enticing that it made Shi Ning's ears flush with warmth, yet she continued to tread lightly. Much like a kitten needing milk, Shi Ning could sense that Qin He's body was becoming increasingly taut, his ears turning ever redder. And even his neck bore a rosy hue. Nevertheless, his sharply defined handsome face remained aloof and restrained. Only the pressing of his thin lips betrayed the struggle within him. "Mr. Qin, do you truly not enjoy this?" As Shi Ning delicately lifted her toes, she gently pressed down with a touch more force. Just as she was about to step into the forbidden zone, Qin He suddenly grasped her ankle, his voice hoarse as he exclaimed, "Shi Ning, that's enough." Shi Ning glanced at him, his expression colder than ever. The corners of his eyes tinged with a fierce resolve, and his hoarse voice carried an edge of menace. She felt a sense of injustice. She was indifferent to the barrage of comments. Before Shi Ning could articulate her thoughts, Qin He Ye pounced upon her like a ravenous tiger, pinning her against the sofa. Yet, his large hand cradled the back of her head, ensuring she did not suffer any impact. As Shi Ning tilted her head upward, her lips brushed against Qin He Ye's cheek. With his hand firmly grasping her head, his thin lips hovered near her ear. His voice a chilling yet fervent whisper that echoed in her mind. "Shi Ning, do not play with fire. You cannot bear the consequences." The threatening words incited a sense of defiance within Shi Ning, prompting her to raise her hand and playfully trace circles upon his sturdy chest with her finger. "Qin He, we are husband and wife. This is neither an act of self-destruction nor a mere acceptance of consequences, but rather." Shi Ning deliberately shifted her lips closer to his, exhaling softly, fulfilling her conjugal duties. "Are you certain?" Qin He's voice was increasingly hoarse and restrained. "Of course." Before he could finish his sentence, Shi Ning lifted her gaze and saw the fierce blaze in Qin He's cold eyes, as if it could melt her away, merging her into one with him. It was too intense, too dangerously passionate. Shi Ning felt a surge of fear and hurriedly pushed him away, but it was futile. Qin He captured her lips in a kiss. They were somewhat cold, somewhat soft, and somewhat warm. He was serious. In a state of panic, Shi Ning frantically attempted to push Qin He away. However, her hands were effortlessly seized by him and raised above her head, immobilizing her. In response to her resistance, Qin He's kiss grew more fervent and domineering. The audience was utterly thrilled, expressing their excitement over the unexpected turn of events in the narrative where the formidable antagonist exerts his forceful affection towards the venomous female counterpart. I cannot hear the main antagonist weeping like a steaming kettle, yet I can hear the venomous female antagonist sobbing and pleading for mercy. Will the golden chains and handcuffs come into play? How exhilarating! Chapter 20. Biting and Cursing. The scene was set, evoking a sense of satisfaction as the vicious female antagonist was reduced to tears by the villain's cruelty. The thought of such a scenario sent shivers of exhilaration through me. With lace-eye masks in place, Shi Ning could envision Qin He as Shen Shizhou, creating an atmosphere that felt as if the three of them were living their lives to the fullest. Shi Ning found herself utterly enchanted by Qin He's kiss. The barrage of comments from viewers was sporadic, but upon reading one particular line, she could not contain herself. Who would want to fantasize about that scoundrel Shen Shizhou? Just mentioning his name made her feel nauseous. At that moment, invoking Qin He Ye was a sure way to shatter the mood. As Qin He's kiss trailed down to her collarbone, Shi Ning instinctively cried out, "No, not Qin He Ye."
Ouch.
A sudden bite on her neck elicited a sharp pang of pain, prompting her to slap Qin He across the face in retaliation, exclaiming, "Get away." The sound echoed in the now hushed atmosphere. Qin He halted his advances, resting one hand beside her, gazing down at her in silence. His eyes, dark and cold, bore a fierce intensity that seemed capable of tearing her apart in an instant. In that moment, Shi Ning envisioned the Qin He described in the comments, one who would imprison her in an attic, chaining her in a state of perpetual captivity, devoid of freedom. He would show her no respect, subjecting her to a relentless form of love. While readers might relish such dramatic narratives, she was the protagonist, and she yearned for liberation, not a life of constraint. Fear of this dark incarnation of Qin He washed over her, leading her to adopt a posture of submission. Pouting with indignation, Shi Ning whispered, "You bit me first, you dog. You've hurt me." Yet, Qin He remained silent, his gaze fixated on the tender skin of her neck, now marred by purplish bite marks. His eyes darkened further, radiating an ominous chill. Shi Ning felt an even greater sense of peril, her heart racing as her eyes began to glisten with tears. With a quivering voice, she confessed, "It hurts not only here, but there too." Her face flushed crimson as she turned away, unable to meet Qin He's piercing gaze. The pain lingered, a stark reminder of the torment she had endured the previous night. Qin He's gaze slid from her neck downwards, his eyes burning with an intensity that felt as if they could engulf her entirely. She was seized by fear, recalling how she had nearly succumbed to unconsciousness just the night before. Blinking rapidly, tears pooled in her eyes, spilling over, betraying her vulnerability. Qin He observed the tear that rolled down her cheek, capturing the essence of her fear. In a sudden movement, he rose and looked down at Shi Ning, who instinctively curled into herself, seeking refuge. As he adjusted his disheveled shirt, his voice sliced through the tension, icy and foreboding, "If you refuse to fulfill your obligations, do not provoke me." Men and women differ in their responses. Even without love, a man would not reject a woman who offers herself, and he would still react, still indulge. With that, Qin He turned on his heel and departed. Shi Ning, momentarily stunned, erupted in fury, hurling a cushion after him. "Qin He, you scoundrel! Get lost!" The cushion struck him in the back, causing him to pause momentarily, absorbing her furious tirade. With his gaze lowered, he continued his departure with purposeful strides, leaving Shi Ning seething in the wake of his retreat. She seized a cushion, tearing and beating it with fervor. As she struck the cushion, she hurled invectives at Qin He, calling him a scoundrel and a despicable wretch. Yet, this did little to alleviate her frustration. Shining her fingers over the bite mark on her neck, she lowered her head and bit into the cushion as if it were Qin He, exclaiming in exasperation at the thought of him responding to any woman who threw herself at him, as if she were merely a desperate suitor. Shining was on the verge of an explosion of anger. What? The passionate love story I anticipated has concluded so abruptly? Where is the abruptness? It merely involves a kiss. Though Qin He might convince himself otherwise, when she called out the name Qin He Ye, his heart shattered into 1,000 pieces. Indeed, as soon as Shining uttered Qin He Ye, Qin He must have wilted. Do not underestimate the formidable nature of a great antagonist. Just moments ago, Shining had ignited a fire within him. He certainly wouldn't have wilted, but rather retreated to the attic to resolve his urges. Hurry, Shining, go to the attic and give the great antagonist a thorough round of indulgence. It could very well revive the shattered hero within him. Come, let us wager. Will the antagonist retreat to the attic to satisfy his needs? Or will he clutch the shining doll, weeping like a kettle? The thought of Qin He hiding away, sobbing like a kettle, was undeniably amusing. In that instant, Shining's anger dissipated, replaced by intrigue. She resolved to sneak a peek at Qin He in the attic. Chapter 21. The Attic. Shining wiped her tears, set the cushion aside, and limped toward the attic. Along the way, the barrage of comments continued unabated. She ignored the remarks accusing her of being shameless for kissing Qin He while thinking of Qin He Ye, refusing to invite discomfort upon herself. I wager the antagonist will resolve his physiological needs alone. Losers must gift the author a token of affection. I bet the antagonist will be cradling the shining doll, weeping profusely. A cute sight indeed. Shining pondered over Qin He's persona. His visage was perpetually cold, forbidding, and domineering, exuding an aura of aloofness akin to a celestial being untouched by earthly concerns. Yet now, the comments revealed that Qin He had harbored an unspoken affection for her for a decade, shattering his heart with her mere utterance. Retreating beneath the covers to weep while clutching her doll, the disparity was overwhelming. She had to witness it with her own eyes. Driven by curiosity, she pressed on despite her aching foot, finally arriving at the attic. Only children choose one, but I desire both. I envision the antagonist cradling the shining doll, simultaneously fulfilling his needs while weeping. Who knows whether the doll Qin He commissioned is a plush toy or an inflatable? Upon reading this comment, Shi Ning nearly stumbled, almost losing her balance. Could it truly be so? Surely, Qin He was not that depraved. She stood at the threshold of the attic room. At the time of their marriage, the first thing Qin He said to her was that she could not enter the attic without his permission. For his affairs, Shi Ning had never cared, and thus for 3 years, she had never ventured into the attic. Now, gazing at the closed door, she found it hard to believe that Qin He was truly inside. How did the female antagonist get into the attic? She never came before. Is she suddenly here to catch her husband in the act? Is she here to catch her husband with his inflatable doll? How amusing. The vicious female antagonist bravely pushes the door open and tells the great villain, "You wouldn't want your wife to find out, would you?" I love seeing the villain locked in chains. Author. Come. Here is the keyboard, you can write the rest of the plot yourself. Shi Ning imagined the scene. The aloof and abstinent Qin He, confined by chains on the bed, pleading with her with tearful eyes. Just the thought sent a thrill through her, making her eyes sparkle with excitement. She pressed her face against the door, straining to hear any sounds from the attic. After listening for a while, she frowned. Why was it so silent? Was the soundproofing really that good? Unable to see or hear anything, disappointment washed over her. And she looked up at the barrage of comments. Wah, what is the villain doing? Everything is pixelated. I can't see anything. I'm generating power for love. I sent a small gift, and I saw it all. I went from blushing to pale yellow, quite indescribable. Don't hide the goods, please show us. Please explain. The suspense was tantalizing, and Shi Ning felt an urge to transform into a reader, wanting to see and hear everything clearly, just like the one who wants both, crying while holding the Shi Ning doll and resolving it himself. Shi Ning. Her comments were blocked, turning into stars. The disparity in treatment was striking. Too curious, she leaned against the door again, straining to catch any sounds from within. She heard nothing. However, based on the comments, she couldn't help but murmur to herself, "Yes, really with my doll, isn't all sticky and sweet." Suddenly, the door swung open, and Shi Ning stumbled in. Chapter 22. Forbidden Zone. Shi Ning fell into Qin He's embrace, her senses filled with his fresh, post-bath scent. A cold voice pierced the air. "What are you doing here?" His tone chilled. He reminded her that she was not permitted in the attic. The atmosphere around him turned frigid, and Shi Ning's mood soured instantly. She glared up at him, noticing his red-rimmed eyes, as if he had been crying. This momentarily stunned her. Quickly, she shouted at him angrily, "This is my home. Why can't I come here? Do I have a Forbidden Zone decree issued against me?" Qin He looked down at her, his gaze deep and serious, his tone heavy. "There are important secrets here. Are you planning to steal them?" His earnestness and stern expression made Shi Ning somewhat believe his words. Perhaps the attic concealed crucial secrets of the Qin Corporation. Stealing secrets was indeed a crime. The notorious antagonist possesses a remarkable talent for manipulation, particularly with the not entirely malevolent female supporting character, who finds herself surrounded by an array of clandestine artworks and personal items belonging to him. The notion that confidentiality equates to secrecy may not be entirely erroneous on his part. As for us, the malicious female counterpart, the act of thievery is undoubtedly a formidable endeavor, requiring the application of every conceivable skill, both verbal and physical. Shining with embarrassment, she swiftly pushed Qin He aside and retreated to the threshold of the room, declaring that she would refrain from entering if it involved such vital secrets. "Then, why did you come up here?" Qin He inquired with his characteristic indifference. The disappointment in his voice was palpable. The hidden 10-year-long infatuation must remain concealed. Qin He harbored a fear of discovery, worried that Shi Ning might glimpse his darker, more sinister side, a terrifying, deranged persona. He dreaded the thought of her perceiving him as a lurking, depraved figure in the shadows, leading her to despise and distance herself from him. Though curiosity flickered within her, Shi Ning hesitated to probe into the loft, particularly as her feelings for Qin He were still lukewarm and the trust between them was tenuous at best. She suspected he still held affections for Shin Shizhou. Without sufficient trust, she deemed it imprudent to invade the loft and unearth his secrets, which might ultimately compromise her freedom. Raising her gaze to Qin He, she attempted to clarify, "When you kissed me earlier, I called out for Shin." He interrupted her nonchalantly. "There's no need for explanation. I am indifferent. That kiss was merely a manifestation of primal desire. If you're unoccupied, you may leave now and refrain from visiting the loft in the future." What a stoic fade. My heart has shattered, yet he feigns indifference. A mere glance at my wife could yield a wealth of material for the evening, yet he remains utterly naive. Dear supporting character, we are unequivocally malevolent. Let us disregard him and take decisive action. 100 swift slaps could easily render his defiant mouth utterly incapacitated, followed by a disdainful declaration of divorce, ensuring he remains speechless, deserving of a solitary fate. Shi Ning felt a surge of temptation at the thought, considering it a splendid idea. She flexed her wrist, preparing to unleash her fury. This truly is an excellent plan. It would escalate our captivity of love to new heights, allowing us to indulge in sumptuous feasts. Shall we let the wife slap the antagonist's face? Surely that isn't a reward? A single strike would prompt him to clasp her hand and steal a few secret kisses, ensuring he remains awake all night in delight. In Chapter 23, a mere glance is enough to make one act like a loyal hound. Observing the increasingly twisted comments, Shi Ning quickly withdrew her hand, striving to maintain a semblance of normalcy with Qin He. Be it love or wealth, nothing surpasses the value of freedom. She lifted her gaze to Qin He, seeking any excuse. "I didn't come merely to explain. I'm quite hungry." Qin He furrowed his brow at her. "Hungry?" Shi Ning nodded vigorously. "Yes, very hungry." Finding her behavior somewhat peculiar, Qin He suggested, "If you're hungry, you should head downstairs and find Aunt Zhang. Dinner should be ready in the kitchen." "That indifferent visage of yours clearly conveys, 'Why seek me when you are hungry?'" Shi Ning felt a flicker of irritation and exclaimed, "I crave the noodles you prepare. Might I trouble the esteemed CEO to whip me up a bowl of noodles?" After her exasperated inquiry, she turned on her heel, limping away in a huff. Qin He paused for a moment, then strode forward decisively, lifting Shi Ning into his arms. "Speak kindly and refrain from sarcasm. Your foot is injured. Do not wander about recklessly." Descending the stairs was a challenge for her, as her foot ached. Shi Ning feigned a token struggle, grumbling in annoyance. "It's your fault for not speaking properly, perpetually wearing that sour expression, as if I owe you a fortune." Qin He gazed down at Shi Ning, her lips pouting, cheeks puffed in indignation, resembling a little goldfish. She was both adorable and spirited, a side of her he had never witnessed before. The corners of Qin He's mouth curled upward slightly, only to quickly return to composure. Shi Ning was taken aback. What did that signify? Had she truly incurred a debt to him? Not merely a few billion, but tens or even hundreds of billions. A debt that could never be repaid. Shi Ning blinked in confusion. How could she possibly owe Qin He such a sum? Had it been from a previous life? The wicked female antagonist's adorable demeanor is simply charming. Even when angry, her chubby cheeks are so pinch-worthy and kissable. How can she be so endearing? What thoughts could be swirling in that pretty head to elicit such a naive expression? Surely, she is mulling over the villain's claim of her indebtedness, insisting she owes him not a single cent. We're already on the expressway, and the malicious female antagonist is still stuck in her own delusions. Is it money she owes? Or her very life? Life is indeed precious. Haha. The wicked female antagonist is just too delightful. Nestled in Qin He's embrace, Shi Ning perused the barrage of comments. It didn't take long for her to grasp the context of the messages. Blushing, she buried her face deeper into his chest, ignoring the comments that could lead her astray. Qin He gently seated Shi Ning at the dining table, his gaze falling upon her injured foot. He solemnly instructed her to remain still and to call for the servants if she required anything. Shi Ning was genuinely hungry and her foot throbbed, so she nodded obediently. Qin He, finding her docility rare and charming, felt his spirits lift and his tone softened. "Do you only wish for noodles?" Upon hearing his gentle voice, Shi Ning widened her eyes in surprise. His voice could indeed be tender, not the cold, icy demeanor she had imagined. She had thought his words were forged in a freezer set to 30 degrees below zero. "What type of noodles would you like, Qin He?" Shi Ning was uncertain, merely voicing her thoughts on a whim, and thus contemplated. The comments swirled past her once more. Of course, the kind below. Shi Ning had begun to acclimate to the vivid comments and chose to disregard them entirely. She looked up at Qin He, offering a sweet smile. Any noodles will suffice, as long as you prepare them. I relish all that you make. He had harbored feelings for her for a decade. It was only right for her to offer a morsel of sweetness to stave off future entrapment in love. Listening to her words, Qin He's entire body stiffened, and he couldn't help but let a smile blossom on his lips. All right, wait for me. With that, he turned and swiftly made his way into the kitchen. Chapter 24. Caught in a smile, Qin He entered the kitchen while Shi Ning sat in the dining area, engrossed in a renovation game as she awaited dinner. Aunt Zhang and the maid soon emerged, casting furtive glances at Shi Ning and whispering among themselves. Does the gentleman know how to cook? I hope he doesn't tea-burn the kitchen down. Did Miss Shi intentionally ask him to cook? Is she planning to find a reason to dismiss us? Miss Shi doesn't tea like him. She must be looking to create trouble. They whispered, but their voices were far from quiet. Shi Ning caught wind of their conversation, completed a synthesis task, and then looked up at them. I recall Xiao Fin was catching bugs in the garden, right? She wouldn't be so cruel as to dismiss someone for entering with their left foot first. She is quite kind-hearted. Today, when the young nurse tried to intimidate her, she merely threatened and didn't let Qin He dismiss her, nor did she file a complaint. Aunt Zhang and the maid jumped in surprise, their bodies trembling. Miss Shi hasn't forgotten. She has dismissed so many of us that it's hard to keep track. Those who came in were all referred to as Aunt Zhang. Shi Ning nodded and then looked at them, saying, from now on, please refer to me as young mistress or Mrs. Qin. Aunt Zhang and the maid stared at Shi Ning as if struck by lightning. They exchanged glances, silently questioning whether Shi Ning had lost her mind or if they were merely imagining things. Eventually, they lowered their heads in acknowledgement and hurriedly left the contentious space. Shi Ning paid little mind to their thoughts. She was intent on ensuring Qin He believed in her fully. The change in how the servants addressed her was merely the beginning. Your noodles are ready, came Qin He's voice. She looked toward the kitchen and beheld him, elegantly clad in an apron, pushing a dining cart toward her. She was somewhat speechless. Did he really need a cart to bring out a bowl of noodles? One might think she was dining at a five-star hotel. Qin He positioned the cart beside the table, having prepared several kinds of noodles due to the abundance of ingredients in the kitchen. Choose which bowl you would like. He placed the bowls of noodles on the table. Plain noodles, pork rib noodles, seafood noodles, braised noodles, hot and sour noodles, and instant noodles. Shi Ning gazed in astonishment at the steaming bowls before her. Qin He, noticing her silence, stiffened slightly and frowned. You don't like any of them? Shi Ning replied. I do like them, it just seems a bit excessive. I only wanted a single bowl of noodles. There was no need to prepare so many, especially with different flavors. Qin He maintained a cold demeanor, appearing indifferent. It wasn't tea specifically for you. There were too many ingredients in the kitchen, so I simply cooked a bit more. He passed the chopsticks to Shi Ning, urging her to eat quickly before the noodles turned mushy. Try each bowl and see which flavors you prefer. Observing his indifferent demeanor, Shi Ning felt as if the meal had been prepared casually, rather than with any special intent for her. The thought crossed her mind that a novice cook should be eager to showcase their skills. And yet the so-called villain showed no signs of embarrassment while being less than truthful. Were it not for his concern about Shi Ning going hungry, he might have attempted to prepare an extravagant feast for what were merely 7 or 8 bowls of noodles. This was the first time the antagonist had cooked noodles for his wife, and he was anxious that she might not be satisfied. His seemingly cold demeanor belied the tension in his hands, which fidgeted in his pockets as if they might wear through the fabric. Don't just focus on eating. Cruel female counterpart. Offer some feedback to the villain, or he might just end up cracking eggs. As Shi Ning took her first mouthful of the delicate noodles, she glanced up at Qin He, who stood before her with an air of aloofness, his hands tucked in his pockets, subtly fidgeting. Was he truly so anxious that he was wearing through his trousers? Her gaze fell upon his deep, dark eyes, which were fixed on her with an intensity reminiscent of a puppy seeking praise. With that thought in mind, she decided to compliment him. Setting down her chopsticks, she looked up at Qin He with sparkling eyes. Qin He, you are truly remarkable. You have transformed simple ingredients into this delicious bowl of noodles. Have you trained as a chef and earned a gold medal for your skills? His dark eyes began to glimmer with a hint of pride, soon shining brightly as if filled with the vastness of the cosmos. He longed to return to the kitchen and prepare an elaborate banquet for Shi Ning. A rare blush crept onto his usually stoic face, and despite his efforts to suppress a smile, his lips betrayed him, curving upwards. I haven't trained. This is my first time cooking, he admitted. Shi Ning gasped in awe, her admiration for him growing even more. Is this really your first time? I can't believe it. You're even more impressive than a gold medal chef. Qin He Ye's smile persisted, his tone imbued with a hint of joy, though he sought to downplay it. As Shi Ning continued to eat, she praised him. You are truly extraordinary. Are you adept at everything you try? Do you learn quickly? Creating something exceptional even on your first attempt? The comments from the audience were rife with amusement, noting how her flattery seemed to render the villain into a lovesick fool, his intelligence visibly diminishing. Laughter erupted at the sight of the villain, unable to contain his joy, his lips curling uncontrollably. Still smiling. The turn of fate may soon catch up with you. They teased. Oh, how sweet it is now, but beware of the impending sharpness. Qin He Ye regarded Shi Ning with a shadowy gaze. Not necessarily.
Huh?
She replied, surprised. Not everything is better when done quickly. Before she could encourage him to accept the compliment, the comments flashed across her screen again. The villain is alluding to last night's embarrassing incident. The wheels of fate have rolled over my face, and the female counterpart is adorably oblivious. Indeed, the villain was quite dissatisfied with his first experience last night, leading to a series of slow, deliberate actions that left both him and the female counterpart dizzy with pleasure. Shi Ning is Ex-fiancé. She quickly averted her gaze from the comments and focused on her meal. Once she had eaten her fill, she set down her chopsticks, her tone turning serious as she called out, Qin He Ye. Her voice carried a weight of gravity that demanded his attention. The corners of Qin He Ye's mouth, which had been raised high, instantly fell, and he emanated an aura of chilling detachment. He set down his chopsticks, rose to his feet, and declared, I am full now. I have a meeting to attend. I shall retire to my study. The once sweet atmosphere had inexplicably morphed into something peculiar and slightly ominous. Shi Ning's expression grew serious and solemn. Such gravity was only seen when discussions of divorce arose. Was she about to bring up divorce again? The antagonistic female character had so sweetly captivated her attention these past few days that she had almost forgotten their role as mere side characters in a forced romantic plot. How cruel the female antagonist was. One moment, she was lavishing praise upon the chief villain, and the next, she was suggesting divorce, leaving the villain to weep as if he were a boiling kettle. Chapter 25. Those who are favored are fearless. The chief villain was utterly heartbroken. Why didn't the female antagonist come for him? Shi Ning glanced at the barrage of comments, then looked at Qin He Ye, who was striding away, leaving only his silhouette behind. He moved with such urgency, as if pursued by a beast, showing no inclination to soothe him. In fact, she was curious to witness how the so-called villain, Qin He Ye, could weep like a kettle. Shi Ning, exasperated, turned to Aunt Zhang, her face evidently inscribed with the intent to divorce. Aunt Zhang paused momentarily before realizing Shi Ning was inquiring about her. Shi Ning pouted, questioning why Qin He Ye bore such an expression of a wife about to flee. Aunt Zhang muttered softly, Is it not because you have caused a stir over divorce for 3 years, while consistently allowing Shinshizhou to stay, even providing him with a room? Shi Ning heard this and felt speechless. The author must have lost their mind. Why construct such a foolish and wicked character for her? Qin He Ye was 100 times better than Shinshizhou. In terms of wealth, power, appearance, physique, and character, he surpassed Shinshizhou by leaps and bounds. Why would she not love a man of such refined qualities, instead choosing to adore the scoundrel Shinshizhou? And to have a designated room for him at her husband's house? This was even more absurd than those rebirth novels where friends or sisters are given rooms to seduce their own husbands. The most outrageous part was that Qin He Ye had actually consented to it. Did he wish for the 3 of them to live harmoniously together? Truly, the world had gone awry. Exhausted from her lamentations, Shi Ning commanded, You all go and tidy up Shinshizhou's room. Dispose of everything inside. Aunt Zhang was taken aback for a moment, then comprehended the directive. The servants began to clear the dining table. Shi Ning glanced at the comments, which were abuzz with claims that Qin He Ye was silently weeping in his study while reviewing documents, working tirelessly to earn money for his wife. She doubted the authenticity of these comments. Qin He Ye could not possibly be so sentimental. Shi Ning dialed Qin He Ye's number. He answered in an instant. His deep, husky voice resonated in her ear. Is there something? Well. Shi Ning feigned innocence. My foot hurts. I need you to come down and carry me. I am in a meeting. Have the servants bring a wheelchair to assist you upstairs.
Oh.
Qin He Ye assumed Shi Ning had hung up and placed his phone against the table. However, She had not ended the call. They remained connected. And Shi Ning could hear the rustling of documents as Qin He spoke intermittently about work matters. It seemed he was still engaged in an unfinished meeting from the afternoon. After 2 minutes, the call remained active. For the past 3 years, she had always been the one to initiate contact with Qin He, and he would answer without hesitation. When Qin He called her, she hung up instantly. After a second attempt, she swiftly blocked him. Moreover, each time they spoke, it was always she who ended the call. Shi Ning stared at her phone's call interface, and after a couple of minutes, she raised an eyebrow. Could it be that if I don't hang up, Qin He won't either? Driven by this curiosity, Shi Ning refrained from disconnecting the call, switching to the background to launch a synthesis game, continuing to play. Half an hour later, her energy depleted, yet the call persisted. Growing weary of the synthesis game, she switched to a match-3 game and then indulged in some short dramas. As her phone battery dwindled, she instructed a servant to fetch her a power bank, resuming her gaming. However, the servants had already clocked out. Bored, Shi Ning finally set her phone down, glancing at the call interface, which displayed a staggering 150 minutes of conversation. Such a lengthy call without ending? Perhaps she should eavesdrop to see if Qin He was silently weeping, like a steam kettle boiling over. Shi Ning activated the speakerphone, and Qin He's deep, rich, coldly alluring voice resonated through the device. He spoke of a core technical bottleneck, stressing the importance of hiring high-priced experts rather than settling for mediocrity. Even through the phone, Shi Ning could sense the tense and oppressive atmosphere of the meeting, picturing the person across the computer sweating under the weight of his commanding presence. Qin He's earnest demeanor while working must be quite handsome, she mused, when suddenly she heard his frosty, surprised voice. You haven't hung up? Having vented his frustration, Qin He glanced at his phone, only to discover Shi Ning had not ended the call. This was unprecedented. Unlike before, when she would promptly hang up after issuing commands, often within a minute. Shi Ning ungrateful. Qin He surveyed the computer meeting, noting that all the executives were wide-eyed, astonished that he was still on the call. With a cold glance, he signaled them to return to their documents, and they hastily resumed taking notes. He asked Shi Ning succinctly, "Is there something you need?" Looking down at her feet, Shi Ning replied, "Yes and no." Qin He frowned and pressed for the matter at hand. His voice was icy, provoking Shi Ning's annoyance. "Nothing," she declared, abruptly hanging up. Qin He stared at the screen displaying the end of the call, feeling that this was indeed the true Shi Ning. With her little temper flaring brightly, Shi Ning was genuinely angry at Qin He. If he couldn't speak nicely, he would be blocked. In a fit of rage, Shi Ning promptly blocked Qin He Ye. Shi Ning is so perplexing. She gets angry and blocks the main antagonist just like that? The main antagonist is in an important meeting, caught off guard, and she gets upset instead. This is quite enough. Poor main antagonist, whose heart is shattered to pieces by the scheming supporting character, yet must patch himself up to appease her. Just moments ago, how sweetly he told the executives, "My wife is upset. I need to soothe her." Now, one can't help but feel pity for him. Shi Ning, this malicious supporting character, relies on the main antagonist's favoritism, acting without fear. Can't she just comfort him? His heart is broken into heroic fragments. As she gazed at the barrage of comments, Shi Ning pouted and hummed, fully aware of Qin He's sorrow. Yet, she felt no inclination to console him. After all, he had harbored a secret admiration for her for a decade, remaining silent and icy in their conversations. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Shi Ning scoffed. What nonsense. He was far inferior to Shi, who at least sweet-talked her when he sought to use her. Perhaps it was best to divorce Qin He without a second thought. She refused to believe otherwise. Descending the spiral staircase, the chilling, almost wrathful voice of Qin He pierced through the air. Shi Ning. In an instant, Shi Ning's mind went blank. The barrage erupted in excitement. Oh, the villain has heard. The attic is about to open. Let us use the 19-karat gold chain. The female character is so cheap. She knows Shi is exploiting her, yet seems quite pleased with it. Qin He looks terrifying, exuding an aura of impending darkness. Shi Ning cannot escape this time. Her legs might just break. Chapter 26, A Hug from Hubby. Shi Ning is nothing but a shameless woman. Shi doesn't love her, yet she relentlessly pursues him. Ignoring a good man like Qin He, she deserves a miserable ending. Shi Ning. She refuted the barrage's accusation of her shamelessness. What is the point of raising a dog if it offers no emotional value? Besides, what is wrong with being foolishly in love? Everyone has been young. Infatuated with a scoundrel, oblivious to the consequences, yearning merely for the experience. Why is it that she is condemned instead of the scoundrel? Why must she return Qin He's affection simply because he loves her? Shi Ning's fragile heart, stung by the barrage's insults, welled up with tears. Yet, she could not dwell on it for long. Qin He descended the stairs, step by step. His face, cold as ice, and his ominous aura truly resembled that of the Grim Reaper, coupled with the barrage, which insinuated he would imprison her, chain her, and subject her to endless torment. A sense of dread enveloped her. Qin He, don't come any closer. Shi Ning, frightened, leapt to her feet and fled. However, after sitting for 3 hours, her legs were numb, and her body crumpled to the ground. She was on the verge of crashing into the corner of the dining table when Qin He extended his long arm, effortlessly catching her in his embrace. Be careful. Don't touch me. Shi Ning instinctively pushed him away, only to find herself plopping back onto the chair. Qin He stumbled back a couple steps, his gaze darkening as he regarded the disdainful Shi Ning. Feeling the intensity of his wrath, Shi Ning recalled the barrage, and her fear intensified. She curled up slightly, looking up at Qin He with a pitiful expression. Please don't be angry with me. Qin He remained silent, his brows knitted tightly as he observed Shi Ning. She found him even more intimidating now, biting her lip as she gently tugged at his sleeve, swaying it softly. In a meek tone, she admitted, I was just upset. I waited for you for 3 hours, and when you didn't come to embrace me, I stubbornly refused to let you touch me. He was so frightening. To avoid the fate of being imprisoned or harmed by the protagonists, she decided to placate him instead. Qin He looked down at his sleeve, which Shi Ning held gently, swaying it. This was indeed the first time she had acted so coyly with him. His icy visage softened. Aren't you going to have the servant assist you upstairs? Shi Ning gazed at him with longing, pouting playfully, yearning for his embrace. If I have a husband, why should I marry one? 3 years had passed. This was Shi Ning's first time addressing Qin He as her husband. Qin He's body stiffened, his gaze deepening as he looked down at Shi Ning. Husband? Shi Ning nodded vigorously, then opened her arms towards him. Husband, hug me. Her voice was sweet and delicate, the term husband dripping like honey, filling Qin He with an intoxicating warmth. He bent down, lifting Shi Ning effortlessly into his arms. She obediently wrapped her arms around his neck. Wait, did Shi Ning just call Qin He her husband? How did the story shift? It's become so sweet. The antagonist is utterly smitten. Moments ago he was furious enough to kill, yet now, a single utterance of husband has him smiling like the sun. The antagonist has always held deep affection for the female lead. Even before she called him husband, he would willingly lay down his life for her. Now that she has, he would give her not just this life, but 10 lifetimes. What is wrong with me? Why am I fixated on the obsessive love between the villain and the malicious female lead? Isn't this sweet romance delightful? In truth, Qin He has always respected Shi Ning. For 3 years of marriage, he has never forced her into anything, accommodating her every wish except for divorce. When she wanted to leave a room for Shin Shizhou, allowing him to be with Shi Ning without obstruction, he readily agreed. Even when Shi Ning contemplated ending his life, he willingly faced death for just a hug. His love is so humbly profound, it leaves me unsettled. Shi Ning observed the barrage of comments, then looked up at Qin He's stern, chiseled jawline, exuding an air of aloofness that commanded respect. She found it unfathomable that such a noble man could love her so humbly. Qin He carried Shi Ning into the bedroom, gently placing her on the bed. He stood before her, instructing, in the future, if you need something, just call. I will answer. I did, Shi Ning pouted, feeling aggrieved over their 3-hour conversation. Qin He pressed his temples. I apologize. I thought you had hung up. He had assumed she was merely speaking casually, after all. The past Shi Ning had found him insufferable, let alone ask for his embrace. He looked at her and said, in the future, just command me. If once is not enough, then twice will do. Understood? Command him. The king of the business world? Who would dare? Yet, Shi Ning nodded obediently. Qin He knelt down, inspecting her ankle to ensure it was uninjured before feeling at ease. He glanced at his watch. It was getting late. Time for bed.
With that,
He turned to leave. However, his sleeve was gently tugged by Shi Ning once more. Qin He looked down at her small hand before meeting her gaze. Is there something else? I haven't showered yet. Shi Ning's cheeks flushed, unable to meet Qin He's eyes, focusing instead on his long, strong fingers. Shyly, she made her request. Not a request, but a direct command. You help me wash. Chapter 27. What transpired? Shi Ning. Qin He leaned forward, his hands resting on either side of Shi Ning's bed, inching closer. Shi Ning was suddenly enveloped in his embrace, her body leaning back ever so slightly. Yet, his intense aura still enveloped her. She felt as if she were on the verge of being pinned to the bed. In his dark eyes, she saw a consuming flame, fraught with danger. In a flurry of panic, she raised her hand to his chest, halting his advance. What are you doing? It was only then that Qin He paused, lowering his gaze to her with a depth that seemed to pierce through her. In a hushed voice, he asked, Do you understand what it means to have a man bathe you? I do. Shi Ning felt as if his gaze were devouring her, and she dared not meet it. Turning her head, her cheeks aflame, she whispered, After all, we are husband and wife, so, it's merely fulfilling our marital duties. The corners of Qin He's eyes turned red, his Adam's apple bobbing as he questioned, Are you certain this is what you desire? A girl should maintain her modesty. Shi Ning had no such reservations, yet was flushed with embarrassment, her annoyance prompting her to clutch Qin He's chest tightly. This small gesture, akin to a tickle, elicited a soft sound from him. Was she truly teasing him? Mortified yet indignant, she shot him a glare. Qin He observed her, saying, You may not fear being confined for 7 days, but I worry for me Qing's well-being. Qin He, Shi Ning exclaimed, furiously striking his chest with her fist. I have no desire to sleep with you. I simply have a habit of bathing daily. Qin He chuckled softly, lifting her effortlessly and turning towards the bathroom. Shi Ning, still fuming, pounded his chest again, insisting, Put me down. I don't want you to bathe me. I would rather. She had intended to spitefully suggest that she would rather have Shinshizhou do it, but realized that such words would infuriate Qin He and disgust herself. No way, she amended. I'd rather not have you touch me at all. Qin He allowed her to strike him, carrying her into the bathroom. After surveying the space, he placed her on the sink's edge. Wait here for me, he instructed before stepping out. What is he up to? Shi Ning pondered, watching him leave. He then spread a towel on the floor and set a plastic stool atop it. Finally, he returned to her, gently setting her on the small pink stool. Qin He adjusted the shower head, ensuring the water temperature was just right, and said, Sit here while I bathe. You one tea slip. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Shi Ning replied, appreciating the newfound bathing position that allowed her to sit. Qin He handed her the shower head, his gaze deep and earnest. You are worth it, he stated before exiting once more. Once again, she was left bewildered. Bring me my pajamas, Shi Ning called after him, her cheeks heating up as she added, and my underwear from the left cabinet. Before long, Qin He returned with her pajamas, his fingers holding the requested undergarments, white with little bunnies. Looking at her, he remarked, This is quite different from your style last night. Last night's style had been black, lace, and sheer. That was not the style Shi Ning preferred. It was uncomfortable and stifling. However, she always thought that if she were swept away by Shinshizhou, the bunny design would be inappropriate, so she wore it regardless.
Now,
Confronted with this topic, Shi Ning felt foolish and enraged. Get out. If you need anything, call me. I'll be waiting outside. Qin He cast her a lingering glance before closing the door behind him. Shining at the frosted glass of the bathroom door, Shi Ning observed the silhouette of Qin He leaning against the frame. It was evident that he was engaged in a phone call, the sound of his work-related conversation resonating softly through the door. His presence, both visual and auditory, reassured her of his existence. This was merely a precaution to ensure that she could call him should she happen to slip while bathing. Strangely, Shi Ning felt an inexplicable sense of security. As she disrobed and settled into her bath, steam enveloped her, carrying with it a cascade of comments across the screen. Wow, Shi Ning's figure is absolutely stunning. She's gorgeous, a perfect 9-head model, with fair skin, like a work of art. Oh my, how adorable. Being straight is tough. I need some herbal medicine to turn me gay. I'd bend at a full 360 degrees for beauty. Shi Ning gasped. Could the comments be a bit more restrained? Why was that censored? But it certainly fuels the imagination. My affection deepens, imagining a tongue as large as the underworld. No wonder Qin He adores Shi Ning so fiercely. With such breathtaking beauty and an exquisite figure, I'd gladly perish beneath the peony blossoms, even in death. I'd remain charming. Shi Ning even took the initiative to ask Qin He to bathe her, and he actually declined? To turn down such beauty? That contradicts his persona of confinement and forced affection. Qin He has always shown great respect for Shi Ning. Over 3 years, he hasn't laid a finger on her. Even last night, it was Shi Ning who compelled him, and he simply couldn't resist. Did Qin He truly believe that Shi Ning's boldness in offering herself was a ploy to divorce him, to leak secrets to Shi? Shi Ning frowned at the thought. Did Qin He truly perceive her that way? As it turned out, he wasn't entirely mistaken. Shi Ning had indeed crafted an image of a woman willing to betray her husband for Shi, a character that was both foolish and malevolent, cloaked in beauty. Shi Ning pouted in silent exasperation. Fine, if that's how the characters were written, she might have acted in such a manner before the barrage of comments, destined to fulfill a role that accentuated the tragic lives of the protagonists. However, now that the comments had foretold her fate, she resolved not to adhere to that archetype. She was determined to alter her life's course. Isn't it curious that despite Qin He's profound respect for Shi Ning, preferring to handle her clothing rather than touch her, how did their relationship devolve into confinement and forced affection? What transpired in between? Shi Ning found herself intrigued. After perusing the comments for quite some time, clarity remained elusive. After all, she and Qin He were merely side characters intended to highlight the main protagonists, with little narrative elaboration. After finishing her dinner, Shi Ning sat in the living room, savoring potato chips while watching an animated series. Suddenly, the phone rang. Upon answering, she was greeted by the melodious voice of Mu Tian, who naturally possessed a playful charm.
Ning.
You haven't come out to play with me for 7 days. Is there no love left for me, your sweetheart? Mu Tian had been Shi Ning's close friend since childhood. Glancing at her feet, Shi Ning recalled that her husband had forbade her from going out, so she had been quite obedient these past few days. It had been a week since she had sprained her ankle. With Qin He working from home, wherever she wished to go, she simply had to call for him, and he would carry her. Today, my foot has healed, and I can walk without pain. So Qin He finally went to the company. What? Mu Tian exclaimed in shock. Are you saying your husband doesn't allow you to go out?
Yes.
Your husband is Shi? Chapter 28. Disdain for my saliva? The mere mention of Shi's name filled Shi Ning with irritation.
No.
Then who is it? It's Qin He. Shi Ning responded with exasperation. We have been married for 3 years, with a marriage certificate issued by the state. Mu Tian, of course, knew that Qin He was Shi Ning's husband on the marriage certificate. However, hearing Shi Ning acknowledge Qin He as her husband for the first time, and that he was so obedient as to not let her go out, was more shocking than seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Mu Tian's voice cracked again. Did you have a fight with Shi? I'm beginning to suspect you aren't my little Ning Ning anymore. Let's meet at the Dihua Club to talk. Shi Ning pondered for a moment. She had been drugged at the Dihua Club last time, and still hadn't discovered who was responsible. Mu Tian had also been present at that gathering. Shi Ning did not refuse. All right, let us invite the other friends too. After hanging up, Shi Ning thought for a moment and called Qin He. He answered immediately. Qin He, I want to go to the Dihua Club, Shi Ning stated directly. Qin He frowned and firmly refused. No. After a pause, he added softly, your foot has just recovered. Don't run around. I'm fine now. I can walk without any issues. Shi Ning flexed her ankle. I was fine 2 days ago. It was Qin He who insisted I rest for a few more days since it was just a minor sprain, nothing serious.
Qin He still refused no.
Shi Ning huffed in irritation. Qin He, I'm merely informing you, not asking for your opinion. Qin He fell silent for a moment before responding casually. Is that so? The moment he spoke, Shi Ning felt an immense pressure coming from the other end of the phone. She fell silent, looking at the comments on the screen. Recently, Shi Ning has been treating Qin He well, and the antagonist has also become assertive. I love seeing him domineering like this. This is the true nature of my antagonist. It's not that he's just now becoming assertive. Qin He has always been this way, overbearing and cold-hearted. However, he has always shown respect and tenderness towards Shi Ning. This gentle side is his true character. Shi Ning is the one who celebrated her divorce at the Dihua Club last time and was drugged. As long as he still desires his wife, he will definitely not agree to Shi Ning going out. In front of Shi Ning, the seemingly unyielding antagonist is quite agreeable, as long as she knows how to act cute. Not only can she go to the Dihua Club, but she'd have him building rockets to the moon. Shi Ning looked at the comments, once again astonished by Qin He's complex nature. His reticence often led to misunderstandings. Did she really need to act cute just to go out? In truth, with her personality, She had never required Qin He's permission, but providing him with a sense of security was undoubtedly wise. There was silence on the other end of the line before Qin He's ambiguous voice returned.
Could you repeat that?
Shi Ning was puzzled by the meaning behind Qin He's words and looked at the comments once more. I find myself in fits of laughter. How can the arch-villain be so utterly endearing? When the female supporting character affectionately calls him husband, it seems to elevate him to the heavens. Even more charming is his frantic attempt to activate the speaker. After all, he is engaged in a serious discussion regarding collaboration. The very act of turning on the speaker appears to be a boastful display of his marital status. I am utterly captivated. The female supporting character, in her need for profound affection, resonates perfectly with Qin He. It has become clear to Shi Ning that this brooding gentleman desires her to call him husband once more. How simple it would be to articulate that wish directly. Instead, he leaves her pondering whether she has uttered something amiss, inadvertently striking a nerve. Thankfully, the barrage of comments provides insight into his thoughts. Otherwise, she would be completely at a loss. With a voice even softer and sweeter, Shi Ning calls out husband. Elated, she announces, I shall take my leave now. Goodbye, followed by a playful kiss sound as she joyfully ends the call. Qin He gazes at his phone, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The project manager across from him is taken aback. The famed iceberg president, Qin He, is smiling, as if the glacier has begun to thaw. The bond between Mr. Qin and Mrs. Qin is truly enviable. With a low, affirming hum, Qin He signals the signing of the contract.
Huh.
The project manager momentarily falters, joyfully presenting the contract and pen to Qin He. Excellent, please sign here and here. The contract is swiftly completed. The project manager watches Qin He's departing figure, lost in thought for quite some time. How is it that a contract that had eluded them for 3 months was so effortlessly signed? From now on, anyone who claims Mr. Qin is difficult to approach will surely face her disagreement. At the Dihua Club, Shi Ning heads directly to their usual private room, 999. Just as she settles in, the door swings open. Entering with cascading waves of hair, clad in a form-fitting crop top and sky-high heels, the sultry Queen Mu Tiantian appears at the entrance.
Sweet.
Just as Shi Ning is about to call out to Mu Tiantian, she catches a glimpse of Shi Ning, then retreats. Shi Ning is perplexed.
Moments later, Mu Tiantian re-enters.
Double-checking the room number, 999 is indeed correct. She scrutinizes Shi Ning and questions, Beautiful lady, have you wandered into the wrong room? Without hesitation, Shi Ning grabs a cherry tomato from the table and hurls it at Mu Tiantian, exclaiming, Are we not sisters? How can your eyesight be so poor as to not recognize me? Mu Tiantian deftly catches the tomato and rushes toward Shi Ning, embracing her and playfully smothering her with affection.
Ah.
My Ning Ning darling. I'm so sorry, I didn't recognize you. Mu Tiantian cradles Shi Ning's face and plants kisses on her cheeks. Wow, Mu Tiantian's name and voice are so sweet, yet she looks so different in person. I imagined her to be a petite, cherubic girl, but she turns out to be a graceful goddess. She is truly magnificent. So beautiful. I wish to be close to this enchanting sister and experience her affectionate embrace. I would even be willing to be suffocated in her presence. Shi Ning has grown accustomed to the stark contrast between Mu Tiantian's persona and her name. She is aloof yet warmly affectionate toward her. The fervor of Mu Tiantian's affection is almost overwhelming. Please, no more kisses. My face is covered in your drool. Mu Tiantian relents, gradling Shi Ning's fote. Examining her closely and noticing that she has merely applied lipstick without any additional makeup. Occasionally, without any makeup, what harm is there in stealing a couple of kisses? Do you truly find my saliva displeasing? Her dangerous, narrowed eyes questioned. Have you grown bolder? Shi Ning leaned in closer, offering her left cheek.
No.
Your Majesty deserves equal affection on both sides. Mu Tiantian, unabashed, planted another kiss. The two engaged in playful banter for a while. Shi Ning firmly believed that this playful Mu Tiantian could never betray her. Shi Ning, with her cool and aloof demeanor, was, in truth, a tender-hearted girl who adored affectionate gestures. She was perfectly matched with Mu Tiantian, who relished cuddling soft girls. The narrative had evolved. It was now a monogamous union, with the antagonist as the husband and Mu Tiantian as the wife, an exquisite arrangement. Chapter 29, Discovering the One Who Betrayed Her. Shi Ning observed the barrage of comments. She had always known that Mu Tiantian, who had grown up protecting her, would never turn against her. However, Was it possible that Mute Tian Tian had been deceived by a scoundrel and suffered in Myanmar to rescue her? Shi Ning inquired earnestly, "Are you in a relationship?" "When? Am I not dating?" Mute Tian Tian replied, holding her phone. "Soon you'll be dating too. I've already selected some for you. They all bear a resemblance to Qin He Ye and will surely charm you sweetly." Mute Tian Tian had a penchant for male models but had never experienced a serious relationship. Shi Ning noted that the comments did not reveal who Mute Tian Tian might be dating, suggesting she had yet to encounter a rogue. "If you find someone you like, you must bring them before me. I must approve before you can date." Furthermore, Shi Ning stated solemnly, "Do not mention Qin He Ye again. It makes my skin crawl. I am a married woman and must uphold my marital virtues." Mute Tian Tian gazed at Shi Ning with wide eyes, observing her for a moment before placing her hand on Shi Ning's forehead and then her own. "You're not feverish. Your mind isn't muddled. Why speak such nonsense?" Shi Ning shot her an exasperated look. "I'm being serious. From now on, do not refer to Qin He Ye as my husband. Qin He will be upset." The thought of Qin He's wrath was grave. She could be imprisoned and subjected to forced affection, bound in chains. A terrifying fate indeed. Mute Tian Tian scrutinized Shi Ning, who was clad in a small floral dress and white sneakers, her long black hair cascading freely, appearing like an innocent girl without makeup. This was a stark contrast to her previous self, always adorned in sensual, alluring attire, fully made up whenever she stepped outside. The transformation was remarkable, once bewitching and captivating, now pure and desirous. Thus, she had failed to recognize Shi Ning moments ago. "Are you serious?" "Yes." Smack. Mute Tian Tian excitedly clapped her hands on her thighs, exclaiming, "At last, you've cleared the nonsense from your eyes. You've finally realized that Qin He Ye is nothing but a pile of rubbish. You understand now that he pales in comparison to Qin He." Shi Ning interrupted in exasperation. "Don't conclude it so hastily. Knowing that Qin He Ye is worthless doesn't he absolve me of the years I wasted on him." She felt a twinge of sympathy for Mute Tian Tian's earlier thigh slap. Mute Tian Tian chuckled, "You are more stubborn than a bull. How could I possibly rein you in? Moreover, as long as my precious Ning Ning is happy. If you wish to taste the saltiness of excrement, I shall provide you with a steaming pile." Shi Ning. "So, all these years, you've only ever suggested male models resembling Qin He Ye for me?" Mute Tian Tian raised an eyebrow at her. "Well, how about it? Am I not spoiling you enough?" Shi Ning felt a mix of affection and exasperation for her friend who supported her every decision, and she couldn't help but express her gratitude.
Mukankan, curious, inquired.
"What caused this sudden epiphany? Have you lost your fondness for Qin He Ye? Did you discover, after a night together, that he is lacking in both size and endurance? Merely a pretty face without substance?" Shi Ning quickly retorted, "No, I haven't slept with Qin He Ye. Not even a kiss has transpired." It wasn't that she was disinterested. Rather, Qin He Ye was determined to remain chaste for Shi Ning, as they were meant to be the pure-hearted protagonists of the story. Mute Tian Tian, perplexed, pressed on. Then what prompted such a sudden change of heart? Shi Ning, blushing, admitted, "It's because I slept with Qin He." At that moment Mute Tian Tian, who was sipping her drink, nearly spewed it out, almost dousing the two women who had just entered. Lin Jingyao, leading the way, frowned and exclaimed, "Mute Tian Tian, what are you doing? You nearly ruined my outfit." Yu Yueshi hastily approached, offering tissues to clean Mu Tiantian's mouth and hands, while inquiring with concern, "Sister Tian Tian, are you alright?" In her exuberance, Mu Tiantian paid no heed to Lin Jingyao's words and turned to Shi Ning. "I'm fine, but our Ning Ning is in quite the predicament." Lin Jingyao settled beside Shi Ning, casually indulging in strawberries. Ning Ning and Qin He Ye were caught in bed by Lord Qin. Shi Ning frowned at her. Yu Yueshi, looking worried, asked, "Did something happen to Ning Ning? Do you need assistance?" Mu Tiantian, using the microphone, boomed, "Ning Ning has slept with Qin He. She has taken down the great demon king." The exuberance of her announcement seemed as if she wished to proclaim Shi Ning's escapade to the entire world. Flushed with embarrassment, Shi Ning swiftly grabbed the microphone. "Tiantian, lower your voice." Lin Jingyao, with a crushed strawberry in hand, wiped her fingers and chimed in, "Yes, Tiantian, keep it down. This is hardly a matter of pride." Previously, Shi Ning might have agreed with Lin Jingyao's sentiment. Yet, now, it felt peculiar and she frowned at Lin Jingyao. "Qin He and I are recognized as a couple by the state. What is disgraceful about our intimacy?" Mu Tiantian vigorously nodded in agreement. "Exactly. It's neither premarital nor an affair. Where's the shame in that?" A flicker of jealousy crossed Lin Jingyao's face. But Ning Ning has feelings for Qin He Ye. After losing her virginity to Lord Qin, she may seem less worthy in his eyes. Her words echoed sentiments similar to those expressed by Shi Ning. Shi Ning frowned at her. Why does your perspective carry such a bitter undertone? How is giving oneself to one's husband deemed unclean or lacking in self-respect? Mu Tian and Yu Yueshi exchanged scrutinizing glances with Lin Jingyao. The scrutiny prompted a dry explanation from Lin Jingyao. I merely feared that Ning Ning might have been coerced by Lord Qin. Even within marriage, it can be akin to marital rape. Ning Ning has cared deeply for Qin He Ye, resisting Lord Qin's advances for 3 years. Now that she has lost her virtue, what if she becomes despondent? This was a valid concern. Mu Tian quickly turned to Shi Ning. Did Qin He force you into this? Don't be afraid. If he truly did, I will stand up for you. Shi Ning felt rather embarrassed. No, as Tian said, I did sleep with Qin He. Mu Tian gave Shi Ning a thumbs up, praising her courage for daring to be with the formidable Qin He. I'll order 18 male models to celebrate for you. Shi Ning, exasperated, curled her lips. Stop joking. I want to have a good life with Qin He. 18 male models? In the words of the commenters, Qin He would imprison me in the attic, making it so I couldn't leave the room for 18 days or even get out of bed. Mu Tian exclaimed teasingly, her face full of mischief and gossip. How skilled is Qin He? Did he completely seduce you? Is that why you're not getting a divorce? Shi Ning blushed, her voice softening as she replied, he must be quite remarkable, right? I mean, I didn't sleep at all that night and ended up fainting. Mu Tian grinned widely. No wonder you're not getting a divorce. You've truly been captivated. Lin Jingyao's expression turned grim, and she grew anxious. Ning Ning isn't getting a divorce. What about your Qin He Ye? Chapter 30. A Declaration of Resolve. Again, Qin He Ye. Shi Ning felt annoyed and, holding the microphone, solemnly declared, I announce that I no longer like Qin He Ye. From now on, anyone who tries to pair me with Qin He Ye will be cut off from me. Her seriousness was evident. It was clear she wasn't merely speaking in anger. Mu Tian led the applause, fully supportive. It's about time. Qin He Ye is no good. He's a scoundrel, straddling 2 boats. Qin He is far better, a perfect match for my dear Ning Ning. Yu Yueshi smiled gently, choosing not to interfere in Shi Ning's personal matters. Lin Jingyao, however, wore a stiff expression, her concern evident. Master Qin is domineering and often wears a cold expression. He seems intimidating and could be prone to domestic violence. If Ning Ning were to face such a situation, given Master Qin's power and status, we might not be able to help her. She looked up and earnestly advised Shi Ning, marriage should not be based on looks or wealth. It's about marrying the man you love to find true happiness. Given the betrayal by Shi Ning, Shi Ning was particularly sensitive to this topic. She frowned at Lin Jingyao. Do you seem to wish for me to divorce Qin He? Lin Jingyao was one of the students funded by her father, supported since elementary school through to her university graduation. Shi Guoqiang had particularly chosen Lin Jingyao among many sponsored students to attend her elite high school, ensuring they would graduate and join the same company. Essentially, he had meticulously cultivated a trusted confidant for Shi Ning, one meant to accompany her for life. Yu Yueshi had a similar background, having been nurtured by the Mu family for Mu Tian. Aristocratic families often cultivate their own trusted aides for the next generation. The gratitude of having their destinies altered through such support, coupled with high salaries in adulthood, ensures that as long as they are not ingrates, they remain fiercely loyal. Lin Jingyao offered a strawberry to Shi Ning, smiling as she clarified, I don't wish for your divorce. Rather, I support your pursuit of happiness. Don't succumb to financial power, but choose the person you truly love. Don't do anything you might regret for a lifetime. Shi Ning quietly observed Lin Jingyao, analyzing the sincerity behind her words. Feeling slightly uncomfortable under Shi Ning's gaze, Lin Jingyao quickly added, if Ning Ning loves Master Qin, I wholeheartedly support you in not getting a divorce. Without the barrage of comments, Shi Ning began to harbor doubts about Lin Jingyao. Lin Jingyao, sensing the shift, nonchalantly changed the subject, inquisitively asking, Ning Ning, how did you end up in bed with Lord Qin? I thought you despised him the most. Upon hearing this, Mu Tian joined in the gossip, exclaiming, what kind of courage did you muster, Ning Ning? Share some with me. Next time I encounter a male deity, I shall boldly pursue him as well. This was precisely why Shi Ning had summoned them this evening. It was to celebrate the night of her divorce, during which she had been drugged in this very private room and ended up sleeping with Qin He. As she recounted this, Shi Ning discreetly observed the 3 of them, Mu Tiantian's voice rose sharply, and she stood up, clutching the bottle of wine as if ready to strike.
What?
You were drugged? Who dares to commit such an atrocity? Lin Jingyao, in a flurry, spilled her drink, exclaiming, Is there really such a drug? Who would do this to Ning Ning? It's utterly malicious. We must report this and apprehend the culprit to prevent them from harming others. Yu Yueshi appeared both shocked and concerned. Sister Ning Ning. Are you alright? Is there any lasting harm from that toxic substance? Have you gone to the hospital for a checkup? Shi Ning, trusting Mutiantian's instincts, focused her attention on Lin Jingyao and Yu Yueshi. Lin Jingyao, clad in a delicate white dress with her hair tied into a bow using a green headband, looked soft and pure, exuding an air of gentle beauty. In contrast, Yu Yueshi wore a denim shirt and sneakers. Though not conventionally beautiful, her features were well-defined, embodying a resilient and honest demeanor. Yet, appearances could be deceiving, and Shi Ning instinctively suspected Lin Jingyao. Lin Jingyao is far too adept at feigning innocence. She must be the one who drugged Shi Ning, and now pretends to be oblivious while advocating for a police report. Shi Ning, this foolish girl, is being led around by her nose. Lin Jingyao is an ungrateful wolf. Despite the Shi family supporting her for over a decade, she harbors no thoughts of gratitude, only schemes to usurp Shi Ning's place, and upon meeting Qin He Ye, she already plotted how to steal him away. The secondary character is a naive fool. While Lin Jingyao does nothing, merely receiving a generous salary of 20,000, alongside a position within the Qin Corporation, adorned with luxury clothing, bags, and jewelry aplenty. In this manner, Lin Jingyao shows no appreciation and instead envies and resents Shi Ning, manipulating her into divorce, engaging in villainous deeds aimed at the protagonist, and conspiring with Shi Qingyin to sell her off to Myanmar. It is clear that Lin Jingyao embodies the role of the malicious antagonist, however. Her association with the protagonist leads to a favorable outcome as she marries into wealth. Regrettably, without evidence of Lin Jingyao's wrongdoing, Qin He Ye would have uncovered the truth and dealt with her accordingly. Observing the barrage of comments, Shi Ning felt both unsurprised and astonished. She was not surprised that the one who betrayed her was Lin Jingyao, yet she was taken aback by the ferocity of the betrayal. Under Shi Ning's icy gaze, Lin Jingyao felt a chill run down her spine. Attempting to lighten the mood, she nervously joked, Why are you looking at me like that, Ning Ning? My skirt isn't tucked in, and I don't have any blemishes on my face. Shi Ning regarded her slowly, articulating, In truth, I already know who is responsible for drugging me. I merely wish to give you an opportunity to confess. Mu Tiantian slammed her hands on the table, declaring, What opportunity? Just say it outright. Let us send them to the police. They deserve to rot in prison. Lin Jingyao, wearing a face of indignation, appeared deeply offended. Certainly not me. I am nurtured and supported by Father Shi, destined to accompany Ning Ning for a lifetime. If anything were to happen to Ning Ning, I would be ruined alongside her. Mu Tiantian turned to Lin Jingyao, her gaze shifting towards Yu Yueshi. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, Yu Yueshi looked at Mu Tiantian with a sense of grievance. Sister Tiantian, I would never engage in illegal activities, much less harm you or Sister Ning Ning. Moreover, there were others present, and you have no evidence. Why do you only suspect me? On the day of the divorce celebration, apart from the four of them, there were also Shi Qingyin, Shin Shizhou, and the 8 male models that Mu Tiantian had invited, not to mention the waitstaff attending to the private room. Anyone could be a suspect. Shi Ning looked at Lin Jingyao with a smile. I never suspected Cici. Mu Tiantian's keen eyes shifted towards Lin Jingyao, with Yu Yueshi following suit. The three of them directed their suspicious gazes at her. Confident that no one would uncover her wrongdoing, Lin Jingyao erupted in anger, standing up indignantly. What do you mean? Are you all suspecting that I drugged Ning Ning? If I had, may my entire family perish, and may I be struck by a car the moment I step outside. Seeing her expression of unjust grievance, Shi Ning would have truly believed her if not for the spoilers in the comments. I didn't suspect you initially, but your overreaction has aroused my doubts. Lin Jingyao looked at Shi Ning with sorrowful eyes. You don't believe me? Shi Ning nodded candidly. No, I don't. Lin Jingyao's eyes reddened with indignation, tears streaming down her face. Why don't you believe me? Because the comments say you were the one who drugged her. Shi Ning was too weary to fabricate excuses. It's simply because you appear villainous. Is it only when I'm dead that you will believe me? Shi Ning raised an eyebrow. With a loud crash, Lin Jingyao shattered a wine bottle, brandishing the sharp glass against her wrist. If you don't believe me, then I shall prove my worth through death. Shi Ning reached out to take the shard from Lin Jingyao's hand. Don't do this. Lin Jingyao exhaled, realizing that she knew how to manipulate Shi Ning. From now on, she would heed her every word. Ning Ning, I knew you would. Her joy was short-lived as Shi Ning handed her a sharp fruit knife. Holding Lin Jingyao's right hand, Shi Ning placed the knife against her left wrist, smiling up at her. Be good, this is where the major artery lies. If you slice down fiercely, the blood will spray across my face, and thus, you can assert your resolve through death. Chapter 31. A biting dog should not be kept. The cold blade against her wrist sent a shiver through Lin Jingyao. She looked up at Shi Ning's sweet smile, imagining that if she were to cut down, blood would splatter across her face. And she would still smile while licking the blood. It was both tranquil and utterly insane. Lin Jingyao felt fear creeping in. Nink nink. Shi Ning cast a nonchalant glance at the fruit knife. Need my assistance? She felt a chill run down her spine and opened her mouth to plead for leniency. Mu Tian pressed down on her hand, giving her a look that silenced her. Lin Jingyao was convinced that Shi Ning would indeed go through with it, targeting her major artery. It would be better if she took the initiative. No need. With a resolute heart, Lin Jingyao shut her eyes and brought the fruit knife down with force. Ah! Yuexi screamed, her face turning pale at the sight of blood flowing out. She hastily stood up, fumbling for tissues to assist Lin Jingyao in staunching the bleeding. Her voice trembled as she exclaimed, Yao, you're losing so much blood. I'll call an ambulance. The crimson stain spread across Lin Jingyao's delicate white dress as she raised her bleeding wrist to show Shi Ning. With a tone laced with both grievance and pain, she implored, Ning Ning, can you believe me now? Shi Ning gazed at her wound, feeling a twinge of guilt. The cut was rather deep, and the blood flowed quite fiercely, yet it did not appear overwhelmingly severe. She felt a sense of dissatisfaction. It was perilously close to the major artery, but for the moment, she chose to believe. Lin Jingyao was nearly driven to exasperation. She had inflicted such a significant wound and lost so much blood, yet it was merely a temporary measure. Suppressing her anger, she looked up at Shi Ning with a faint smile, saying, That's good, please don't doubt me again, it's truly disheartening. Shi Ning remained silent, her gaze fixed downward, inspecting her dress for any bloodstains. The atmosphere grew awkward, stifled, and stagnant. Lin Jingyao, feeling the pain intensify and the blood flow excessively, finally said, Ning Ning, I'm feeling rather faint from the blood loss. I need to go to the hospital. Only then did Shi Ning respond, go ahead. Lin Jingyao stared at Shi Ning for a moment, but said nothing about accompanying her to the hospital, nor did she offer her a spare card for expenses. It was simply a light, airy go ahead. Feeling frustrated, Lin Jingyao departed. Sister Tian, Sister Ning Ning, you enjoy yourselves. I'll accompany Yao to the hospital, Yuexi said, her concern evident as she grabbed her bag and hurried after them. Once they had left, Mu Tian turned to Shi Ning and asked, Are you certain it was Lin Jingyao who drugged you? There was no evidence to imprison her, but she had to pay some price. Hopefully, that cut would serve as a lasting lesson. Mu Tian cupped Shi Ning's face, examining her closely. Where did your brain go for further studies? Suddenly becoming so astute that I barely recognize you. Shi Ning, somewhat annoyed, gently swatted her hand away, indirectly implying, I'm not foolish, be careful, or I might hit you. So now you realize you were foolish. Mu Tian replied, exasperated. Lin Jingyao had always taken advantage of you, treating you like an ATM while flirting with Qin He. You, dear friend, still regarded her as an unparalleled bestie. As an observer, Mu Tian understood how Lin Jingyao exploited Shi Ning. Every outing and indulgence was funded by Shi Ning, who contributed not a single penny. Lin Jingyao was even unwilling to spend on gifts for online shopping. She would pick a pretty leaf or a heart-shaped stone, claiming that the gesture was worth more than the price. Whenever it came to purchases, she would always charge them to Shi Ning's account. Ultimately, Lin Jingyao needed to do nothing but befriend Shi Ning, flattering her with kind words, all while receiving a guaranteed monthly salary of 20,000. Furthermore, she had been arranged to work at the Qin Corporation with a monthly salary of 10,000. Earning 30,000 a month was insufficient. She continually borrowed money from Shi Ning, along with her designer clothing, bags, and jewelry. Never once did she repay. Yet, Shi Ning still naively regarded Lin Jingyao as her closest friend. Shi Ning looked at her speechless. You know she's not good. Why didn't you warn me to sever ties with her? Mu Tian replied, As long as you're happy, right? I figured that supporting her wouldn't cost much more than keeping a dog. As for her enticement of Qin He, since you do not harbor any affection for him, Why not? Shi Ning found herself both amused and exasperated by Mu Tiantian's words. Truly, your unwavering support is rather thoughtless. Mu Tiantian offered her a knowing glance, then solemnly remarked, however, a biting dog should not be kept. Dogs may be disobedient, but they must never bite. Observing the newfound intelligence in Shi Ning, Mu Tiantian felt a surge of satisfaction. You are no longer the naive fool, so I'll suggest 8 male models for you and 10 for myself. Shi Ning promptly replied, no, Qin He will not spare me. Then I shall suggest male models akin to Qin He. Mu Tiantian scrolled through her phone, selecting male models. Were these male models absolutely necessary? Shi Ning took over the operation that evening, astonishing the audience with a barrage of comments. Regardless of whether it is male or female-oriented, as long as it's sensational, it is splendid. She appears to be an aloof and regal woman, yet in truth, she is a sweet and adorable girl. Albeit with an unsettling calmness, a character of a vicious female antagonist. Is it crumbling? Punishing scoundrels and trampling on pretentious women, the unraveling of this character is exquisite, causing the protagonist to wail and the readers to chuckle in delight. Upon seeing such remarks, Shi Ning couldn't help but smile. Yes, she is indeed a vicious supporting character, and with admirers, she must not disappoint them or allow them to feel aggrieved. The portrayal of a malevolent persona must be upheld to the very end. Outside the Di Hua Club, Yu Yueshi followed Lin Jingyao out of the private room, diligently using a tissue to cover her wound. While waiting for a taxi at the roadside, she hesitantly asked Lin Jingyao, Yao, did you truly do that to Sister Ning? Lin Jingyao, in pain and visibly annoyed, shot a glare at Yu Yueshi.
How could that be?
That is illegal, and I do not possess enough money to purchase such medication.
Yet,
Yu Yueshi remained convinced of Lin Jingyao's integrity, kindly advising, Yao, we come from the same village, where the girls marry and have children early. While we have the opportunity to study and work, these privileges are granted to us by Sister Tiantian and Sister Ning. We must be grateful and never forget our benefactors. Irritated, Lin Jingyao interrupted her, enough already. Are you my mother? Why do you preach so much? Lin Jingyao, feeling exasperated with Yu Yueshi, looked up at the vehicles passing by, her gaze landing on a Maybach with the license plate Jing 999. She turned and positioned herself at the entrance of the garage, effectively blocking the car from proceeding. Pei Qianhua, recognizing Shi Ning's circle of friends, was willing to assist her with a few male models. He rolled down the window and inquired, Miss Lin, does Miss Yu require assistance? Yu Yueshi was about to say no, but Lin Jingyao was quicker. Raising her bloodied left hand and, with a pale countenance, weakly stated, Brother-in-law, my hand was injured because of Ning, and I am unable to hail a taxi. May I trouble you to take me to the hospital? Chapter 32, A Loving Reward for My Husband. Upon hearing Shi Ning's name, Qin He rolled down the window, frowning as he observed Lin Jingyao's wrist. Was it Shi Ning who caused your injury? Lin Jingyao, her face ashen, nodded softly, yes. Ning placed a fruit knife on my wrist. Though she held a position at the Qin group, it was a leisurely clerical role, not even at the front desk. As she lacked the requisite allure, she had never had the chance to meet him, let alone be in such close proximity, sharing the same vehicle no less. Lin Jingyao was acutely aware that she lacked the beauty of Shi Ning, yet she understood the nature of men. Anything unfamiliar and untried outside was far more alluring than what lay within. Given the opportunity, she believed she could easily ensnare Qin He. Qin He, with his brows furrowed, turned to Yu Yueshi, who was maintaining her distance, and looked genuinely earnest. Was she speaking the truth? Yu Yueshi, who held her friend's partner in reverence, lowered her head. Upon hearing his question, she looked up in surprise at Qin He, only to quickly avert her gaze again, stammering, yes. Before she could finish, Lin Jingyao leaned against the car door, her demeanor slack, and asked, Brother-in-law, could you take me to the hospital? She extended her hand inside the vehicle with calculated intent. Qin He's gaze fell upon Lin Jingyao's hand reaching into the car, noticing the blood that dripped onto the interior. Frowning, he stepped out from the opposite side of the car, his tall, elegant stature exuding a commanding presence that rendered the luxurious Maybach seemingly diminutive. Yueshi nodded, softly advising Lin Jingyao, call me if you need anything. Her well-meaning reminder was that this was Ning's husband, and it was best to keep a respectful distance. Lin Jingyao pretended not to hear. Yu Yueshi could only smile faintly before turning to head towards the bus station. Pei Qianhua also emerged from the car, his eyes widening at the sight of Lin Jingyao's blood-stained white dress and her arms still bleeding as she leaned weakly against the car door. He hurried forward, saying, Miss Lin, Please get in the car. I'll take you to the hospital. Lin Jingyao observed Qin He stepping out, not sparing her a glance, as he prepared to enter the Di Hua Club. With a determined heart, she dug her long nails into her wound,
causing more blood to flow.
She rushed in front of Qin He and asked, "Brother-in-law, could you accompany me?" Qin He frowned and coldly rejected her. "No." Lin Jingyao, her face pale, smiled broadly. "Brother-in-law, please don't blame Ning Ning. She didn't mean to. I'm not in grave danger." Qin He's brows knitted tightly, his gaze icy as it bore down on Lin Jingyao. Understanding that he was not one for idle chatter, she wrestled with her thoughts, yet focused on the crux of the matter. "It's not that I truly wish for you to take me to the hospital. It's just that Ning Ning just mentioned the divorce, and she also referenced a male model resembling Shin Shizhou. I fear that you might argue." Qin He's brows twisted into a deep furrow, a chill emanating from him as he processed her words. She mentioned divorce? Lin Jingyao nodded vigorously. Her cheeks flushed as she met his gaze, explaining that Ning Ning had referred to that night's events as coercive. Goodness, Lin Jingyao's words are exceptionally clever, each phrase sowing discord. It appeared she was speaking on behalf of Shi Ning, yet only hinted at the divorce and coercion, leading Qin He to misconstrue Shi Ning's temperament as harsh and hurtful, desiring separation, and harboring disdain for intimacy. Oh, dear. The little sweet treat I finally savored is now heading toward misunderstanding and forced affection. Beware of fire, theft, and deceitful friends. Lin Jingyao is a quintessential example. The charming antagonist only hears of his wife's desire for divorce, not her interest in male models. As long as she doesn't leave him, he is indifferent to her liking of male models, even contemplating a side career in that realm. Upon observing the comments, Shi Ning hurriedly descended. Upon reading the final sentence, I reached the entrance on the ground floor. Lifting my gaze, I spotted Qin He beneath the streetlight. The mottled light fell upon him, yet it could not illuminate the darkness that enveloped him. He truly seemed to be on the brink of becoming sinister, ready to confine her. At this sight, Shi Ning felt her legs weaken. Husband. Hearing her call, Qin He looked up and saw Shi Ning, a smile brightening his face as she hurried towards him. Lin Jingyao, upon seeing Shi Ning, paled in alarm. Nink nink. Shi Ning, finding Lin Jingyao obstructive, simply pushed her aside and joyfully dove into Qin He's embrace, wrapping her arms around his strong waist and gazing up at him with twinkling eyes. I missed you so much today, husband. Shi Ning rose on her tiptoes, gently kissing his chin, and then puckered her lips to inquire, Did you miss your wife? Qin He looked down at Shi Ning, and like a small son, he warmed his dark and icy heart with her presence. Unable to resist, he curved his lips into a smile. Shi Ning, unsatisfied, cupped his face and commanded, Speak the full sentence. Who do you miss? His cheeks flushed slightly as he replied, Husband misses his wife. His slow and tender tone was laced with shyness, and his usually stern face was now tinged with crimson. Seeing this, Shi Ning found him irresistibly charming, far less intimidating. Husband is so obedient. You deserve a reward of love. She rose on her tiptoes and placed a soft kiss on his lips. Lin Jingyao fell to the ground, staring in bewilderment at Shi Ning's effortless display, transforming the aloof and seemingly unapproachable Qin He into a blushing figure. Was the notoriously unyielding Qin so easily appeased? A mere embrace could elicit such a grin, akin to standing shoulder to shoulder with the sun? A single kiss could leave him dazed, as though he had just won a staggering lottery? Shi Ning, possessing beauty but lacking intellect, and harboring intentions of infidelity. Why was she able to evoke such affection from Qin? Lin Jingyao, feeling indignant, stumbled to her feet. How did Ning Ning come down? Shi Ning linked her arm with Qin He's and looked up at her. If I hadn't come down, I wonder how you would have sowed discord between me and my husband. Discord? Qin He listened intently to Shi Ning's words, gazing deeply into her eyes. Lin Jingyao, momentarily flustered, quickly regained her composure, still unable to resist casting aspersions, claiming Shi Ning was cavorting with male models at a club. Shi Ning's tone turned cold. Stop right there. Pei Qian immediately stepped in to block Lin Jingyao from departing. Miss Lin, please hold on. Lin Jingyao could only turn back, forcing a pale, weak smile. If Ning Ning is fine, please let me go to the hospital. I've lost a lot of blood and truly cannot hold on much longer. As she spoke, her body swayed precariously, as if on the verge of fainting. Shi Ning stood before Lin Jingyao, glancing at her bloodied arm, which had stained a small portion of her white dress. It looked quite serious, but certainly not fatal, nor would it leave her crippled. The bleeding appeared to have subsided. Perhaps she could inflict another wound? Chapter 33. The Jealous Villain. Lin Jingyao felt a chill run down her spine under Shi Ning's scrutinizing gaze. Fearing that she might indeed inflict another injury upon herself. With red-rimmed eyes, she turned to Qin He and pleaded, "Brother-in-law, please intervene." Shi Ning interrupted her words, stating, "I am the only daughter in my family. There are no sisters. Do not make unfounded connections by calling my husband brother-in-law. You should address him as Master Qin." Lin Jingyao did not anticipate that she would address Qin He as brother-in-law, thereby unwittingly strengthening their bond. Changing her address to Master Qin? Lin Jingyao was reluctant, as relying on Qin He as her brother-in-law would mean that in the Qin group, aside from not seeing Qin He, her tasks would diminish while her salary and benefits would increase. If she altered her address, she would lose those advantages. Lin Jingyao was scheming, adopting a strategy of retreating to advance. Ning was unwilling to acknowledge her marital relationship with Master Qin, fearing misunderstandings with Xin Shizhou, so she declared, "I will not call him brother-in-law then." Shi Ning rolled her eyes at Lin Jingyao, questioning, "Just because I don't want you to call him brother-in-law, does that mean I am denying my relationship with Qin He?" She raised an eyebrow, challenging. "Do you think that only after spending a night with my husband in front of you would it signify the acknowledgement of our marital bond?" Qin He recalled the wildness of that night, as Shi Ning persistently pursued him again and again, in the living room, bedroom, bathroom, and on the sofa. The memories filled his gaze with a tinge of desire. Leaning closer to Shi Ning's ear, he whispered hoarsely, "I can fulfill your desires, but not in front of others." He added solemnly, "I have a cleanliness obsession. My body is only for my wife." Shi Ning was taken aback by Qin He's audacious words, which were laced with an unexpected sense of gallantry. Feeling a bit bashful, she playfully pinched the tender flesh at his waist. Qin He's eyes danced with mirth as he tightened his embrace around Shi Ning's slender waist, drawing her closer into his arms. Lin Jingyao observed the compatibility and intimacy between the two, feeling entirely superfluous in their presence. Jealousy gnawed at her as she thought, Ning, you are in public. Maintain some decorum and avoid being overly affectionate, for it does not reflect well." Shi Ning frowned at her. "Lin Jingyao, are you truly envious of my closeness with my husband, wishing to seduce him for your own gain? Are you attempting to drug me?" Lin Jingyao panicked. "Shi Ning." Raising an eyebrow, Shi Ning pressed on, "Explain how I placed the knife at your wrist. How did I propose the matter of divorce with Qin He? How did I coerce you into this?" Lin Jingyao was taken aback by Shi Ning's direct confrontation. If she spoke up, Qin He might suspect her of foul play and investigate her. Moreover, clarifying the situation would dispel any misunderstandings Qin He might have about Shi Ning, making it impossible for her to interfere. Ning, just as she began. Lin Jingyao rolled her eyes and dramatically collapsed backward. Out of courtesy, Pei Qianhu moved to assist her. "Assistant Pei," Shi Ning called, and he immediately halted, standing at attention. "Miss Shi, how may I assist you?" With a thud, Lin Jingyao fell straight to the ground. It was evident she was genuinely dazed, her eyes rolling back as she internally cursed Shi Ning. Recognizing her pretense, Shi Ning remained unfazed. Yao is my dear friend. Ensure you take her to the hospital for stitches. And please drive slowly." She instructed Pei Qianhu earnestly, and no anesthetic, as it would hinder her already limited intellect. "We don't want her to become a complete fool during the stitching." The amount of blood lost, and the severity of the blow to the back of the head, Xun T1 rushed to the hospital. It seems there is a hint of reproach in the air. Pei Qianhua, well, indeed. Shi Ning then arranges for the most thorough medical examination for Yao, particularly focusing on her head to ensure she hasn't suffered any lasting damage. Yao, being quite self-reliant, hesitates to spend my money, insisting on covering her own medical expenses. Feigning unconsciousness, Lin Jingyao is infuriated, nearly spitting blood in frustration. She had hoped to use this opportunity to extort 100,000 for medical costs from Shi Ning. Instead, she is told to pay for herself? Moreover, could someone please help her up from the ground? It is freezing, and the onlookers are making her feel utterly embarrassed and humiliated. Yao is genuinely kind-hearted, believing in not cutting in line at the hospital. Shi Ning earnestly reminds Pei Qianhua to be vigilant, insisting that he should not leave her side. Time drags on. Feeling as though a century has passed, Lin Jingyao feels as if she is lying on the cold ground indefinitely. If she continues this way, she might as well arrange for a cremation service. Emboldened, she opens her eyes, stands up from the ground, and climbs into the Maybach. "Pei assistant, Take me to the hospital, swiftly. With his seamless flow, Pei Qianhua looks up to seek Shi Ning as approval. In a good mood, Shi Ning waves her hand, granting permission. Qin He, in a low voice, instructs Pei Qianhua to ensure that once the errand is complete, he should take the car for maintenance, replacing the interior and sanitizing it. It seems he disdains the idea of Lin Jingyao having occupied his vehicle. The cleaning and sanitation are implied without directly naming her. Yet his words are laced with disdain. With this comparison, Shi Ning realizes how remarkably patient and gentle he has been toward her over the past 3 years. He has harbored feelings for her for a decade? This leaves her pondering the reasons behind his affections as she gazes intently at Qin He. Feeling the intensity of her stare, Qin He straightens his posture, chin raised, and looks down at Shi Ning, asking if she enjoys observing him so. Shi Ning nods vigorously, affirming, "You are truly handsome. Is that so?" Qin He stands rigidly, akin to a soldier in formation, yet casually inquires, "Am I more attractive than Qin Shizhou?" Shi Ning is momentarily taken aback. How does Qin Shizhou even come into this conversation? The jealous demeanor of the antagonist is rather endearing. The supporting character should swiftly exit, allowing me to dive into this narrative and play a few scenes. Oh, the pretentious male. The malicious female character should declare that the antagonist pales in comparison to the male lead, ensuring he turns icy and secretly weeps like a kettle at night. The calculations of those above have landed squarely in my lap. They wish to see Shi Ning provoke Qin He, leading him to transform into the dark antagonist, conveniently facilitating a plot of confinement. Shi Ning contemplates teasing Qin He in retaliation. However, upon reading the last comment, she promptly changes her mind. She gazes at Qin He with love-struck eyes, declaring, "My husband is the most handsome, the unrivaled champion of charm in the universe." Afterward, her expression shifts to seriousness as she adds, "Do not compare yourself to Qin Shizhou. It is an injustice to juxtapose such a delightful presence with something as repugnant as a pile of refuse, which only diminishes your worth and disgusts me as well." Truly, she had never realized how exceptionally handsome Qin He was, 100 times more so than Qin Shizhou. Goodness, the plot is overwhelmingly compelling. How could she have been so foolish as to overlook such a gentle, wealthy, and handsome man, while gravitating instead toward the dark, scheming rogue that is Qin Shizhou? Qin Shizhou has heard this. Qin Shizhou wore a grim expression, clearly displeased. Shi Ning. She had the audacity to address Qin He as her husband. Was she deliberately trying to provoke him, knowing he was present, to incite his jealousy and elicit his affection? Chapter 34. A Grand Confrontation. Upon hearing the commotion, Shi Ning furrowed her brow and looked up at the descending Qin Shizhou and Shi Qingyin. With a polite smile, she greeted, "Good evening, cousin-in-law." It was imperative to keep this eccentric couple at bay, to prevent them from causing further turmoil. Moreover, having referred to him as cousin-in-law, surely Qin Shizhou would no longer indulge in the delusion that she was solely devoted to him. Shi Qingyin, equally surprised to encounter Qin He, approached with delight. "Sister Ning," she called out, before glancing up at Qin He, her face flushed and her eyes sparkling. "What brings you here today, brother Qin?" The way she spoke suggested that Qin He had come specifically for her. Qin He, with one hand casually tucked into his pocket, maintained a polite, yet distant demeanor. "I came to pick up your sister." Observing their intimate embrace, Shi Qingyin's eyes momentarily flickered with jealousy. Yet, tilting her head and blushing, she addressed Qin He. "Then let us ascend together." Concerned, Shi Ning examined Shi Qingyin. "Cousin, are you unwell? Your face is as red as a monkey's bottom, and your lips are swollen as if bitten by a dog." Suddenly realizing the implications of her teasing, she added, "Oh, cousin and cousin-in-law must have been quite close in the car. Your relationship is truly enviable." The persistent mention of cousin-in-law caused an inexplicable pang in Qin Shizhou's heart. As if it had become lodged and painful, he reprimanded sternly, "Shi Ning, do not speak carelessly. There is nothing between me and Qingyin." Shi Qingyin, biting her lip, looked at Qin He with a hint of distress. "Brother Qin, she is just making wild claims. I am not the kind to engage in such indiscretions before marriage." Qin He ignored her, as though she were invisible. Shi Ning frowned at Shi Qingyin, questioning why she felt the need to explain herself to her sister-in-law. "And why do you insist on calling him Brother Qin but not my husband? Anyone unaware of the situation might assume he is your secret lover." She tightened her embrace around Qin He's waist, casting a wary glance at Qingyin, her voice rising in intensity. "Shi Qingyin, surely you do not intend to seduce your sister's husband and steal him away from me?" The onlookers and security guards turned their gazes toward Shi Ning, whispering and pointing, as if she had already assumed the role of a mistress. I did not call him brother-in-law. How can you slander me so, sister? Qin He Ye, filled with compassion, wrapped his arms around Shi Ning, glaring at Shi Ning. It is clearly your fault. She is merely being polite. How dare you defame her? Qin He cast a cold glance at Qin He Ye, causing her to stiffen, a chill running down her spine. Unperturbed, Shi Ning smiled and nodded. Indeed, she is polite. And you wear a green hat. With that, she linked her arm with Qin He's. Let us proceed, not to engage with the intellectually challenged, as it lowers our own intellect. Looking up at Qin He, Shi Ning noted his aloof demeanor, devoid of warmth. Considering his unique status, it is likely that he prefers not to become acquainted with too many strangers and dislikes superfluous social interactions. Furthermore, he is quite occupied and lacks the leisure to meet her friends. If you're busy, then let us not meet. If not, let us proceed. Qin He said in a tone that was both cold and indifferent, prompting Shi Ning to frown once more, feeling somewhat discontented. Qin He was internally elated. After 3 years of marriage, Shi Ning finally agreed to introduce him to her friends. To elaborate, he is merely a minor antagonist, or perhaps a significant one, akin to a propeller or an electric motor. While feeling joyful, the antagonist also harbored conflicting emotions, fearing that Shi Ning might introduce him to other women, especially since she had previously arranged for a delivery girl to accompany him to bed. Qin He had assumed that Lin Jingyao was sent by Shi Ning to entice him into infidelity, facilitating her desire for an expedited divorce. Thus, he had deliberately ignored Lin Jingyao for the past 3 years, maintaining his distance. As they entered the elevator, Qin He glanced down at Shi Ning, who was pouting with a displeased expression. What's wrong? Still unhappy? As he spoke, his peripheral vision casually scanned the 2 individuals beside them. Qin He Ye stood with a straight posture. Shi Ning looked up at Qin He and remarked, Sister has been spoiled since childhood and has quite a temper. She often acts inexplicably. Brother-in-law must be more tolerant of her. This was a veiled criticism of Shi Ning, insinuating that she had a bad temper since childhood. Shi Ning would not be outdone. She stepped on Shi Ning's foot, targeting only the big toe. Ah! Shi Ning yelped in pain. Shi Ning turned to Qin He Ye and said, My cousin has always been like this, prone to inexplicable outbursts. Brother-in-law, please be attentive and ensure she is promptly taken to 138. As the elevator doors opened, Shi Ning pulled Qin He out. Qin He Ye, puzzled, followed, asking, Where is 138? Shi Ning, incensed by being labeled a neurotic, stomped her foot in frustration, ignoring Shi Ning. Yet, upon seeing Qin He's exquisite and composed figure, she chose to follow. Shi Ning made her way toward the 9999 private room, explaining to Qin He, Today is just for Sweet, no one else. You must behave well. Sweet insisted that my man must have her approval. Shi Ning thought to herself, Truly a woman of few words. Never mind, the internal conflict is his to bear. After all, I have the bullet screen and shall not engage in self-doubt. She opened the private room door, pulling Qin He inside. Sweet, look who I brought. Upon seeing the state of the room, Shi Ning was rendered speechless. And Ning, I ordered 18 male models for you, Sweet exclaimed, but upon spotting Qin He, she was taken aback and jumped up, exclaiming, What the heck? How did this big demon king arrive? Shi Ning entered the private room and was greeted by a sea of male models, all resembling Qin He Ye to some extent. The first model had eyes like Qin He Ye's. The second had a mouth akin to his, and so on. One model, adorned with a 520 badge, bore a faint resemblance to Qin He Ye in both makeup and attire. Model number 520 held a bouquet of blue roses, standing prominently at the front, and presented the flowers to Shi Ning with a heartfelt expression, saying, Baby, you finally arrived. Qin He Ye gazed upon the male model numbered 520, then glanced at a few others who bore a striking resemblance to him. A dull, piercing pain in his heart suddenly transformed into a comforting sweetness. He smiled as he admired the exquisite profile of Shi Ning. Indeed, she still loved him. It was merely that she had been angered over the past few days and had deliberately been friendly with Qin He to provoke him. As long as she continued to love him, that was sufficient. He would find a way to soothe her. Shi Ning was utterly dumbfounded, her mind malfunctioning as she pondered how to salvage the situation, casting desperate glances at the barrage of comments. Haha, what a grand love triangle. Current husband, ex-boyfriend, and 18 male models resembling the ex. Tonight, Shi Ning is definitely in for a treat. The villain will be consumed by jealousy and carry her off to the attic. You all are truly something else. The villain's heart is shattered into fragments, and internally, he is weeping like a boiling kettle, contemplating whether to undergo plastic surgery to resemble Qin He Ye. How pitiful. He just wants to appease her. Chapter 35. Playing with him as one would with a dog. Qin He cast a sweeping glance across the male models in the room before fixing his gaze on Shi Ning. Is this the male model you chose? His expression was devoid of warmth, his voice as light as a whisper. Yet, it radiated an overwhelming, oppressive aura that left one breathless. The 520 male model, holding flowers, dared not breathe, wishing instead to burrow into the ground like a worm. The other male models bowed their heads, attempting to blend into the shadows. Qin He Ye felt a surge of delight and sweetness, while Shi Ning snickered, relishing the impending argument and potential divorce. Shi Ning, her face flushed with anxiety, was overwhelmed by the comments. They either reveled in her impending suffering or were eagerly anticipating her romantic entanglement. Could they not offer any constructive advice? Mu Tian trembled in fear under Qin He's formidable presence, but valiantly pulled Shi Ning close, spreading her arms protectively in front of her. With fierce determination, she declared, "This is my chosen male model. It has nothing to do with my dear Ning Ning. If there's a confrontation, let it be directed at me." Qin He merely parted his thin lips, his gaze turning icy. Oh. Shi Ning was touched by Mu Tian's loyalty. In the next moment, however, she found herself unceremoniously pushed to the forefront, standing face to face with Qin He, their lips nearly touching. Mu Tian, cowering behind Shi Ning, whispered, "I support you in spirit. You can charm the great demon king. I believe in you." After all, Mu Tian thought, Qin He had indulged Shi Ning, despite her antics over 3 years. He had never divorced her, nor had he ever been harsh with her. Moreover, after their recent night together, he had not harmed Shi Ning. This indicated that Qin He had been utterly captivated by her. Shi Ning quipped, "Let us break off our friendship for 3 seconds. Loyalty lasts no longer than that." Qin He took a slight step back, calmly regarding Shi Ning. "You brought me to meet 18 male models?" He then cast a cold glance at the trembling 520 male model. "Baby?" He raised his gaze to Mu Tian behind Shi Ning. "Darling?" Shi Ning stared at Qin He as he retreated, utterly perplexed. Their faces were mere inches apart, lips almost touching, and with a slight extension of her hand. She could embrace him. The villain, playing the part of a stoic man, why was he retreating? Did he no longer desire his wife? How I longed to step into the role of the villain's assistant, to teach him the art of wooing his wife. From upstairs, one could observe him with a telescope, revealing his true self. The jealous villain, truly adorable, consumed with envy over Qin He Ye, the male model, and now even Mu Tian. The villain must be feeling wronged. Clutching a doll of Shi Ning, weeping like a boiling kettle. Woo-woo, I have never called her wife your baby. Woo-woo, just think about it. How cute. Tears are a man's finest cosmetic. The depth of hatred must match the depth of action. Shi Ning glanced at the barrage of comments, instinctively lowering her gaze to Qin He. The comments were of no practical use, merely instructing her on how to be a frivolous girl. In critical moments, one must rely on oneself to soothe. Shi Ning looked up at Qin He, boldly admitting, "Yes, I invited the male model for Tian, specifically for you to see them." Qin He's aura instantly turned icy. His brows and eyes seemingly cloaked in frost. The 18 male models nearly knelt in submission. Even Mu Tian wished to bow before Shi Ning. No. She desired to cleanse Shi Ning and package her for Qin He's bed so that Shi Ning could kneel before him. Shi Ning felt a chill in her arms and reached out to grasp Qin He's hand, pressing him onto the sofa. Then she settled herself directly onto his lap, declaring, "Let me show you how little I care for Qin He Ye." Qin He Ye furrowed his brow, observing Shi Ning perched on Qin He's lap, embraced by him. The dim lighting of the private room rendered their figures somewhat ethereal, yet perfectly accentuating the tension of intimacy. Qin He Ye's heart ached. It shouldn't be like this. Shi Ning shouldn't behave so openly with Qin He in front of him. She had always loved him. In Qin He's arms, he inhaled her faint fragrance. The coldness surrounding him melting away. He had nearly succumbed to despair. Shi Ning hadn't anticipated that Qin He could be so easily appeased. With just a mention of male models, Shi Ning nestled into his embrace, and he calmed down. Taking a deep breath, Shi Ning looked up, earnestly advising Shi Ning, "Sister, even if you don't like Lord Qin, You shouldn't have him come and witness your dalliance with male models, nor your betrayal of marriage. You are trampling on and humiliating Lord Qin, jeopardizing his standing in the capital. The more she spoke, the more she felt for Qin He Ye's plight. Shi Ning rolled her eyes in exasperation at Shi Ning. Then, she pinched Qin He Ye's chin and asked softly, "Have I trampled on you or humiliated you?" Qin He lowered his gaze to her pouting, rosy lips. They looked so tempting. He yearned to kiss them, his throat tightening with unspoken desire. Shi Ning knew his reticent nature and issued a command directly. Qin He paused momentarily. Humph. Shi Ning, irritated, released her grip on his chin and prepared to rise from his embrace. Qin He held her slender waist tightly in his embrace, speaking with a chilling calmness. "My wife has neither trampled upon me nor humiliated me. Even if she were to do so, I would accept it willingly." Qin He dared not meet Shi Ning's gaze. Yet his words were clear. "I am more than willing to endure this." The audience was taken aback. How pathetic the villain is. He was the one who was angry. Yet now he is the one soothing Shi Ning. I thought the antagonist would remain stubborn until the end, but here we are, not even 50 episodes in, and he's being trained like a dog by the female supporting character. Indeed, the villain Qin He is the foremost among Shi Ning's many admirers. The astonishment was palpable. Shi Ning mirrored their shock, utterly unprepared for Qin He to utter such demeaning words. Shi Ning was consumed by jealousy. The once aloof and noble Qin He had lowered himself for Shi Ning. She was aware of his affections for Shi Ning, but never imagined them to run this deep. How could this foolish girl be worthy of his devotion? When Shi Ning caught sight of Shi Ning's twisted expression from jealousy, she felt a surge of satisfaction. Raising an eyebrow, she thought to herself, "Look at how eager my husband is for everything I do." Shi Ning was left speechless by her envy. Shen Shizhou, observing their embrace, felt a pang of hurt and shot a cold glare at Shi Ning. "Ning, you should be mindful of your image in public. Such displays of affection are unbecoming." If she didn't extricate herself from Qin He's embrace soon, he would become genuinely upset. And she wouldn't be able to placate him this time. "I desire more than just mere embraces. I want kisses as well," Shi Ning declared, wrapping her arms around Qin He's neck and planting a large kiss on his cheek. "Husband, behold the splendid performance I have prepared for you." Qin He smirked in response. Shen Shizhou's expression darkened considerably. This time, Shi Ning would not be able to soothe him. Chapter 36. Let me make my wife happy. Shen Shizhou resolved to withhold any warmth from Shi Ning, determined to make her aware of his displeasure. "Do as you wish," he said coldly. Before turning to pull Shi Ning down to sit, engaging in conversation as if Shi Ning were invisible. Shi Ning propped her chin on her hand, fixated on the 18 male models before her, contemplating how to utilize them to win Qin He's heart and convince him that she truly had no feelings for Shen Shizhou. Although Shen Shizhou and Shi Ning were chatting, they kept a discreet watch on Shi Ning and Qin He. However, they exchanged not a single glance with them, instead appearing as a newlywed couple, enveloped in a tender and loving atmosphere. Shi Ning, feeling irked yet somewhat pleased, smiled at Shi Ning. "Sister, you've been staring at the male models. You must really like this type. Another jab, is it?" Shi Ning rolled her eyes at Shi Ning. "Since you like them so much, I shall cover the expenses for tonight's private room." She generously addressed the male models. "As long as you make my sister happy, each of you will receive a tip of 100,000, not including other drinks." With 18 male models, that amounted to 1,800,000. Moreover, they wouldn't have to share with the establishment. Pure profit. The male models looked at Shi Ning with eyes gleaming with desire, as if they were gazing upon a deity of wealth. Yet, they wondered, was it truly worth risking everything for a mere 100,000 in tips? Beside them, Lord Qin observed with an expression as chilling as that of a corpse. Shi Ning, with a beaming smile, inquired of Shi Ning, "Are you truly covering the expenses for tonight?" Gazing upon the frosty visage of Qin He, Shi Ning nodded generously. "Of course." Shi Ning furrowed her brow. "But your supplementary card is my father's. Isn't this akin to using my father's money to curry favor with him?" For a fleeting moment, Shi Ning's countenance darkened, before she clarified. "A few days ago, my uncle suspended the card. I am using my own funds." This revelation eased Shi Ning's worries. She could not let the opportunity to witness a spectacle of humiliation slip by. "You all heard that, right? Tonight's expenses at room 999 are all covered by Shi Ning," she exclaimed excitedly to the 18 male models. "Ensure that you provide exceptional service to Shen Shizhou tonight. Shi Ning is offering each of you a generous tip of 100,000. The male models, previously torn between the dilemma of life or money, given the formidable aura of Qin He Ye, now found themselves presented with a tantalizing third option, the prospect of both survival and profit. With a surge of enthusiasm, the 18 models rushed to encircle Qin He Ye. Qin He Ye, however, appeared furious, promptly kicking aside the nearest male model. Get lost. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. The models halted in their tracks, unsure if they would earn that promised bounty tonight. Shi Ning, taken aback by Shi Ning's bold maneuver, bore a troubled expression. Forcing a smile, she remarked, "Sister, I intended for them to serve you. To demonstrate to Qin He Ye how you engage with male models, hastening your divorce. Not for them to attend to Qin He Ye." The notion of men serving men was, to her, an unsettling and repugnant sight. Shi Ning, with a naive gaze, replied, "But they make me happy. If they serve Qin He Ye, I am utterly elated. It is the happiest day I have had in 2 years." Shi Ning countered, "But I meant for them to serve you." Shi Ning's expression darkened as she questioned sharply. Shi Ning, what do you mean by hiring male models at a premium in front of my husband? Are you attempting to sabotage our marital bond and position yourself as a mistress, seducing him to rise? Shi Ning sought to defend herself. "No. Shi Ning interrupted. "If that is not the case, then you have no say in how I use the male models. I want them to serve Qin He Ye, which makes me happy." Qin He Ye rose, casting a cold gaze at Shi Ning. "So, in front of my fiancé, you have the male models cater to me. What is your intention? To destroy my relationship with my fiancé, or do you still harbor feelings for me?" The atmosphere was equally awkward for both. Shi Ning smiled confidently. "I aim to ruin your relationship. I relish in making you uncomfortable. This is pure retaliation." She raised an eyebrow, not pleased, upset, unsatisfied. "If you're not, then come at me." Qin He Ye was genuinely infuriated by Shi Ning's antics. "You enjoy your little games. I shall take my leave." With that, he turned to depart. And the 18 models dared not impede him, for Qin He Ye's reputation was formidable, second only to Qin He Ye. "Mr. Qin," came a deep, cold voice imbued with an intimidating presence. It was Qin He Ye calling forth Mr. Qin. Was momentarily taken aback by the formidable aura surrounding Qin He Ye. After a brief hesitation, he turned to address him gently. "Mr. Qin, is there something you need?" Qin He Ye leisurely twirled the crystal glass in his hand, looking up calmly at Qin He Ye. "Mr. Qin, I presume you are interested in the land in the eastern part of the city? Would you care to sit down and discuss?" Qin He Ye's eyes darkened. "Mr. Qin, are you threatening me?" Qin He Ye casually acknowledged. "Mr. Qin, do you take issue with this? Who among us has not felt threatened?" "No," Qin He Ye replied, frustration evident. Yet he felt powerless. After all, Qin He Ye was a titan of the business world. Whether a deal could be struck was entirely at his discretion. On the side, Shi Ning was thoroughly entertained by this confrontation. Embracing Qin He Ye's arm, she beamed, "Darling, you are amazing." It was as if he boldly declared that he was indeed threatening Qin He Ye, yet still inquired if there were any objections. Qin He Ye, feeling utterly humiliated,
Could only weakly respond, "No."
the audacity of the situation was utterly exhilarating. Qin He Ye glanced down at his arm, tightly held by Shi Ning. Feeling the warmth radiating from her body through the fabric of their clothing, accompanied by her faint floral scent. Qin He Ye's expression darkened further as he heard Shi Ning affectionately refer to Qin He Ye as darling. In a splendid mood, Qin He Ye gestured toward the chair across from him, instructing Qin He Ye to sit. "Let my wife have some fun." "Oh, dear antagonist, are you aware of what you are saying?" This sentiment suggests that Qin He Ye is allowing Shi Ning to humor Qin He Ye, as if to placate an ex for the sake of his current wife. Does that make sense? I'm laughing so hard it hurts. It feels like a classic case of wearing a green hat. Indeed, the antagonist is utterly besotted with the malicious female counterpart. Shi Ning, observing the comments, recognized that Qin He Ye's affection for her knew no bounds. To reciprocate his adoration, she issued commands without hesitation. Number 1, pour the wine. Number 2, sing a love song. Number 3, massage his legs. Number 520, the one who resembles Qin He Ye the most, sit in his lap. Chapter 37. My wife hasn't he had enough fun yet? The male models complied with Shi Ning's orders, exerting every ounce of effort to attend to Qin He Ye. They relentlessly encouraged him to drink, being well-versed in the art of service. It was clear that Shi Ning did not genuinely wish for Qin He Ye to be entertained, but rather aimed to humiliate him and provoke his discomfort. Thus, they relentlessly poured alcohol for Shinshizho, employing tactics that would make any straight man squirm, sharing drinks, singing love songs, dancing closely, massaging his shoulders and legs, and engaging in playful teasing. Despite his irritation, Shinshizho endured it all for the sake of securing the land in the Eastern District. However, when he heard that the model number 520 was to sit in his lap, he erupted, standing tall and glaring down at Shi Ning. Shi Ning, do not push your luck. I am not without my temper. He was genuinely incensed, truly considering a 3-month silence toward her. She would not be able to soothe him. Shi Ning, unfazed, merely clung to Qin He Ye's arm, looking up at him with feigned innocence. Darling, he is so fierce. I'm quite frightened. Shi Ning, overhearing this exchange, could barely contain her laughter. Mu Tian secretly gave a thumbs up to Shi Ning. She was the first to dare to act coquettishly with the formidable Qin He. What was more, Qin He did not seem angry. Rather, he appeared to relish the moment. He lowered his gaze to Shi Ning's delicate face, a subtle smile gracing his thin lips. He cast a cold glance at Shinshizho, informing him that my assistant is already bringing over the contract for Qingdong. My wife is still enjoying herself, while Mr. Shin seems to wish to withdraw. He then politely gestured toward the door, saying, please. Shinshizho clenched his fists, taking 3 deep breaths. He fixed his gaze on Shi Ning, thinking that as long as Ning was happy, it was all right. He merely hoped that Shi Ning would understand that he bore today's humiliation for her sake, not for the land in Qingdong. Shi Ning did not spare a glance for Shinshizho. She simply instructed Model 520 to continue. After saying that, she tightly clung to Qin He's arm, resting her small head on his shoulder, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation for the unfolding drama.
Oh.
How obedient, yet slightly mischievous, she was. Qin He's attention was solely on her, his gaze glued to her. Model 520, unabashedly sitting in Shinshizho's lap, wrapped an arm around his neck and called out, brother. Shinshizho was taken aback, feeling nauseated. Brother, have some candy, Model 520 said, with a piece of candy hanging from his mouth, bringing the other end close to Shinshizho's lips. Disgusted, Shinshizho turned his head away, his face a mask of humiliation. Turning back, he caught sight of Shi Ning, who was excitedly watching the spectacle while nestled against Qin He. There was no trace of jealousy or concern for him in her eyes. It was as if he no longer existed for her. A heavy gloom settled in his heart. A painful ache lodged in his throat. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his lips. The candy was being fed to him, and Model 520's lips, separated only by the candy, nearly brushed against his own. In that fleeting moment, the uncanny resemblance of Model 520 to him evoked an unsettling sensation, as if he were kissing himself, particularly because he could not discern whether this was meant to nauseate him or to delight Shi Ning. His hand inadvertently wandered to an inappropriate area, and he attempted to unbutton his shirt. Get away. Shinshizho scowled, forcefully pushing him away before hastily rising to make his way to the restroom. Heaving, the sounds of his retching echoed from the restroom. Just listening to it made Shi Ning feel queasy. Nevertheless, her spirits were high. With satisfaction, she nodded, proclaiming that they had taken excellent care of Shinshizho. And she was very pleased. Turning to her cousin, Shi Ning, she beamed, you may give them a tip of 100,000 each. Shi Ning's expression immediately soured.
Me? Pay?
To have male models humiliate her fiancé and expect her to foot the bill? If she were to pay, it was to have the models serve Shi Ning. To incite a rift between Shi Ning and Qin He, thus justifying the extravagant expense of 180,000. But now, they were catering to her fiancé. If she paid, she would be a fool, a complete dupe. Shi Ning smiled sweetly. Indeed, as you just mentioned, you're covering the expenses for box 999 tonight. What's the matter? Feeling reluctant to inflate your image? As her voice grew cold, Qin He's gaze, as sharp as ice, fell upon Shi Ning. The chilling intensity of his stare made her tremble involuntarily. With a forced smile, she thought to herself that as long as her sister was happy, she would bear the cost. 1,800,000, in exchange for a plot of land in the eastern part of the city, was not a loss at all. Shi Ning produced her bank card and, with a heavy heart, spent the 1,800,000 as tips for 18 male models. It was not even the supplementary card of Shiguoqiang. This expenditure truly felt like carving into her flesh. Before long, Chapter 38, the land issue unfolded. The barrage of comments began to stream in. How did Shinshizho become a green tea? Everyone is collapsing their personas, and it's quite a spectacle, making me want to watch more. Shi Ning actually thought of having a male model resembling Qin He Ye serve him. How utterly disgusting. That scoundrel must perish. Ha ha. Shi Qingyin also finds it revolting and quite frustrating. She initially intended to sow discord between Shi Ning and Qin He, but instead, she ended up losing 1,800,000. Shi Ning truly embodies the role of a wicked supporting character, a double-edged sword to torment the scoundrel. It discussed the male and female leads, much to my delight as a reader. I don't find it that repulsive. The male models are handsome and offer good service. Just bear with it, and one can acquire a plot of land worth 2 billion. If someone gave me a piece of land worth 2 billion, I would gladly live in a villa for life, drive luxurious cars, and sleep with male models. Shi Ning, enjoying her peeled grapes, felt quite pleased as she observed the comments. Suddenly, her eyes widened. How much? 2 billion? Still reeling from the shocking price of the land, she continued to scan the comments for useful information. Qin He Ye was in the bathroom, retching violently, even coughing up blood. His complexion was pale and gloomy as he emerged from the restroom. His eyes, cold and heavy, were expectantly fixed on Shi Ning, only to find Qin He peeling grapes for her. She was eating the grapes, her attention solely on the screen before her, offering him not even a sidelong glance, let alone a word of concern. Suppressing the ache in his heart, Qin He Ye asked in a low voice, "Ning, are you happy?" Shi Ning shifted her gaze from the barrage to bestow upon him a disdainful look. "Your discomfort brings me joy. But do keep your distance, your breath stinks." With that, she returned to perusing the chaotic stream of comments, sifting through them for any useful information. The unabashed disdain on Shi Ning's face only deepened Qin He Ye's gloom. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Qin He. "Mr. Qin, may we proceed to sign the contract for the Eastern land?" At that moment, Pei Qianhua entered, making a beeline for Qin He. He presented a document. "President, here is the contract you requested." His demeanor was exceedingly respectful, though he cast an angry and contemptuous glance at Shi Ning. He had known it. Shi Ning's recent unusual behavior, showering favors upon Mr. Qin, was merely a ploy to gain benefits for Qin He Ye. Shi Ning. She was still trying to decipher the meaning behind Pei Qianhua's gaze when Qin He had already signed his name on the contract. Turning the document towards Qin He Ye, he handed him the pen. "Mr. Qin, please review the contract, and if all is in order, kindly sign." Qin He Ye remained cautious, scrutinizing the contract to avoid falling into a trap. Despite Qin He's notorious reputation in the business realm for being untrustworthy and resolute, he maintained his vigilance and skepticism. Shi Ning, observing the contract, finally grasped the disdainful intent behind Pei Qian's earlier glance, contempt for Qin He, pity for her, and the belief that she was currying favor with Qin He for Qin He Ye's benefit. She raised her gaze to Qin He and inquired, "Are you truly going to give the Qingdong land to Qin He Ye?" "Indeed," Qin He replied, noticing her frown and further questioning. "Why?" At that moment, Shi Ning saw Qin He Ye pick up a pen, preparing to sign. She swiftly snatched the contract from him, exclaiming, "Not a chance. I refuse to grant it to you." Qin He Ye, suppressing his fury, glared at Shi Ning darkly. "You agreed that if you were happy, the Qingdong land would be mine. Are you now retracting your word? Ning, are you toying with me?" Shi Ning smiled sweetly and nodded. "Yes, I find you displeasing, so I am indeed toying with you. Do you have an issue with that? A piece of land worth 2 billion just given away like that? Not even a penny of it will I concede to you." Her candor infuriated Qin He Ye, leaving him on the verge of cursing. Yet a mere icy glance from Qin He silenced him. To be untrustworthy now would tarnish Lord Qin's reputation, would it not? Qin He cast a brief glance at him before turning to Shi Ning, asking, "Truly not giving it?" He was indifferent to the land, as commercial credibility was of little concern to him. One instance of untrustworthiness would not tarnish his standing. The exhilaration was palpable. But the Qingdong land was indeed prime real estate, destined to flourish and generate immense revenue, elevating Qin He Ye's status dramatically, potentially placing him among the top 10 wealthy elites. The land, which would not be available for 2 years, was now being handed to him prematurely, thanks to the female antagonist. This could position him alongside Qin He as a dual emperor in the business world. As the male protagonist's worth increased, the antagonists diminished, compelling the Qin family to concede their position. The business monarch would soon have to yield to the male lead. The relinquishment of the Qingdong land to Qin He Ye acted as a catalyst, initiating the decline of the Qin family's commercial empire while propelling the Shun family upward. The antagonist would suffer further as the loss of the Qingdong land would invite severe repercussions from the elder Qin, who would administer familial discipline. Such revelations were increasingly alarming. Did the original narrative truly allow Qin He to grant the land to Shinshizhou? Even with the barrage of spoilers, the force of the plot remained intact. Had Shinshizhou, because of her, indeed acquired the Qingdong land? And would Qin He face familial discipline as a result? Shi Ning, upon reading the comments, grew anxious. She grasped Qin He's arm, insisting, the Qingdong land must not be given to Shinshizhou. Qin He, puzzled by Shi Ning's fervor, nonetheless nodded in compliance with his wife. Shinshizhou's expression darkened immediately, his gaze fixed on Shi Ning, his heart aching anew. Did she truly no longer harbor feelings for him? It was she who had informed him of the Qingdong land through Qin He. Now, she was urging Qin He not to hand it over to him. Frustration and sadness enveloped Shinshizhou, his countenance grim as he uttered darkly, "It seems that a Ning and Master Qin share a profound bond, allowing me to pursue marriage with Yin with peace of mind. This serves as a reminder to Shi Ning, who is now irate. His engagement with Shi Qing is on the verge of becoming a reality. Unless, of course, she manages to placate him. Yet this time, it will be a formidable challenge. The distinction between the land in the east and that in the west is akin to the difference between heaven and earth. The western land is shrouded in mystique, fraught with problems. Whoever assumes control will incur losses, potentially leading to utter financial ruin. The Qin family's commercial empire met its demise on the western land." Shi Ning observed the barrage of comments, her eyes sparkling with intent to ensnare the scoundrel. She addressed Qin He, declaring that the western plot should be given to Shinshizhou. After stating this, she added earnestly, emphasizing that only the western piece of land would suffice. No alternatives would be acceptable. Qin He Ye's gaze deepened, fixed intently upon Shi Ning. Upon hearing Shi Ning's suggestion to allocate the western land to him, Shinshizhou's previously gloomy demeanor brightened instantly. He smiled gently at Shi Ning, expressing gratitude. "Thank you. And Ning, I will not let you down. I shall develop the western land well." Given that Shi Ning has offered him a superior plot, he decided to refrain from being angry with her this time. He understood that Shi Ning's recent aloofness and her deliberate closeness to Qin He Ye were strategic moves to provoke jealousy and incite his ire. She still loved him, still could not part from him. Otherwise, how could she have persuaded Qin He Ye to relinquish the highly coveted western land, which far surpassed the eastern plot in all aspects and had been auctioned for 10 billion? Chapter 39. He is jealous. He is envious. Shi Ning, intent on deceiving Shinshizhou, wholeheartedly agreed with his sentiments. Her spirits lifted. As she tore up the eastern contract, she emphatically declared the necessity of thorough development, investing the utmost resources and effort. "I believe in your capabilities. You will forge a new commercial empire." With flattery flowing, she sought to lead him astray, prompting him to invest more, thus incurring greater losses. Shi Qing, observing Qin He Ye's countenance grow increasingly frigid, felt a surge of delight within her. She realized that Shi Ning still harbored feelings for Shinshizhou, practically courting disaster. Shinshizhou's previously clouded mood now basked in sunshine. He had thought Shi Ning was genuinely toying with him by withholding the eastern land. Yet, upon hearing of his impending engagement to Shi Qing, she had instead granted him the superior western land. Shi Ning, as ever, remained hopelessly in love with him. Shinshizhou reveled in this realization. Suddenly, he felt a chilling gaze, sharp and bone-chilling. It was Qin He Ye, his eyes icy enough to suggest a murderous intent, brimming with an unmistakable scent of jealousy. It was envy. It was jealousy. The sensation of being envied and resented by Master Qin filled him with a mix of trepidation and exhilaration, a sense of pride. What of Qin He Ye, the commercial titan? His wife's affection was directed towards him, rendering him no less than Qin He Ye. Shinshizhou grew more tender towards Shi Ning, whose judgment had always been impeccable. He poured a glass of wine and presented it to Qin He Ye, his face aglow with triumph. "I raise a toast to you. I kindly ask that, in the future, Master Qin, you look after the development of the western land, considering a Ning's favor towards me." His words subtly boasted of Shi Ning's preference for him. Qin He did not cast even a glance at the wine glass. Instead, he raised his gaze to scrutinize Shinshizhou. "Did I ever mention that the land in the west of the city was to be given to you?" Shinshizhou's smile faltered, and he stammered, "Qin Yi." He felt the weight of Qin He's formidable presence and turned to see Shi Ning, who also wore a serious expression. It was a Ning who said so. Shi Ning was taken aback. The land in the west of the city was no longer to go to Qin He Ye? How could this be? He seemed to be facing misfortune and bankruptcy. Shi Ning clung to Qin He's arm, swaying and acting coyly. Please, just give the land in the west to Qin He Ye. It truly suits him perfectly. Noticing Qin He's silence, she decided to employ her ultimate tactic, adopting a sweet, affected tone. Husband, just listen to your wife this once, and give the land to Qin He Ye, all right? Husband. Her voice, laced with sweetness, caused Qin He Ye to furrow his brow, feeling uncomfortable, as Shi Ning had never used such a tone with him. Mu Tian, observing this exchange, gaped in disbelief. As if witnessing a monster. She was aware of Shi Ning's sweet voice, but to hear it so exaggeratedly was a first. Even more astonishing was how naturally she flirted with the formidable Qin He. The more Shi Ning acted coy, the colder Qin He's demeanor became. And his jealousy seemed to intensify. Shi Ning felt a surge of secret delight and quickly attempted to play the peacemaker to win Qin He's favor. The land in the west was far more valuable than that in the east, and the Qin group had already secured the bid, having spent a staggering 10 billion. She glanced at Shi Ning and began to sow discord. Sister, for the sake of brother Shi Ye, is it really right to ask brother-in-law to relinquish the land in the west? Does that mean brother Shi Ye holds more importance in your heart than brother-in-law? Shi Ning, uninterested in her provocations, continued to plead with Qin He, husband, please listen to me just this once, all right? Yet, Qin He remained unmoved. He coldly brushed aside Shi Ning's hand and stated, I can acquiesce to other requests, but not regarding the land in the west. Shi Ning was about to plead again when Qin He abruptly stood up. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Enjoy yourselves. As he walked away, Shi Ning, in a fit of frustration, stamped her foot. Qin He, can't you listen to me just once? The atmosphere in the private room became suffocatingly cold, making it difficult for anyone to breathe. Several male models lowered their heads, striving to diminish their presence, lest they attract Qin He's wrath. It was only after he departed that they collectively exhaled in relief. Shi Ning, relishing the discord between the couple, smirked before turning to leave.
Mu Tian.
Feeling as if she had narrowly escaped disaster, hurriedly sat beside Shi Ning. I told you. How could you suddenly gain clarity and no longer be love-struck? It turns out you were holding back something significant. How dare you? Boldly demanding Qin He to give the land in the west to Qin He Ye, especially in front of so many people? It was like publicly adorning him with an enormous green hat. No, it was akin to establishing an entire pasture. You were essentially slapping his face publicly, and yet he still spared you by not showing his anger outright. Just moments ago, I thought he might resort to violence. Instead, he left you with a parting remark, enjoy yourselves? With Qin He Ye still present, Shi Ning found it difficult to explain the dramatic revelations. Yet Mu Tian's words held a kernel of truth. Qin He had misjudged her intentions. In the future, I shall speak with you again. I must seek out Qin He. She harbors a disdain for misunderstandings and feels compelled to clarify matters with him. After all, the misunderstandings between a married couple should never linger overnight. Shi Ning exited the private room, and Qin He Ye hastily pursued her. Mu Tian, observing the male model resembling Qin He Ye throughout the room, clicked her tongue in annoyance and quickly waved for him to leave. Ning, that foolish girl, must have had her eyes obscured by folly. How could Qin He Ye compare to Qin He? Once Shi Ning dashed out of the private room, she could no longer catch sight of Qin He. She attempted to call him, but the call did not connect, her phone indicating it was turned off, suggesting she try again later. A thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Qin He was angry enough to block her? Anxiety began to swell within her. Just as she was about to depart, someone grasped her arm and pulled her into an unoccupied room. Was it Qin He? Before Shi Ning could utter a word, she found herself ensconced in his embrace. Her back pressed against the wall, and he leaned down to kiss her lips. Chapter 40, a vicious beating for the scoundrel.
Ah!
Just as she was about to be kissed, Shi Ning caught a whiff of a strong odor of alcohol. This was not Qin He. Without hesitation, she delivered a powerful knee strike to Qin He Ye's groin, eliciting a shriek akin to that of a wounded chicken. Qin He Ye doubled over in pain, clutching himself. Shi Ning, what madness has overtaken you? This is not what you desire. Disgusted by his presence, Shi Ning seized the opportunity while he writhed in agony and delivered several fierce kicks, all the while hurling insults. You are the mad one. Your entire family is mad. Who would want lips that have touched Shi Ning, reeking of filth? Her kicks landed with force, causing Qin He Ye considerable pain, forcing him to curl up protectively. The agony was so intense that he was compelled to beg for mercy. Ning, I swear there's nothing between me and Shi Ning. Please stop kicking. Ning, I was wrong. Shi Ning paid no heed to his pleas for forgiveness. A surge of pent-up frustration motivated her to unleash several more fierce kicks. Breathless and exhausted, she finally ceased her assault. After delivering her final kick, she refrained from casting another glance at Shi Ning and turned to leave, pouting in disdain. Had she known, she would have worn high heels today, which would have allowed her to crush Shi Ning with the tips of her shoes. Crouched on the floor, clutching his head, Shi Ning waited patiently, ensuring Shi Ning had departed before finally sitting up. He gingerly touched his sore lip, noticing a trickle of blood. Shi Ning's aggression, he mused, was undoubtedly a performance intended for Qin He, a means to coax him into granting the land in the west of the city. Indeed, Shi Ning's tempestuous outburst today must have been a strategy to win over Qin He for that very land. Meanwhile, Shi Ning had rushed outside and spotted Qin He below. He stood beneath a tree, smoking, wisps of smoke curling around him, soft lamplight illuminating his form. He appeared strikingly handsome, exuding an air of nobility intertwined with a poignant sadness, a sense of being shattered and abandoned. Surely, this must be due to Shi Ning. A wave of jealousy surged through Shi Ning. She adjusted her hair, tugging at her off-the-shoulder dress to ensure her snow-white shoulders and collarbone were prominently displayed. Before stepping forward to approach Qin He, closing the distance between them, she tilted her head back, her eyes brimming with admiration, softly calling out, "Brother-in-law." Qin He furrowed his brow, stepping back a couple of paces to create distance between them. He did not look at her, instead gazing across the street. "Is something the matter?" Standing beside him, Shi Ning interjected, "Brother-in-law, please don't blame my sister. Her 5-year relationship with Shizhou has always held the foremost place in her heart, even above her own father." Qin He remained silent, taking a deep drag of his cigarette and exhaling heavily. An aura of melancholy enveloped him increasingly. Shi Ning sensed that he was upset with her sister, and thus, she passionately declared, "This time, my sister has truly gone too far. She has been married to you for 3 years, yet during this time, she has consistently sought male models and has even threatened divorce, leveraging your status to provide Shizhou with numerous opportunities. Now, she dares to demand that you hand over the vital land in the West City to Shizhou. This is utterly outrageous. To do so in front of so many people, putting you in a difficult position to assist her beloved, is simply intolerable." Qin He interrupted her in a low voice. "She is not as excessive as you think."
What?
Shi Ning was taken aback, her eyes widening in innocent inquiry. "What do you mean, brother-in-law?" With a cold gaze, Qin He countered, "You run to your brother-in-law to claim that your sister is being unreasonable and speak ill of her?" Shi Ning bit her lip, feeling aggrieved as she explained, "No, I merely spoke out on behalf of you, brother-in-law, because my sister's actions have been too extreme." Qin He retorted, "I am your brother-in-law, not your fiancé. There is no need for you, an outsider, to speak on my behalf. You should align with Shizhou and persuade me to give the West City land to him." This was the first time Shi Ning had heard Qin He articulate so many words, yet not a single one was to her liking. Feeling even more wronged, her eyes reddened, resembling someone who had been bullied into tears. "I am merely advocating for reason over kinship. After all, my sister's actions are excessive." Qin He did not spare her a glance, exhaling a cloud of smoke. "I am aware." Shi Ning looked up hopefully. "You know me? Even green tea acknowledges this." Qin He's icy words splashed over her like cold water, leaving her thoroughly chilled. Her voice trembled with grievance. "Brother-in-law." From the side, Shi Ning's voice rang out, "Cousin." Dressed so provocatively and speaking in such a sultry tone, are you attempting to seduce your brother-in-law, or are you soliciting clients? This drew curious glances from passers-by directed at Shi Ning. Shi Ning, biting her lip in distress, protested, "Sister, you misunderstand. I was merely advising brother-in-law not to be angry with you. How can you speak to me in such a humiliating manner?" Noticing Shi Ning upbroting. Qin He discarded his cigarette onto the ground and extinguished it. As Shi Ning came closer, she linked her arm with Qin He's and scrutinized Shi Ning from head to toe. With a derisive laugh, she remarked, "What a lovely off-the-shoulder dress. Yet you've pulled it down to resemble a strapless gown, exposing most of your chest. It's as if you're flaunting your elderly grandfather's companion. In this attire, you hardly seem fit to be seen in public." Her words attracted the attention of several men exiting a club, their drunken gazes fixating on Shi Ning's exposed skin. Thus, some lewdly whistled in response. Shi Ning's complexion turned pale as she hurriedly adjusted her skirt, still attempting to defend herself. I was genuinely trying to advise my brother-in-law. After all, you were utterly out of line tonight. Shi Ning with a condescending laugh, Shi Ning feigned concern, urging her brother-in-law not to be angry with Shi Ning. Yet her every word dripped with disparagement towards her. Such is the classic rhetoric of a scheming individual. Fortunately, my husband possesses a discerning eye for such tricks, otherwise, your provocations might have led to a quarrel between us. Shi Ning glanced at Qin He Ye, observing his lack of reaction to Shi Ning's antics, and his icy demeanor softened slightly. How could he still defend her after Shi Ning had practically handed over the western city land to Qin He Ye? Moreover, upon Shi Ning's arrival, Qin He Ye had not even spared her a glance, not even a fleeting acknowledgement. She lamented with a sense of injustice. I truly wish to aid my sister. If she chooses to misunderstand me, what can I do? Shi Ning scoffed, lifting her chin to address Qin He Ye. Do not compare her to green tea. True green tea is refreshing and delightful. Qin He Ye acquiesced. Indeed, let us consider her but the remnants of brewed green tea. The leftover dregs of brewed green tea are destined for the refuse bin. Does that imply she is akin to refuse? Shi Ning's face drained of color, and biting her lip, she looked at Qin He Ye with tearful eyes. Yet he offered her no glance. Shi Ning remarked, in truth, a green tea vixen would suffice. Overwhelmed, Shi Ning burst into tears. Turning to flee while covering her face, not running quickly, but hoping that Qin He Ye would reprimand Shi Ning harshly. Yet he did not. Qin He Ye didn't even raise his voice toward Shi Ning. Feeling utterly wronged, she longed to weep, only to be obstructed by a greasy older man, leering at her with a predatory gaze. Beautiful lady, how much for a night? Furious, Shi Ning glared at him. I am not, the old man interjected. I've had my eyes on you since you emerged. The way you lowered your attire, revealing so much. Was it not an invitation for customers to purchase your services for the night? I may not possess the looks of that gentleman, but I have wealth. Would 10,000 suffice for a night? The old man pulled out his wallet, brandishing the money, attempting to thrust it towards her. Terrified, Shi Ning cried out, turning to rush into Qin He Ye's embrace. Brother-in-law, save me. Chapter 41. You wish to seduce me? As Shi Ning lunged towards him, Shi Ning could only stare in disbelief. Utterly appalled that Shi Ning would brazenly entice her husband before her very eyes. Unperturbed, Shi Ning extended her foot. With a thud, Shi Ning fell to the ground, akin to a dog in disgrace. Shi Ning looked down from her elevated position. Dear cousin, there is no need for such grand gestures of apology. A simple kneel and bow would suffice. Reaching out to Qin He Ye, Shi Ning pleaded, Brother-in-law, pull me up. Just as her hand extended, Shi Ning stepped on it, causing her face to contort in pain. The cries that followed were genuine, devoid of any seductive tone. Shi Ning bent down. Cousin, allow me to assist you. Sister, you stepped on my hand. Shi Ning sobbed. Oh, my sincerest apologies. You stepped on my right hand. My deepest regrets, I did not see. I assumed I was stepping on refuse. Shi Ning's apology was delivered with earnestness as she swiftly removed her foot and reached out for Shi Ning's hands. I shall lift you up immediately. It is unseemly for you to remain in such a position. Shi Ning, eager to rise, took advantage of the support to stand. The sound of fabric tearing suddenly made Shi Ning feel a rush of cool air against her thigh. Looking down, she saw Shi Ning stepping on her skirt, which had now been ripped, continuing to tear further up. If it went on, the dress would be completely ruined. Panic-stricken, Shi Ning exclaimed, Shi Ning, let go.
Oh.
Shi Ning obediently released her grip. With a loud thud, Shi Ning, who had been yanked up halfway, fell heavily to the ground, letting out a cry of pain. Furious and forgetting to maintain her composure, she shouted, Shi Ning, you did that on purpose. Shi Ning raised her hands innocently. No, I truly didn't mean to. She looked down at Shi Ning with a smirk, adding, it was intentional. Who told you to entice my husband? As Qin He Ye exited the club, he spotted Shi Ning sprawled on the ground and hurried over. Ning. Shi Ning stepped back, saying, your fiancé has arrived. I shall take my leave now. She linked arms with Qin He Ye, departing with an air of satisfaction. Inside the pink mini BMW, Shi Ning drove, while Qin He Ye sat in the passenger seat. His long legs awkwardly positioned. His tall and striking figure made the petite BMW appear even smaller, adding an aura of earthly charm to his presence. However, With a cold expression, he turned his gaze out the window, exuding an air of aloofness, as if they were mere driver and passenger. Qin He, are you mad at me? His voice, devoid of warmth, replied, no. Upon hearing his denial, Shi Ning grew more agitated. If you're angry, just say it. Why pretend you're not? You always expect me to guess. She was ready to be upset. No more appeasing. Qin He repeated his emotionless response, no. At this, Shi Ning truly became angry, huffing softly as she focused on driving, ignoring him entirely. Noticing her slight huff, Qin He frowned and turned his attention back to the retreating night scenery. Silence enveloped them. When Shi Ning parked outside their home, she exited the vehicle, marching ahead in a sulky manner, completely disregarding Qin He. With no need to drive, she resumed her engagement with the barrage of comments on her screen. How strange. Why did Shi Ning have Qin He give the land in the west to Qin? Shouldn't it be the eastern land? The plot seems different now. What is so strange? Shi Ning isn't like us readers with a god's perspective. She knows the western land is more valuable and wants to give something good to Qin. It's not just this. Shi Ning actually hit Qin, forbade him from kissing her, and even mocked Shi Ning. One is her beloved man, and the other is her cherished sister. If Shi Ning, the malicious supporting character, doesn't he create havoc, how will the sweet romance between the leads progress? Shi Ning thought, I don't want to see this. I only wish to know if Qin He is angry and how I should soothe him. Qin He had yet to enter. Sulking, Shi Ning sat on the sofa, watching the comments. After a while, the comments finally caught up with the delay and mentioned Qin He's anger. Qin He isn't angry. He has hurt his wife. For the sake of Qin, wants him to give away over $1 billion worth of land. Though deeply saddened, he still took the time to park his wife's pink mini BMW in the garage, quietly weeping in the car, sobbing like a boiling kettle. Shi Ning. Wait, has Qin He Ye started crying again? Is that true? Isn't he in the car with a cold, frosty demeanor, like an eternal iceberg? Would he really weep? His heart shattered into countless pieces, yet he was still engaged in Shi Ning's synthesis dressing game, gifting her rare clothing fragments, urging her not to adore him too much. Shi Ning. He is still playing her game? Shi Ning could hardly believe it as she opened the game she had been playing. In her inbox, a message read, a lifetime of gifts, clothing fragments, 10 stamina points, and more. Shi Ning. The surplus clothing fragments from the minigame, along with the daily stamina gifts and task items, were quite abundant. However, it was this lifetime of gifts that stood out. Every time there was a new clothing event, he contributed the most, and in every competition, he consistently secured the top rank. So, could this be Qin He Ye? Shi Ning could hardly believe that someone like Qin He Ye would adopt such a quaint nickname. It was unfathomable that he would indulge in a female-targeted game and choose such a simplistic moniker. Had it not been for the barrage of comments revealing the truth, she would never have suspected that this person was Qin He Ye. After a moment's contemplation, Shi Ning opened her private messages and sent a note to a lifetime of gifts, saying, thank you, sister. A while later, she followed up with, I'm 20. Are you my older sister or younger sister? A lifetime of gifts. As she walked into the living room, he ignored her and headed towards the stairs. Shi Ning stood up, calling out, Qin He Ye. Finally, he halted, casting a cool glance in her direction. Shi Ning lifted her gaze to meet his icy, profound eyes, so devoid of warmth that it sent a shiver down her spine. Yet, recalling the land in the west of the city, which was nothing but a losing venture, she steeled herself. For the sake of her position as the wealthiest lady and to ensure that Qin faced ruin, she absolutely could not allow this western land to slip away. Before she could utter a word, Qin He Ye understood her intent and coldly replied, no need to discuss the western land. After speaking, he turned to leave. Shi Ning stepped forward, arms outstretched to block his path. We must talk. I will convince you tonight. Qin He Ye's gaze darkened, his voice turning hoarse. You intend to seduce me? Chapter 42. Shi Ning, do you wish for my life? Here it is. Shi Ning stood tall, her voice resolute. Yes. I intend to persuade you. Qin He Ye's eyes deepened. Is this for Qin? Realizing the implication, he shook his head. No. Before she could finish her thought, she found herself suddenly suspended in midair, hanging upside down over his shoulder. Qin He Ye, what are you doing?
Put me down.
Qin He Ye effortlessly carried her upstairs, showing no signs of exertion. Here's your chance to persuade me. As her blood rushed to her head, causing dizziness, she retorted, who said I wanted to seduce you? I meant to talk, not sleep. Qin He Ye, let us have a proper conversation.
Put me down.
Shi Ning struggled fiercely, nearly hitting her head against the railing several times. Don't move. Qin He's face turned cold as he raised his hand. With a sharp sound, his large hand struck her rear. Already blushing from the rush of blood, Shi Ning's face deepened in color, as if it were about to bleed. She fell silent. Upon reaching the second floor and entering the bedroom, she exclaimed, Qin He, you scoundrel. With a fierce bite, she sank her teeth into him. Qin He's body instantly stiffened, and he roughly tossed Shi Ning onto the soft bed, covering the spot where she had bitten him. His face flushed, he glared at her. Shi Ning, are you a dog? Biting everywhere? Shi Ning sat up. Her cheeks flushed as she bared her small sharp teeth at him. You hit me first. That's why I bit you. Throughout her life, her father had never struck her. Yet here was Qin He, hitting her at such an age, when she was most concerned about her pride. She refused to be at a disadvantage. Seeing Shi Ning's indignant, yet slightly aggrieved expression, Qin He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Shi Ning felt a wave of danger from his low chuckle, instinctively shrinking back. After all, he was the villain. Despite her fear, she glared at him defiantly, baring her teeth. If you hit me, I'll bite you back. I'll bite you to death. Upon hearing this, Qin He unbuttoned his cufflinks, then loosened his collar, slowly leaning closer to her. The dangerous aura surrounding him intensified, almost palpable. Was this the ominous sign of his impending dark transformation, as the comments suggested? The foreboding hint of binding her limbs with golden chains and imprisoning her in the attic? Shi Ning felt a surge of fear, retreating slightly. What are you doing? She leaned back, inch by inch. He moved closer, forcing her to retreat until, with a soft thud, she lay flat on the bed. Pressing her hands against Qin He's chest, her voice trembled. Qin He, what do you really want? She whimpered, pleading for him not to scare her. She was timid and did not respond well to fright. Qin He ceased his advance, lowering his head to gaze deeply into her eyes. Aren't you the one who wanted to bite me to death? Then let us find a different place to bite, and you can indulge yourself as much as you wish. Shi Ning looked up at him with innocent curiosity. A different place to bite? Can I bite anywhere? Which place should I choose? Her gaze, pure and inquisitive, studied Qin He's face intently. Biting his lips? That seemed tempting. They were beautifully shaped, just the right thickness, and so red. They appeared more delicious than the jelly she had eaten. But no! He had harbored feelings for her for 10 years. Biting his lips would be akin to kissing him. Would that still be a punishment? It was clearly a reward. Her gaze shifted from Qin He's alluring lips to the distinctly defined Adam's apple. It was also quite handsome, prominent and well-defined, resembling a small hill. He seemed thirsty, as his Adam's apple bobbed up and down, reminiscent of a smooth slide, a vivid description indeed. How could one's Adam's apple be so attractive, so enticing that it made one's heart race? The scene was captivating, causing Shi Ning to involuntarily nibble on her lips and swallow nervously. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with a mischievous idea. Yes, she would bite his Adam's apple. It was the most vulnerable part of a person. A single bite would not only fail to bring about his demise, but would also compel him to plead for mercy. She longed to hear him sob like a kettle boiling. With newfound determination, Shi Ning resolved not to shy away any longer. She reached up to embrace Qin He's neck. Leaning closer, her petite mouth opening to reveal her sharp little teeth. She sank her teeth into his Adam's apple. The sudden bite made Qin He's body stiffen as if petrified. His eyes darkened, transforming into a profound abyss, as if he were about to morph into a ferocious beast and devour the woman daring to bite him. Instead of the sobbing sounds she anticipated, Shi Ning felt a menacing glare directed at her, instilling fear within her. Was her bite not forceful enough? With her eyes wide open, she cautiously assessed Qin He's reaction, finding his expression utterly impassive and cold. This response left Shi Ning feeling utterly defeated.
No.
She needed to hear him whimper, like a kettle, to hear him beg for mercy. Thus, she bit down with a bit more force. The sharp sting of her bite elicited a low growl from Qin He. Sensing danger approaching, she quickly recoiled. Yet, in the next instant, Qin He's large hand grasped the back of her head, drawing her closer to him until their faces were mere inches apart. His dark, intense gaze bore into her, as if he were contemplating her very demise. Shi Ning, do you seek my life? He rasped, straining to maintain control. But Shi Ning was genuinely frightened, trembling at his dangerous aura, unable to utter a word. Qin He's gaze lingered on her lips. He once more hoarsely asked, Do you desire my life? Before she could respond, Her lips were suddenly sealed by his. Between their lips, a soft, resigned whisper escaped Qin He. Here you go. If you wish for my life, then take it. Chapter 43. Qin He, such a scoundrel. Qin He's kiss was tender, marked by gentlemanly restraint and a careful reverence. He did not unleash his tongue or engulf her entirely. His hands remained steady and respectful. Instead, he held the back of Shi Ning's head, kissing her with utmost caution and sincerity, as one would cherish a rare treasure. The kiss left her feeling disoriented, enveloped in a sense of being valued, experiencing a love unlike the villainous portrayal in the comments that suggested he would imprison her with chains, forcefully control her, and compel her against her will. He was gentle with her. He respected her. This one-sided trajectory of love began to transform into a mutual pursuit, and surely, their fate would change. Yes. She slightly parted her crimson lips, inviting Qin He to explore further. This subtle gesture caused Qin He to freeze, halting his gentle kisses. He did not take the initiative. Shi Ning, however, leaned in, softly kissing his lips. In the next moment, a sharp pain shot through her lips.
Ah!
She forcefully pushed Qin He away, her fingers grazing her painfully bitten lips, now stained with blood. With a mixture of hurt, anger, and grievance, she glared at him. You jerk! You bit me! What kind of couple draws blood from a kiss? Qin He, you're truly despicable. Who's the dog here? Qin He leaned down, placing his finger on the wounded part of Shi Ning's lips, asking her in a hushed voice, does it hurt? Tears welled in her eyes from the pain. She nodded, yes. It hurts very much. With his fingertip, he gently wiped away the blood from her lips, a flicker of regret passing through his eyes. Yet soon after, he pressed down slightly on her wound, asserting, it should hurt. Qin He, Shi Ning protested, smacking his hand away. Let go. It hurts. He released his pressure on her injury, then traced the bloodstains on her lips delicately. Remember this pain. Remember that he is unworthy. Remember, do not debase yourself for anyone. Shi Ning was taken aback, bewildered, and asked, including you? Qin He gazed at her crimson lips and replied, yes. Shi Ning pursed her lips. What about the land in the west of the city?
At that,
Qin He's expression darkened ominously. No negotiations. With that, he turned to leave. Qin He. He paused momentarily, glancing back at her. If you bring up the western land for Shinshizhou again, I will have someone commence work immediately. Shi Ning gasped. Qin He observed the damage to her lips, noting her discontent and dissatisfaction, and sighed internally. If you insist, I can offer the eastern land to Shinshizhou. Shi Ning hurriedly rejected. No, I want the western plot. She quickly elaborated. The western land has significant issues. It would only incur losses, not profits. That's why I suggested giving it to Shinshizhou. Qin He merely cast her a deep glance before striding away. Qin He. Frustrated, Shi Ning hurled a pillow at him. You don't believe me, you jerk. Scoundrel. Rotten egg. Before long, she heard the sound of a car engine from downstairs. Grabbing another pillow, she rushed to the balcony, looking down at the Rolls-Royce. Qin He. She shouted angrily. Qin He leaned out of the car window, glancing up at her. No negotiations, he repeated, those same 3 words. In a fit of rage, she threw the soft pillow down, hitting him on the head.
I will not talk to
you, she declared vehemently. My wife is angry. Very angry. Chapter 44. My darling husband. Qin He exited the car, picked up the pillow, and climbed back inside, driving away. Shi Ning watched the Rolls-Royce disappear, her anger intensifying. She considered bombarding Qin He with messages but thought better of it, realizing he was driving and safety was paramount. Instead, she turned to his room, lying on his bed, clutching his pillow. What a scoundrel. Such a despicable rogue. He doesn't believe me at all. He even claimed to have had a secret crush on me for 10 years, yet it's evident he doesn't. Fuming, she pounded the pillow, lamenting Qin He's behavior while glancing at the comments. What is the villain doing? The atmosphere is so charged, yet nothing happened. And he just left? They just kissed. And their underwear ended up on my face. I had tissues ready, yet the moment passed without further development. Can Qin He truly understand his role? He is the formidable antagonist, not a tender-hearted, silently protective second male lead. He should directly impose love upon Shi Ning, employing that gold chain. The loft was not crafted for him to weep. It was designed to confine and compel the female antagonist. For the first time, I find myself frustrated with the villain. The female antagonist proactively embraced and kissed him, yet he rejected her. A villain should not merely desire your body, he should yearn for your heart as well. After all, if he is destined to force love upon you, obtaining your heart alongside your body is paramount. What is the point of indulging in sweet melons? When one is parched, even the most stubbornly acquired fruit can be exceedingly sweet and refreshing. Shi Ning watched for half an hour. This group of fervent fans lamented that her interactions with Qin He had only resulted in a kiss, lacking any further intimacy. One particularly enthusiastic fan even began to speculate about the next developments in the comments, which were decidedly inappropriate. Shi Ning felt her face flush and her heart race. Much of her anger towards Qin He dissipated, especially upon reading some refreshing comments from other fans. The villain, who only wishes to be close and affectionate with his wife, is far more innocent than you rowdy fans. It's not that he doesn't want to. He is absolutely overwhelmed by his feelings, yet feels despondent. Qin He believed that Shi Ning's affectionate gestures were merely a means to secure that plot of land in the west for Shinshizhou. He was pleased by her initiative, but felt sorrowful that she did not love him, sacrificing herself for another man. Qin He yearned to possess Shi Ning without reservation, yet he truly did not want her to demean herself for someone as unworthy as Shinshizhou. Shi Ning had already stated that the land in the west was problematic and would incur losses if given to Shinshizhou, yet Qin He refused to believe her, even going so far as to bite her lip, showing no sign of the affection he had harbored for a decade. He seemed devoid of romantic sensibility, destined for bankruptcy. Without a wife, and ultimately, he would meet his demise at her hands. Upon reading this, Shi Ning pouted, insisting that such remarks about Qin He were unwarranted. He was different from her. While she could resent Qin He's disbelief in her, others should not. Shi Ning remained fiercely protective of him. Moreover, Qin He was unlike her. He had not seen the comments that revealed the issues surrounding the land in the west. After all, the government was staunchly supporting the development of that area, intending it to become the city center. It was through extensive research and data that the Qin group managed to acquire the land in the west. Thus, regarding this matter, it was unfair to blame Qin He for doubting her words. Qin He's character is that of a lovesick, obsessive individual. Merely biting Shi Ning's lips was already a testament to his restraint. Qin He even made concessions for Shi Ning. Upon seeing her discontent, he was still willing to give the land in the east to Shinshizhou. Is that not indicative of his infatuation?
Wait.
How could Shi Ning know about the issues with the land in the west? Logically, she should be unaware. Could it be that she has been reborn? Shi Ning, I have not been reborn. I merely saw the comments that provided me with spoilers. If one were to truly be reborn and experience the ending as described in the bullet comments, given her disposition, she might very well strap on a bomb and perish alongside Shinshizhou and Shi Qingyin. It is evident that Shi Ning deliberately suggested there were issues with the land in the Western District to persuade Qin He to transfer it to Shinshizhou. And it was merely a fortunate coincidence that her assertions turned out to be correct. Indeed, the Eastern District was similarly presented to Qin He, allowing Shinshizhou to seize an opportunity. With Shi Ning's dim-wittedness and infatuation, even reincarnation would prove futile, leading to the same dismal conclusion. Shi Ning, is this not an egregious personal attack? I refuse to view the negative comments. My heart is fragile. I want to retort. Next post. Qin He has arrived at the office, playfully using Shi Ning's pillow as a prop and sitting in his office, seemingly lost in thought, looking quite adorable. Qin He, the pillow belongs to my wife. It carries her scent, signifying her presence, and it brings me joy. The formidable antagonist was left in a fervor after Shi Ning's flirtations in the evening. One wonders if he will be left to contemplate his beloved's intimate garments while indulging in self-satisfaction. The villain has stepped into the shower, obscured from view. What a pity. Nevertheless, I am aware of the established narrative. Ah, the foolish and malevolent supporting character, living lavishly. How I wish to enter the story and perform for a couple of episodes. I am unafraid of the coercive affection from a wealthy and handsome antagonist. Shi Ning. Although the big yellow girl is somewhat risque, she is far more appealing than the disparaging comments labeling her as foolish. Indeed, I am sensitive. I do not appreciate disparagement in the comments. After watching for a while, as Qin He finished his shower and settled into work, the commentary diminished, prompting Shi Ning to cease her viewing and head for a bath. Tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep, she resolved that she must not allow Qin He to invest in the development of the Western District land. Ultimately, her goal was to appease Qin He. However, she was not particularly skilled at charming men. Thus, she messaged Mu Tian. Sweet, how does one charm a man? Queen Tian. Who are you trying to charm? Qin He Ye? Have you fallen for him again? I knew it. I refrained from speaking ill of him earlier to preserve our friendship. Shi Ning, it seems this is how it goes among friends. Today one declares they no longer love, having moved on, yet tomorrow they giggle. Still very much in love. But this time, she is serious. Ning, I want to charm Qin He Ye. My dear husband. Queen Tian, just go for it. Seduce him in your sleep. Ning. Queen Tian, watch the 128 video, learn from it. Shi Ning opened the video link sent by Mu Tian, her cheeks flushing as she transformed into a little yellow character. No, sister. You're not calling her Mu Tian, are you? Not Mu Huang. Queen Tian sent another message. Shi Ning opened it, and her face flushed once more. Chapter 45, Qin the Demon King has a penchant for masochism. Mu Tian had sent Shi Ning numerous styles of intimate apparel. She even provided direct links. Queen Tian, buy. Where? Mu Tian selected various sets of lingerie for Shi Ning in an array of colors, lace, and cutouts. This revelation opened a new world for Shi Ning, leaving her utterly astonished. It also reshaped her perception of Mu Tian. Mu Tian hesitated to speak, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. You might as well change your name to Mu Huang. Shi Ning couldn't help but imagine how she would feel if she were to don those outfits for Qin He Ye. How much turmoil would she endure? Moreover, she had already employed the art of seduction, yet Qin He Ye remained impervious to her charms. Sweet queen, the swiftest way to a man's heart is through the act of intimacy. Sweet queen, to capture a man's heart, one must ensnare not only his appetite, but also his desires. Mu Tian, now a master of romance, began to instruct Shi Ning on how to win over her husband. However, the advice she offered was decidedly unsuitable for public discussion. Shi Ning, I'm serious. It's about soothing him and mending our relationship. It's not just about the bed. Mu Tian, finding Shi Ning's typing slow, initiated a video call. Shi Ning answered, seeing Mu Tian in the opulent surroundings of the Di Hua Club. Are you trying to cheer up Qin He Ye to secure the land in the western city for Qin He Ye? The question struck a chord. Shi Ning, somewhat sheepish, nodded, yes. She quickly added, but the land in the western city is not ideal. I want to give it to him to deceive him.
Mutyankan smerkt.
Do you genuinely believe that? Reflect on your conscience. Shi Ning replied, if it weren't for the spoilers, I wouldn't believe it either. The western city land is highly sought after, valued at 100 billion. Clutching her pillow, Shi Ning insisted, I know you all don't believe me. But this time it's true. Mu Tian, observing her seriousness, adopted a more earnest demeanor and began to analyze the situation. It's not that we don't trust you. It's that over the past 3 years, you've eroded our faith in you. Before marrying Qin He Ye, you attempted suicide for Qin He Ye and even ran away from the wedding. For 3 years, you've been incessantly crying for a divorce. You loathed even the mention of Qin He Ye. My dear, you nearly poisoned him. You practically became a widow and remarried. Now you suddenly want to pamper him. Who wouldn't suspect you of plotting something against him for Qin He Ye? These events had indeed transpired. And in the unfolding narrative, she had unwittingly engaged in numerous thoughtless actions. Mu Tian noticed Shi Ning's silence and felt a twinge of anxiety. Fearing she might lose a friend. I may speak harshly, but don't take it to heart. As long as you're happy. After all, a couple of days of mischief in a year of 365 days is hardly significant. This extraordinary friend, Mu Tian, offered unconditional support. Shi Ning chuckled. Am I being mischievous for just 2 or 3 days? I've been foolish for over 1,000 days. Mu Tian raised an eyebrow. You're being quite harsh on yourself. She then asked earnestly, are you serious this time?
Yes.
Have you developed feelings for someone else?
No.
Shi Ning, unable to divulge the details about the comments, simply stated, it's not like I slept with Qin He Ye. I'm just trying to learn to like him and live well. Mu Tian found herself at a loss for words. Are you a princess from the Qing dynasty? Your thoughts are so conservative. Just because you slept with someone means you must commit for life? It wasn't he about being conservative. Shi Ning retorted, Qin He Ye is undoubtedly better than Qin He Ye. I refuse to hang myself on a single tree. Qin He Ye is nothing but a scoundrel. If he truly liked me, in the past, they should never have persuaded me to marry Qin He Ye. Nor should they have claimed to be engaged to Shi Ning, merely acting as a shield while waiting for my divorce. It was evident they were playing both sides. They continued to enjoy the business benefits I provided within the Qin family. Ultimately, she became the malicious supporting character. This allowed Shin Shizhou and Shi Ning a legitimate reason to send her off to Myanmar, resulting in a heart-wrenching conclusion. Moreover, her father, who was incited against her, ultimately went mad while trying to save her. Those who loved her suffered immensely. Simply contemplating this ending filled her with hatred towards them. She was determined to sabotage Shin Shizhou and Shi Ning mercilessly. Mu Tian observed Shi Ning on the verge of tears, her heart aching. All right, Ning, me darling. Detest scoundrels. Let us pursue Qin He, the great demon king. Shi Ning inquired. How do we pursue him? Mu Tian replied. Seduce him. Shi Ning. Mu Tian, noticing her speechless expression, helplessly shrugged. You're asking the wrong person. I only know how to hire male models. If I were adept at flirting, would I have remained single for 20 years? She sincerely suggested, why not treat Qin the great demon king as a male model? Perhaps his brooding nature is precisely what he desires. Shi Ning. Mu Tian, inspired by a new idea, exclaimed with excitement. Then you should force him to love you. Create a basement for him, prepare chains, a little whip, and a dog collar. The more absurd it gets. This was entirely reminiscent of her treatment in the book. Shi Ning quickly interrupted. Forget it. I want to ask you, a single dog, for any ridiculous ideas. Capturing and forcing Qin He to love her? Ridiculous. Mu Tian countered. How will you know unless you try? The great demon king must have a masochistic side. He enjoys being tortured. Train him to be an ultimate loyal dog. Shi Ning disregarded Mu Tian's nonsensical rumblings. Hanging up the phone, she glanced at the clock. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. With 2 hours until midnight, did this misunderstanding count as overnight? Contemplating her misunderstanding with Qin He, she found herself unable to sleep. How irritating. Shi Ning surveyed Qin He's room, the cold-toned decor, paired with the night, imparting an unspoken sense of oppression and reverence. Even upon entering his room, she dared not glance around carelessly. In the 3 years of their marriage, it was her first time in Qin He's room. She examined the space, ultimately fixating on a framed photo on the desk, an image of her and Qin He receiving their marriage certificate. In the picture, she wore the most unflattering dress, her face devoid of any smile, bearing a deeply sorrowful expression. In contrast, Qin He's lips were tightly pressed, yet his eyes revealed a smile, his attire meticulously arranged. It resembled a scene from a drama she had watched, where the male lead was impeccably dressed, while the female lead donned an unflattering wedding gown. This wouldn't he do? The misunderstanding absolutely could not linger overnight. Unable to sit still, Shi Ning grabbed her phone and messaged Qin He. Meanwhile, Qin He was at the company, his expression stern as he reviewed data and reports regarding land in the west of the city. His phone vibrated with a notification. Your wife has sent a message. Dear wife, Qin He. Your wife is angry. Very angry. If you don't appease me soon, you shall lose your beloved wife. Chapter 46. Send me a photo of your 8-pack abs immediately. Qin He stared at the message sent by Shi Ning, utterly stunned and in disbelief. For the past 3 years, this was the first time Shi Ning had communicated anything other than matters regarding their divorce. Moreover, she referred to herself as his wife. Pei Qianhua entered the room with new documents and noticed Qin He fixated on his phone, his gaze deep and inscrutable. A sense of foreboding crept into Pei Qianhua's heart. Sir, is that a message from Miss Shi? Without lifting his head, Qin He continued to type on his phone, correcting Pei Qianhua's terminology. It's Madam President. Pei Qianhua replied. Madam President has sent you a message. Indeed, Qin He said, having edited numerous texts only to delete them all in the end. He then looked up and asked Pei Qianhua, how does one appease a wife? Pei Qianhua, taken aback, exclaimed, are you attempting to appease Madam President? You probably wouldn't know how to comfort a woman. Otherwise, you would have married by now. Pei Qianhua. Sir, have you ever seen anyone working late at the office at 10 o'clock at night who has the time to woo a woman or contemplate marriage? Meanwhile, Shi Ning observed the chat box flickering with Qin He's typing, only for it to abruptly cease. Yet, not a single message was sent. Shi Ning, your wife is truly furious. Qin He, having never had to appease a woman, genuinely did not know how. Shi Ning, at 10 o'clock at night, still holding an emergency meeting? No wonder you are referred to as the great demon king Qin. Qin He set his phone down and addressed Pei Qianhua. Call an emergency meeting with everyone in the company. Pei Qianhua. Sir, are you unwell? Taking out your frustrations on the employees because of Miss Shi? Truly? The great demon king. Employees who had already prepared for bed, some even indulging in self-care, were now forced to rise and attend this urgent meeting. After all, it was an emergency. Such urgent meetings had not occurred in 5 years. The last one was prompted by a significant company crisis that threatened enormous losses. What could possibly have happened this time? The employees, with heavy hearts, hastily opened their computers to join the video conference. As the meeting commenced, they were met with Qin He's icy visage, his eyes swirling with an unknown peril. The atmosphere dropped to a chilling low, sending shivers down their spines. Some employees, feeling faint-hearted, contemplated confessing their wrongdoings, having slacked off at work, performed weight loss exercises in the restroom, or indulged in extra portions at the cafeteria, even bringing some back for their wives. Just as they braced themselves for the guillotine, Qin He finally broke the silence, his stern demeanor unwavering. How do I appease my wife? Pei Qianhua and the employees, taken aback. Not this. They had already envisioned their demise in a more merciful manner. And now he was asking how to appease a wife. Qin He, maintaining his serious expression, declared, "My wife is upset, and I need to comfort her. But I do not know how." The employees' eyes widened in disbelief, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Is this real? Mr. President, with such a grave expression, are you truly suggesting that the president's wife is upset and requires your soothing? Is this a serious matter? Calling an emergency meeting with all company employees in the middle of the night. Are we truly serious about this? Observing their expressions, Qin He spoke in a deep voice. For those attending the meeting tonight, there would be double overtime pay, a reward of 10,000 for suggestions, and if my proposal is accepted, a bonus of 500,000. For effectively appeasing my wife, the reward is 1 million. Listening to this bounty, one could buy a handbag, an antidote for all ailments. Flowers, 999 of them. What woman does not adore flowers? A cup of milk tea can remedy any bad mood. If not, then 2 cups. Telling stories to the president's wife. Beneath the grand bridge, a troop of little ducklings lined up, albeit not in an orderly fashion, quacking in disarray. Qin He diligently took notes, his serious demeanor akin to documenting national affairs. If the president's wife is angry, the president would retaliate sternly. Once will not suffice, twice perhaps. As he recorded this, Qin He's handsome brows furrowed deeply. His expression was solemn and cold, his voice as sharp as ice. Domestic violence is illegal. You are fired, never to be employed again. Before being ousted from the meeting room, the individual hastily clarified, it's not actual violence. It's merely a quarrel between spouses. Mr. President, if you could substitute a beating for a single embrace, just one night, you would understand. One cannot be too explicit. This cannot be broadcasted. Mr. President, consider the process of conceiving a child with the president's wife. With this explanation, Qin He grasped the intent. His frosty visage gradually flushed with a soft crimson, creeping to his ears. Clearly, this notion struck a deep chord within him. He even felt an impulsive desire to put it into practice. Shi Ning observed Qin He, who had been busy for half an hour before heading off to bathe. Upon finishing her bath and glancing at her phone, she noted the time. Approximately half an hour had passed. Qin He should be done by now. Opening their chat, she was inundated by a flurry of 20,000 transfers from Qin He, flooding her screen. She had no idea how many times he sent it, just countless. Shi Ning messaged him. Qin He, to soothe you. Shi Ning, she wasn't he lacking in money? And he bluntly stated he was soothing her? Shi Ning felt an even greater irritation. Wifey, Qin He, as my husband, how dare you hide private funds? You've made me even angrier. Wifey, also, you belong to me, and your money is mine. You use my money to appease me? Qin He, you scoundrel. In the office, Qin He read the 2 consecutive messages from Shi Ning, unable to restrain himself. His lips tightened, yet the corners lifted in a smile. She declared he was her husband. She claimed him as hers. The employees, observing the icy demeanor of the formidable Qin He while glancing at his phone, were left astonished. Truly terrifying. Meanwhile, Shi Ning was interrupted by a knock from the maid. Miss Shi, the boutique has delivered the latest clothing and handbags. Would you like to try them on? Or should I place them on the 3rd floor? The entire 3rd floor serves as Shi Ning's wardrobe. Miss Shi, the flower shop has delivered a variety of flowers, all waiting downstairs. Would you like to take a look? Standing on the balcony, Shi Ning beheld an array of stunning, exquisite bouquets, totaling an impressive 999 blooms. adorning the courtyard. Miss Sure, various milk tea shops have sent different flavors of milk tea. Which one would you prefer? Shi Ning felt utterly speechless. What a clumsy way for a straightforward man to woo a girl. In her irritation, she sent a voice message to Qin He Ye. To win me over, all you know is to throw money around.
Money.
Money. Am I truly such a materialistic and gold-digging woman? Listening to her exasperated yet melodious voice, Qin He Ye furrowed his brow. If she were indeed a gold digger, she wouldn't have been so eager to divorce after 3 years. Another voice message from Shi Ning arrived. I am not just a material woman. I am also a lustful one. If you wish to placate me, send me a photo of your 8-pack abs immediately. Chapter 47. The Villain's Abdominal Photo. Qin He Ye was still in a meeting. He had opened the voice message and, upon hearing Shi Ning's words, fumbled to silence it, lifting his gaze to the video screen. His employees were all looking down, feigning busyness, as if they hadn't heard a thing. Qin He Ye felt his ears flush red. He dared not send a voice message back, opting instead for a text. Now. Shi Ning, in a huff, messaged him back. Dear wife, now. Immediately. Qin He Ye pressed his thin lips together, glanced at the employees in the conference room once more, and then declared, meeting adjourned. He stood up, exited, and retreated to his private lounge with his phone in hand. Page Xianhua, observing Qin He Ye's reddened face as he left, was utterly astonished. Could it be that Master Qin is truly going to take a photo of his 8-pack abs? If so, Shi Ning is truly wild. No wonder she has him wrapped around her finger. It should have been Qin He Ye who was angry, yet here he is, going to great lengths to appease her. How bold she must be, knowing she's so favored. In the guest bedroom, Shi Ning was drying her hair when she received a message from Qin He Ye. Casually, she opened it, and a photo of abs filled her screen. Shi Ning. She immediately set down the hairdryer, sitting upright in disbelief. Could it be that Qin He Ye really sent me a photo of his abs? Opening the photo, in astonishment, she saw Qin He Ye casually standing, devoid of any deliberate pose. The warm yellow light bathed him, his white shirt slightly open, revealing well-defined abs that seemed to rise and fall with his breath, exuding primal strength. Indeed, just gazing at Qin He Ye's abdominal photo was invigorating and alluring. It made her heart race, imagining the joy of having such a powerful waist wrapped around her. And that tantalizing V-line leading into his expensive belt beckoned her to explore further. Not to mention, the contrast of Qin He Ye's serious, cool, and aloof expression against his abs heightened the sense of allure. It was utterly captivating. This is no better than that scoundrel Shinshizhou, who, despite having fallen from grace, still yearns for a facade of virtue. After Qin He sent the photo, he anxiously awaited a message from Shi Ning. However, after a considerable wait, no response came. He pressed his thin lips together and messaged her, "Is it ready?" The text was cold and devoid of warmth, a stark contrast to the image of Qin He showcasing his abs. Good heavens! The villain is holding an emergency meeting just to cheer up Shi Ning? Shi Ning thought, perplexed. What emergency meeting? Oh my, I wish I could leap into the story and impart my 1,000 methods of charming a girl to the villain. And then I would become fabulously wealthy overnight. This emergency meeting of the villain is truly reminiscent of a foolish monarch who would go to great lengths for a beautiful smile, even igniting wars. She demanded that Qin He charm her, but he would not. He spoke of a 30-minute emergency meeting to gather employee suggestions on how to woo his wife. How to woo her? Shi Ning recalled that when she messaged Qin He, it seemed that not even half an hour had passed. Could it be that he was still in the meeting when she requested the photo of his abs? After reading the comments, Shi Ning felt so shy that she hid under the covers, emitting sounds akin to a groundhog.
Ah.
How can I face anyone? This makes me seem so lewd.
Ah.
Why did the comments have to be delayed, causing me to see them only now? I was merely teasing Qin He. I never imagined he would promptly send me a photo of his abs. Overcome with shyness, she wrapped herself in the blanket and screamed, rolling about. Eventually, she forced herself to sit up and continue reading the comments. Shi Ning, stop rolling. Quickly urged the villain to send another photo of his abs. Have the villain put on a white shirt, drenched halfway. Let those honey-colored 8-pack abs shine through.
Incredibly sexy.
Have him remove his shirt entirely. He must lean against the wall. His hair should be wet, with droplets cascading from his cheek to his Adam's apple, and then to his abs. Have him kneel, unfastening his belt halfway, subtly revealing the inverted triangle. How utterly tantalizing. I am drooling. You all are merely scratching the surface. Just have the villain stripped completely and send it to Shi Ning. Oh, please. Wild Lemon truly deserves such benefits. Reading the comments, Shi Ning found herself surrounded by a group of girls instructing her on how to persuade Qin He to send her photos of his abs, all clamoring for benefits. While they had the audacity to ask, she felt too bashful to request anything from Qin He. With a huff, she felt a twinge of possessiveness. No way. My man is only for my eyes. However, after some contemplation, she acknowledged that this group of devoted fans had provided her with valuable hints. As long as they continued to support her and Qin He, they would share more insights in the future. A small indulgence was indeed warranted, as these fans were offering her tokens of affection. Thus, Shi Ning devised a method and sent a message to Qin He. Ning, your sincerity is lacking. I'm still not quite happy. Please take another photo, wearing a white shirt, half-soaked, showcasing those honey-colored 8-pack abs. Upon seeing Shi Ning's request, Qin He felt warmth spread across his cheeks. She is truly insatiable, yet he adores her. He relishes the affection that Shi Ning bestows upon him, her admiration for his visage, her appreciation of his physique, and even her fondness for his wealth. Whether it's for manipulation or flattery, as long as Shi Ning likes him, he is content. Qin He, with a blush gracing his cheeks, diligently drenched himself as per Shi Ning's request, striking poses for the camera. After half an hour of effort, he finally selected a photograph that would please her. He sent it off, but as 2 minutes turned into 10, and then half an hour, his once buoyant spirits began to wane with unease. He pursed his thin lips, gazing at his phone with a furrowed brow. Was she dissatisfied? Did he need to send more pictures showcasing his abs? If so, he would take more. Pei Qianhua had been waiting at the door for quite some time, fighting off drowsiness and yearning for the end of his workday. Finally, he knocked on the lounge door and was greeted by the sight of Qin He, half-soaked, still posing for a photo.
Get out.
Qin He shot a glare at Pei Qianhua. Pei Qianhua exited, truly wishing to finish his day without overtime. Yet, in the next moment, his reckless spirit led him to reopen the door. President, stop taking pictures. Those abs are intangible and lack allure. Chapter 48. Where is my wife? Qin He heeded his advice and allowed Pei Qianhua to leave. He was eager to see his wife and show her his abs. Suddenly, his phone rang. In a buoyant mood, he answered without glancing at the caller ID. Hello. His pleasant tone transformed even the simplest of greetings into a melodious resonance that could enchant anyone who heard it. Lin Jingyao felt her heart skip a beat. Having never encountered such a gentle and pleasant voice from Qin He before, he was usually so cold, maintaining an air that kept others at bay. She pressed a hand to her racing heart, striving to infuse her voice with tenderness. Mr. Qin, it's me, Lin Jingyao. Qin He's tone chilled instantly. Is there something you need? The frosty timbre made Lin Jingyao, whose cheeks had flushed and heart raced, straighten up and regain her composure. Yet, she maintained her gentle tone. Please, don't send Shi Ning pictures of your abs. Given your standing, such images could tarnish your reputation. As an employee of the Qin Group herself, she had overheard the urgent meeting on the computer today. The entire company was abuzz with speculation about the identity of the president's wife, and some had even approached her, considering her the one who had always referred to Qin He as brother-in-law. Hearing Shi Ning request him to take pictures of his abs, it seemed he had indeed acquiesced, inciting a wave of jealousy within Lin Jingyao. Qin He's voice, cold yet tinged with warmth, responded, It's all right. Those pictures are meant for my wife. The warmth was for Shi Ning, while the chill was directed at Lin Jingyao. She dared not utter further nonsense. I merely worry that Shi Ning may use your photographs to threaten you into giving Shinshija the land in the west of the city. She did not linger on the implication, her tone serious. Or perhaps to deceive you, allowing her to escape under the cover of night. Qin He's good mood was thoroughly shattered. Shi Wunti. Miss Lin, perhaps you should focus on your own affairs. Coldly concluding the conversation, Lung Lung hung up the phone. Lin Jingyao, listening to Qin He's frigid voice, discerned a hint of concern within it. Her face flushed, her heart raced, and the pain from her wounds faded into oblivion. With unwavering determination, she thought to herself that as long as she persevered, Lord Qin would eventually take notice of her and recognize that she surpassed Shi Ning. Though she may not possess the beauty or esteemed lineage of Shi Ning, her genuine affection for Qin He was a victory in itself. 15 minutes later, he opened his phone with a furrowed brow, noting the time was 11:53. An inexplicable tightness gripped Qin He's heart. She had left him. This terrifying thought, which filled him with dread, consumed his mind and enveloped his entire being. He hastened into the living room, addressing Aunt Zhang and Uncle Zhao. The servants of the Qin household, regardless of the hour, were always on duty, awaiting the family's commands. A high salary was not earned without effort. Yet today, the entire Qin residence was devoid of any presence. Qin He pressed his lips tightly together and ascended the stairs in hurried strides. The door to Shi Ning's room was ajar. Upon switching on the light, he found the room empty. He searched throughout the entire villa, the movie room, study, walk-in closet, and underground wine cellar, but there was no sign of Shi Ning. She had vanished. Qin He called Aunt Zhang, his voice trembling with panic. "Where is my wife?" His tone was chilling. "Where are you all?" Aunt Zhang, taken aback by Qin He's icy demeanor, stammered. "The young mistress said she had too much milk tea and couldn't finish it, so she asked us to take it to passers-by. The young mistress is at home." A cold aura emanated from Qin He. "My wife is missing. If she has left the capital, you all will be dismissed." After hanging up, he immediately dialed Pei Qianhua, then swiftly descended the stairs. Upon reaching his doorstep, Pei Qianhua felt a jolt of apprehension upon seeing Qin He's call. This night shift was unavoidable. Without hesitation, he answered,
Qin.
"Seal off all routes out of the city. Assemble a team to surround the Shen family." The gravity of the situation sent shivers down Pei Qianhua's spine. "What on earth are we doing at the Shen family? Shen Shizhou has abducted my wife. Let the Shen family pay the price." Even through the phone, Pei Qianhua could sense Qin He's murderous intent, leaving him trembling with fear. Qin He closed his eyes, the rationality he had meticulously controlled finally shattering. Shi Ning, awakened by the commotion, cheerfully stepped onto the balcony to greet Qin He, only to hear him speak of needing to help her. Anger flared within her. "Qin He, who are you planning to kidnap?" Her voice, soft yet filled with indignation, echoed from above. Qin He's body stiffened as if in a dream, slowly lifting his gaze to the upper floor. Shi Ning stood on the balcony, clad in a shirt, her sleep-ridden eyes filled with ire as she glared at him. A gust of night wind swept through, lifting her shirt, revealing more than he intended to see from his vantage point. Qin He's gaze lingered on her for an uncomfortably long moment. Shi Ning, blushing fiercely, tightened her grip on the hem of her shirt and pressed her legs together. "You scoundrel! I won't speak to you." With a huff, she glared at Qin He before storming back into her room. "Lord Qin? Lord Qin? Lord Qin." Qin He gazed out at the balcony, which belonged to his room. Shi Ning had not departed. Panic dissipated, and joy enveloped him. He entered, swiftly ascended the stairs. "No longer needing to visit the Shun residence, and you need not return to work tomorrow either." Pei Qianhua was perplexed, uncertain whether this signified a holiday or a dismissal. As Qin He reached the upper floor, he found Shi Ning just emerging from his room, clad in a shirt, its open collar revealing swathes of her skin. He called out to her in a hushed voice, "Wife." Shi Ning's face flushed under his gaze, quickly followed by an expression of indignation. "I'm angry. I won't speak to you." With a huff, she forcefully shoved past him, brushing against him. In the next moment, her arm was captured by Qin He, who gazed at her intently, his expression a mix of relief and possession. "You haven't left." Shi Ning glared at him in anger, demanding, "Let me go. I will leave right now." Yet before she could finish her sentence, Qin He pulled her into his embrace, capturing her lips with his own. He ushered Shi Ning into the room, pressing her against the wall. Holding her hand, he slipped it into the collar of her shirt, his lips brushing against hers. "Let me show you my abs, let you touch them." Chapter 49 unfolded as he tore her shirt. "Qin He, let go." Shi Ning protested, wanting to push him away. She had something to say, but he tightened his grip around her slender waist, gently nibbling on her lips, his cool voice laced with a humble plea, "Don't go." Shi Ning truly had something to express. She turned her head to evade his kiss. She evaded, yet he pursued. She found herself unable to escape. In her frustration, Shi Ning lightly slapped Qin He's face. Breathing heavily, she yelled at him, "I said stop kissing me." Though her strength was minimal, in the stillness of the room, the sound echoed sharply. Afterward, an eerie silence enveloped the room, as if time had halted, the air thick and stifling. Shi Ning, hardly able to believe the turn of events, held her breath and cautiously observed Qin He. His tall, muscular frame loomed before her like a mountain, his formidable aura pressing down upon her. Particularly striking was Qin He's chiseled, cold visage, which flickered in the dim light, his deep, icy eyes devoid of warmth. reminiscent of a murderer-esque gaze in a suspenseful drama. Death. Fearful, she shrank her neck, her back pressed tightly against the wall, with no avenue for retreat. She dared not utter a word, fearing to incite his wrath, only watching the man who seemed capable of ending her life. She also noticed the astonished comments streaming in. Oh my. The wicked female antagonist actually struck the face of the great villain. How dare she slap the most formidable antagonist? Will she survive his wrath? Serves her right. The malicious female antagonist should have perished long ago. She has tormented our heroine and hero. May the great villains swiftly deal with her. Is this a new arrival? Qin He would never harm Shi Ning. Being slapped by his wife is surely a delight for him. He would be more concerned about her hand hurting and wish to soothe her. Indeed. You possess no understanding of our love-struck antagonist. He is certainly capable of bringing harm to Shi Ning, but only in one particular realm, upon the bed. Desiring immortality can lead to one's demise. I bestow upon the formidable antagonist a modest gift, peruse a brief advertisement, and lend my support for his acquisition of a golden chain, before confining him in the attic, where I shall ruthlessly bring an end to Shi Ning. Shi Ning. This group of spirited girls alleviated her fear of Qin He. However, the somber gaze of Qin He, coupled with his indifferent demeanor, revealed no trace of the satisfaction she had hoped to evoke in him. You wild lemons are truly something extraordinary. The gaze of the arch-villain upon Shi Ning is no different from that cast upon a corpse. It seems that even if he refrains from taking her life this time, he will surely subject her to severe torment. Qin He raised his hand, ready to end Shi Ning's life. The malevolent female antagonist is finally about to exit the stage, and I wish to present a gift to the esteemed author in celebration. Shi Ning widened her eyes in astonishment, for she indeed beheld Qin He raising his hands. Beneath his shirt, his muscular arms were prominently defined, exuding an undeniable strength. As the barrage of comments suggests, he intends to kill her. Shi Ning, filled with trepidation, felt an overwhelming urge to shut her eyes. Yet, in the next moment, she beheld Qin He placing his hand upon the collar of his shirt. Hiss! Shi Ning's pupils suddenly constricted as she stared in shock at Qin He, who had violently torn open his shirt. He had ripped his shirt apart. Ripped it! As the buttons popped open one by one, they tumbled to the ground. Before Shi Ning lay the robust, well-defined abdominal muscles, exuding a palpable sense of sexual tension. Shi Ning, who felt as though she might be suffocated, found herself rendered speechless by Qin He's bold and audacious act of tearing off his shirt with his bare hands. With reddened eyes, Qin He gazed at her, his voice a low murmur filled with intensity. If you enjoy looking at abs, then allow me to reveal them to you. Shi Ning. Qin He grasped Shi Ning's small hand and placed it directly on his muscular chest. If you enjoy feeling abs, I shall remove my shirt for you. Shi Ning, touching the chiseled abs, was left utterly speechless. Qin He gently guided her hand along his chiseled torso, tracing downwards, caressing the left abdominal muscle, then the right. As he led her hand further down, his voice dropped to a hushed whisper. Feel free to look, touch, or photograph as you wish. His tone grew softer, his head lowering in a display of vulnerability, avoiding her gaze. He merely positioned her hand near the delicate line of his physique, just above his waistband. Do as you please. Indulge in whatever you desire, as long as you do not leave. Qin He's voice was tender, almost muffled, imbued with a sense of humility and a subtle plea, laced with a hint of bashfulness. This is Shi Ning, witnessing a side of Qin He she has never encountered before. In such an atmosphere, it is indeed easy for them to spark an unexpected fire. Chapter 50. Is it truly unlikable? Qin He's breath comes in quick, ragged gasps. Let Shi Ning feel as though, in the next moment, they might tumble onto the sheets. She cast a glance downward at Qin He. Qin He, do be more alert. At this moment, we refrained from speaking further. Before she could finish her words, the flush of crimson on Qin He's face instantly drained away, leaving it as pale as ice, cold and unyielding. The entire demeanor of the man reverted to his usual aloof and ascetic self, exuding an air of superiority. He gazed at Shi Ning with a cold, apologetic expression, uttering, I apologize, I was drunk today. Shi Ning sniffled, casting a dubious glance at Qin He. You don't smell of alcohol at all. Not even a hint. How could you possibly be drunk? Qin He's gaze remained fixed on Shi Ning. I am not intoxicated. It is you, the essence of your being, that has entranced me. Shi Ning's confusion deepened, yet she grasped Qin He's left hand, scrutinizing the time on his exquisite watch. It read 11:59. just a moment away from midnight. She lifted her gaze to meet his, declaring, I shall explain one last time. I have no intention of leaving you, nor do I wish to divorce you. Qin He, I genuinely no longer harbor feelings for Qin He Ye. I desire to attempt to develop affection for you, to fall in love with you. My offer regarding the land in the West City was indeed intended to ensnare Qin He Ye. Do you believe me?
Ding.
The sound of midnight resonated. Excellent. The misunderstanding did not linger overnight. Shi Ning gleefully pointed at the time on Qin He's watch, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Let us remember our agreement. Our lifetime is so long. I permit misunderstandings. However, misunderstandings must be clarified, at least before we retire for the night. We must confront and resolve any misconceptions face to face. I only allow our misunderstandings to last a maximum of 24 hours. Shi Ning eloquently expressed her thoughts. Yet, Qin He's mind was consumed by a singular notion. Our lifetime, so long. A lifetime. Her plans for the future included him. Qin He's deep, icy eyes were instantly infused with the light of happiness. Very well. Shi Ning playfully tapped his hand, earnestly stating, moreover, I am your wife, not your pet. You cannot assume that if I intend to leave, you can confine me, chaining me and forcing me to fulfill marital duties I do not wish to perform. I do not appreciate such treatment. Seizing the opportunity, she made it clear that she must not be imprisoned or coerced into love, especially when she was unwilling and forced to endure what she despised. Qin He, feeling timid, dared not meet Shi Ning's gaze, nor respond earnestly. Observing his silence, Shi Ning tugged at his tie, forcefully drawing him down to meet her eyes. This brooding man truly needed guidance. Qin He gazed ardently into Shi Ning's eyes, then shifted to her slightly swollen, rosy lips. You do not like this? Indeed. Shi Ning nodded vigorously. With one hand clasping Shi Ning's hand and the other holding his tie, he entwined her small hand with his tie, lifting his gaze to question her. How about this? Shi Ning, momentarily bewildered, replied, Huh? Qin He's gaze remained unwavering, his voice hoarse as he slowly articulated, to imprison me, to chain me, to compel me to fulfill all marital obligations. His ears flushed with heat as he inquired of Shi Ning, You truly do not like this? Chapter 51. Wearing his shirt. Sleeping in his bed. Shi Ning gazed at Qin He's hand, ensnared by the tie. The aloof and ascetic Qin, the grand antagonist, possesses such charm in his flirtation? Qin He sincerely inquired of Shi Ning, My dear, do you truly dislike this? I do. Of course I do. The readers absolutely adore it. They fear missing the chance and flood the comments. The formidable antagonist is a commercial emperor, the primary villain. How can he be so humble? Such a character shift is utterly shocking. Shi Ning, you are the wicked female foil. Quickly, imprison him, bind him, punish him until he begs for mercy, even weeping like a boiling kettle. This is the obsessive and twisted antagonist Qin He, respected and feared in public. Yet, behind the scenes, he crawls beneath her skirt, pleading for mercy. Just imagine the stark contrast. It's so exhilarating, so thrilling. The sexual tension is palpable. The sensation of conquest is immensely satisfying. Wicked female foil, I beseech you, bind the antagonist swiftly and enforce your love upon him. I truly relish watching this. If Shi Ning, that wretched girl, does not take action, I shall immerse myself in this narrative. I will personally step in. I shall see Xiaojio's keyboard this very moment to assist in crafting this plot. For the sake of all, you must support me. Encourage the updates. Shi Ning too relished the thought of binding Qin He, eager to witness his transformation. She felt a stirring within her, even contemplating taking action right away. However, the thought of her own cowardice held her back, fearing that instead of binding Qin He, she might end up being restrained herself. Even if they could not be together in the end, she yearned for a graceful romance. She possessed neither masochistic tendencies nor sadistic inclinations. Qin He's bright eyes momentarily dimmed as he released Shi Ning's hand, sensing the stability of his emotions. Shi Ning felt reassured and cautiously asked him, About the land in the west of the city, can you trust me just this once? I'll give you 7 days, he replied. Confused by his words, Shi Ning questioned. Qin He solemnly revised his statement, I'll grant you 3 months. During these 3 months, as long as you do not mention the land in the west of the city to Qin He Ye. And I can see that you are not merely trying to appease me by pretending to like me for his sake. I will believe there is an issue with the land. Meanwhile, no construction will commence on that land. Shi Ning braced herself for Qin He's disbelief, preparing to turn away and secretly weep like a boiling kettle. To her surprise, he was willing to give her a chance, and the construction on the land would be paused. Overjoyed, she embraced Qin He, gazing up at him with sparkling eyes. You are willing to listen to me. You are willing to change. You have made progress. Pressing her face against his chest, her soft voice brimmed with delight. Qin He, how did I not notice sooner how wonderful you are? The aloof and restrained Qin He, who was actually quite bashful and obedient, truly needed her guidance. Qin He looked down at Shi Ning. In truth, he wanted to confess that he was not as admirable as she believed. He was a dark, obsessive individual, one he despised himself. He did not want her to flatter him for Qin Shijo's sake, pretending to harbor feelings for him and enticing him, fearing she would eventually regret it and grow to loathe him deeply. However, he darkly granted her 3 months to please him, to feign affection, and to seduce him, all for the sake of possessing her, even if only for a fleeting moment. Behold, he is a man of cunning, slithering in the shadows. He is not at all virtuous. Shi Ning rubbed against Qin He's chiseled chest, overwhelmed by a sense of power, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. She hastily lifted her gaze and inquired, I was clearly at home. Why did you think I had left? He even contemplated binding her. This infuriated her further. Qin He pressed his thin lips together, instinctively wishing to keep his thoughts to himself. Yet, upon reflecting on Shi Ning's earlier words, he took a deep breath and carefully addressed her. It was Lin Jingyao who suggested that your unusual behavior is a ploy to confuse me. Perhaps to aid Qin Shizhou in seizing the land in the west, or to elope with him under the cover of night. Shi Ning narrowed her eyes dangerously at Qin He. You actually believe Lin Jingyao's words? Is he not a master of tea? Shi Ning was at a loss for words. Are you certain you searched the entire villa? I was clearly sleeping in your room. Though Qin He had scoured the villa, he had never entered his own room to look for her. For 3 years of marriage, he and Shi Ning had never shared a bed. She had never even set foot in his room, nor had she ever wished to pass by his door. Thus, Qin He could not fathom that Shi Ning had not gone anywhere but was instead in his room, clad in a shirt, resting on his bed. The only thing left was for her to sleep with him. Shi Ning also reflected on her actions over the past 3 years and felt a twinge of guilt. Lin Jingyao was once again sowing discord between them. This simply would not do. She needed to take her revenge on her, or else she would be restless at night. That would be too stifling. No one should endure such suppression, especially not herself. Moreover, a host of charming viewers would surely feel stifled too, right? That could not be tolerated. The sweethearts must not suffer indignities, lest she be unable to offer them spoilers. Just a moment's thought. And Shi Ning concocted a plan to torment her rival. Chapter 52. Both bashful and secretly delighted. Shi Ning extended her hand towards Qin He, requesting his phone. Without a word, he complied, retrieving it for her, his gaze dropping to her neckline, which had loosened further due to their earlier kiss. The view was quite revealing, causing him to tighten his lips, his Adam's apple bobbing, desire igniting in his eyes. The password, she said without looking up, oblivious to his scrutiny. Your birthday. Surprised, Shi Ning lifted her gaze to meet his fiery eyes, her face flushing anew. Swiftly, she dialed Lin Jingyao's number, a number she recognized as unfamiliar, and then handed the phone to Qin He. Tell her thank you, and that you'll visit her at the hospital tomorrow. Qin He regarded her with curiosity, but asked no further questions as he activated the speakerphone. On the other end, Lin Jingyao, seeing that it was the first time Qin He had called her, sat up in excitement. Her voice was sweetly concerned as she asked, Master Qin, did you call because Ning has left? Qin He remained silent. Lin Jingyao assumed that Shi Ning had indeed eloped with Qin Shizhou. She spoke in a soft, alluring tone, offering comfort to Qin He. Don't be too sorrowful, Master Qin. Ning simply fails to recognize your virtues. A man of your esteemed stature does not require a marriage alliance. He merely needs a gentlewoman who wholeheartedly loves you and is willing to sacrifice everything for you. And I am that woman. Qin He glanced at Shi Ning, who nodded in response, before he spoke coldly. Thank you for today. I shall visit you at the hospital tomorrow. Lin Jingyao, upon hearing this, nearly leapt from her bed in joy. Really? Master Qin, you truly intend to visit me? The call had already ended. Lin Jingyao felt no sadness. Instead, she was exhilarated, eager to burst into song. She was certain that with enough effort, Qin He would take notice of her and develop an interest. Though she was aware that her appearance and background paled in comparison to Shi Ning's, She believed that with determination, no wall was insurmountable. After finishing his conversation, Qin He hung up the phone, furrowing his brow as he looked at Shi Ning. Why did you say that? Am I really going to see her tomorrow? Shi Ning chuckled mischievously. Tomorrow. My father is being discharged from the hospital. We shall visit Lin Jingyao as well. Qin He's gaze darkened slightly. After a moment of silence, he asked, Are you certain this is not an attempt to push me towards her? Shi Ning glared at him. How could that be? She is trying to sow discord between us. Of course, I am bringing you to torment that green tea. Qin He made a noncommittal sound. It's late. You should rest early. Yawning, Shi Ning walked inside, directly lying down on the bed. Qin He observed her casual demeanor, his gaze dimming. He stood at the bedside, looking down at Shi Ning. Noting how her white shirt barely concealed her fair thighs, an enticing sight indeed. He asked in a hushed voice, Are you certain you want to sleep here? Feeling drowsy. Shi Ning mumbled, Last time, you took 3 days to get out of bed, he reminded her. Shi Ning, puzzled by his restrained tone, wondered how the past related to the present. Her innocent yet alluring appearance only ignited a fire within Qin He. If you sleep here, tomorrow I will have to carry you to pick up your father. Are you sure? The thoughts of the villainous character loomed large, and the wicked female counterpart remained oblivious. That innocent demeanor was truly beguiling. This was indeed the villain's room, the villain's bed. Shi Ning, clad in his shirt and sleeping in his bed, was undeniably tempting him. Villain, you are possessive, perhaps even mad. What exactly are you restraining? My wife's invitation surely deserves to be met with complete satisfaction. Still, the same sentiment persisted. If one survives, they must not hesitate. If injured, a trip to the hospital might be in order. The villain had already extended 2 opportunities. If Shi Ning was resolute about sleeping here, he would seize the moment with fervor. Drowsy and somewhat dazed, Shi Ning was suddenly jolted awake by this band of thoughts. Especially when she looked up at Qin He, whose gaze seemed capable of devouring her whole. Remembering that night made her legs tremble. It hurt. It hurt so much. Shining with a glow of apprehension towards matters that only bring pain, Shi Ning hastily leapt from her bed and scurried out the door, promptly closing it behind her. Qin He, gazing at the spot where Shi Ning had lain, let out a soft sigh. He entered the bathroom, intending to take a cold shower to quell the fire within him. However, upon stepping inside, he noticed Shi Ning's garments in the laundry basket, her intimate apparel resting atop them. His gaze darkened further. Pressing his lips tightly together, he ultimately picked up her clothing and turned on the shower. The next day, Shi Ning awoke early to a barrage of luminous comments. Suddenly, she recollected that she had bathed in Qin He's room the previous night and had fallen asleep while waiting for his message, leaving her clothes behind. Her garments, her intimate items were all in Qin He's possession. Flushed with embarrassment, she hurried to his room. As she opened the door, she found Qin He emerging as well, both of them momentarily taken aback. Good morning, he greeted. Shi Ning's cheeks were aflame. I left something in my clothes. I came to retrieve it. Qin He averted his gaze, stating that the maid had taken them for washing. A wave of relief washed over her as she looked up at him, only to discover a faint blush adorning his otherwise stern visage, reaching down to the base of his ears. Curiously, she peeked into his room and was taken aback to see her delicate underwear hanging on the balcony, fluttering gently in the breeze with a small bow adorning the front.
Ah!
She exclaimed, mortified by the childish design. Noticing her realization, Qin He's cheeks flushed deeper as he spoke in a hushed tone. I washed them for you. I'll hand wash your intimate apparel from now on, ensuring cleanliness and hygiene. The esteemed president of the Qin Group, worth billions, was personally washing her delicate items. The mixture of embarrassment and secret delight overwhelmed her. After breakfast, Shi Ning and Qin He made their way to the hospital. On the way, she stumbled upon a post from Lin Jingyao on social media, showcasing a screenshot of the last 2 digits of Qin He's phone number, accompanied by the caption, Tomorrow, my beloved man will visit me, and our relationship will deepen.
I'm utterly blissful.
Even Yu Yueshi had refrained from liking it, making it evident that the post was visible only to her. Shi Ning chuckled softly as she turned off her phone. At the hospital, Lin Jingyao, filled with excitement from a sleepless night, arose early to meticulously prepare herself, donning a particularly revealing and seductive camisole. Hearing footsteps outside her door, she eagerly rushed to open it, intentionally adjusting her straps to expose her curves, calling out sweetly, Qin Ye, I'm here. Yet, upon seeing the figure outside, Lin Jingyao's expression shifted dramatically, and she let out a piercing scream. Chapter 53. Tormenting the Scoundrels. The moment the door swung open, Qin He turned around, lowering his head to speak to Shi Ning. "I will wait for you outside." Shi Ning responded with a soft then smiled as she greeted the pale-faced Lin Jingyao. "Your beloved has come to see you. Are you happy?" Lin Jingyao hurriedly covered her transparent chest with her hands, glancing at Qin He, who had turned away without even a glance in her direction. Instead, a group of doctors in white coats behind her seemed to be fixated on her, their gazes rife with disdain. One girl scrutinized Lin Jingyao, dressed in a sheer, provocative nightgown that left little to the imagination, especially with the revealing thong beneath. Unable to contain her contempt, she muttered, "Dressing like that in a hospital. Does she think this is a brothel? If she wants to shoot adult films, she should go elsewhere." Lin Jingyao, covering her upper body, inadvertently exposed her lower half. Feeling ashamed and resentful, she shot a glare at Shi Ning before turning to lie on the bed, wrapping herself in the blanket. Ning, why are you here? Why didn't you inform me?" There was a hint of grievance in her voice. Shi Ning, accompanied by a group of doctors, approached the bedside. She sincerely asked Lin Jingyao, "Didn't you post on social media saying I should come visit you?"
So here I am.
Lin Jingyao's face flushed crimson as she gritted her teeth. "No, I didn't." Shi Ning frowned. "Am I not your most beloved person? Then who is?" "It wouldn't be my husband, would it?" she exclaimed, her voice rising in disbelief. "I considered you my close friend. Yet you're thinking of becoming my husband's mistress? Surely not." The doctors exchanged glances, their expressions conveying disdain towards Lin Jingyao, as if they believed she was indeed playing the role of a mistress. Lin Jingyao realized that Shi Ning was feigning ignorance about the social media post, which only added to her frustration. Shaking with anger, Lin Jingyao retorted, "Of course not. Ning, you're overthinking this." Shi Ning finally relaxed, raising her head to explain seriously to the doctors, "Please don't misunderstand. Jingyao is someone I support and am grateful for. She would never attempt to steal my husband. She simply enjoys dressing this way. It's just her flamboyant personality. I assure you, she doesn't wish to be a mistress." While it appeared as though she was defending Lin Jingyao, she inadvertently highlighted her provocative nature. Lin Jingyao was furious, itching to explode, yet she refrained, recognizing Shi Ning's foolishness as her indispensable source of financial support. "Why did you bring so many doctors?" she asked through gritted teeth. Initially, she had hoped that with Qin He's visit and her seductive outfit, they could share an intimate moment in the hospital room. To her dismay, while Qin He had indeed come, so had Shi Ning, along with a throng of medical personnel. If it weren't for Shi Ning's navet, she might have suspected it was intentional. Shi Ning noticed the black lace ribbon adorning Lin Jingyao's wrist, intended to accentuate her allure, but it was wrapped around her injury. "I heard from the doctors that you are very kind-hearted and willing to contribute to medicine by allowing interns to practice suturing on you, so I brought the interns along." Lin Jingyao paled at this revelation. "You mean for them to use me as a practice dummy for suturing?" Just yesterday, Pei Qian had taken her to the hospital for her wound to be stitched. However, without anesthesia, she was sewn up painfully, screaming like a slaughtered pig. To make matters worse, the stitching was rather unsightly. Fearing the pain, she refrained from requesting the doctor to redo it, planning instead to ask Shi Ning for $1 million later to have the scars removed. Yet now, with Shi Ning supervising numerous interns, it seemed they intended to use her as a practice subject for suturing. Lin Jingyao was infuriated, contemplating kicking Shi Ning out. With innocent eyes, Shi Ning blinked. Isn't Yao Yao the most compassionate and kind-hearted, eager to contribute to medicine? If Yao Yao was unwilling, the interns would surely understand, and she would simply have Qin He Ye find other compassionate patients. Lin Jingyao looked up to see Qin He Ye standing in the corridor outside her ward. He was on the phone, his profile stunningly handsome, exuding an air of cold nobility that was utterly captivating. This hospital belonged to Qin He Ye. If she allowed the interns to practice suturing on her, he would undoubtedly view her as caring and preferable to Shi Ning, perhaps even developing an affection for her. Lin Jingyao hastily exclaimed, "No. Of course, I am willing. I am very compassionate, and contributing to medicine is indeed a blessing." She extended her injured wrist, urging, "Come on. Don't be shy. I am not afraid of pain." Shi Ning stepped aside, slightly raising her chin. A supervising doctor approached, instructing the interns to remove the bandages from Lin Jingyao's wound. Lacking experience, the interns inadvertently brushed against her injury while unwrapping the bandage, causing her to scream in agony.
Ah.
Once the bandage was off, it was time to remove the stitches. The removal was painful as well. Lin Jingyao continued to scream. The supervising doctor began instructing the interns on how to suture Lin Jingyao's wound. The interns, inexperienced with real-life suturing, lacked the finesse needed, causing Lin Jingyao to cry out in pain, ah, ah, ah. Though she screamed, she still made an effort to sound alluring. Yet, Shi Ning, seeing Lin Jingyao drenched in sweat and howling like a lovesick maiden, clicked her tongue. Yao Yao, don't struggle too much. It's harder to keep you still than slaughtering a pig during the New Year. Lin Jingyao, seething with frustration and pain, thought of murder.
Shi Ning. This is the 5th time.
Her wound was stitched, then the stitches removed, only for another intern to begin again. Each time was excruciating, a torment worse than death. And behind them, there were still over a dozen interns waiting in line. Just the thought of it made Lin Jingyao feel faint. Shi Ning observed Lin Jingyao's distressed state, smiling at her. With such a compassionate heart, surely during your hospital stay, you wouldn't mind letting the interns practice injections on you as well? Absolutely not. Lin Jingyao vehemently refused. She could only force a smile. Of course I am willing. I am such a kind-hearted person. Anything else I can do to contribute to medicine? Just let me know. Qin He Ye was watching her. Surely, he was captivated by her compassion. But Qin He Ye was only looking at Shi Ning, asking, "Darling, are you done?" Sensing he had matters to attend to, Shi Ning had utilized her time effectively. As long as he stayed here, Lin Jingyao would willingly endure her torment. Yao Yao, rest well. I will have Qin He Ye instruct the doctors to take care of you and compile a report of your contributions to medicine. I must take my leave now. After Shi Ning finished speaking, she turned and left to find Qin He. Let's go. It's time to pick up my father. Qin He looked at her apologetically. I cannot accompany you to pick up your father. There is an urgent meeting at the company, and I must go now. Please convey my regards to him. Noticing the gravity of his expression, Shi Ning, concerned, asked, Is something wrong at the company? Without answering, he turned and swiftly departed, indicating the urgency of the situation. Trusting in his professional capabilities, Shi Ning then proceeded to the ward. As she passed the nurse's station, she saw the young nurse and teased, The formidable sister is here.
No greeting?
The nurse, embarrassed, lowered her head. In high spirits, Shi Ning made her way to room 356. Upon pushing the door open, her expression instantly soured at the sight of the handsome man inside. Chapter 54. Elder Brother. Shi Ning's face hardened, her disdain unmistakable. Jiang Huijing, what are you doing here? The man, with his gold-rimmed glasses and gentlemanly demeanor, had once molested her 7 years prior. She kept this secret but harbored an intense loathing for him, feeling nauseated at his presence. Miss Shi, Jiang Huijing was equally surprised upon seeing Shi Ning, and panic washed over him. I had no idea you would be visiting, Mr.
Sure.
I shall leave immediately. Shi Ning, her expression icy, pointed toward the door. Leave now. I do not wish to see you. Shi Guqiang attempted to defend Jiang Huijing. Nink nink. Shi Ning interrupted angrily. With him, there is no me. Mr. Shi should be clear about who he wants here. Her voice was filled with exasperation, shouting Mr. Shi instead of Dad. Her biological daughter was undoubtedly 1,000,000 times more important than a godson. Shi Guqiang hung his head in grievance, telling Jiang Huijing to leave. Jiang Huijing glanced at Shi Ning, her face contorted with disgust, as if she wished him dead. His eyes reflected confusion and hurt, devoid of resentment, and he dared not speak further to Shi Guqiang before stepping out of the ward. As he reached the door, he unexpectedly encountered the mother and daughter, Shi Qingyin and Tao Bichuan. Tao Bichuan warmly addressed Jiang Huijing, Young Jiang, why are you leaving so soon? Aren't you going to accompany your godfather out of the hospital? Madam, Miss, Jiang Huijing replied politely with a smile, I have matters at the company and must take my leave. Please take good care of Mr. Shi. Tao Bichuan looked into the ward at Shi Ning, smiling affectionately. Don't rush off. How is your father's health? Have you seen the test results? They chatted outside the ward while Shi Guqiang kept stealing glances at Shi Ning, hoping she would persuade Jiang Huijing to stay. This irked Shi Ning, stirring her desire to lash out, and she turned to leave, ignoring even Shi Guqiang. However, a barrage of comments floated across her vision. Wow. The male counterpart of the scheming female character, Jiang Huijing, is so gentle and refined, with such poise. That wicked female character is truly blind. She disregards her aloof and disciplined husband, Qin He, and even the gentle and refined Jiang Huijing, yet she has her eyes set on that illegitimate son, Shin Shizhou. Shi Ning frowned at the comments. Did they know about her past encounter with Jiang Huijing? Were they willing to abandon all principles for the sake of his handsome face? Although Shi Ning initially intended to raise Jiang Huijing as a child groom to the Shi family, his subsequent misconduct is indefensible. He deserves punishment. Shi Ning harbors a deep-seated aversion towards Jiang Huijing, mistakenly believing he had assaulted her 7 years prior. In truth, this is a misunderstanding. 7 years ago, Shi Ning inadvertently stumbled upon her parents' adult film, igniting her curiosity about sexuality. In her innocence, she removed her clothing while Shi Ning napped, hoping to imitate the adult activities she had observed. The young Jiang Huijing, having never encountered an undeveloped girl in such a vulnerable state, was rendered speechless. His face flushed and heart racing, unable to process the situation. In her shame, Shi Ning fled, leaving behind a bewildered Jiang Huijing, who, coupled with her insinuations, became the scapegoat for her actions. Shi Ning stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Jiang Huijing had not violated her. It was, in fact, Shi Ning, driven by curiosity, who had wronged her and subsequently implicated Jiang Huijing. If only Shi Ning had not fallen in love with Qin He and married Qin He Ye, Jiang Huijing, as a child groom, could have been her husband. A tragic loss indeed. Jiang Huijing's character is that of a gentle and devoted second male lead. Whosoever marries him would find happiness. Alas, Shi Ning is not destined for such fortune. Despite being misunderstood and expelled from the Shi family, Jiang Huijing endured many trials, ultimately finding redemption through Shi Ning, who would become the object of his unwavering affection. This devoted love led him to sacrifice everything, even his wealth, for Shi Ning, oblivious to the fact that the very family he sought vengeance against for the deaths of Shi Ning and Shi Ning was hers. How tragic for this deeply emotional second male lead, whose initial quest for justice ultimately led him to fall in love with the perpetrator. Should he ever uncover the truth, it would surely drive him to madness. The author knows how to inflict emotional pain. Just contemplating it leaves me unsettled. So heartbreakingly cruel. Shi Ning, observing the barrage of comments, extracted valuable information. Jiang Huijing, the devoted second male lead, would become Shi Ning's loyal supporter and had long sought to uncover the identity of the murderer responsible for her and her father's deaths. Jiang Huijing did not assault her. He had no ulterior motives to acquire the Shi family wealth. He was not the ungrateful wolf raised by the Shi family. Everything was a fabrication, a treachery orchestrated by Shi Ning's family to sow discord. Outside, Tao Bai-chun continued her conversation with Jiang Huijing, desperately attempting to dissuade him from leaving. Second madam. Second miss, I truly must take my leave, Jiang Huijing said with a bitter smile. Shi Ning, arms crossed, regarded Tao Bai-chun and remarked, Aunt, if you enjoy being part of a family so much, perhaps you should adopt the Jiang surname and move out of the Shi household?
Tao Bi-chun,
surprised to see Shi Ning, smiled warmly. Little Ning, it has been 3 years since we last met. Shi Ning gently reassured Jiang Huijing, elder brother, our sister is here. She would be saddened to see you upset. Perhaps it would be best if you left for now. Jiang Huijing nodded in agreement, preparing to depart when a voice called out, elder brother, like a clap of thunder. The individuals in the ward were left utterly astonished, gazing at Shi Ning in disbelief. Jiang Huijing stood frozen, as if caught in a hallucination, paralyzed by fear that any movement could shatter the moment. Shi Ning's earlier call of brother echoed like a fleeting reflection, dissipating in an instant. Shi Ning's eyes widened in shock, yet urgency compelled her to push Jiang Huijing towards the exit, whispering, Brother Jiang, we must leave quickly. My sister has been acting strangely these past few days. Her sudden change could lead to harm directed at you. Please hurry, I will soothe her. I cannot bear to see you hurt. Shi Ning was resolute that Jiang Huijing and she could not reconcile. Otherwise, the family's fortune would be out of her reach. Chapter 55. What do you mean strange? Shi Ning coldly questioned Shi Ning. When have I ever harmed Jiang Huijing? Shi Ning's body stiffened, momentarily taken aback, yet she continued to urge Jiang Huijing to flee. Shi Ning, irritated, strode forward and firmly grasped Jiang Huijing's arm, pulling him back into the ward. Jiang Huijing looked down at the arm being held by Shi Ning, feeling both astonished and flattered by her assertiveness. Wow, just a call of brother from the female antagonist, and Jiang Huijing is so taken aback. I suddenly ship this pairing. The wicked female antagonist, and the deeply affectionate second male lead. Such delightful chemistry. Do not ship everything. Jiang Huijing only sees Shi Ning as a sister. To the Shi family, he regards them as kin, repaying their kindness. He listens to Shi Ning solely because she shares the Shi surname. She is the niece of Shi Guoqiang and Shi Ning's cousin. It is only through their shared experiences that he eventually falls for her, becoming the deeply affectionate second male lead. Upon reading these comments, Shi Ning felt reassured. As long as Jiang Huijing harbored no romantic feelings for her and regarded the Shi family with gratitude and familial affection, that was sufficient. The comments were revealing, and Shi Ning was more than willing to heed their advice, contemplating a transformation in her life. She raised her gaze to Jiang Huijing, saying, "Sister, I grant you this one opportunity." Jiang Huijing was well aware of Shi Ning's character, which held a touch of domineering nature and the temperament of a young lady. She disliked repetition and loathed verbosity. Her commands were to be followed without question. When she spoke of a single opportunity, it was just that, never a second chance. He cherished this moment, sister. After 7 years of not calling her that, the words felt awkward, yet genuine. Shi Ning, elated, finally called him brother. Shi Guoqiang observed this scene with joy, clapping his hands enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Excellent. Truly splendid." Steward Zhao wiped his tears, overjoyed that the young lady and Master Jing had reconciled, allowing the master to rest in peace. Shi Guoqiang cast him a sidelong glance, prompting Zhao to quickly add, "Now I can eat 3 more bowls of rice without worry." He looked up, reflecting, after 3 years, I have finally witnessed the master smile again. This is the second time. Shi Ning inquired, "Brother, have you seen the examination report? What were the results?" Jiang Huijing paused for a moment, uncertain if Shi Ning was indeed addressing him. He pinched his thigh to confirm that she had truly called him brother once more. This marked the 3rd time today. Jiang Huijing gazed at Shi Ning gently, responding, "Yes. I have seen it, Mr. Shi. Correct yourself to father." Shi Ning corrected him. 7 years ago, Shi Ning forbade Jiang Huijing from addressing Shi Guoqiang as father. If he wished to remain in the Shi household, he would have to endure the same treatment as a servant. For these 7 years, Jiang Huijing adhered to her edict, and he continues to do so. With a hint of awkwardness, Jiang Huijing mentioned that the health report for Dad revealed no significant issues. Aside from irregular eating habits and high blood pressure, he emphasized that dietary control and increased exercise were imperative, particularly advising against sugar consumption and forbidding Dad from indulging in milk tea. Shi Ning looked up at Shi Guoqiang's face, which, even in its aging, retained a striking handsomeness and an aura of righteousness. Does Dad still enjoy sweets and milk tea?" She pondered aloud. "Aren't these indulgences typically unappealing to men?" Shi Guoqiang, with a stern expression, immediately denied it, asserting, "Absolutely not. My high blood sugar is due to meals, not sweets. Certainly not from milk tea." However, the housekeeper Zhao interjected, revealing that just yesterday, the master had secretly ordered milk tea, only to be caught and reprimanded by the doctor. Shi Guoqiang shot him a fierce glare, warning, "If you keep this up, I will have you dismissed." To which Zhao replied, "Then I shall write to Madam and inform her of your misconduct." Shi Guoqiang quickly relented, explaining, "Milk tea is something my wife enjoys. When she was pregnant, she mentioned wanting a cup, but alas, she couldn't have it. So, I must drink it on her behalf." Shi Ning was taken aback, questioning, "Isn't the relationship between you and Mother strained? During her pregnancy with me, you were unfaithful and caused her distress, resulting in her passing away. Why does it now seem so peculiar?" Tao Baichun and Shi Qingyin observed the 4 of them conversing as if they were a family, feeling utterly out of place. When Zhao mentioned Shi Ning's mother, Tao Baichun grew anxious. She hurried to Shi Ning's side, affectionately taking her hand. Tao Baichun, flustered and irritated, chided, "Your second aunt is merely concerned about you. Why speak so sarcastically?" Shi Ning blinked innocently, retorting, "But I am expressing concern for you in the same manner. How is that being sarcastic? Does the second aunt disapprove?" With a demure smile, she added, "If so, let me rephrase my concern. Why is the second aunt still alive and well?"
Tao Bijun, incensed,
decided to let it go, thinking, "You've always been this way. I shall rise above and not hold it against you." Shi Ning, with a cold stare, responded, "What have I done since childhood to earn such labels from you both, that I am temperamental and sarcastic? I had not noticed before, perhaps due to being under the influence of the plot.
but now,
I realize that both Shi Qingyin and Tao Baichun have always spoken of me with veiled praise and hidden barbs, attempting to sow discord between me and my father, as well as between me and Jiang Huijing, my elder brother, by upbringing. In summary, I was foolish before, but I shall not allow them to have their way any longer." Shi Qingyin quickly interjected, "Sister, You misunderstand. My mother means no harm. She is simply concerned that you may have endured grievances in the Qin household. I too have noticed a recent change in demeanor. You used to become furious at Brother Jiang, even feeling disgusted by him. Now you are the one initiating contact with him, which makes me worry that you might be suffering. The words stirred memories in Jiang Huijing, recalling how for the past 7 years, Shi Ning had harbored a deep-seated aversion towards him, an aversion so intense it induced a visceral discomfort. On one occasion, when he ventured too close, seeking to understand the reasons behind her disdain, she retaliated with a slap, sending him tumbling into the swimming pool. On another instance, when Shi Ning's aunt fainted from pain, he carried her to the hospital, only for her to awaken and scrub herself clean for a grueling 3 hours, leaving her skin raw and bleeding. From that moment on, even the mere mention of his name invoked a physical revulsion within her, causing her to tremble and feel nauseated with loathing. In consideration of her well-being, he resolved never to appear before her again. Yet, he remained perplexed as to why his once affectionate and endearing younger sister had transformed in such a manner. Noticing Jiang Huijing's pallor, Shi Ning instinctively withdrew, creating distance between them, knowing he was lost in these troubling thoughts. With a cold laugh, she turned her gaze toward Shi Ning. Since you brought it up, let us confront the issue today. Why do I despise my elder brother? Chapter 56, Unveiling. Upon hearing the call for confrontation, Shi Ning visibly panicked. She hastily redirected the conversation, addressing Shi Guiqiang. Uncle, just yesterday, my sister and brother-in-law had a quarrel at the Dihua Club, and he left her stranded in the private room. Shi Guiqiang, easily swayed, expressed concern for Shi Ning. Did you argue with Qin He?
Why?
Did he bully you? Butler Zhao interjected, leaning closer to Shi Guiqiang. Speaking in a tone that was neither too loud nor too soft, Miss did indeed take the initiative against Master Qin. Are you certain it was she who was bullied? Could it not be a playful couple's quarrel? Shi Ning interjected. Is this a whisper? It sounds like you're using a microphone. The experienced Shi Guiqiang nodded in agreement. Indeed. My wife often bullied me regardless of the time or place. Ning resembles her mother. Relieved that the topic had shifted, Shi Ning felt a sense of ease. However, Jiang Huijing mustered the courage to ask Shi Ning, over these years, why do you despise me? Shi Ning's heart raced once more. Uncle. Their argument was initiated by my sister. A resounding slap echoed through the air as Shi Ning struck Shi Ning's face. Shi Guiqiang, still muttering about his own experiences of being bullied by his wife, fell silent, shock etched on his face. Tao Bichuan, momentarily stunned, rushed to protect Shi Ning, exclaiming at Shi Ning, Ning was only concerned for you. Why did you strike her? After scolding Shi Ning, she turned to Shi Guiqiang. Brother, look at how Ning has harmed Ning. You must intervene. Shi Guiqiang opened his mouth to speak, but Butler Zhao quickly restrained him. Soon, the young lady will call for President Shi, declaring that she no longer wants her father. What a formidable threat. There must be a reason behind Ning's actions. To scold her without inquiry shows a blatant disregard for me as her elder brother. Tao Bichuan was taken aback, her anger boiling over. Shi Ning shook her tingling arm and coldly regarded Shi Ning. I wish to confront you. Your repeated interruptions reveal your own guilt. Why do you shy away? Shi Ning, feeling aggrieved, called out, Sister. Shi Ning raised her delicate hand, ready to continue. I will strike you until you are willing to engage in this discussion. She gestured toward Tao Bichuan, adding, even if she is your second aunt, I will not hesitate. She is indeed the malevolent supporting character, known for her viciousness and violence. Thus, what is the purpose of redeeming herself? Not only does she refuse to seek redemption, but she also intensifies her actions. Shi Ning's arrogance and domineering nature lead others to believe she is genuinely fearless. Shi Ning and Tao Bichuan can only look to Shi Guiqiang for assistance, hoping he will reprimand Shi Ning, further cooling the already frosty relationship between father and daughter. Shi Guiqiang cherishes the blissful moments when his precious daughter calls him daddy, and he pretends not to notice their silent plea for help. They dare not speak. Only then does Shi Ning lift her head and say to Jiang Huijing, I despise my elder brother because I believe you molested me 7 years ago. Shocked. Prepare to face my wrath. You shall suffer dire consequences. Pretending to study the bedsheets, Shi Guiqiang, upon hearing her words, immediately turns and delivers a swift kick aimed at Jiang Huijing's groin. Fortunately, Butler Zhao is quick-witted and manages to restrain him, pinning him back onto the hospital bed, as if calming a wild beast. Calm down. The young lady hasn't finished speaking. Jiang Huijing, having never committed such an act, is now misunderstood. His face flushes with urgency as he exclaims, I did not. I have always regarded you as my dear sister. I could never do such a thing. If I truly did something to my sister, I would be a monster, and I would end my own life. I would rather be reincarnated as a pig for 8 lifetimes. Jiang Huijing fervently defends himself, terrified of being misjudged in any way. Seeing the sweat bead on his forehead and his trembling form, Shi Ning quickly reassures him, I now realize that person was not my elder brother. In an instant, Jiang Huijing's tense body relaxes. He removes his glasses, wiping the thin layer of sweat from his forehead and the tears from the corners of his eyes, and murmurs, Thank you. He had resolved that if they did not believe him, he would take drastic measures to prove his innocence. Shi Ning's sharp gaze then shifts to Shi Ning, declaring, The one who attempted to molest me is you, Shi Ning. Another thunderous revelation strikes. Shi Guiqiang, taken aback, stares incredulously at Shi Ning. Shi Ning, do not speak nonsense. Qi Ning is also a girl, and she is attracted to boys. How could she possibly do such a thing to you? Qi Ning bites her lip in denial, pleading, Sister, why would you slander me like this? We are both girls. On the afternoon of June 5th, 7 years ago, while I was napping, you lifted my nightgown, nearly removing my underwear. When I awoke, you fled in fright. And upon chasing you, I found a blushing and flustered Jiang Huijing, leading me to suspect him. Shi Ning continues, moreover. You later told me that you saw him sneaking out of my room, which solidified my belief that he was the one who violated me. Jiang Huijing hastily tries to explain, I was blushing because, but Shi Ning interrupts him, her voice tinged with tears, Elder brother Jiang. Please don't. She hopes he will refrain from divulging the events of that year, fearing it would ruin her, especially since he had seen her in a vulnerable state. Her image, her purity, all at stake. In this way, she believes she can conceal the past, trusting that Jiang Huijing, who has always treated her with kindness and guilt, will undoubtedly comply with her wishes. Over the past 7 years, Jiang Huijing, due to his admiration for the female lead and his affection for Shi Ning, has devoted himself entirely to the female lead, indulging her every whim, embodying a quintessential doting brother. If Jiang Huijing denies an issue, the confrontation ceases to progress, rendering her argument void. Thus, Ning would be unharmed. The female lead, being a girl herself, feels a sense of guilt towards the malicious female counterpart for the events of 7 years ago. Having repeatedly tolerated her schemes, has she not been merciful enough? Is the harassment of a girl not a form of harm? Moreover, whether it was 7 years prior or the present, Shi Ning has never inflicted harm upon the female lead. The true villain remains the malicious counterpart. Before Jiang Huijing assumed the role of the devoted second male lead, he was nurtured by Shi Guiqiang as a foster son, always prioritizing Shi Ning above all else, a childhood companion indeed. Naturally, he would choose Shi Ning. Does one not comprehend the archetype of a passionate second male lead, willing to sacrifice everything for the female lead, let alone when faced with a malicious female counterpart? The comments section erupted in heated debate over this matter. Shi Ning cast a worried glance at Jiang Huijing, who was met with Shi Qingyin's tear-filled eyes, pleading for understanding. Taking a deep breath, he confessed, Years ago, I was taken aback when I saw Shi Qingyin emerge from Ning Ning's room unclothed. It left me blushing and feeling guilty. Shi Qingyin's face turned ashen, and she burst into tears, exclaiming, Brother Jiang, I can't go on living. After saying this, she covered her face and attempted to flee the impending confrontation. In a moment of desperation, she seized a fruit knife from the table, placing it in Shi Qingyin's hand, suggesting that if she wished to end her life, she might as well sever her carotid artery for a more effective result. Chapter 57. Perhaps I should have handed her the knife directly. The cold steel of the fruit knife caused Shi Qingyin to shudder. Sister? Shi Ning inquired with a smile, observing her delicate neck. Do you need my assistance? No, I don't. Shi Qingyin, lacking in resolve, frightened, discarded the knife. She was well aware of Lin Jingyao's incident with her wrist, which was also a consequence of Shi Ning's influence. She believed that Shi Ning would indeed come at her with a knife. Shi Ning cast a disdainful glance at her before redirecting his attention to Jiang Huijing. Shi Qingyin later confided in me that upon seeing you leave my room, you mentioned that girls should not speak of such matters, lest they be deemed impure. At that time, she was still innocent, utterly oblivious to love and intimacy, merely understanding that such matters were shameful and improper. Thus, she refrained from confronting Jiang Huijing. Jiang Huijing recounted, Ning told me that you had nightmares, dreaming that I was taking your father and the family's wealth, which is why you harbor resentment towards me. Listening to their confrontation, Shi Ning felt increasingly anxious. Sister, brother Jiang, before she could finish, Shi Ning raised her hand and delivered another slap. I did not ask you. Be silent. Tao Baichun, witnessing Shi Ning's face turned askew from the blow, felt a pang of sympathy, yet the sight of Shi Guoqiang, his expression dark and murderous, silenced her concern. Shi Ning covered her face, tearfully gazing at Shi Ning, as if her silence was a necessary condition for her to speak. Shi Ning raised an eyebrow and prompted, What is it you wish to say? Shi Ning immediately burst into tears, sobbing as she spoke. At that time, I had just started exploring biology classes and was curious about this subject, so I wanted to take a look. I meant no harm, sister, I...
Slap.
Tuobishan delivered a fierce blow to Shi Ning's face, exclaiming, How dare you act this way? She is your sister. Even if you are both girls, it is still unacceptable. I could just kill you for this. As she spoke, Tuobishan continued to strike Shi Ning, not targeting her face any further, but rather her shoulders or kicking her, pinching her as she berated her. The hospital room echoed with wails of despair. Tuobishan truly struck Shi Ning with intent, hoping that Shi Guoqiang would intervene as he had in the past. However, this time, Shi Guoqiang merely stood by, coldly observing without offering any words of comfort. It was evident that this incident had struck a nerve with him. Shining was his sore spot. With a resolute heart, Tuobishan grasped Shi Ning and kicked her to the ground. Apologize to Xiaoning. You shall remain kneeling until Xiaoning forgives you, or you will kneel forever. Butler Zhao glanced over, and then turned to leave. Shi Ning remained on her knees, crying and apologizing to Shining. Sister, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Shining remained unmoved. Tuobishan pinched Shi Ning again, stating, Even if Xiaoning forgives you, as your mother, I will still beat you mercilessly. Second Madam. Tuobishan looked up in confusion, only to suddenly notice a coat hanger had appeared before her. Butler Zhao, with a slight smirk, kindly handed her the hanger, suggesting, This will serve better for your purpose, and it shows more sincerity. Tuobishan stood there, holding the wooden hanger, hesitant to bring it down upon Shi Ning. The thought of inflicting pain weighed heavily on her. Shining chuckled softly, reflecting, How had I never noticed before how observant Butler Zhao is? She turned to Jiang Weijing, saying, That time I pushed you into the swimming pool was because I intended to swim, and Shi Ning claimed you were spying on me. Jiang Weijing appeared utterly shocked, responding no. She said you were in a good mood and wanted to give me a chance to explain, which is why I sought you out. Shining replied, I witnessed you physically retching because Shi Ning told me that while I was unconscious, you took me to the hospital and violated me. Even through my pants. You did such things to me. I believe it was due to the presence of that substance on my pants. Upon uttering the final words, Shining felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Reflecting on it, although Jiang Weijing was not her biological brother and was initially intended by her father to be her childhood husband, she had regarded him as an elder brother since childhood. The sudden revelation of his different feelings towards her, coupled with his actions, was utterly repulsive. At this point, Jiang Weijing trembled with rage, exclaiming no. When you fainted, Shi Ning and I took you to the hospital together. The substance on your pants was not what you think, it was merely yogurt spilled by Shi Ning. He glared angrily at Shi Ning, accusing her, You claimed in front of me that Shining fears I would steal her father and her inheritance, which is why she despises me. You have shown me countless kindnesses, yet in front of Shi Ning, you have persistently defamed me, accusing me of wrongdoing. Shi Ning, your actions are truly excessive. Shi Ning cast a disdainful glance at Shi Ning and turned to address Shi Guoqiang. Father, since my uncle's family moved in, our father-daughter relationship has soured. And my bond with my elder brother has also deteriorated. It appears they have been sowing discord between us. Shi Guoqiang scrutinized Tao Baichun and Shi Ning with suspicion. Tao Baichun felt a prickling unease under his gaze and seized the clothes hanger in her hand, striking Shi Ning fiercely. You wretched child, this is for your own good. Even though your father has supported your uncle's education and provided him with his first fortune, your uncle has shown us immense kindness. How could you act in such a manner? Today, I shall teach you a lesson for the sake of Xiaoning. With that, the thick clothes hanger came down upon Shi Ning. The skin on her exposed shoulder immediately turned red and swollen.
Ah!
Shi Ning cried out, jumping up from the ground. Mother, please stop. I was wrong. Tao Baichun continued to strike her, berating her as she did so. Dare to run? Stand still, and let me punish you. You ungrateful girl. Initially, Shi Ning had no intention of fleeing, but upon hearing those words, she dashed out, crying, "Mom, please don't hit me." Tao Bichuan pursued her with the hanger, striking as she chased. If she did not run, Shi Guoqiang would surely lose his temper. And then the consequences would be far worse than a simple beating. Outside the hospital room, even from a distance, the sound of Shi Ning's wails could still be heard. Shi Ning, listening to those cries, felt a sense of satisfaction, yet soon furrowed her brow as she said to Shi Guoqiang, "Father, my aunt is merely putting on a show for you. Because of Shi Ning, our family is in disarray. We certainly won't have good days ahead." Steward Zhao looked regretfully at the fruit knife on the floor, wishing he had handed it over directly. Shi Guoqiang felt a headache coming on and sighed. "It is thanks to your uncle's sacrifices, his abandonment of education to work and support my university studies, providing me with my first fortune, that I am able to run such a successful company. I owe them a tremendous debt of gratitude, especially as he is my own brother." Shi Ning recalled the comments indicating that her father's downfall was caused entirely by Shi Ning. She huffed in frustration. After all, Shi Ning harbored ill intentions, and she had no affection for them. If they could sow discord among us these past few years, who knows what harm they could bring us in the decades to come. This threat was particularly effective. No longer hesitating, Shi Guoqiang resolved that if his precious daughter disapproved, they must be evicted from their home. Chapter 58. The Quick Wit of a Tormentor. Shi Ning joyfully approached, linking her arm with Shi Guoqiang's. "Father, are you truly going to make Shi Ning and her family leave our home?" Shi Guoqiang gazed at Shi Ning's radiant eyes and the sweet, melodious way she addressed him, which pierced his heart. He nodded emphatically. "If Ning does not like them, then they shall move out." "Father, you are truly wonderful, the best father in the world," Shi Ning exclaimed, happily shaking his arm, playfully reminiscent of her childhood. The paternal love that had been absent for over a decade was finally rekindled. Shi Ning raised her gaze to Jiang Huijing and said, "Father, please allow my elder brother to directly adopt our household registration, change his surname, and become your son, my elder brother." Jiang Huijing promptly declined, stating, "There is no need. This arrangement is quite satisfactory." His cheeks flushed slightly as he added, "The fact that you do not despise me and still call me elder brother is already more than enough." Over the years, having endured Shi Ning's disdain, he had relinquished all demands. All he desired was her acceptance. The notion of becoming a family seemed far-fetched, regardless of Shi Ning's feelings toward him. Whether they were siblings on paper or merely viewed as a servant, he would cherish her as a beloved sister and regard Shi Guoqiang as a true father. They were, after all, his last remaining kin in this world. Moreover, opting not to join the Shi family's household registry was a measure to provide Shi Ning with a sense of security. He sought nothing from the Shi family's fortune. He was intrinsically a part of Shi Ning's inheritance. After much persuasion, Jiang Huijing steadfastly refused to establish a formal adoption. Respecting his choice, Shi Ning ceased her attempts. Upon their return home, they encountered their uncle Shi Guoqiang, along with Qin, who bore the visible marks of a brutal beating, her face bruised and her body adorned with scars, clearly suffering more than from any punishment inflicted by Tao Bichuan. "Elder brother, Xiaoning," Shi Guoqiang said with a humble demeanor, expressing his sincere apologies. "I have just learned of Yining's misdeeds, and I am truly sorry." Shi Ning observed Shi Guoqiang, noting his somewhat honest appearance, which gave the impression of a simple man. His graying hair and numerous wrinkles, along with his modest attire, made him seem older than his elder brother, Shi Guoqiang. Feeling a pang of guilt upon witnessing his younger brother's aged countenance, Shi Guoqiang reassured him, "Second brother, this is Yining's wrongdoing and does not reflect upon you. Let it not tarnish our brotherly bond." Shi Guoqiang chuckled gently, "No worries. The affairs of the younger generation will not affect our relationship. It is merely that Yining has gone too far, and I have given her a stern lesson." He nudged Qin, urging her to apologize to Xiaoning. Bowing her head, Qin spoke earnestly, "Sister, I am truly sorry. Please forgive me." Shi Ning, however, perceived no sincerity in her words and retorted scornfully, "What difference is there between that statement and a mere token gesture? A simple apology should not erase the pain you have inflicted upon me, nor should it compel me to forgive you so readily. Indeed, should she extend her forgiveness to Qin, it would be tantamount to demeaning herself." Qin's face flushed with indignation, eager to retort. Yet Shi Guoqiang interjected, positioning himself before Shi Ning and bowing deeply. "Xiaoning, I apologize. It is my failure as a father to have inadequately guided my daughter. Ening's apology is warranted, and your refusal to forgive is equally valid. Your uncle fully understands. With a cold smile, Shi Ning responded, the most genuine apology would be for her to endure the very suffering I have experienced. If you truly wish to express sincere remorse, perhaps you should find someone to inflict upon Shi in the same indignities she has caused me. For 7 years, I have believed myself sullied, feeling unworthy and perpetually self-doubting.
Consequently,
My love for Qin He Ye has been steeped in a desperate need for approval, terrified of rejection. Not to mention the psychological scars and nightmares left in the wake of those years. These cannot simply be erased by a light-hearted apology or a few slaps. Shi Ning was once again filled with indignation, ready to voice her thoughts. However, Shi remained firmly positioned in front of her, apologetically stating, Ning is my daughter. I cannot condone this behavior. Shi Ning scoffed, disdain twisting her lips. I wouldn't dare touch her. Who knows what kind of diseases she might carry. Throughout this exchange, Shi silently observed, refraining from interjecting. The decision of whether to forgive Shi Ning was Shi Ning's to make, for she was the one who had been wronged. His gratitude towards his second brother and desire to repay the kindness owed was his own affair, not Shi Ning's. Gratitude cannot be outsourced. Shi felt a profound sense of humility and submission. Yet, Shi continued to withhold his support, clearly indicating that this situation was unlike any prior. With a heavy heart, Shi addressed Shi elder brother, given this incident, we cannot remain in the Shijia household. We have decided to move out. Shi Ning was taken aback, never anticipating that they would not be expelled. Shi had proposed it himself. A deeper shade of guilt crossed Shi face. And he instinctively began to speak, second brother, actually. At that moment, Butler Zhao leaned in to whisper, Sir, your daughter no longer wishes for you. Shi was taken aback, his expression turning serious. I too had contemplated this. Since you have brought it up, all the better. When do you plan to relocate? Shi Ning arched an eyebrow. Are you moving today? Butler Zhao was already on his phone, dialing a number. Are you moving, gentlemen? Yes. I have someone ready to move immediately. The address is. He provided the details and nodded. Approximately 40 minutes? That will suffice. Though I hope it can be expedited. Zhao's actions left everyone in stunned silence, their gazes fixated on him. Shi Ning exclaimed inwardly. This cunning strategist is quicker than I am. Butler Zhao smiled as he addressed Shi. Is it true that the second master has no intention of moving now? Do you wish for the master to persuade you to stay? Shi had indeed contemplated this, employing a strategy of retreat for the sake of advancement. Yet, articulating such thoughts would be detrimental. With a forced smile, he replied, No, I intend to hire a moving company myself. You continue your discussion. I shall prepare my belongings. He took Shi Ning by the hand and departed, knowing that lingering any longer would risk revealing his true nature. Butler Zhao's maneuvering was quite impressive, directly contacting the moving company. Those two brothers, what a laugh, their sarcasm is delightful. No wonder the malicious female antagonist is both foolish and wicked. Look how easily the butler resolves matters for her without her needing to think, fostering her dependency. The butler often threatens Father Shi. Your daughter no longer wants you. And Father Shi immediately backs down. User 163192. The dynamic between the butler and father is quite entertaining. Shi Ning interjected, Let us not ship them, darling. Do you not find the actions of the malicious female antagonist's family excessive? The protagonist's father sacrificed his education to support the antagonist's father and provided the initial capital for his venture. That was a monumental favor. Yet, because of a trivial issue with the girl, they are cast out entirely? And so hastily. The malicious female antagonist is indeed malicious. Her entire family is comprised of ill-intentioned individuals, and they deserve their ultimate downfall. May they swiftly vanish from the household register. Indeed. As the protagonist Shi Ning and the male lead Shizhou tie the knot, the sweetness of the narrative unfolds, provoking the envy and resentment of the malicious female antagonist. The story truly begins. Shi Ning. Such lewdness is merely a trivial matter for a girl? She harbors no jealousy towards the pair of scoundrel and shameless individuals, Shi Ning and Qin He Ye. Instead, she wishes them well, hoping for their swift marriage, a harmonious union, a life devoid of offspring, and a lineage filled with prosperity. Chapter 59. A message from my esteemed wife.
Slap.
The moment Shi Ning entered the room with Shi Guigang, she received a heavy blow to her face, causing blood to seep from the corner of her mouth. Yet, despite her pain, She dared not cry out or cover her face. She merely bowed her head, whispering, "I'm sorry, father." 7 years prior, it was her father who instructed her to strip Shi Ning, intending to capture indecent photographs to threaten Shi Ning, but alas, it failed. It was also he who compelled her to instigate discord between Shi Ning and Jiang Huijing. Now, as the truth comes to light, she must endure punishment without revealing the reality, feeling utterly wronged. Tears are not an option. Shi Ning scolded her vehemently, calling her a fool. How could past events be resurrected? Now, we are forced to relocate and have lost your uncle's trust. The assets of the Shi family are nearly within reach. Yet Shi Qiang's health is failing. Had he known Shi Qiang would thrive, he should not have been so lenient back then. The inheritance left by their grandfather should have been entirely invested, with nothing allocated to Shi Qiang. Otherwise, he would now hold the position of chairman of the Shi group. Shi Ning kept her head bowed, promising, "I will find a way to cheer my sister up and regain my uncle's trust." Shi Ning scrutinized her for a moment, then advised her to remain compliant and win Qin He Ye's favor. Qin Shizhou must not be neglected, nor should Jiang Huijing, who is your uncle's most trusted confidant. If you can gain Jiang Huijing's allegiance, managing the Shi family will become significantly easier. "I will do my best, father," Shi Ning replied. Observing her obedient demeanor, Shi Ning's expression softened slightly. "Be particularly attentive to Shi Ning. She is nothing but a spoiled, thoughtless young lady. You must persuade her to divorce Qin He." With her head lowered, Shi Ning absorbed her father's instructions to ensnare 3 men simultaneously, feeling somewhat numb. Hearing Shi Ning described as a pampered, oblivious heiress left her feeling desensitized and envious. Why is it that both share the surname Shi, yet Shi Ning enjoys such fortune, born into the affluent Shi family, with a father who indulges her without limits? Meanwhile, she endures a selfish, self-serving father who would exploit even his daughter for personal gain and subject her to abuse. Shi Ning is destined to marry a man as refined and noble as Qin He, while she is left to pick up the remnants of Qin Shizhou. Shi Qingyin's jealousy toward Shi Ning is overwhelming. This was all meant to be hers. Shi Ning lay in bed, observing the scene through the barrage of comments, many expressing sympathy for Shi Qingyin and condemning her as the wicked female antagonist. She was taken aback, exclaiming, "They've drawn blood from Shi Qingyin. How ruthless." Was she attempting to cultivate the persona of a heartthrob? To court 3 men simultaneously, unafraid of potential disaster? Am I truly nothing more than a spoiled, thoughtless heiress? Shi Ning pondered. In recent years, the father-daughter relationship has been strained by manipulation, and she has found herself enamored with a scoundrel, all the while misunderstanding her devoted former husband. In a reckless attempt to divorce her wealthy spouse, she has indeed become somewhat foolish due to excessive pampering. Yet, that is of little consequence. Shi Ning gazes cheerfully at the myriad of golden bullet comments floating before her, each more varied than the last. He. She has the advantage of these comments as a form of foreshadowing. Regardless of what the comments suggest, she is determined to heed their advice. By following their counsel, even her lack of wit can alter the original outcome. How can the malicious female antagonist be so heartless, showing no concern for her villainous husband? The great villain has engaged in a fierce debate with the board of directors to delay the commencement of the construction on the western city land, successfully suppressing the matter. Exhausted, he glances at his phone, yearning for his wife's comfort. To his dismay, there is not a hint of information. The villain feels even more fatigued, his heart shattered like a lotus, petal by petal. No matter, the villain can always imagine the worst, retreating to the lounge, preparing himself for when his wife requests a photo of his abs. Slurp. I hope the malicious female antagonist will bless us with some perks. I too wish to see a picture of the villain's abs. Having seen the abs, they no longer hold allure. Can the female antagonist request a photo that excludes the abs? Shi Ning. If the abs are removed, what remains but muscle? Shi Ning's face flushed instantly. The fans of hers are truly a bunch of naive girls. I can't look. I might be led astray. Yet, Qin He, in his endeavor to postpone the construction on the western city land, has completed the meeting with the directors successfully. He was not merely speaking idly last night. He genuinely promised her and executed it brilliantly. Moreover, he awaits her message. If he wishes to chat, why does he not initiate a message to her? Such a reserved man. Shi Ning, holding her phone, began typing with her small fingers. I shall take the initiative this time, and afterward, I will guide him properly to be more proactive. Since Qin He has harbored a secret admiration for her for a decade, it is time to train him well, encouraging him to be bolder and transform his feelings into an open confession. Qin Corporation. In his office, Qin He, holding his phone, gazed into the mirror while also reviewing the photos of his abs taken the previous night. He then opened his browser to search for tips on how to take the most alluring photo of his abs, as well as how to accidentally send such a photo to his wife. Lost in thought, he pondered these matters.
Ding.
A message from his beloved wife has arrived. Upon hearing the notification, Qin He immediately straightened his posture and sat down on his office chair, cradling his phone with both hands. Like a diligent student listening to a lecture, he opened the message with utmost seriousness. Beloved wife, quick, take a picture of your master, my husband, and let me see what mischievous deeds he is up to. Shi Ning sent this message based on the bullet comments, suggesting that Qin He wished to send her a photo of his abs. However, 3 minutes later, Shi Ning furrowed her brows and sent him another message.
Ding.
A reply from Qin He arrived. Shi Ning opened the message, revealing a photograph of him in the conference room, engaged in a meeting. Just from the image, he exudes an inherent nobility, a regal presence that is both commanding and majestic. The photograph of a man diligently at work, his allure rivaling that of any chiseled abs. Qin just finished up. Upon seeing this, Shi Ning felt a twinge of embarrassment for her own message. Moreover, he insisted on capturing the most handsome angles, only sending the image to Shi Ning once he was thoroughly satisfied. Assistant Pei is likely to pursue photography courses overnight, as her love-struck CEO is always eager to snap photos to entice his wife, the most dashing antagonist in the narrative. Yet, he harbors insecurities about his appearance, striking poses and seeking the right angles for his photos. How could one not adore him? If the female supporting character were to send the antagonist a picture proclaiming he looks best without clothes, would he immediately strip down to capture a photo for her? Shi Ning, please don't put her in such a predicament. Testing Qin He's boundaries like this makes her heart flutter with anticipation. In the next moment, Shi Ning sent a new message to Qin He. Chapter 60. The bed is vast, but one is missing. Dear wife, I am quite upset. At your service. Shi Ning deliberately crafted this message. She could not just request an unclothed photograph from Qin He right off the bat. How scandalous. She is a wicked supporting character, not a lewd one. Yet, she was indeed a tad annoyed. After all, who could blame her for being frustrated with Qin He's coy demeanor? Upon reading her message, Qin He was immediately flustered. He racked his brain, unable to fathom how he had upset Shi Ning. Remembering her words, if there's a problem, bring it up, he responded with a simple question mark. Shi Ning. Is it about the service? She asked the one who is upset. What on earth is the antagonist pondering? His handsome face serious, as cold as ice while dealing with state affairs, yet his ears are flushed as though they might bleed. His wicked thoughts must have returned, undoubtedly recalling that night when he was forcefully coaxed by the female supporting character. With such service, the female character can rest assured. Her love-struck antagonist possesses an extraordinary sense of service towards her. Shi Ning felt her cheeks warm. Her thoughts were successfully drawn back to that unforgettable evening. Shaking her head to dispel those unwholesome thoughts, she composed another message. Ning, it's not about the service. I am the one who is angry. After sending that, she continued editing. Your wife is upset, and it's quite difficult to placate her. Merely lining up like little ducklings one tea suffice. Once she dispatched the message, Qin He responded with a photograph of his irresistibly toned abs, instantly causing her to blush. Following that, he sent the words, I'll appease you. As Shi Ning gazed at those two words, her mind was filled with images of Qin He's frosty visage and his detached, emotionless voice. She felt utterly unappeased. Consequently, she immediately initiated a video call. He answered in an instant. On the screen appeared Qin He in a lounge, the cool-toned decor accentuating his aura of frigidness, chastity, and an air of superiority that was simply untouchable. Yet, this very aloof and ascetic man had just sent her a photograph brimming with sexual tension. Still angry? Qin He's voice was icy yet tinged with concealed tenderness, a most enchanting melody to the heart. Indeed, upon gazing at his handsome visage, Shi Ning felt her anger dissipate. However, she still nodded emphatically, exclaiming, Humph. Do not presume that a mere photograph of your abs will delight me. It certainly does not. What about those two? Shi Ning's eyes widened in astonishment. Is he truly so forward as to send her pictures of his abs? As she observed Qin He Ye's eyes sparkle with mischief, her cheeks flushed at the thought of 10 such images. Shi Ning thought, has he suddenly become so brazen? Has he been overly trained in this regard? What is the female supporting character dawdling for? Hurry and nod. Encourage the formidable antagonist to send those abs. Having already initiated a video call, what need is there for mere photographs? Just let him disrobe. Let the antagonist perform a striptease. Become a tantalizing figure. Do not lead this innocent female character astray. Without uttering a word, she should simply gaze innocently at the antagonist, beckoning him with a finger, and then end the call. A grand scheme is at play. Once the video call concludes, the antagonist will send a rocket, and we shall feast on a sumptuous midnight snack. Shi Ning nearly succumbed to the temptation of following the suggestions above, almost beckoning Qin He with her finger to end the video call. However, upon reading the comments, she grasped the true nature of that scheme. It was not an innocent gesture, but a seductive invitation. Determined not to be led astray by the comments, Shi Ning adopted a serious demeanor, inquiring, have you just finished a meeting? Yes, Qin He replied, observing her unfamiliar surroundings, which were adorned in a pink princess style. At the Shi residence? Indeed, after finishing my meal, I plan to take a brief nap. Noticing the time had passed 2 o'clock, Shi Ning asked, have you eaten yet? No, Qin He replied, his gaze fixed on Shi Ning as she reclined on her bed, her phone positioned before her. From his perspective, he could see the unintended cleavage revealed by her posture. Shi Ning frowned upon hearing his response and admonished, it is nearly 2. How can you not have eaten? Do you not feel hunger? A person is akin to iron and food is like steel. Missing a meal will not do. Qin He's voice was low and raspy as he admitted, I am hungry. Upon hearing him say he was hungry, Shi Ning took on an authoritative tone. Your wife commands you to set aside your work and go eat immediately. You must eat until you are full. Only then will you have the strength to continue. Before she could finish, she noticed the barrage of comments flooding in. How can this wicked female character be so adorable? Is the antagonist merely hungry for food? Look at the camera. The current female supporting character is utterly captivating. Tempting enough to commit a crime.
Yes.
Antagonist, hasten to eat. Only then will you have the energy to work. As Shi Ning scrutinized the comments and then her own image on the screen, her face flushed crimson. Such a nearly overwhelming visual. She turned her gaze back to Qin He, whose deep eyes concealed an intense danger, as if they could penetrate the screen and consume her whole. Blushing, Shi Ning sat up and said, you should hurry and eat. I need to get some sleep. All right, Qin He replied, his voice alluringly enticing. Yet, he did not end the video call, continuing to gaze intently at Shi Ning. Her cheeks grew ever redder as she insisted, I am quite possessive, you know. As my husband, you must keep me informed of your plans. After your lunch, you need to take a nap, understood? Qin He gazed at her, obediently acquiescing, all right, I will heed my wife's wishes. Shi Ning felt her face flush and her heart race under his gaze, shyly ending the call. She discarded her phone and buried herself beneath the covers, a nameless sweetness enveloping her, prompting her to roll about blissfully. After a while, the incessant pinging of messages interrupted her reverie. Shi Ning peeked out from her cocoon, her cheeks aglow, and followed the sound to find her nearly toppling phone at the foot of her bed. Qin, taking the elevator to the cafeteria for a meal. Qin, I've eaten and I'm full. Truth be told, one can still have strength even without a meal. Qin, I'm satisfied now. Though I didn't touch the scallions or cilantro. Being full gives me more energy to work, and I've brushed my teeth, so there's no lingering taste. Shi Ning. This report seems to imply that since he has no lingering taste, is he now free to kiss her? Qin.
Xinjiang, Xinjiang.
Messages from Qin He continued to pour in, even sharing pictures of a charming little potted plant and a goldfish he encountered at the office. Shi Ning mused, the usually taciturn and cold-hearted antagonist has transformed into a chatterbox, nearly reporting even his bathroom breaks to the female lead. The public persona of the antagonist, reserved and aloof, the version in front of his wife, chatty and fervent, such a delightful contrast. Frantically tapping the screen, urging for updates. As a devoted fan, and considering how obedient the antagonist is, someone tell him that he looks best without clothes. It's been a day. Stop teasing me. Shi Ning. That one to do. He is still too much of a rogue. However, Qin He's frequent updates made it impossible for her to sleep. Ning, stop sending messages. Qin. With a mere period. Shi Ning suddenly sensed a hint of grievance from Qin He. Was she too harsh? Perhaps she should soothe him. Ning. I'm going to sleep now. The bed feels a bit too spacious, missing one half. Mr. Qin, since you seem so free, would you like to come and keep me company? Chapter 61. Listening to my wife, clean and fresh. Qin, okay. Unable to resist teasing him, Shi Ning replied, remember to wash thoroughly and freshen up. After sending this message, she accompanied it with a sticker of a little beauty lying on a bed, wagging its tail, captioned, Darling, hurry here. Qin, Such a simple response? How could he waste her flirtation? Shi Ning was far from satisfied. Clutching her phone, her little fingers rapidly typed away. Dear wife, I am so passionate about you, yet your 37-degree lips utter such frigid words. Dear wife, you've encased my recently melted heart in ice once more. I am no longer Mrs. Qin. I am the locked heart of the noble Qin family. Qin He, holding his phone, envisioned Shi Ning typing away. Sprawled on the bed, swinging her little feet, her lips pursed in a playful pout, her eyes sparkling with joy. Just the thought of her, adorable and enchanting, melted his icy heart completely. Yet, when she thought of how adorably she had loved Shinshizhou with the most fervent and intense affection for 5 years, Qin He's gaze turned icy in an instant. How could someone as wonderful as Shi Ning be harmed and manipulated by Shinshizhou? In that moment, an aura of chilling, terrifying resolve emanated from Qin He. Page Xianhua, who had just entered with documents, felt an urgent need to retreat to avoid being caught in the crossfire. However, in the next second, the bloodthirsty Qin He softened his tone as he spoke into his phone. Darling, I'll be there shortly. His voice was tender, bashful, and alluring, sending shivers down Pei Qianhua's spine. More terrifying than the murderous Qin He himself. Shi Ning, upon hearing Qin He's deep, sultry, and enticing call of darling, felt a rush of shyness and quickly turned off her phone, closing her eyes for a midday nap. After a brief moment, she was roused by the sound of a car engine from outside. Groggily, she heard the astonished voice of butler Zhao exclaiming, Young master. You have arrived. Master. The young master is here. Shi Ning was taken aback. Qin He had come? He was a workaholic capable of working for 3 days and nights without sleep. And yet he had come to see her during a weekday and work hours? Quickly, she got out of bed. Mr. Qin, you're here. As she stepped out of her room, she saw Shi Qingyin bounding down the spiral staircase like a little bird, rushing towards Qin He. She bypassed Shi Guiqiang entirely and stood before Qin He, hands clasped behind her back, gazing up at him joyfully. Shi Guiqiang, blocked from moving forward, felt his expression darken upon witnessing her demeanor. Qin He paid no heed to Shi Qingyin, nor did he acknowledge her. He handed his coat to butler Zhao and then turned his gaze to Shi Ning, who was descending the stairs with a smile that made her eyes crescent-shaped. Well, my wife said we were short one for the game, so here I am. Feeling overlooked, Shi Qingyin's expression soured slightly. Yet she naturally bent down to retrieve house slippers from the shoe cabinet, placing them before Qin He. It's much more comfortable to change into house shoes. Just as butler Zhao hung up the coat, he caught sight of Shi Qingyin bending down to present the slippers. The angle was just right, revealing a hint of her fair skin, which was undeniably enticing. The sight made butler Zhao's expression turn sour as well. How could she dare to entice the husband of the eldest young lady? Fortunately, Qin He's gaze remained fixed solely on the eldest lady. Butler Zhao's expression eased somewhat as he remarked to Shi Qingyin with a hint of sarcasm, Second miss, are you so reluctant to leave the Shi family that you plan to stay as a servant, hence your eagerness to take on a servant's duties? Shi Qingyin disregarded butler Zhao's comment, continuing to smile as she asked Qin He, what game is sister playing?
Just short one, right?
She frowned. With so many people at home, why call someone as busy as you? Surely this will delay your work. She continued to offer her well-meaning advice. Sister can be a bit willful, only thinking of herself. Please don't blame her, Mr. Qin. Shi Ning approached directly, playfully nudging Shi Qingyin aside. She then looked up at Qin He with a smile. I can be willful too. I'll find someone else to play the game with. Qin He grasped her hand, pulling her into his embrace, leaning down to whisper in her ear, Your bed is far too spacious for a game of companionship. Only I may partake. And no one else is permitted. His voice was low and alluring. Nearby, Shi Qingyin overheard this, her already bruised face turning even more ashen. She cast a jealous glance at Shi Ning, filled with disdain. How shameless to invite Qin He to such a game in broad daylight. Unperturbed by Shi Qingyin's feelings, Qin He draped his arm around Shi Ning's shoulders, calling out politely, Dad. Shi Guiqiang scrutinized Qin He from head to toe, feeling quite pleased. Next time. Do let me know in advance, he said, excitement bubbling within him. His precious daughter had been married for 3 years, and throughout this time, the neighbors had mistakenly believed that Shi Ning was his biological daughter. With this thought, Shi Ning turned to Shi Ning, and upon noticing the jealousy on her face, he said sternly, Ying. Shi Ning quickly shifted her demeanor, responding sweetly, I'm here, uncle. If you need anything, just let me know. I can prepare dinner. Shi Ning extended his hand. You've grown up, and it's time for you to be independent. Please return the diamond card to me. Shi Ning's face turned pale at once, reluctant. Uncle, that card has a limit of 5 million each month. Although it has been suspended for 3 months, it will be restored. Shi Ning raised an eyebrow at her, teasing. Are you reluctant to return it? Such a strong possessiveness over someone else's money. Surely not. Just then, Shi Ning approached, his expression serious as he told Shi Ning, go find the diamond card and return it to your uncle. Shi Ning sulkily explained, I don't know where it is. I'll go look for it now. She cast a lingering glance at Qin He before heading upstairs. He cautiously inquired, since this is our first family reunion dinner, could we perhaps share a meal together before you leave? His hesitance made Shi Ning seem ungrateful, stirring a sense of guilt within him. The brothers shouldn't be at odds like this. But Zhao, the butler, quietly reminded Shi Ning, be careful. Your daughter might just abandon you. Clearing his throat, Shi Ning looked up at Shi Ning, asking, what do you think, Ning? With the anticipation of unfolding drama, Shi Ning was not afraid of their scheming and didn't he wish for her father to feel troubled, so she nodded enthusiastically. That sounds good. Shi Ning beamed. You take your husband for a stroll. I will arrange dinner right away. Shi Ning took Qin He's hand, asking, shall we walk in the garden? Qin He leaned down, his voice husky. Your room. Shi Ning tilted her head, catching a whiff of his fresh, post-bath scent. Qin He grasped her hand, slipping it into his pocket, his voice dropping even lower. Listen to your wife. Be fresh and fragrant. Come keep me company. His handsome face flushed. Your bed shall no longer have a vacancy. Shi Ning was taken aback, feeling flustered. At that moment, Shi Ning stood upstairs with a diamond card, her eyes filled with jealousy, darkness, and scheming thoughts, hoping that Qin He would soon discover those secrets. In the enchanting realm of their flirtation and happiness, Chapter 62 unfolds with Qin, the formidable antagonist, catering to his beloved. Shi Ning's hand found its way into Qin He Ye's pocket, and even through the fabric, she could feel the warmth of his body, a steady 37 degrees. Blushing, she withdrew her hand, opting instead to entwine her fingers with his. With a slight tilt of her chin, she gazed upwards at Shi Ning, who lurked in the shadows above. Look at Shi Ning, furtively watching us from the darkness. Brimming with jealousy, ready to pounce like a twisted, sinister creature. Qin He Ye's body stiffened, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes, as a pang of bitterness pierced his heart. If she were to discover that he too was capable of such possessiveness, would she then regard him as a pest, harboring disdain for him, distancing herself from him? This thought filled Qin He Ye with an unsettling sense of panic, igniting a fierce desire to possess. His long fingers pried open Shi Ning's, boldly intertwining their fingers. Disregarding her reluctance, he vowed to conceal the other side of himself, come what may. As they ascended the stairs, Shi Ning emerged, deliberately orchestrating their encounter. Sister, she called sweetly, her gaze shifting to Qin He Ye, brother-in-law. The way she called her sister was charmingly crisp, yet her address to Qin He Ye dripped with a coy allure. However, Qin He Ye seemed oblivious, not sparing her a glance. Shi Ning chuckled lightly, snatching the diamond card from Shi Ning's grasp. This card is now in my possession, she declared, then called out to Shi Ning downstairs. Dad, I've taken the diamond card. Shi Ning looked up. Very well. I shall have someone unfreeze it immediately and add 5 million to the balance. Will that suffice? Shi Ning's face turned pale, contorting in disbelief. The diamond card she possessed had a mere 5 million limit. How could he add another 5 million for Shi Ning? How could her uncle be so biased? Shi Ning then turned her gaze to Jiang Huijing, elder brother. Jiang Huijing paused, momentarily taken aback before realizing she was addressing him. Here, he responded promptly. Without hesitation, Shi Ning called out again, tossing the diamond card to Jiang Huijing. He caught it, astonished, and instinctively exclaimed, Young miss. Shi Ning interjected, It's for you. But, remember to call me sister. Jiang Huijing held the card, feeling its warmth in his hands. You needn't give it to me, sister. I have my own funds. Shi Ning's countenance darkened further. Why should the diamond card be bestowed upon a Jiang with no familial ties when she was the true sister of Shi Ning? Blood relations, even distant ones, surely held more significance. Shi Ning linked her arm with Qin He Ye's, teasing, "Even if you have money, it's not as abundant as my husband's. His supplementary card is filled with riches." Qin He Ye looked down at her. "I haven't given you a supplementary card." It seemed that Qin He Ye too was wary of Shi Ning, not showering her with undue affection, not even providing her with a supplementary card. Shi Ning, feeling a wave of relief wash over her misery, burst into laughter. Jiang Huijing contemplated returning the diamond card to Shi Ning, wishing to share the savings he had accumulated over the years with her. Disregarding Shi Ning's mocking, Shi Ning tilted her head and asked Qin He Ye, "Did you not give me a supplementary card?" Indeed. Shi Ning began to question her own memory. "What was that black and gold card you gave me on our wedding night?" "The primary card." Shi Ning stared in astonishment, her eyes wide. "The primary card?" "Your entire fortune's primary card?" Qin He nodded naturally, indeed. Shi Ning exclaimed. On their wedding night, Qin He had gifted her a black gold card from his private bank, his several hundred billion fortune. Yet, she had tossed that card aside, intending to demonstrate her disdain for wealth and her profound love for him, allowing it to gather dust for 3 years. What had she been pretending for all this time? Shi Ning watched their departing figures, her face contorted with jealousy, entirely devoid of the earlier amusement she had felt while mocking Shi Ning. Qin He had actually bestowed the primary card upon Shi Ning. That was the primary card. Several hundred billion. The distinction between primary and secondary cards was the clearest marker of status. How could Qin He dote on Shi Ning so excessively? Jiang Huijing handed a diamond card to Shi Guqiang. "Dad, this card still," he began, only to be cut off by Shi Guqiang. "It's for Ning Ning. Just keep it. Family doesn't need to be so polite." Reluctantly, Jiang Huijing accepted the card. Resolute in his determination to earn a substantial income to increase the funds on this diamond card, so he could return it to Shi Ning. He would be content with his basic salary. His life belonged to Shi's father and sister. Butler Zhao stood quietly beside Shi Guqiang, contemplating the nature of money and love. The son-in-law loved the young lady even more than the father did. Shi Guqiang declared, "I, too, shall give the primary card to Ning Ning. The company will be under her management. Tomorrow, I will cede my position to her, and she shall become the chairperson." Shi Guogang clenched his fists, attempting to advise him. "Elder brother has given the primary card to Xiao Ning, and the secondary card is with Huijing. What about elder brother's future expenses?" Shi Guqiang waved dismissively, his face alight with anticipation and pride. "It's fine. I can manage with less. But Xiao Ning is still young and has not studied finance. Is it wise to let her manage the company?" Shi Guqiang fixed a piercing gaze on Shi Guogang. "The company is mine, and Ning Ning is my daughter. What could possibly be wrong?" His eyes were sharp and suspicious. "No, it's quite good." Shi Guogang ceased to argue. Allowing Shi Ning to manage the company could indeed work out well. A spoiled young lady like Shi Ning, who had no understanding of corporate management, would surely lead it into chaos. In that case, he would have a better opportunity to maneuver the Shi Group's assets, seamlessly transferring them into his own hands. When the Shi Group inevitably faced bankruptcy due to Shi Ning's mismanagement, no one would suspect him. On their wedding night, Qin He had presented her with the black gold card. In a fit of anger, she had thrown it at him, exclaiming, "I don't want your filthy money." How foolish she was. Qin He gazed down at Shi Ning, her delicate face mere inches from his. If she tilted her head slightly, and he bent down just a bit, he could press his lips against her rosy mouth. Qin He could not tear his gaze away, fixated on her lips. "Do you only love my money?" Shi Ning felt his possessive aura envelop her, intense and perilous. It was as if, should she nod in affirmation of her love for his wealth, he would confine her with golden chains. How terrifying! With a radiant smile, Shi Ning reassured him, "I love your money, but I love you even more." Before she could finish her sentence, Qin He had seized her slender waist, and in an instant, her world spun wildly. Directly brought to the bedside by Qin He, she found herself pressed against the quilt. "What are you doing?" Shi Ning stammered, her cheeks flushed. Qin He gazed at her, shedding his suit jacket. "Did you not say that you wanted me to be clean and fragrant to accompany you to sleep?" Shi Ning blushed even deeper. She was merely teasing him, not truly intending to put her words into practice. As she observed Qin He unbuttoning his shirt, her face grew warmer. It was broad daylight, and this was rather inappropriate. Qin He took her hand and placed it on his shirt buttons, coaxing her in a hushed tone. Wife, you should undress me to check if I am indeed clean and fragrant, and whether I have the energy after a hearty meal. Will my service satisfy you? Chapter 63. In broad daylight. Qin He's voice was irresistibly alluring. Shi Ning felt herself almost succumbing to a dizzying desire, wanting to properly inspect him. However, the curtains were not fully drawn, and a few rays of sunlight streamed in, reminding her that it was indeed daytime. This was not the time for reckless abandon. Shi Ning gently pushed against Qin He's chest. Qin He, it's broad daylight. Without hesitation, he leaned down and captured her protesting lips. At first, she attempted to resist and evade him. Yet, his kiss was tender, prioritizing her feelings, offering an unprecedented experience of affection. Her small hands, guided by him, began to unbutton his shirt, discarding each button one by one onto the floor. Lost in the kiss, Shi Ning felt as though she were floating on clouds. His kisses softly graced her eyelids. Coaxing her in a hushed voice, he said, Wife, open your eyes and examine me inch by inch. Am I thoroughly clean? Compelled by his gentle persuasion, she opened her eyes to meet Qin He's restrained yet tantalizing gaze, which made her shy. She dared not look directly at him, nor had the courage to inspect him closely. Blushing furiously, she stammered, See clean, very clean. Qin He leaned closer to Shi Ning. The fragrance enveloping them was intoxicatingly delightful. Fearing the situation might escalate, she pressed her small hand firmly against his chest, preventing him from advancing further. Qin He, however, wrapped his arms around her waist, lifting her to sit on his lap, holding her tightly in his embrace. His lips brushed against her ear as he murmured, Are you satisfied with my strength after a hearty meal, my wife? As they sat entwined, Shi Ning instantly sensed a change in Qin He. Overwhelmed with shyness, her mind became a flurry of confusion, as satisfied. In the next moment, the world spun. Shi Ning felt the quilt being lifted, plunging them both into darkness. In that obscurity, all her senses converged on the weight of Qin He pressing down upon her. Qin He, she called his name softly, trembling slightly. Yet, this gentle utterance only intensified his desire. He lowered his head to capture her lips once more, their mouths meeting in a sultry embrace, his deep, seductive voice resonating. I am delighted to serve you. With those words, Qin He's kisses cascaded down upon her, inch by inch, leaving no part untouched. Soon, a vibrant red dress, adorned with delicate floral patterns, was flung from the bed, mingling with a white shirt strewn across the floor. Downstairs, a piercing and exaggerated voice rang out, Shijo Gij, you're here. The volume was clearly intended to disrupt the ambience. Shi Ning diverted her attention momentarily, but Qin He Ye pressed his lips firmly against hers, refocusing her completely on his kiss. Outside, the world faded away. She was wholly immersed in Qin He Ye, untouched by the commotion below. Qin He Ye, too, remained unaffected, intensifying his affections and leaving marks upon Shi Ning, unmistakably his own. Meanwhile, downstairs, Shi Qingyin spotted Shin Shizhou alighting from his vehicle. Intentionally raising her voice, she called out, unperturbed by Shi Ning's absence on the balcony. Sister, Shizhou Gij has arrived, bearing your favorite roses.
Come down.
Shin Shizhou looked up at the second-floor balcony. In the past, he needed no prompting from Shi Qingyin. The mere sound of his car engine would summon her like a sprite, eagerly rushing to the balcony to sweetly greet him as Zhou Gij. Her joyful demeanor suggested she might leap directly into his arms. However, now, all Shin Shizhou saw was an empty balcony, the loosely drawn curtains swaying gently, devoid of Shi Ning's presence. Disappointment washed over him, leaving him feeling desolate. Shi Qingyin persisted, raising her voice further, Sister, Shizhou Gij is here. Shi Guiqiang, hearing the commotion, frowned and interrupted her. Qingyin, are you not thinking clearly? Your fiancé has arrived. You should attend to him, without calling for Shi Ning. Zhao, the butler, followed closely behind, smiling. Sir, the second young lady is unwell, suffering from mild coldness, so she should quickly don something warm. Shi Qingyin shot a glare at Zhao, a mere servant who, in ancient times, would have been nothing more than a lowly attendant, daring to speak to her in such a manner. Yet, she had no choice. Zhao had been in Shi Guiqiang's service for decades and held a status equal to her own. Taking a deep breath, Shi Qingyin looked up to explain to Shi Guiqiang. I was concerned that if Shizhou Gij arrived and I didn't immediately call for sister, she might get upset and argue with uncle, so I shouted for her. Shi Guiqiang furrowed his brow, recalling how Shi Ning had once reacted with anger over such matters. His expression softened slightly as he replied sternly, "That was then. Now. Ning shares a strong bond with He Ye. Do not repeat such behavior. No more shouting. We must respect Ning and He Ye's rest. You were planning to cook dinner.
So go on and tend to that.
I will entertain Shizhou." Fearing she had overstepped and aroused Shi Guoqiang's suspicion, Shi Qingyin forced a smile and cast Shin Shizhou a subtle glance before heading to the kitchen. Shi Guoqiang nodded approvingly, placing a finger to his lips. "Sure. Keep it down. Ning and He Ye are resting. Let us discuss matters in the study." Shin Shizhou cast a shadowed glance toward the second floor. Had Shi Ning truly accepted Qin He Ye and forsaken him? It shouldn't be so. It couldn't be. Later, he would certainly seek her out for clarity. She must make it clear to her that without his consent, she cannot entertain feelings for another. She belongs solely to him. The room was shrouded in dimness, and the barrage of comments was so fervent it seemed they were eager to leap into the narrative.
Ah.
Why is it dark? I can't see anything. Is there something that my esteemed self cannot behold? How did the antagonist manage to check her? Has he ensured every inch is thoroughly examined? As a distinguished member and devoted fan, I demand a rigorous inspection. It must be exhaustive. In the depths of her thoughts, Shi Ning kept her eyes shut, lost in contemplation. Yet soon, the overwhelming brightness of the barrage pierced through her darkness, forcing her to open her eyes. The comments blazed in bold. Vivid red, more dazzling than the sun itself. Vicious, supporting character. Stop sleeping. Get up and cause some trouble. The protagonists are scheming against you, as the malevolent supporting character. You must rise and take action. Your wicked persona cannot falter. Shi Ning snapped to attention, pushing Qin He Ye away, and bolted upright. What? Shi Qingyin and Shin Shizhou are plotting? Chapter 64. The barrage reveals their scheme. Qin He Ye embraced Shi Ning from behind, murmuring, "Wife." Shi Ning brushed off his restless hand, her head emerging from the covers. "Wait, don't get ahead of yourself." She focused intently on the barrage, which practically screamed at her with its glaringly bold letters. The male and female leads are discussing how to scheme against the wicked supporting character and the main antagonist. When the supporting character descends, the female lead will invite her to the pool, where Shin Shizhou will confess and reconcile with her. This particular comment was smaller and grayish, causing Shi Ning to squint. Uncertainly murmuring, "Shin Shizhou wants to confess to me, and then we'll make up?" Qin He Ye, watching her quietly from behind, felt his smoldering gaze turn frosty upon hearing her words. Rising from the bed, he retrieved the suit pants he had just shed and cast another glance at Shi Ning, who remained oblivious, fixated on the barrage. The female lead plans to seduce the main antagonist during dinner. Men are drawn to women who appear innocent on the surface, but are bold behind closed doors. In truth, our leading lady and the antagonist are quite compatible. She could redeem him. I'm all in. At this point, Shi Ning furrowed her brow in discontent. Shi Qingyin aims to seduce Qin He Ye under the dining table? Is it true that Shi Qingyin and Qin He Ye are more suited for each other? As she read those lines, her anger flared. With so many people at dinner, how could one possibly seduce another under the table? She simply could not fathom it. Moreover, was she to be treated as a mere placeholder? Just because Shi Qingyin is the female lead, does that mean all the men in this world are at her beck and call? Qin He Ye, catching her mutterings, grew even colder. Clutching the suit pants, he expressed his frustration with a sharp sound, slowly and deliberately donning them. Shining in the glow of the barrage of spoilers, Shi Ning remained oblivious to Qin He's actions. The female protagonist, a darling, had discovered the venomous female antagonist's 108 love letters intended for the male lead, which she planned to deliberately scatter on the ground during the upcoming move. This way, as the male lead's fiancé, she could express her jealousy and anger, prompting the male lead to tear up the letters and sweetly coax her, while the antagonist, consumed by envy, would bully the protagonist, thus advancing the plot. Furthermore, the nefarious villain would become irrationally jealous due to the 108 love letters written by the female antagonist to the male lead, leading to a loss of composure and resulting in him losing the eastern plot of land to the male lead. The wicked female antagonist, undeterred, rewrote 108 love letters to Shin Shizhou, further deepening the villain's dark transformation as he imprisoned her in the attic, compelling her to pen letters of affection in various forms. The author's ingenuity was commendable. A mere subplot had sparked a cascade of subsequent developments, and the protagonist was remarkably clever, achieving multiple objectives with a single stroke. A round of applause was warranted, especially as the narrative took a thrilling turn. As Shi Ning continued to read the comments, her expression darkened. Another 108 love letters for Qin He Ye? And the protagonist is deemed clever for her cunning? In my view, Shi Ning is nothing but foolish and ridiculous. With a sharp motion, Qin He coldly swung his shirt, producing a resounding snap, even directing the gust toward Shi Ning, the breeze brushing against her face. At last, her attention shifted from the barrage to Qin He, who stood before her, his demeanor stern and emanating an icy aura. She found herself momentarily bewildered. "What are you doing?" With a countenance as frigid as ice, he replied, "I am preparing paper and pen for you."
Huh.
Shi Ning was still in a daze. "What do you need paper and pen for?" Qin He remained silent, continuing to whip his shirt with vigor. The comments erupted in laughter. Noting how adorably slow the antagonist's reactions were, finding her naivety endearing. The characterization of the wicked female antagonist as both foolish and malevolent, perpetually scheming yet unable to comprehend her own machinations, had won her a new fanbase. Shi Ning interjected, "Can we please refrain from calling her foolish?" The villain's charm was undeniable, as he was clearly on edge. The antagonist had pushed him away in anger, yet he merely continued to swing his shirt, seeking to capture her attention. Had she just overheard the antagonist planning to write 108 love letters to the male lead, inciting the villain's wrath? Was he truly preparing paper and pen for her to write those letters? Shi Ning's mind raced. Had Qin He caught her muttering about the comments? This was not her intention. She was merely attempting to decipher the spoilers and devise a strategy to counter Shi Ning and Qin He Ye's schemes. With a click, the lights flickered on, illuminating the dim room. He coldly instructed, "Write." The villain's affection was palpable, even as his beloved prepared to write love letters to another man. He stood there bare, ready to assist her with pen and ink. His deliberate lack of attire showcased his long, powerful legs and enticing abdominal muscles, aimed at captivating the antagonist. In the realm of devoted fans, the narrative promised an abundance of delightful twists. The malevolent supporting character penned 108 love letters for the male protagonist, but upon being discovered by the arch-villain, she was coerced into crafting letters for him as well, each day demanding a fresh composition. On the first day, the villain grasped her finger, repeatedly inscribing Shi Ning loves Qin He Ye upon his chiseled abs. The following day, he grew dissatisfied with merely using her finger. Instead, he wielded a brush dipped in water, guiding her hand to write upon his abdomen and thighs. On the third day, she used lipstick, and on the fourth, kisses. By the fifth day, her letters were filled with declarations of love. Amidst this, Shi Ning found herself at a loss, exasperated by the barrage of comments that were evidently unsuitable for broadcast. She pondered if this group of overly enthusiastic fans could offer any constructive advice on how to counter the torment inflicted upon the protagonists. She was quite amenable to suggestions. Noticing Shi Ning's silence, Qin He Ye regarded her with an expression of exasperation, his thin lips pressed tightly together. His voice laced with icy indifference. "Do you require me to read aloud while you write?" Observing the commentary in the chat, Shi Ning felt a sense of relief as the red alerts abated to yellow, eagerly anticipating how the villain would bring about her demise. Determined to wait until she descended the stairs, where Shi Ning and her companions could instigate their mischief, she resolved to first placate the soon-to-be darkened villain. Taking the paper and pen from Qin He Ye, she bowed her head to begin writing. In that fleeting moment, she sensed the palpable aura of darkness emanating from him, instilling a sense of trepidation. With a resigned sigh echoing in her heart, she discarded the paper and pen, rising to leave. Qin He Ye's gaze followed her retreating figure, his deep-set eyes brimming with a possessive intensity, tempered by restraint.
Yet,
his mind was consumed with thoughts of what he would do should she dare to leave the room or reconcile with Qin He Ye, contemplating a divorce. As Shi Ning approached the vanity and retrieved her lipstick, she noticed the comments. "Don't abandon him, wife." The villain's eyes glistened, tears threatening to spill over as he resembled a forsaken puppy, the stark contrast from his earlier coldness tugging at the heartstrings of observers. Could it be that Qin He Ye, the stoic and imperious figure, was truly crying? This revelation ignited a thrill within Shi Ning. With remarkable speed, she dashed to his side, looking up at him with excitement. The heartbroken yet self-controlled Qin He Ye was caught off guard as their eyes met. Indeed, she noted the redness around his eyes, the tears glistening just below the surface. In that moment, Shi Ning felt an inexplicable exhilaration at the sight of his tears. Qin He Ye averted his gaze, voice hoarse as he denied, "No. You are mistaken." Undeterred, Shi Ning stood on her tiptoes, cradling his face in her hands, compelling him to meet her gaze. Though his lips were undeniably soft when kissed. Why did he speak with such hardness? Qin He's eyes reddened further, his voice deepening and growing more somber, shining. It sounded so pitiful. The feeling of tormenting him was rather delightful. Shi Ning gazed at him with a smile, gently coaxing, "Don't be so fierce. I know that you are soft as a marshmallow in front of others." Observing his reddened eyes, the villain who wept for her filled her with a sense of achievement. Her mood brightened, and as she caressed his handsome face, she mused, "Yet with me, you transition from soft to hard." Shi Ning. Qin He's voice dropped to a husky whisper, his gaze upon her as if he wished to devour her entirely. "Do you realize what you're saying?" The comments from the audience went wild. Shi Ning cleared her throat, adopting a serious expression to pivot the conversation. "I need to ask you a few serious questions." Qin He lowered his head to look at Shi Ning, observing her earnest demeanor, his mind racing.
First time.
Shi Ning looked at him, puzzled. "What do you mean?" Qin He blushed, replying, "Everything with you is a first." Shi Ning remained somewhat confused, relying on the comments for translation. What the great villain means. First heart flutter. First secret crush. First marriage. First fantasy partner. And the first time with a woman. All pertain to the wicked female antagonist. Shi Ning, this is the first time I'm hearing Chinese and still need a translator. That's not what I'm asking about. I have other inquiries. She commanded him imperiously, forbidding any stray thoughts or irrelevant responses. She did not walk away. Qin He's wild thoughts had already dissipated. "What do you want to ask?" "Sure, Qingyin is flirting with you. Would you take the bait?" Qin He frowned. "Did she flirt?" Shi Ning smirked. "She's throwing you flirtatious glances and lowering her neckline in front of you. Isn't that flirting?" Qin He coldly remarked. "I thought she was merely having a spasm. I have never seen such a gesture. Aside from being polite, one must look at the other's face while speaking. The great villain's peripheral vision is too precious to share with other women. I'm going to take notes. Whenever the female antagonist appears, the great villain's gaze is fixed upon her, and that affection is unmistakable." Shi Ning. "Very well. Sure, Qingyin flirting with Qin He is merely for the blind." Shi Ning continued with her second question. "What if Shi Qingyin brought me the love letter I wrote to Shin Shizhou and showed it to you? What would you do?" Qin He's body tensed. "I would want to burn the letter."
No.
Such perilous thoughts that could harm Shi Ning were unacceptable. She would despise him. He could not be that shadowy figure lurking in the dark, seeking to snatch love away. He would rather harm himself than let Shi Ning suffer. Qin He clenched his fists, summoning immense strength and control to suppress such terrifying thoughts. He gazed at Shi Ning indifferently. "That is your past, your freedom. It will not change anything." Had it not been for the audience's premature revelations, Shi Ning might have believed his pretentious words. She angrily pinched Qin He's abs, exclaiming, "Why are you pretending? Would it kill you to admit you're jealous? It's not like I'm asking you to imprison her, or anything." That was a statement he could not utter. The barrage of comments showcased fans of both the female and male leads who were aware that she could see their messages. What if the fans of the male and female leads conspired to mislead her through their comments? After all, her character was portrayed as rather foolish, lacking in intellect. And even with hints from the comments, she was not astute enough to navigate the plot without guidance. Qin He gazed down at his abs, which had been pinched by Shi Ning, and an intense surge of emotion ignited within him. He looked at her with a brooding expression, murmuring under his breath, "Does it really matter if I say something? Does jealousy even have an effect?" His voice was barely audible, so soft that Shi Ning almost missed it. Irritated, she pinched his abs again and exclaimed, "Speak louder. I can't hear you." Qin He regarded her cautiously, uncertain whether to respond. The villain's demeanor is so unyielding. The supporting character should kiss him fiercely. Kiss him until he's soft. The unruly villain. Keep pinching those abs. Harder. Wait, forget the abs. Useless. Learn from our butler Zhao. Young master, the young lady no longer wants you. Noticing Qin He's silence, Shi Ning resolved to employ the barrage method. Not speaking? Then I'll keep pinching your abs until your wife doesn't want you anymore. Before she could finish, Qin He hastily interjected, raising his voice. Does it really matter if I say something? Does jealousy even have an effect? He rushed through his words, terrified of hearing her say that she no longer wanted him. Shi Ning was amused by his urgency, her irritation dissipating instantly. How could it be ineffective? You are my husband, and I am your wife. If you articulate your feelings, there would be no misunderstandings, and I would soothe you for your jealousy. Qin He's pupils dilated in surprise. So you would comfort me? The usually aloof and esteemed Qin He, feared by many and adored by others, found himself taken aback by Shi Ning's simple statement. Her vanity and desire for conquest were thoroughly satisfied. She smiled and nodded. Yes, I will comfort you right now. With that, Shi Ning unscrewed her lipstick, using it as a pen to inscribe words upon Qin He's heart. Chapter 66. Let us engage in mischief. As the cool lipstick made contact with Qin He's chest, a wave of warmth, sweetness, and fervor surged through his heart. His remarkable restraint barely kept him from pulling Shi Ning into his embrace and teasing her mercilessly. Having completed her writing, Shi Ning remained blissfully unaware of the danger she had put herself in, so absorbed was she in her task. The final stroke of the lipstick fell upon Qin He's mermaid line, inadvertently revealing an enticing area that made her cheeks flush crimson. How could he react so strongly to something as simple as writing? Blushing, she shifted her gaze, only to be met with the sight of his rapidly rising and falling abs, akin to the ebb and flow of ocean waves. She looked up, her eyes sparkling, and said, "Now read what I wrote," following my finger. Qin He lowered his head, his gaze following Shi Ning's finger as he read each word aloud in a husky voice. Shi Ning has a little fondness for Qin He. Shi Ning inquired, "This is my love letter to you. Do you like it?" With a gentle gaze, Qin He's attention remained steadfastly fixed on Shi Ning's face, reluctant to divert it even for a moment. Upon hearing her utter the words of a love letter, his breath quickened and paused for an instant. How he adored her! Shi Ning proclaimed that this was a love letter she had penned for him. In that moment, Qin He's entire world revolved solely around Shi Ning. Nothing else mattered. Not even the content of her letter. At that moment, he resolved that if Shi Ning were to ask for anything, as long as she did not seek a divorce, he would willingly surrender not just the land in the western city, but even all his possessions, his entire being, his very life, he would offer to her. Shi Ning lightly tapped his heart with her finger, playfully assuring him that it was a reward for him. A reward for me? Qin He's breath momentarily halted again. He had never imagined that, at his age, he could receive such a childlike reward. Shi Ning smiled and nodded, affirming that it was indeed a reward for him, acknowledging his jealousy, which had spared them from a misunderstanding. She had written 108 love letters to Qin Shizhou, and the comment suggested that Qin He might go mad over it. She was bound to suffer the consequences. Therefore, before he could lose his temper, she sought to appease him using the method suggested by the comments. Indeed, inscribing a love letter on his body with lipstick proved remarkably effective, leaving Qin He momentarily stunned. He was taken aback by the notion that rewards could manifest in such a manner. There was no need to score a perfect 100 on an exam, nor to be the best in everything, nor to achieve perfection in all endeavors. Simply expressing his jealousy would suffice to earn a reward. Qin He's heart was profoundly shaken and redeemed by Shi Ning's words, by such a trivial matter. This was indeed his long-cherished white moonlight of 10 years. Everything was worth it. Shi Ning gazed at Qin He with a bright smile, urging him to express his feelings openly in the future. His jealousy, his misunderstandings, everything should be communicated. As she spoke, her fingertip gently circled the 2 characters of his abdominal muscles. I hope that one day, the word like can transform into love, and that our little affection can blossom into a profound, boundless love. Shi Ning loved Qin He deeply, fervently. Qin He silently echoed these 2 sentences in his heart, his chest rising and falling like the waves of the sea. He eagerly anticipated that day. Yet, beneath his desire, a shadowy possessiveness surged within him, enveloping him like a dark mist. She had granted him this opportunity. From this moment forth, she was not to leave his side. Even in death, she could only belong to him. Qin He. For a fleeting moment, Shi Ning sensed a hint of danger emanating from Qin He. She looked up but saw nothing. Trusting that he would not harm her, she dismissed the thought. With a playful motion, Shi Ning's finger traced down the line of Qin He's torso, lightly snagging the waistband of his trousers. She raised her gaze, her eyes sparkling with mischief, and proposed, "Let us do something naughty." Qin He's breath quickened, his voice turning hoarse as he inquired, "What kind of naughty thing?" The fire within him, which he had so painstakingly suppressed, flared up once again at Shi Ning's words. She stood on her tiptoes, attempting to whisper something to Qin He, but found herself too short. Naturally, Qin He bent down, bringing his ear closer to her lips, ready to listen. Shi Ning no longer needed to tiptoe. Her little mouth flapped animatedly beside Qin He's ear as she shared her mischievous plans. With each word that escaped her lips, the fire in Qin He's eyes diminished. It turned out that the mischief she spoke of was not what he had initially presumed. The wicked female antagonist is simply too clever. Writing love letters with lipstick on her body, she effortlessly transformed the great villain's raging fury into mere desire. The female antagonist's collection of 108 love letters is quite scarce. Meanwhile, the formidable villain spent a decade writing in secret about his unrequited love, encapsulating countless bittersweet emotions over the years. Shi Ning raised an eyebrow, taken aback. Qin He wrote diaries about his secret affection for me? I would love to see that. This is merely a small reward. The villain claimed he felt jealous, which could lead to further rewards. He was left momentarily stunned, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. To clarify, it was the villain who was charmed, greatly so. Tremendously. The female antagonist pulling the great villain into her schemes. Could we perhaps see the intricacies of their mischief? I am eager to witness how it unfolds. We are rallying the female antagonist to stir up trouble, not merely to entertain her husband. Speaking of mischief, I have ideas. Could you, a bunch of misguided girls, not occupy a separate table? This is the domain of our protagonists, and the malevolent female lead has no grounds to complain. The comments section erupted again, with fans of the female lead hurling harsh words. Aside from useful information, Shi Ning filtered out the unpleasant remarks directed at her. After all, she had a delicate heart. Insults would leave her in tears. Downstairs in the garden, Shi Ning and Qin He were engaged in conversation. She handed him a love letter, saying, "This is a letter your sister wrote to you long ago. I found it while tidying up. She truly loved you. Even after marrying Qin, her heart still belongs to you." As Qin He took the letter, he noticed it was addressed to him with a large heart drawn alongside a charming doodle of a girl. I remember discarding the love letter, he mused. He couldn't recall when Shi Ning had given him the letter, but upon receiving it, he tossed it directly into the trash without opening it. As he toyed with the letter in his hand, a dull ache in his heart suddenly lifted. With unwavering confidence, Qin He declared, "As long as I appear before her, without uttering a word or coaxing her, she will willingly orbit around me. Once she comes to terms with the fact that she has shared a bed with Qin He, and that she is no longer pure, she will realize that my acceptance of her is a tremendous blessing. She will love me even more humbly and be willing to give of herself." Chapter 67. Harmonious Union. Shi Ning encouraged Qin He, "Brother Shi, perhaps you should charm her a little. Even when raising a dog, one must occasionally offer it a bone. Why not confess to her again, give her a hug, a kiss, and you will be reconciled?" To this, Qin He remained indifferent, suggesting they could discuss it later. He believed that Shi Ning would take the initiative in such matters. With a bright smile, Shi Ning said, "When sister comes downstairs, I'll find a moment for you two to be alone. Brother Shi, you must do as I say." At that moment, she intended to bring Qin He along, compelling him to witness firsthand how Shi Ning betrayed him and strayed from their vows. She could scarcely believe that, even after witnessing such infidelity, Qin He would not divorce Shi Ning. Shi Ning was ensconced in her dark scheming, utterly oblivious to the fact that her machinations had already been divulged to Shi Ning through the barrage of comments. When butler Zhao emerged, he spotted Shi Ning conversing with Qin He. Recalling the instructions from the young lady's earlier phone call, he called out to Shi Ning, inquiring if the kitchen required assistance with chopping onions, and if the second young lady would lend a hand in preparing dinner. Did he regard her as a mere servant? Enraged, Shi Ning could only concede, "I shall come." As a lowly servant, once her father took control of the Shi group and her uncle's family faced bankruptcy, she would seize this villa and its staff. She was determined to make butler Zhao toil endlessly until he collapsed from exhaustion. As soon as Shi Ning and Qin He departed the garden, butler Zhao discreetly concealed an item, placing it in a hidden spot, including by the pool. This was, after all, the young lady's directive. This was Assistant Pei, who Shi Ning greeted warmly with a smile. "Assistant Pei, you've arrived." Pei Qianhu held no favorable opinion of Shi Ning, given her dubious reputation as a companion to the president. "Yes, I am here to deliver something to the president and his wife." Shi Ning glanced at the object in his hand, wondering if it was a document. Eagerly, she extended her hand. "Allow me to take that to my brother-in-law. You may be on your way, Assistant Pei." In broad daylight, still within the Shi residence, How could Shi Ning have the audacity to pull Qin He into bed with her? It was truly shameless. Seizing the opportunity, Shi Ning planned to intercept it. Lest Shi Ning tarnis Qin He Ye's reputation. Pei Qianhu pondered for a moment and replied, "Then I shall trouble you." He handed over the item, deliberately positioning the side with writing upright. No need to be polite, Shi Ning smiled as she reached for the box. However, just as her fingers were about to touch it, she confidently ascended the stairs. Ah, how delightful it is to bully a scheming woman. Shi Ning was momentarily taken aback. Not delightful. A sensation akin to being soundly slapped across the face washed over her. What struck her most was the inscription she had just glimpsed on the box, a line of bold letters proclaiming to make women scream, tremble, and shed tears. Followed by the prominently displayed words, electric toy. In an instant, Shi Ning comprehended the contents within. Fury coursed through her veins, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Unable to restrain herself, she muttered under her breath, shameless. Not only is she brazenly sleeping with Qin He in broad daylight, but she has also purchased such items for amusement. Shi Ning was truly beyond disgrace, utterly vile. How could someone of Shi Ning's character sully the pristine reputation of the aloof and rare Qin He? Enraged, Shi Ning fantasized about slipping a hefty dose of laxatives into the dinner, wishing for Shi Ning to meet her demise. After Pei Qianhu delivered the item to the door, he departed. Meanwhile, Shi Ning, holding the toy, was in her room with Qin He, excitedly examining the object. The house, having been renovated for 2 decades, had poor sound insulation, and Shi Ning's ecstatic cries could be faintly heard. Shi Ning, in a fit of anger, was left to chop onions in the kitchen, tears streaming down her face with each slice. As the meal neared completion, as Shi Ning could no longer contain herself, she ascended the stairs with a resounding series of knocks, eager to burst through the door. "Sister, Lord Qin, it's time for dinner." Shortly thereafter, Shi Ning emerged from the room alongside Qin He Ye. Her cheeks were flushed, and her large eyes sparkled with excitement. She beamed at Shi Ning, her smile radiant, expressing her gratitude to her cousin for the effort. With a tilt of her head, she glanced at Qin He Ye and said, "Let us head downstairs for dinner. We've played so much that I'm absolutely famished and can hardly move." She then opened her arms, playfully requesting, "Darling, carry me downstairs." Qin He Ye merely acknowledged her with a grunt, lifting Shi Ning effortlessly and proceeding down the stairs without casting a single glance at Shi Ning. Not even a fleeting shadow of attention. To Shi Ning, this treatment felt akin to being regarded as a servant, or even as if she were invisible. Particularly, through the fabric of his white shirt, she caught a glimpse of a faint red mark on Qin He Ye's abdomen, unsure if it was a love bite from Shi Ning. How could Shi Ning dare to leave such marks on Qin He Ye? What right did she have to command him to carry her downstairs? Frustration welled within her. However, she consoled herself that during dinner, something good would surely come. At the dining table, Shen Shizhou, alerted by the commotion, looked up to see Shi Ning being cradled by Qin He Ye, her face flushed and her eyes sparkling with an innocent yet alluring charm. Suddenly, he recalled that just a few days prior, Shi Ning had shared a bed with Qin He Ye, her expression then brimming with affection. How could she betray him so? Shen Shizhou clenched the love letter in his pocket, thinking that Shi Ning must be aware of his presence and was deliberately being intimate with Qin He Ye to provoke his jealousy. With concern, Shen Shizhou asked, Ning, what's wrong? Did you hurt your leg?" Shi Ning ignored him, treating him as though he were inconsequential. Shi Qingyin's expression darkened. Even if her sister were to act unconventionally, she should still consider Lord Qin's efforts and not treat him so dismissively. Shi Qingyin exclaimed, Ning. Shi Ning, blushing, turned to explain to Shi Guiqiang, "Dad, I was just too exhausted from playing with Qin He Ye, so I asked him to carry me down. You can't scold me for lacking manners." Shi Guiqiang, not giving butler Zhao the chance to interject, wore a jovial smile, understanding as a fellow parent. Of course. Old Zhao, please have the kitchen prepare another bowl of nourishing soup for He Ye." He then beckoned butler Zhao to lean closer, whispering, "Make it the most nourishing and time-tested one. It should enhance fertility." He desired to become a grandfather. Butler Zhao nodded and departed. Shi Guiqiang was elated. With everyone gathered, it was time to eat. Lamb kidneys are great for the kidneys and waist. Qin He Ye turned to Shi Ning, seeing her nod, and remarked, "As long as Ning is home, I shall remain as well. We are in harmony." In harmony? Qin He Ye spoke so naturally. Shi Ning's face reddened as she shyly shot him a glance. Qin He Ye responded with a gentle smile. My wife says I should speak my heart. I am very obedient to her. Shi Ning, taken aback by this new side of Qin He Ye, was equally delighted. He engaged in conversation with Shi Ning and Qin He Ye, along with Jiang Huijing, as the family of four shared their meal together. The Shi family found themselves at a loss for words, akin to strangers awkwardly intruding upon one another. Shi Ning was savoring the shrimp that Qin He had peeled for her. Suddenly, a barrage of comments appeared before her eyes. Here it comes. The female lead is about to seduce the formidable antagonist, delicately tracing her toes along his calf, inching upwards to places unmentionable. The antagonist is meant for the wicked female supporting character. The female lead must not interfere. If the antagonist is tainted, he would sever his own manhood and kneel before the supporting character, confessing his impurity. A bold, crimson warning flashed across the screen. Wicked supporting character. Stop eating. Put on your chopsticks and stir up some trouble. With a bright smile, Shi Ning set her chopsticks aside. Indeed, she would heed the advice and soon create a ruckus. Time to torment the scoundrels. Chapter 68. Here comes. Shi Ning raised an eyebrow and excitedly leaned towards Qin He, whispering only for his ears. Spread your legs wide. I am about to play with my little toy. Noticing the mischievous glint in her eyes, Qin He's lips curled into a tender smile, obediently complying. Those long legs spread so wide. The comments continued to flood in. The supporting character actually put down her chopsticks. Could she have seen our comments? Wait. What is the supporting character doing with her phone? Why is the antagonist spreading his long legs so wide with such a playful grin? Earlier, didn't he, the antagonist's aide, deliver a toy? Could it be? Oh my, the antagonist is the one being toyed with. How thrilling! I must have burned incense for 8 lifetimes to witness such exquisite delicacies at this table. Drooling, someone hand me a tissue. Shi Ning held her phone. Gazing at the comments, a group of little yellow ducklings, not nearly as bright as them. Shi Ning looked at her sister across the table, thinking it rather impolite to be on her phone during dinner. Ning darling looks stunning today, even with her injuries. Truly, she is the female lead. The male lead is utterly captivated, fixated on Ning's face and legs, undoubtedly enchanted. Ning darling is both pure and alluring. Her innocent face juxtaposed with those long legs clad in black stiletto heels, gently swaying, stirring my heart. A comment from a supporting character's fan read, the male lead can only be enchanted by the female lead, unlike our antagonist, who is only stirred by the supporting character. Shi Ning observed these comments while appraising Shi Ning. Once clad in fresh attire, today she had donned a form-fitting red dress. The swelling on her face had transformed into a captivating injury, lending her a touch of pity and allure. Indeed, the female lead, when adorned, appeared quite enchanting. Beneath the table, Shi Ning's legs grew restless, perhaps wishing to flirt with her husband? In her own home, with neither her father nor her husband objecting. Her cousin was overly eager to meddle. Shi Ning felt a twinge of grievance. She merely worried that her sister's manners might offend their uncle, who was particularly particular about etiquette. As she spoke, she subtly adjusted her posture, striking a charming pose. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Qin He. His slender legs clad in sheer black stockings, gently swaying his shoe tip under the table. She sought an opportunity to gently nudge the tip of her shoe against Qin He's leg, gradually making her way upward until she found herself stepping right in the center. Merely contemplating this act sent a thrill through her, as she was confident that Qin He would take notice of her, captivated by her allure. After all, his affection for Shi Ning was largely due to her provocative nature. Today, Tao Bichuan had also received a slap, leaving her in a foul mood and seizing the moment. She was determined to sow discord for Shi Ning. Before she could finish her thought, she observed Shi Ning swiftly retrieving his phone, engrossed in play. Tao Bichuan gasped in shock. As Shi Ning activated her little gadget, she remained oblivious, her curiosity piqued by the mention of a little chicken. Shi Ning, with an air of grievance, explained that it referred to the chickens raised in the Little Chicken Farm game, where one could collect eggs and donate them for charity. Shi Ning recalled this quaint little game fondly, reminiscing about the joy of raising chickens and the satisfaction of charitable deeds, though she had long since abandoned it. Shi Ning scrutinized his phone, questioning the identity of the friend whose nickname and avatar were both lemons, persistently competing for her virtual chickens. Shi Ning finally raised her gaze, replying that she did not know, as those were merely random additions to her friend list. In her previous gaming days, she had added friends indiscriminately, indulging in playful theft without knowing them personally. Besides the main antagonist, who could it possibly be? It must be someone who has harbored a secret infatuation for a decade, nurturing the chickens of the female lead supporting character, all while remaining anonymous, she mused. Shi Ning tilted her head towards Qin He, who, without acknowledging the chatter from Shi Ning and Tao Bichuan regarding mobile phone use at the table, offered her a piece of mushroom, saying, "Here, dear, have some vegetables." Throughout the meal, he paid no heed to their complaints, leaving Shi Ning and Tao Bichuan astonished and frustrated. Shi Guiqiang, a staunch advocate for etiquette, had always disallowed phone use at the dining table. In the past, when Shi Ning had dared to use her phone, he would thump the table in reprimand, prompting her to retaliate by throwing down her chopsticks and storming out. Their father-daughter relationship had plummeted to an icy silence, enduring a month of Cold War without a word exchanged. Now, however, Shi Guiqiang was also engrossed in his phone at the table and merely to tend to virtual chickens. Shi Ning was incensed, questioning how her uncle could be so devoid of principles. Nevertheless, she knew this wasn't the crux of the matter. Suppressing her frustration, Shi Ning extended her shoe tip, intending to brush against Qin He's calf. Yet, in her attempts, she found herself unable to make contact, causing her to frown. How amusing. The antagonist's legs are spread so wide. He must be quite obedient to his wife, she chuckled inwardly. As she began to clumsily prod with her shoe tip, aiming for Qin He, the outcome was far from successful. She inadvertently found herself pressing against Jiang Huijing's leg, stepping on Shi Guiqiang's foot, and even kicking Shin Shizhou in the process, eliciting a disapproving look from him. Meanwhile, Shi Ning continued to focus on her phone, unfazed by the unfolding antics. Shi Ning, fixated on Qin He across the table, concentrated on feeding Shi Ning vegetables, or rather, on the act of serving her. Shi Ning only needed to focus on her phone, while he was tasked with feeding her mushrooms, chicken, peeled shrimp, crab meat. Even a 3-year-old child, not preoccupied with a phone, could be coaxed into eating, couldn't they? Shi Ning felt a surge of anger and intended to glance down to discern exactly where Qin He's leg was, hoping to provoke him precisely. However, in the next moment, she felt something on her leg, cold and gradually inching upward. Her body stiffened, and with her teeth clenched around her chopsticks, she raised her gaze to scrutinize the men at the dining table. Was that the tip of a leather shoe? Who could be teasing her? Might it be the person she had been hoping for? Chapter 69. The Couple's Alliance. Trembling Scoundrels. Shi Ning suddenly felt exhilarated, her cheeks flushing as she discreetly observed the reactions of those around the table. No need to glance at her family. Shin Shizhou appeared distracted, casting a dark, brooding look at Shi Ning, and since he was seated right beside her, it could not be him. Jiang Huijing, warm and refined, was eating politely, upon noticing Shi Ning's gaze. He furrowed his brow, unable to conceal his disdain towards her connection with Shi Ning. Naturally, he was not the one either. Ultimately, her focus landed on Qin He, who was intently peeling shrimp. She gazed at him unabashedly. Shi Ning noticed this and nudged Qin He with his elbow, signaling him to take the initiative. Only then would the game of tormenting scoundrels be truly entertaining. United as a couple, the scoundrels trembled. Just that one glance made Shi Ning's heart race with excitement. Her cheeks flushed. She was certain. The one teasing her was indeed Qin He. In the past, he would not even spare her a glance, yet today, he looked at her with profound meaning. To test her hypothesis, Shi Ning softly inquired, "Qin? Qin He responded coolly, lifting his gaze to her. Is there something? Unbeknownst to her, what rested on her leg was a fake, prank cockroach. Moreover, Shi Ning was maneuvering the fake cockroach, resting it on Shi Ning's leg. Had he not been unable to control a real cockroach, he would never have resorted to a fake one. Blushing, Shi Ning stared at the freshly peeled shrimp in Qin He's hand. "Could you pass me that shrimp? I haven't had any." The moment those words left her lips, everyone at the table, except for the engrossed Shi Ning, turned their attention to her. Shi Guiqiang and Jiang Huijing frowned deeply. Qin He's expression grew somewhat frosty, yet he nodded. Shi Ning felt even more assured. Extending her bowl and gazing intently at Qin He, "Thank you, Qin He." The Qin He, who once ignored her, was now willing to peel shrimp for her. The man who was teasing her could only be Qin He. As Qin He grasped the shrimp with his chopsticks, he accidentally let it slip, causing it to tumble onto the table. He raised his gaze coldly to Shi Ning. "Do you still want it? Want to eat the shrimp I peeled?" "Not a chance. Even if my wife nods, it still won't happen. You want her to consume the food on the table?" Shi Ning, feeling wronged, bit her lip and shook her head. "No, I don't want it." Her voice was peculiarly strange, drawing everyone's attention toward her, except for Shi Ning. Qin He Ye furrowed his brow, expressing concern as he inquired, "What is wrong, Inin? Are you feeling unwell?" Shi Guoqiang's expression darkened. "If you are unwell, you should rest. Are you not familiar with the etiquette of silence while dining?" Jiang Huijing, bearing no relation to the Shi family, remained silent, casting a somewhat unfriendly glance at Shi Qingyin. Standing nearby, Steward Zhao discreetly observed Shi Qingyin and promptly reminded Shi Guoqiang, "Mr. Shi, the second young lady's face is quite flushed. It would be wise to apply an ice pack." He emphasized the word fever deliberately. The prank toy, a fake cockroach, continued to scuttle about. Shi Qingyin gasped, her eyes darting from the aloof and ascetic Qin He to the oblivious Shi Ning, feeling a surge of provocation and triumph.
Fool.
All you do is play with your phone. Soon, Master Qin will no longer want you. Shi Qingyin bit her lip and obediently explained, "I'm fine. Uncle and Brother Shizhou, please don't worry about me." She was well aware of Qin He's preferences. She should have adorned herself more alluringly and taken the initiative sooner, rather than squandering 3 years pretending to be innocent. Still biting her lip, she gazed intently at Qin He, expressing her desire. "I want to eat shrimp." Yearning for the shrimp he would peel for her, she longed for Qin He himself. This was her subtle hint to him. Qin He, however, did not even glance at Shi Qingyin, gently informing Shi Ning, "I'm going to wash my hands," before rising and departing. At that moment, Shi Qingyin suddenly exclaimed, "Ah!" The sound drew everyone's attention to her, their expressions filled with curiosity. Shi Ning finally set aside her phone, smiling at Shi Qingyin. "Cousin, what is the matter? Why are you making such a fuss while we're eating? I thought it was a wild cat in spring," she teased. "Are you perhaps getting too cozy under the table with Qin Shizhou, treating us as mere spectators?" Such behavior was inappropriate for a family meal. Qin Shizhou sprang to his feet, declaring, "I did not. Don't say such things." Jiang Huijing, fearing misinterpretation, followed suit. Seeing the two men stand, Shi Guoqiang felt compelled as a man to join them. "Since they are all men, I shall stand too." Shi Qingyin watched the 3 men rise in unison, and Qin He had also left the table. However, the fake cockroach continued to crawl. It was not the tip of Qin He's shoe, nor that of any man. What, then, was the thing on her person? Shi Ning maintained a cheerful demeanor, asking, "Cousin, what is wrong? You don't look well." Suddenly, Shi Qingyin felt a sharp pain, panic escalating as she stood abruptly. Looking down, she spotted a small cockroach on her skirt. In an instant, her mind went blank, her complexion turning pale as she screamed, "Ah!" There's a cockroach. Overwhelmed by terror, Shi Qingyin's frantic movements caused her slender high heels to twist, and she stumbled backward. In her instinctive reaction, she grasped onto the nearby chair. However, the chair toppled over, crashing down upon her. Shi Qingyin screamed in agony and fear. "Ah! Woe is me!" Shi Qingyin was terrified, crying and shouting as if she had lost her mind. Shi Ning, her cousin, winced at the sting in her eyes. Her seemingly innocent cousin turned out to be quite the contrary. She hesitated, her lips pursed, exclaiming that it was truly an eyesore. Shi Guogang and Tao Bichuan were taken aback, rushing to her side. "Inin, what is wrong?"
Mom, wah.
"There's a cockroach," Shi Qingyin cried, frantically brushing off her clothes. And with a determined effort, she caught the small creature. A remarkably realistic prank cockroach lay in her palm, still wriggling. Yet, despite the cockroach being a mere imitation, Shi Qingyin's face drained of color, cold sweat beading on her forehead, terror compelling her to scream. "Ah!" She nearly fainted. Chapter 70. A Gift.
Shi Ning.
Shi Qingyin furiously flung the fake cockroach at Shi Ning. Qin He, having just finished washing his hands, witnessed the scene and swiftly intercepted the faux insect before it could reach Shi Ning. He cast a cold glance at Shi Qingyin. "Are you tormenting my wife?" Shi Guogang's expression darkened. "Shi Qingyin, what are you causing such a ruckus for? Throwing a cockroach at Ning Ning? What do you mean by that? What should have been a pleasant meal has turned into this chaos." His impression of Shi Qingyin, once that of a well-behaved girl, had soured. Shi Guogang reprimanded her sternly. "Enough of this nonsense. Apologize to your sister." Shi Qingyin, having grown up in poverty and lived in dilapidated conditions, had suffered the bites of cockroaches and had even had one crawl into her ear. Her fear of them was profound. Even the mention of their name made her shudder. Now, trembling with indignation and tears streaming down her face, she pointed at Shi Ning. "I want to apologize." It was Shi Ning who placed the fake cockroach on me. She's the one bullying me. The electric toy sent by Pei Qian was not the kind of playful gift she had envisioned, but rather a prank devised by Shi Ning to frighten her with a realistic cockroach. Who wouldn't he scream, tremble, and cry in protest at the sight of such a creature? Shi Ning let two streams of tears fall as she turned to Qin He for support. Uncle Qin, sister is bullying me.
Woo.
Shi Ning had indeed gone too far this time. She refused to believe that Qin He and her uncle would side with Shi Ning.
Tao Bichuan.
With a heart full of sympathy, embraced Shi Ning, casting a reproachful glance at Shi Ning. Xiao Ning, if you are dissatisfied with our family, we have decided to move out. Why must you continue to bully Yining? Shi Guogang, visibly uncomfortable, chastised both Tao Bichuan and Shi Ning. You two should refrain from speaking so freely. We have lived under your uncle's roof for over a decade. He has treated us with kindness, and we should be grateful. If Xiao Ning finds some happiness in this, Yining shouldn't take it too harshly. It's nothing significant. Tao Bichuan huffed. Had it not been for you dropping out of school to support your brother's education and providing him with his first pot of gold, would we be in such a position? Shi Guogang scowled, bellowing at Tao Bichuan. Silence. Tao Bichuan, feeling stifled, fell quiet and embraced the pale-faced Shi Ning. The mother and daughter quietly wept together. Shen Shizhou observed Shi Ning, her tear-streaked face resembling a weeping pear blossom, then glanced at the fake cockroach. His expression darkened, and he coldly confronted Shi Ning. Shi Ning, what on earth are you doing? Are you not aware of my engagement to Yining? As for being jealous of Yining and treating their family in such a manner, it is you who should be grateful and repay kindness. Shi Guoqiang was suddenly bound by moral obligation, feeling trapped. After all, his younger brother had indeed shown him kindness, and guilt washed over him. He opened his mouth to speak, but Zhao Guanjia, who understood Shi Guoqiang's thoughts best, quickly whispered a reminder. Mr. Shi, your daughter seems to be abandoning you. At once, Shi Guoqiang hardened his heart, turning to cast a cold glare at Shen Shizhou. Shizhou, you have yet to marry Yining. You are an outsider. So, do not meddle in our family affairs. He then addressed Tao Bichuan, saying, sister-in-law, do not be so hasty. It could be a toy belonging to one of the servants' children. How can you be certain it belongs to our Ningning? Shi Guoqiang then fixed a heavy gaze upon Shi Ning. Furthermore, Yining, you have sown discord between Ningning and Huijing. The words Ningning confided in you, when relayed to me, carry a different weight. Trust has eroded between us. Who knows if this time it is not merely a ploy for sympathy? Uncle actually doubted her and chose to believe in Shi Ning. But this time, she truly had not instigated anything, nor was it a scheme for sympathy. It was Shi Ning who had frightened her with a fake cockroach. Shi Ning felt wronged to the point of tears.
No.
It was sister who had assistant pay by the cockroach. She bullied me and scared me. Her tears streamed down as she pleaded, Uncle, Lord Qin, please believe me. It was truly sister. Shi Ning looked at Shi Ning with a smile. Cousin, are you so certain it was me? She raised an eyebrow. I believe this toy cockroach has a recording function. Why not check the footage to see what truly transpired? Shi Ning, overwhelmed with grievance and in tears, was taken aback by this statement. It has a recording function? She exclaimed, her shock evident. Shi Ning smiled. Indeed. What if it captured you under the table? Your foot swinging as you attempted to entice Qin He? Now Uncle favored Shi Ning. If he were to learn of her intentions towards Qin He, he would certainly despise her. Shi Ning felt a pang of guilt and could only begrudgingly amend her words. Since it has a recording function, sister can certainly suggest we view the footage. It must not have been sister. I misunderstood her. Shi Ning raised an eyebrow. After scolding me so many times and accusing my father of treating you unfairly, you now consider it a mere misunderstanding? Shi Guogang reprimanded Shi Ning, apologized to Xiao Ning. Shi Ning, filled with resentment, could only lower her head. Sister, I am sorry. She then turned to Shi Guoqiang. I apologize, uncle, I misunderstood sister. Shi Ning tilted her head and smiled at Tao Bichuan. And what about you, second aunt? Tao Bichuan felt quite frustrated and awkwardly offered an apology. I did not anticipate that Yining would misunderstand you. Shi Ning did not extend forgiveness. She looked up at Shi Guoqiang, feeling wronged. Father, see how second aunt and cousin hold such a strong prejudice against me. It was clearly not my doing, yet they hastily accuse me and allow you to discipline me. Is this the reason our father-daughter relationship has soured over the years? Upon reflection, Shi Guoqiang realized that every argument with Shi Ning over the years had been related to Shi Ning and her family. Thus, It seemed that the two of them had indeed been manipulated. Shi Guoqiang wished to expel them, not even allowing them to finish their meal. Observing Shi Guoqiang's expression, Shi Guogang quickly lowered his voice to apologize. Brother, Xiao Ning, this time it was Yining's fault, and as her father, I have not educated her properly. We shall take our leave. Enjoy your meal. For a fleeting moment, guilt washed over Shi Guoqiang, but upon glancing at Shi Ning, he resolutely suppressed it. He did not attempt to keep them, merely extending a polite invitation. Do come by more often in the future. Shi Guogang acknowledged with a nod, gently nudging Shi Qingyin and Tao Bichuan, signaling them to depart hastily. He did not wish to obliterate the small favor he had extended. Shi Qingyin was seething with indignation, particularly as her plans remained unfulfilled. I still have some things to tidy up in my room. I will go and do that, she declared, turning to ascend the stairs. At that moment, Qin He coldly interjected, Wait. Shi Qingyin turned around, her heart lifting at the sight of Qin He. Master Qin, is there something else? Surely, he wouldn't be offering her support. Qin He approached her, extending his hand. I have a gift for you. A gift? Shi Qingyin was taken aback with delight. Yes. Qin He replied frostily, then coldly asked, You wouldn't disdain my gift and discard it, would you? Shi Qingyin, feeling bashful. Couldn't he help but throw a provocative glance at Shi Ning? Of course not. With that, she reached out toward Qin He. He too extended his hand, revealing a piece of paper, which he opened to place the gift in Shi Qingyin's palm. Her heart brimmed with joy until she looked down to find a living cockroach, writhing in her hand. Chapter 71. I'll help you wash it. Hold it. Qin He's sharp command startled Shi Qingyin into instinctively gripping the creature. The sensation of the cockroach scuttling in her palm sent shivers down her spine, and she whimpered, Mom. Save me. Tao Bichuan, feeling distressed, stepped forward, casting an angry glare at Qin He, ready to admonish him. Qin He merely glanced down at Tao Bichuan. Do you have an opinion? The lightness of his words made her feel a chill. The overwhelming gaze of authority rendered her speechless. And no, she stammered, before turning to pry Shi Qingyin's fingers apart and crushing the cockroach with her bare hands, then guiding the trembling Shi Qingyin upstairs. Shi Guogang witnessed the scene, anger flashing in his eyes, but he ultimately suppressed it, continuing to bow his head in apology, appearing genuinely contrite. Shi Guoqiang felt a twinge of embarrassment, his heart heavy with guilt. Yet, filled with joy, Shi Ning was delighted to see how fiercely Qin He protected his precious daughter. Indeed, he had not misjudged this son-in-law. Shi Ning joyfully dashed towards Qin He, who retreated a step, cautioning her not to approach. What? Shi Ning, momentarily bewildered, pouted in a slightly aggrieved manner while gazing at Qin He. He extended his hand, explaining that he had just caught a cockroach and deemed himself dirty. Was the formidable antagonist renowned for his double standards? He had placed a live cockroach in the heroine's hand, insisting she must hold it and could not let it go. Yet, when it came to the supporting female character, he had previously handled a cockroach with his hand wrapped in tissue, finding it unclean and fearful of startling her. The dark-hearted villain was not merely concerned about frightening the supporting character. He dreaded that she would perceive him as filthy, uncover the darkness hidden within him, and subsequently abhor and distance herself from him. After all, which gentleman of refinement would present a cockroach as a gift to a lady? The mere thought was laughable. The antagonist was indeed quite mischievous. To please the supporting character, he suppressed his perverse nature. Otherwise, how could he merely gift her a single cockroach? He would undoubtedly confine the heroine with an entire box of live cockroaches for 3 days. Observing the barrage of comments, Shi Ning pondered the idea of a room teeming with cockroaches. Setting aside the horror of the creatures, the mere thought of such density was enough to induce discomfort. However, Qin He would never treat her that way. He was even concerned she might find his cockroach-handling hands repugnant. Instantly, Shi Ning felt no longer aggrieved. But you only wrapped the cockroach in tissue, and you didn't touch it. It's fine. No, it's dirty. Qin He insisted earnestly. I need to wash my hands. Without hesitation, Shi Ning swiftly grasped his hand. I'll help you wash. She led Qin He to the sink. Watching them walk away hand in hand, Shin Shizhou's expression darkened. She could not believe Shi Ning wouldn't spare him a glance. Oblivious to the lurking voyeur, Shi Ning guided Qin He to the sink. Placing his hand under the faucet and turning on the water, she dispensed soap into her palm, gripping his hand as she began to wash it, inquiring, Where did you find the cockroach? You caught a live one just to wash your hands? Surely, your home isn't that filthy? Qin He looked down at Shi Ning. who was intently scrubbing his hands. I had paid Qin He buy a fake one, and I casually asked him to bring a live one as well. The fake ones are far too mundane. I wanted the real deal. Had it not been for his fear of startling Shi Ning, he would have requested paid Qin He to bring an entire box of live cockroaches. Shi Ning gazed at Qin He's long, strong fingers. You are truly adorable. His fingers were indeed appealing, perfectly manicured, without a single long nail on his pinky. Adorable? Qin He found the term somewhat peculiar. Surely, she did not view him as frightening? Yes. Shi Ning beamed. Her protective husband was simply delightful. Qin He looked down at Shi Ning's delicate little hand resting in his palm. Secretly comparing, he felt an overwhelming urge to hold it, though his mind was occupied with thoughts of caution. Had his thumb inadvertently brushed against the cockroach? Shi Ning squeezed more soap, diligently scrubbing his thumb, ensuring it was thoroughly cleaned and sanitized. After washing his thumb, Qin He still felt a lingering itch. The index finger needed attention as well. Shining with earnestness, Shi Ning grasped Qin He's index finger, diligently cleansing it with meticulous care, even attending to the crevices beneath his nails. As Qin He lowered his gaze upon Shi Ning's focused ministrations, the depths of his eyes grew increasingly profound. And he swallowed hard, his throat betraying a dryness. His voice turned hoarse as he added, and the middle finger. At that moment, Shi Ning, observing his long fingers, experienced a fleeting moment of confusion. She lifted her gaze, her large eyes blinking innocently at Qin He. Are you certain this is not intentional? The bewildered expression of the female supporting character is simply too adorable, making me want to leap into the story and pinch her cheeks. How could she be so easily deceived? The villain either harbors a secret affection for a decade, silently guarding her like a specter, or the female supporting character, with a mere hint, takes advantage and engages in subtle machinations, compelling Shi Ning to wash each finger one by one. You are all naive little girls. I, the more worldly one, have already aligned myself with the villain's wicked thoughts, contemplating far more than washing hands. Shi Ning's confusion deepened. What could one deduce from merely washing hands? Naturally, it pertains to other matters. Please enlighten me. In an instant, Shi Ning exfluset crimson. All thanks to this group of mischievous girls. As she washed Qin He's hands, she couldn't help but scrutinize them closely. His hands were large and elongated, with slightly calloused fingertips, exuding an undeniable strength. Yes, she noted how perfectly her flesh fit within his grasp, and yet, her face grew even warmer. Qin He, captivated by her blushing visage, felt the urge to lean down and kiss her tenderly, softly calling her wife. The barrage of comments erupted with excitement.
Ah.
Are we really going to have a moment of instruction now? Chapter 72. Let us disregard him. We shall continue to be affectionate. Shi Ning was genuinely intimidated by this group of playful girls. She also feared that Qin He, inching closer, might act on his desires. To deter him, she flicked droplets of water onto him, glaring playfully, if you want me to wash your hands, just say so. No need for tricks. Qin He, having failed at a furtive kiss, gazed at her with gentle eyes. He complied, his lips curving into a smile. Then, dear wife, please assist in cleaning each of my fingers thoroughly. Though it was a statement of pure intent, Shi Ning, hearing his hoarse tone, could not help but interpret it otherwise. Her cheeks flushed a deeper shade, and the onlookers erupted with enthusiastic cheers. The villain's gaze towards the supporting character is nothing short of a fervent desire, vividly portrayed. TSK, the way the villain looks at the supporting character suggests that this is not merely about hand-washing. It feels far more intimate, even more so than bathing.
Désir, feast.
The predatory glint in Qin He's eyes made Shi Ning's heart race, prompting her to hastily finish washing his hands and release him. His gaze never strayed from her, obediently requesting, wife, please dry. Blushing once more, Shi Ning took a tissue to dry his hands. As she lifted her head, the mischievous girls in the comments section began their playful antics anew.
Dry.
Do it vigorously. Wipe it clean, leaving not a single drop of water. Shi Ning disregarded the barrage of comments and turned to Qin He, inquiring, have you eaten enough? Qin He met her gaze and replied, no. Then let us have a little more to eat, she began, but before she could finish her sentence, Qin He drew her into his embrace and pressed his lips against hers. He gently nibbled on her lower lip, declaring, I will indulge in you first. The sudden kiss rendered Shi Ning momentarily stiff, her body freezing in surprise. The sink was situated just outside on the balcony, adjacent to the garden. Shen Shizhou stood beneath the floral swing in the garden, and, at a glance, He beheld the tender scene of Shi Ning and Qin He locked in a passionate kiss by the pool. Bathed in soft light, Qin He held Shi Ning's waist as if he wished to meld her into his very being, while she embraced his neck, sharing intimate kisses. The gentle illumination enveloped them, casting an ethereal glow that made their romantic connection appear breathtakingly beautiful, as if time itself paused to honor their affection. Suddenly, Qin He Ye found this scene unbearably piercing, a painful reminder of his own memories with Shi Ning. They had shared a childhood romance, having defined their relationship at the tender age of 18. Yet their physical interactions had been limited to hand-holding and fleeting embraces. How could the girl he had cherished so delicately allow Qin He to embrace and kiss her so freely? The sight was intolerable, and he averted his gaze. Deliberately pulling out his phone to feign a phone call, his voice raised, "Mr. Wang." His loud tone disrupted the moment, causing Qin He to release Shi Ning and glance down at her, asking, "Is someone here? MHM?" Shi Ning, still dazed from the kiss, looked up at him with her beautiful eyes shimmering with affection. "It's Qin He Ye," Qin He replied, his voice tinged with a hint of jealousy. "He's watching us and intentionally speaking loudly. It seems he's envious." Shi Ning, now somewhat alert, widened her eyes and stared intently at Qin He. Taking a deep breath, Qin He looked at her with a pitiful expression, confessing, "I'm jealous too." Shi Ning. She found it amusing that his jealousy stemmed from Qin He Ye's voice, and he had released her, without continuing their kiss. Turning her head to locate Qin He Ye, she found him standing near the floral swing. What a show-off. She rolled her eyes and called out, "Qin He Ye." Only then did Qin He Ye direct his attention towards her, asking, "Strike a cool pose. You've earned it, jealous one." After hearing her words, Qin He Ye leaned against the swing frame, preparing to pose. However, before he could strike the right stance, he witnessed Shi Ning initiate a kiss with Qin He, leaving him momentarily dazed. In his distraction, he leaned awkwardly, and with a loud thud, he fell to the ground, his head colliding with the swing's support frame, causing him to clutch the back of his head in pain.
Exclaiming, "Ah!"
Qin He Ye fell, Qin He remarked. Ignoring him, Shi Ning cupped Qin He's face and planted a fervent kiss on his lips, declaring, "Let us continue." Chapter 73. The idea of utilizing bullet comments. Shi Ning paid no mind to Qin He Ye, intent on continuing her kiss with Qin He. This made Qin He's heart race, fireworks igniting within him. "I will heed my beloved," he said, wrapping his arms around Shi Ning's waist and lifting her up, placing her securely against his hips as he deepened their kiss. Qin He Ye rose from the ground, cradling the swollen bump on the back of his head. Upon looking up, he beheld Shi Ning and Qin He Ye, who were entwined in an embrace, kissing with an intensity that was almost unbearable to witness. This scene was exceedingly jarring. The pain in his head seemed to dissipate, replaced by discomfort in another area. Shi Ning accompanied Qin He Ye for a meal, during which Shi Guoqiang watched Qin He Ye consume 2 large bowls of nourishing soup before allowing him to leave the table. After dining, Qin He Ye retired to attend to his work. Shi Ning, alone in her room, initially checked on her little chick, which had grown adorably plump. Before indulging in her dress-up game for about half an hour, Shi Qinyin entered the room, casting a glance around but failing to spot Qin He Ye. "Isn't grandfather Qin with my sister?" She refrained from calling him brother-in-law, a subtlety that Shi Ning couldn't be bothered to correct. Lazily, she replied, "My husband is busy." Shi Qinyin observed Shi Ning, who was engrossed in her phone, not even glancing up at her nor showing any inclination to go downstairs. Meanwhile, Qin He Ye in the garden was losing patience as he was besieged by mosquitoes. Oddly, the mosquito-repellent lamp, which was usually operational, had not been turned on today, leading to an abundance of the pests. "Isn't sister going to take a stroll in the garden?" Shi Ning replied, "I'll wait for my husband to finish." Hearing her repeatedly refer to him as "my husband" caused Shi Qingyin's expression to darken. Convinced she was being kind, she said, "Sister, constantly mentioning your husband makes you seem rather frivolous." Only then did Shi Ning look up at her. "The husband recognized by the state is someone I intend to not only speak of but also to embrace and kiss, all of which is legally permitted. How can that be deemed frivolous?" Shi Qingyin's face fell. How utterly shameless. Could such words truly be spoken? "This is not the time for such matters. Sister, Shizhou is waiting for you in the garden."
"Oh."
Shi Qinyin noted Shi Ning's lack of enthusiasm or urgency to rise, which made her anxious, fearing their plan might unravel. After moving out of the Shi household today, such opportunities would become scarce. "Sister, Shizhou wishes to explain what happened that night." Still, Shi Ning remained fixated on her phone, dismissing the need. That night, I had quite an enjoyable time with my husband. Shi Ning continued to present her reasons, yet Shi Ning remained indifferent, refusing to descend to meet Qin Shizhou. Shi Ning was aware that Shi Ning and Qin Shizhou were scheming against her, deliberately keeping her from going downstairs, while Qin He Ye had also intentionally distanced himself to attend to his work. It was now a test of patience. Clearly, Shi Ning lacked patience and was growing anxious. Gritting her teeth. Doesn't sister want to know why only you were deemed suitable to marry Qin He Ye when grandfather Qin fell ill? She aimed to prolong Shi Ning's torment. But upon hearing those words, Shi Ning abruptly raised her head, narrowing her eyes at Shi Ning.
What do you mean by that?
Shi Ning, unable to meet Shi Ning's gaze, replied, the literal meaning. Shi Ning stood, looking down at Shi Ning, and asked in a low voice, what exactly do you mean? She had long harbored resentment towards grandfather Qin and Qin He Ye. They despised her for their own terminal illness, seeking to revitalize their fortunes and leveraging their power and wealth. Coerced her, despite her engagement, to marry Qin He. This was merely for their self-serving interests, robbing her of her beloved. However, after the barrage of spoilers, she occasionally pondered the incongruity of the situation. Surely, amidst the billions of souls in the nation, there must exist someone born on the same day, at the same hour, as she? Yet, the Qin family had chosen her. Was it due to Qin He's decade-long infatuation, employing cunning means to claim her as his own? Or was there another reason altogether? At that moment, Shi Ning felt the imposing aura of Shi Ning intensify, instilling a palpable sense of pressure that made her feel diminutive. Go seek Brother Shizhou. He will elucidate matters for you, Shi Ning instructed, casting a deep glance at Shi Ning. Very well, Shi Ning replied, watching as Shi Ning exited the room, heading toward the garden and pool. A sigh of relief escaped her, and she allowed a smile to grace her lips. The garden and pool were intertwined, blossoming under the night sky, the waters of the pool rippling gently. It appeared to be a romantic rendezvous. Standing by the pool was Qin Shizhou, towering at 6 feet tall, his handsome profile accentuated as he held a bouquet of crimson roses. With the ambient lighting, he indeed appeared quite striking, as one would expect of a male protagonist in a novel. Yet, when compared to Qin He, he was utterly incomparable. Upon hearing footsteps, Qin Shizhou turned to see Shi Ning, a gentle smile illuminating his face. Ning hegretet. It was an affront to even compare Qin Shizhou to Qin He. It was an insult to the latter. Shi Ning coldly inquired, what do you want? Qin Shizhou offered the roses to her. I missed you. Shi Ning felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Qin Shizhou's expression shifted, concern overtaking him as he stepped closer, extending his hand. What is wrong? Are you unwell? Shi Ning quickly recoiled, avoiding his touch. You disgust me. Please keep your distance. I have a cleanliness obsession and find trash repulsive. Once again, she had shown disdain for him, labeling him as garbage. Qin Shizhou's face turned ashen with anger. He inhaled deeply, gazing at her with earnestness. I understand that you are still upset with me for not rescuing you in time, leading to your coercion by Qin He, and that you feel unworthy of me. Before Qin Shizhou could finish his thought, Shi Ning began to gag again. Qin Shizhou's expression faltered. After a moment, Shi Ning lifted her gaze to him. Do continue. I'm curious to see just how shameless you can be. Does your face have no limits, like mountains and earth? Shi Ning's biting sarcasm left Qin Shizhou momentarily speechless. Yet, he remained undeterred. The verbal abuse he had endured in his youth was far more harrowing. With a gentle demeanor, he continued to gaze at Shi Ning. I know you feel wronged. Your words are simply to provoke me, testing my feelings for you. You must be in turmoil, conflicted. On one hand, you feel guilty for losing your purity and think you are unworthy of me, while on the other, you wish to use verbal cruelty to compel me to abandon you. As I yearn for you not to reject or abandon me, I utter these words that compel you to love me, to whisk you away from Qin. Shi Ning was taken aback by these words, repulsed to the point of being unable to listen any longer. Is your brain somehow linked to your intestines? Does your mouth connect directly to your throat? The way you speak is utterly disgusting. Is this truly the plan that Shi Ning concocted with Qin Shizhou to confess and seek reconciliation?
Oh my.
How terrifying. How revolting. She could bear it no longer. Qin Shizhou interjected, such crude remarks truly disrupt the atmosphere. Let's disregard them. Clutching a bouquet of roses, he moved closer to Shi Ning once more. Shi Ning hastily retreated, positioning herself at the edge of the pool. Do not come any closer, or I shall be so nauseated that I might leap into the water to cleanse my eyes and ears, to disinfect myself entirely. Qin He paused his advance, gazing at Shi Ning with profound affection, calling her Ning Ning. Then, with a sudden thud, he knelt before her, presenting the roses as an offering. Regardless of whether you have spent the night with Qin He, regardless of whether it was your first time, I am indifferent. My gaze remains fixed upon you. For I adore you, and I long to be with you. All it takes is your willingness, just one word from you. I would forsake everything, fearing not the retribution of Qin He, nor my status as the scion of the Qin family, to take you away. If you desire, I would live and die for you. With his enchanting, almond-shaped eyes, he could evoke deep emotion in anyone, even a dog, should he so choose. Shi Ning had been deceived by those soulful eyes. Yet now, she turned her gaze to certain concealed areas. Previously, Butler Zhao had shown her photos of items that had already been placed. She cast a sidelong glance towards the balcony on the second floor, where Shi Ning had stood. But now she was gone. Surely, Shi Ning had gone to summon Qin He for a confrontation. Lowering her head, Shi Ning asked Qin He, "To trust a man's words is akin to believing pigs can climb trees. How can I possibly trust you based solely on your words? All I require is your belief. And I am willing to do anything." Qin He observed her smile, realizing her heart had softened. He knew that as long as he lowered his head and spoke sweetly to her, she would relent, would favor him. Shi Ning gazed earnestly at him, contemplating. She was, after all, a foolish and malicious supporting character, not particularly adept at schemes. However, the barrage of comments should have the expertise. Thus, Shi Ning was not observing Qin He, but rather the comments streaming by. The comments were more enthusiastic than she. How can Qin He, the male lead, be so repugnant? He belongs with the female lead. What purpose does it serve to confess to our wicked supporting character? This is a sweet narrative. The male lead views the female lead as a woman, while everyone else is merely a stepping stone for his ascent, tools to be utilized. How disgusting. Wicked supporting character, unleash the full extent of your persona. Isn't it said that if the supporting character believes him, she will do anything? Wicked supporting character, make him squeal like a pig. The male protagonist's agreement with you states that if he errs, he shall become a little dog, so let him be a little dog. Is it not said that one can live or die for the female lead? Let the male protagonist leap into the swimming pool and drown. Shi Ning, observing the barrage of comments, felt her eyes sparkle with excitement. What a splendid idea. Taking the suggestion to heart, she resolved to implement it. Chapter 74. Worse than beasts. Shi Ning gazed down at Qin He, who was kneeling on the ground, not in a hurry to let him rise. He ought to kneel a while longer. With her chin held high, she looked down upon him and asked, "Are you willing to live and die for me?" Qin He gazed at Shi Ning with tenderness and deep affection, affirming, "Yes. Have you seen that tree?" Shi Ning pointed directly at a decorative tree beside the pool. Qin He turned his head to look. The tree bore lovely pink and purple blossoms. He inquired, "Do you wish for the flowers atop that tree? I shall climb it at once to fetch them for you." Shi Ning shook her head, replying, "They say a man's words can be trusted, but even a pig can climb a tree. If you wish me to believe you, then you must bark like a dog and climb it." Upon hearing this request, Qin He did not hesitate to refuse, no. An unsurprising answer. Shi Ning's expression darkened, her face filled with disdain. "You cannot be a pig, nor a dog, and certainly not a man. You are utterly inept, worthless as a pig or a dog, insulted as being worse than beasts and deemed a failure as a man." Qin He's face turned pale with anger. Yet, as he saw Shi Ning preparing to leave, he hastily stood up and blocked her path. "Give me one more chance. I assure you I can meet your requirements, but please do not make me bark like a dog or climb a tree." Shi Ning pursued him, her demeanor suddenly icy, causing discomfort within him. He wished for her to desire him, not the other way around. Furthermore, the land in the western part of the city had yet to be secured, and he needed to appease Shi Ning to win her over to Qin He. Shi Ning, feigning a soft expression, relented. "Very well, I shall grant you one last opportunity. I will not make you bark like a pig or a dog, for they are indeed beneath us and cannot be imitated." Disregarding the harshness of her words, Qin He felt a surge of joy at Shi Ning's softened heart. This time, I shall surely succeed. Shi Ning pointed once more at the tree, insisting, "Climb it, the tallest one." Qin He, elated, was about to nod in agreement when, to his surprise, Shi Ning directed him to jump into the pool. He looked up at the 3 to 4 meter high tree and then at the swimming pool some distance away. He was not a professional diver. Jumping from such a height could result in a severe injury, if not death. Thus, he firmly refused no. Shi Ning was on the verge of losing her temper, nearly kicking Qin He into the pool. However, she held back, saving her ire for later. Qin He. Shi Ning regarded him coldly. Do you truly lack sincerity? You seem incapable of anything. What is it about you that I find appealing? Indeed, my affection for you, a scoundrel of such a nature, feels like a dark chapter of my past, eternally affixed to the pillar of shame. Qin He is truly despicable. His words are mere illusions, always painting grand dreams, yet when faced with demands, he insists, this cannot be done, that cannot be done. Is the malicious female antagonist truly capable? I long to enter the narrative, assist the female counterpart for a couple of scenes, and swiftly deliver a blow to the male lead. Let him feel the sting of reality. If that is not feasible, then learn from me the art of the green tea persona. Begin with tearful eyes. Shi Ning observed the barrage of comments and, as anticipated, was swayed. Unable to summon tears, she pinched her thigh, her eyes glistening with sorrow as she gazed at Qin He. A pang shot through Qin He's heart. Nink nink. I sincerely apologize. Shi Ning, her voice quivering, interrupted. I had already managed to persuade Qin He to pause the construction at the Qingxi plot, merely waiting to further appease him so that he would hand over the land to you. Yet now, I find myself needing your comfort, and you refuse to oblige, offering nothing but empty promises. Consequently, I shall no longer soothe Qin He. I intend to live my life well with him, and let him commence the work. Upon hearing that she would no longer comfort Qin He, Qin He became increasingly anxious. Ning ning, truly, grant me une finale chance. He raised his hand in a vow. This time, whatever you ask of me, I shall comply, even if it means barking like a dog. However, jumping from a tree into a swimming pool could indeed lead to dire consequences, even death or paralysis. Shi Ning disregarded him and made to leave. Qin He, in his desperation, blocked her path, beginning to imitate a pig's grunt. Oink, oink. Shi Ning remained silent, merely regarding him with a cool gaze. Qin He, in pursuit of the land, threw caution to the wind and barked like a dog. Whiff.
Woof.
Only then did Shi Ning's expression soften slightly, and she ceased her insistence on departing. Her gaze drifted to the concealed spot in the grass behind Qin He, and her heart softened. This truly is your last chance. I shall ask. You must answer. If you dare utter a single falsehood, the opportunity will vanish. If Qin He dared to refuse again, she would certainly kick him into the pool. No longer were her demands unreasonable. Qin He exhaled in relief. Very well, ask away, and I shall answer truthfully. Shi Ning proceeded to inquire. What were you doing on the day I was drugged? Why did you not come to my aid? I explicitly informed you that I had been drugged. Why did you call Qin He to come and fetch me? The preceding humiliation and impertinent demands were merely the prelude to these pivotal questions. As Shi Ning recounted the events of that day, Qin He averted his gaze, guilt washing over him, contemplating deceit. Nink nink. Shi Ning coldly interrupted. Qin He, this is your final opportunity. Shi Qingyin has already informed me that you two were together that day, not only engaged in intimacy, but also that it was you who orchestrated my drugging, scheming against me and Qin He. Qin He, visibly flustered, interjected, did you say Qingyin told you this? Shi Ning, with eyes wide, fabricated without a hint of shame. Otherwise, how would I know of matters privy only to the two of you, unless Shi Qingyin disclosed them to me?
It was not me.
Qin He retorted angrily. I had no idea you would be drugged, but that day, it was Qingyin who insisted on being close to me and hung up your call. It was she who suggested to me. It was she who called Qin He, urging him to come and fetch you, to facilitate your intimate encounter, thus enabling you to betray me and solidify your devotion to me, paving the way for my path. Qin He was incensed. He was taken aback to discover that Shi Qingyin presented one facade to him while concealing another behind his back. Clearly, she had a hand in the scheme, and they had reached a tacit agreement. How could she betray him? Consequently, he resolved to shift the blame entirely onto Shi Qingyin. Shi Ning gazed at him, guiding him with another question. So, did you both intentionally abandon me in my time of need? Did you wish for me to misconstrue that it was Qin He who drugged me, resulting in marital violation? To instill hatred towards him in me, and to have my father also detest him, prompting him to confront Qin He, all to incite my father's ire to the point of illness? Qin He, oblivious to such intricate machinations, merely cast blame. It was all Shi Qingyin's idea. She was the one who had called Qin He that day, preventing me from rescuing you. This statement was not entirely false. He had intended to save Shi Ning, but was ensnared by Shi Ning's embrace, her kisses, and her caresses.
Tempted.
He abandoned his intention to rescue Shi Ning. He had received the first answer he sought. Shi Ning continued with her second inquiry. Why did the Qin family choose me for the auspicious occasion 3 years ago? Chapter 75. The Truth Behind the Auspicious Occasion. Upon hearing this question, Qin He Ye furrowed his brow once more. Was this also Shi Ning's assertion? Shi Ning nodded, maintaining her composure while deceiving him. At this point, Qin He Ye's face reddened with anger, his heart racing. I have protected her so fiercely, yet she would cast all blame upon me to secure her own position. Observing his reaction, Shi Ning discerned that the matter of the auspicious occasion was far from simple. She regarded Qin He Ye coldly. So, everything Shi Ning claimed was indeed true?
False.
It's all false. Qin He Ye hastily and passionately clarified that it was Shi Ning's notion. He could no longer shield her and divulged all that transpired 3 years ago. Shi Ning professed her affection for me, declaring her willingness to embrace the role of the wicked woman, even as a clandestine mistress if need be. Then, when the elder Qin was gravely ill, Shi Ning devised a plan, bribing a renowned master to obtain your birth date, which he then utilized to foresee the future for the elder Qin, suggesting you as the auspicious counterpart. To ensure precise alignment, she insisted that your name correspond with Qin He's. Thus, you are the only individual in the entire nation who fit the criteria. Subsequently, she proposed that Shi Ning stand in for you in our engagement, serving as a shield, thereby instilling a sense of guilt in you, compelling you to love me more deeply, to heed my words more closely, and to cherish Shi Ning even more. This was something the commentary had failed to mention. Shi Ning felt a chill run through her. She had not anticipated that they had been orchestrating this against her since 3 years prior. You are fully aware that Qin He is domineering and averse to women. There was once a celebrity who, while toasting him, deliberately spilled wine on his trousers, attempting to assist him in cleaning it. She was met with a violent response. Her wrist broken, and was subsequently thrown out of the private room, leading to her being blacklisted online, her existence now erased. To be ensnared in a scheme to have me wed to such a terrifying figure as Qin He, you as my fiancé and she as my beloved sister. How could you both conspire in such a manner? Before marrying Qin He, I had never encountered him in person. I only knew him by reputation, a figure so fearsome that he inspired dread in all who spoke his name. They all refer to him as Master Qin, assuming he was a middle-aged man of at least 40 or 50 years. Yet, they paid no heed to Qin He's reputation, calculatingly pushing me to marry him for the sake of fortune and luck. They truly lacked any semblance of compassion. Unfortunately, events did not unfold according to my expectations. When Qin He came to propose, I was astonished to discover that he was, in fact, a young, handsome, and wealthy tycoon. Regret washed over me, as I yearned for the opportunity to bring him good fortune, but the Qin family had their sights set solely on Shi Ning. For 3 years, I endeavored to sow discord between Shi Ning and Qin He, striving for elevation in status. I was utterly devoid of scruples. Qin He Ye, in a state of panic, hastily defended himself, insisting it was all Shi Ning's idea and not his fault. Shi Ning, seething with suppressed anger, coldly inquired about the timeline of their involvement. So, you two were involved long before this. When did it begin? We were not involved. Qin He Ye protested. Initially, I felt indifferent toward Shi Ning, but we began dating, and you frequently accompanied us, which led to our connection. Shi Ning, uninterested in their convoluted history, interrupted sharply, demanding a precise answer. Her voice was icy, exuding an overwhelming aura, intensified by Qin He Ye's growing anxiety and the fury of betrayal ignited by Shi Ning. The night you were proposed to, Shi Ning forcefully kissed me. And that was when it all started. He had proposed to me with a dog-tail grass at the tender age of 18, and that very night, he had kissed Shi Ning. Shi Ning found the absurdity laughable, uncertain whether it was the ridiculousness of the original storyline or the folly of the individuals involved that amused her. No, she was the victim. The truly laughable ones were Qin He Ye and Shi Ning. This was of little consequence now. She no longer desired either of them. Shi Ning posed one final question. On that day, you did not genuinely intend to take me away. You merely sought to confront Qin He, correct? Qin He Ye, sensing the cold indifference etched on Shi Ning's face and the mounting panic of losing her, faltered. He was indeed anxious, and his fear was palpable. Shi Ning interrupted him coldly. This is your last chance. You have confessed twice. If you deceive me again, I will not assist you any longer. Her expression radiated confidence, as if she held all the cards. This caused Qin He Ye to panic. He dared not lie, torn between sincerity and deception. He hastily explained, it was also Shi Ning's scheme. She wanted you to believe that Qin He was coercing you. Let me take you away. In comparison, I do not resent you for losing your innocence. I am your salvation. You will love me more deeply and sacrifice everything for me. Women often place immense importance on their bodies and their first experiences, believing they should be reserved for the man they love most. Otherwise, they carry a sense of guilt, feeling tainted. In such moments, if the beloved man does not disdain them, they are overcome with gratitude, affirming that they have not loved in vain, deepening their affection and willingness to give everything. Qin He Ye understood this psychological nuance and acted accordingly, hoping to secure more collaborations from the Qin family through Shi Ning. No matter how much he cherished her, she remained merely a stepping stone in his ascent toward power and wealth. Once he ascends to the pinnacle, keeping her by his side would be a fitting tribute to her and to the depth of his emotions. Shi Ning found herself devoid of questions. Her heart and body chilled, a sensation far more disheartening and infuriating than any spoilers from the barrage of comments. Qin He Ye observed the growing coldness on Shi Ning's delicate visage, radiating her disdain for him. In a state of agitation, he fervently explained, Ning, everything was the idea of Shi Ning. I was ensnared by her charms, and that is why I acted thus. We grew up together. My first love is you, and my affection for you is genuine. Shi Ning raised her hand to interrupt him, exclaiming, enough. You need not utter such words to disgust me further. After all, she has achieved her goal. Qin He Ye gazed at Shi Ning with heartfelt intensity, asking, have you forgiven me? I truly do not mind that you slept with Qin He. Even if you are divorced, I remain unperturbed by your second marriage. As long as you continue to love me, I am willing to be the man you keep in the shadows. A man willing to endure such indignities for love, how poignant. Such a notion, when applied to Qin He, would strike her as deeply moving, a testament to true love, for he had harbored feelings for her for a decade, maintaining his integrity and devotion without straying. Yet, when placed upon the cad Qin He Ye, who straddles two boats, it becomes utterly repulsive. Shi Ning looked at the shimmering waters of the pool, smiling up at Qin He Ye. Come a bit closer. Chapter 76. Wife, I shall join you in tormenting the scoundrel. 10 minutes prior, Shi Ning stood on the balcony. Observing the interaction between Shi Ning and Qin He Ye, a sinister smile gracing her lips. She then turned and left the balcony, cradling a cardboard box, and made her way to the study, knocking on the door to seek Qin He. Master Qin. Qin He frowned, curtly commanding, do not enter. If you have something to say, do so from outside. He was unwilling to grant Shi Ning even a moment alone with Qin He Ye. However, this was not Shi Ning's objective. Clutching the box, she inquired, brother-in-law, might you accompany me to the garden to find my sister? This box contains her belongings, which I wish to return. Although Qin He was reluctant to accompany Shi Ning, he set aside his work, conceding, very well. My wife has instructed me that as long as Shi Ning seeks me out for matters not overly intimate, I shall comply. She intended to witness the unfolding drama. Indeed, her wife had stated, together, the couple shall make the scoundrel tremble. The scoundrel was inconsequential. The focus lay upon the union of husband and wife. Despite Qin He's agreement to accompany Shi Ning, his long strides rendered it difficult for her to keep pace. She could only trot behind him, clutching the box. Master Qin, wait for me. Qin He quickened his pace. Shi Ning, in a playful tone, implored, Master Qin, could you assist me by carrying this box? It is quite heavy, and my arms are growing weary. Her intention was to have Qin He discover the love letter intended for Shi Ning from Qin He Ye, which would surely ignite a furious ire. Thus, she hoped that Qin He would no longer desire Shi Ning. However, Qin He continued to ignore her, hastening his steps once more, forcing Shi Ning to transition from a light jog to a full sprint. As one approached the garden, a sense of trepidation silenced their voices, for they merely awaited the unfolding drama. Soon, they arrived at the garden, where they beheld Qin He Ye and Shi Ning standing by the poolside. Shi Ning exclaimed in astonishment, Qin Ye, look. Sister and brother Shi Ye are together, standing quite close. She speculated that they were meeting due to a love letter sister had given to brother Shi Ye. Qin He abruptly halted, his gaze fixated on Shi Ning and Qin He Ye. Shi Ning scrutinized Qin He. noting his icy demeanor and the palpable aura of menace that surrounded him. Even standing beside him, she felt a tremor of fear from his intimidating presence. Yet, the more agitated Qin He became, the more exhilarated Shi Ning felt. Nevertheless, she feigned innocence and attempted to clarify for Shi Ning, "Qin Ye, please do not be angry. Although sister has cherished brother Shizhou for many years, she would never betray you by dating him." Qin He cast a frigid glance at Shi Ning and Shin Shizhou, responding with a curt acknowledgement. "I trust my wife. I do not require your insinuations to suggest they are on a date." Shi Ning was taken aback. How could he still believe such a thing, even when witnessing it with his own eyes? And to call her a green tea bitch. Shi Ning felt wronged. "I made no insinuations. Brother Shizhou is holding roses, standing face to face. It certainly resembles a date." Speaking ill of his wife ignited a deeper chill in Qin He's eyes, his demeanor growing increasingly ominous. He admonished himself to endure. Recalling his wife's words, "Let Shi Ning speak freely. Do not interrupt." At that moment, by the pool, Shi Ning spoke to Shin Shizhou. He leaned closer and presented the bouquet of roses to her. Shi Ning watched in mounting excitement as Shi Ning extended her hand to accept the flowers. She could hardly contain her exhilaration. Then, her indignation for Qin He surged. How could sister, with such a wonderful man as Qin Ye, accept roses from brother Shizhou? As sister reached out to embrace brother Shizhou, were they about to kiss? "Sister, I'm so sorry. This is infidelity." Suddenly, Shin Shizhou's agonized scream cut Shi Ning's words short. They stood in shock, witnessing the scene by the poolside. Shi Ning seized the roses from Shin Shizhou's grasp and, in the next moment, hurled them fiercely at his face, exclaiming, "Go to hell, you scoundrel." The roses, though beautiful, were thorny, leaving their mark on Shin Shizhou's face and igniting his fury. "Shi Ning, what madness is this?" Shi Ning retaliated with a swift kick, sending Shin Shizhou crashing into the pool with a resounding splash, gulping down copious amounts of water. As he resurfaced, Shi Ning hurled the now wilted bouquet at his head. "You are nothing compared to even a hair on Qin He's body, you despicable wretch. I do not like you. My heart belongs solely to Qin He. And for this lifetime, he is the only man for me. As for you, filthy scoundrel, may you perish in this pool." With that, Shi Ning called out, "Butler Zhao." Having long since laid an ambush nearby, Butler Zhao, upon receiving the order, promptly emerged with the servants. "Miss." He gestured and the servants, armed with sticks, surrounded the pool. Without waiting for Shi Ning's command, Butler Zhao, understanding the gravity of the situation and filled with indignation, instructed the servants, as soon as Shin Shizhou approaches the edge, "Strike him. No one is to allow him to come ashore without the miss's permission." He had heard Shin Shizhou's admission from start to finish, and his anger was palpable. Although merely a butler, he had raised Shi Ning like a cherished treasure, treating her with utmost care. Yet, she had been schemed against by Shin Shizhou and Shi Ning. Butler Zhao was consumed with fury. Shi Ning's intention was to witness Shi Ning reconcile with Shin Shizhou, embracing and kissing him, only to be caught in the act by Qin He Ye. Instead, she was met with the sight of Shi Ning violently assaulting Shin Shizhou, kicking him into the pool, while the servants prevented him from resurfacing. Furthermore, Shi Ning had publicly declared her affection for Qin He Ye. This was entirely contrary to her expectations. Turning her head, Shi Ning noted that the icy demeanor of Qin He Ye had dissipated, his lips curving into a charming smile, as if the eternal iceberg had been instantaneously melted by Shi Ning's sunny disposition. Shi Ning felt a pang of resentment. After orchestrating so much, she had inadvertently become a facilitator of their relationship. "Master Qin," she called out, hastening towards Qin He Ye as he moved closer to Shi Ning. Upon reaching the poolside, Qin He Ye gently addressed Shi Ning, "Darling, I'm here." "Master Qin, sister." Shi Ning, feigning a stumble, nearly fell, causing the box she held to crash to the ground. Shi Ning and Qin He Ye turned their attention towards her. In a flurry, Shi Ning dashed forward, inserting herself between Qin He Ye and Shi Ning. Facing Qin He Ye, she anxiously explained, "Sister, I'm sorry. I accidentally dropped the love letter you wrote for brother Shizhou. It wasn't intentional. Please, Master Qin, don't misunderstand my sister or be upset with her." Before she could finish her sentence, Qin He Ye swiftly kicked Shi Ning into the pool. Chapter 77. My husband is amazing. Gurgle, gurgle. Help. Shi Ning was caught off guard, plunging into the water and swallowing several mouthfuls of pool water. Shi Ning approached Qin He Ye, standing on tiptoe to plant a gentle kiss on his cheek. "You did wonderfully, darling." Here's a reward. She truly adored Qin He Ye's decisiveness in cutting off unwanted suitors without her needing to intervene. That simple kiss on his cheek caused Qin He Ye's pupils to dilate, his heart racing, overwhelmed with joy that erupted like fireworks. Gazing at Shi Ning's radiant smile, he could not help but lean in, blushing, and request, "I want one too." Shi Ning was taken aback. This was the formidable Qin He Ye, known for his aloofness and fearsome demeanor. Yet here he was, akin to a child seeking a reward for acing a test, demanding fairness in the exchange. The contrast was utterly astonishing. Qin He observed Shi Ning in silence, sensing that he might have overstepped and annoyed her. He lowered his gaze, concealing the disappointment in his eyes. "I apologize. It was merely a casual remark. I don't really desire it." Suddenly, Shi Ning cupped Qin He's face and planted a fervent kiss on his left cheek. Seizing the moment while he was momentarily stunned, she tiptoed to kiss his forehead. Lastly, she held his face and gently squeezed, transforming his handsome, alluring lips into an adorable pout. He looked incredibly kissable. Without hesitation, Shi Ning leaned in and kissed him. Qin He felt dizzy from her kiss, utterly enchanted and disoriented. Unconsciously, he smiled, his eyes sparkling with delight as he gazed at Shi Ning. She found his bewildered expression utterly charming and playfully asked, "Darling, you're so wonderful. Where else would you like me to kiss you?" Qin He looked at her, wishing for kisses from his beloved wife everywhere. Everywhere? Where exactly? Do you want kisses all over? Such audacity from the villain. Could you be any bolder? Why not be more straightforward or take action? Shi Ning. Excellent. The innocent thoughts have been thoroughly led astray by the mischievous girl. The villain is too easy to appease. A simple kiss turns him into a softie. Grinning like the sun, "Nike, please sponsor us." The villain perfectly exemplifies the notion of taking an inch and wanting a mile. Give him an inch. And he wanna open a dye house. As the divorce deadline approaches, all he can think about is how to confine and enforce love if his wife dares to leave. I wonder how far Qin, the great antagonist, can evolve in his romantic naivety. Stop just flaunting your affections. Look at the two drenched chickens in the pool. It's absolutely hilarious. It was only then that Shi Ning turned her attention to Shi Qingyin and Shin Shizhou in the pool. Butler Zhao seemed to have miraculously acquired a water gun, mercilessly firing at Shi Qingyin and Shin Shizhou with unerring precision. Shi Qingyin was utterly exasperated by the relentless barrage, and upon glancing at the affectionate display between Shi Ning and Qin He, her irritation intensified. "Qin He, aren't you going to look at the letters on the ground? Those are love letters from Shi Ning to Shin Shizhou, 108 in total. She loves him dearly and has no affection for you whatsoever. Not in the slightest. The sight of you disgusts her." Shi Qingyin was livid, directly reminding Qin He that the box contained nothing but Shi Ning's love letters to Shin Shizhou. Qin He replied nonchalantly, "Oh, wait, what?" Shi Qingyin was taken aback by his indifferent demeanor. Those were 108 love letters from Shi Ning to Shin Shizhou. How could he not be angry, remaining so unfazed? Shi Qingyin couldn't help but laugh, her mood buoyant and triumphant as she looked at Shi Ning. She intended to mock Shi Ning, suggesting that Qin He didn't care for her much either, viewing her merely as a tool for good fortune. However, before she could voice her thoughts, she witnessed Qin He pull out a lighter and set the love letters ablaze. He burned them. Qin He then looked up at the two in the pool, leisurely unbuttoning his shirt. "I shall descend to rescue you, but first, I must remove a garment." Upon hearing this, Shi Qingyin excitedly opened her arms towards Qin He, exclaiming, "Qin Yi, save me." When Qin He came down to her aid, she embraced him and, before Shi Ning, planted a fervent kiss on him. Shi Ning would surely be driven to madness. Shi Ning tilted her head, observing Qin He as he unfastened his buttons. Does he truly possess such benevolence? Shi Ning harbored doubts about Qin He's pure intentions. Indeed, once he unbuttoned his shirt, he revealed words inscribed in lipstick beneath. He appeared in high spirits, proclaiming, "My wife has also penned me a love letter." Upon hearing Qin He's boastful tone, Shi Ning could scarcely bear to look. Who would have thought that a business tycoon, more terrifying than a ghost, would deliberately strip to flaunt a love letter? Such arrogance. Such a triumphant expression. One might assume he was a slacker who suddenly aced an exam or a pauper who unexpectedly won a fortune. Shi Qingyin believed Qin He genuinely intended to rescue her, only to witness his ostentatious display of Shi Ning's affection. How utterly degrading! Qin He gazed at the lipstick letter on Qin He, his face turning a shade of green. Shi Ning had actually used lipstick to convey her feelings on Qin He's body, inscribing words in such a risky location. Surely, she must have knelt to write it? Kneeling? Qin He envisioned that scene, his complexion growing even paler, feeling as if his very essence was turning green. He glared at Shi Ning, exclaiming, "You have truly disappointed me. I have lost all hope in you. This version of you is far more sullied than the loss of innocence. Go to the crematorium if you must." Steward Zhao immediately aimed at Qin Shi's foul mouth, launching a precise water balloon assault. Qin Shi howled in pain. The commotion by the pool attracted the attention of Shi Guoqiang and others, who hurried over. The female protagonist suffers some grievances, but her uncle, this cash machine, has already gifted her family a villa worth 200 million, along with a subsidiary. The female antagonist is exceedingly malicious, yet the uncle is quite generous, promising an additional 100 million in cash. Now, the wicked female antagonist and the great villain bully are protagonists. Soon they shall face dire consequences. Their assets will be halved. Shi Ning glanced at the comments. Her foolish father must have been deceived by Shi Guoqiang's kindness into bestowing such wealth. That simply cannot stand. Thus, Shi Ning resolutely pinched her arm, tears streaming down her face as she launched herself into Shi Guoqiang's embrace.
What?
"Daddy, my cousin is bullying me. She said that a married daughter is like water thrown out.
What?
She claims your wealth belongs to her and my second uncle, telling me to be aware and not covet your fortune, ordering me to leave, for this is her home. Wah." Chapter 78. All speak nonsense. Shi Ning vip uncontrollably, resembling a small child, utterly distressed, especially as she flung herself into his arms. Shi Guoqiang's aging heart felt as though it were being sliced by a knife. Pained beyond measure, he comforted Shi Ning, "My dear daughter, do not cry. Those are mere fabrications. Regardless of whether you are married or not, you will always be my precious daughter. You are the true mistress of this home. No one can cast you out. The wealth belongs to you." Upon hearing these words, Shi Guo's temples throbbed with anxiety. He hastily interjected, "Elder brother, Ning, there must be some misunderstanding. Yin would never utter such words." Alas! Shi Ning wept even louder, her distress palpable. The sorrowful cries shattered the heart of Shi Guoqiang, a father whose love was now mingled with despair. His eyes, filled with tears, reflected his deep concern. "Dear daughter, please do not cry. Speak slowly. Your father believes in you." Observing the tender bond between them, Shi Guo glanced at his own daughter, still submerged in the swimming pool. "Elder brother, let Yin come up first and clarify this. There must be a misunderstanding." Shi Guoqiang's expression darkened. "Old Zhao, allow them to surface." Only then did the butler relent, permitting them to speak freely. "Let us resolve this clearly. Do not let your uncle be misled." Shi Ning felt an overwhelming sense of grievance, especially when she caught a glimpse of Shi Ning casting her a challenging smile. Anger surged within her. "I did not say those things. Shi Ning is framing me. She is bullying me while I am under her roof, refusing to let me rise from the pool, sobbing as she does." Both parties clung to their narratives, each appearing to be the victim of the other's accusations. This left Shi Guoqiang deeply furrowed, tenderly comforting Shi Ning. Shi Guo, with a stern face, declared, "Elder brother, we may reside in your home, but we are not your servants. If Ning does not welcome us, she need merely inform us, and we shall leave. There is no need for such bullying. We possess our own dignity." Shi Ning feigned her tears, waiting for Shi Guo to finish speaking before launching into her own tirade. "Cousin said that father intends to gift you a villa worth 200 million, along with a family business and 100 million in cash. She claimed these are merely half of the Shi family's assets, and that all future wealth belongs to her and her family, leaving no share for me, the married outsider." As she spoke, Shi Ning's sobs became increasingly choked, her breath coming in gasps. She even said that father, for the sake of the company's cash flow, sold me as a commodity to Qin He for 300 million. At this revelation, Shi Guoqiang's face darkened ominously, a tempest of fury brewing within him as he coldly confronted Shi Ning. "Did you truly say such things to Ning?" Both Shi Guo and Shi Ning were taken aback, for Shi Guo had previously confided in Shi Ning that even if they left the Shi household, they would still need to persuade Shi Guoqiang to part with such a substantial sum. This information was known only to the three of them and to Shi Guoqiang, who had just agreed to allocate those assets. There was no way Shi Ning could have known. Yet, she had spoken those exact words. The truth was inescapable. Shi Ning had divulged that secret. Without time to ponder how Shi Ning had obtained such knowledge, Shi Ning frantically explained, "Uncle, I never uttered those words." Shi Ning, still choking on her tears, insisted, "Qin He and butler Zhao can both attest to that." Though no one had heard Shi Ning speak of such matters, Qin He remained unfazed, declaring, "I can confirm that my wife is telling the truth." Butler Zhao echoed this sentiment, affirming, "What the young lady said is indeed true." The servants chimed in unison, "What the young lady said is absolutely true." Each one of them spoke untruths with wide-open eyes. In a moment of unjust accusation, Shi Ning felt a surge of indignation and urgency. "They are all on Shi Ning's side, defending her and slandering me." Shi Ning pointed at Qin He Ye, asserting, "He can testify. He is your fiancé and would never support me, would he?" Qin He Ye, contemplating the unacquired land in the west of the city and Shi Ning's secretive actions, felt a simmering frustration. To secure the land, he decided to placate Shi Ning, declaring, "Indeed, what Shi Ning said is true." Qi Ning spoke those words. Shi Ning's anger flared. "Qin He Ye, you speak nonsense." With that, she raised her hand, aiming for his face. Qin He Ye swiftly dodged, but in his haste, he leaned back too far, grasping Shi Ning's hand and inadvertently pulling her down with him. With a splash, both Shi Ning and Qin He Ye tumbled into the pool, flailing about. Once they regained their footing, their tempers flared anew as they exchanged blows. She clawed at his face, and he tugged at her hair. Shi Ning watched with delight. Finally witnessing their quarrel, Shi Guogang, unable to intervene, bent down to explain to Shi Guoqiang, "Brother, Qi Ning," but Shi Guoqiang interrupted with a stern expression, "No need to elaborate. What was said in the office earlier is no longer valid." Earlier, Shi Guoqiang had promised a villa, a company, and 100 million in cash to Shi Guogang. Motivated by gratitude, yet feeling guilty for expelling his brother, he intended to compensate him, ensuring their financial security for life. They were set to finalize the transfer the next day and deposit the check. However, now Shi Guoqiang declared those promises void. The potential loss weighed heavily on Shi Guogang's face. "Brother," yet, Shi Guoqiang cut him off. "Ning Ning is my only daughter. I will not allow anyone to bully her." "Brother," Shi Guogang attempted to reason, but Shi Guoqiang's stony demeanor betrayed his suppressed fury. "After all these years, I have repaid your kindness sufficiently. One may seek gratitude, but one must also know satisfaction. This endless pursuit cannot come at the expense of my daughter's interests, nor will I tolerate any bullying against her." Chapter 79. A heart-to-heart between father and daughter. Shi Guogang sought to explain further, "Brother," but Shi Guoqiang pointed decisively toward the door. "It is late. My second brother has much to attend to with his move, so I shall not keep you." Ning Ning, displeased, added, "I have no time to help you move." With that, Shi Guoqiang took Shi Ning by the hand and walked away, not sparing them another glance. This was a clear dismissal. They were truly being expelled from the Shi family. Shi Guogang attempted to follow, "Brother," but Qin He stood before him, emanating an icy aura, silently commanding respect and fear, rendering Shi Guogang speechless. Seeing him subdued, Qin He pivoted and swiftly caught up with Shi Ning. Meanwhile, Shi Ning and Qin He Ye emerged from the pool. Enraged, she confronted him. "Why did you?" Suddenly, Shi Guogang delivered a forceful slap to Shi Ning's face, silencing her and drawing blood from her mouth, her head snapping to the side. Shi Guogang's voice was not particularly cold. It merely commanded her to apologize to Shen. Nevertheless, Shi Ning felt a profound fear of him. Refraining from retorting or resisting, she lowered her head and expressed her remorse to Qin He Ye, saying, "I am truly sorry, Shi Ye brother. I acted too impulsively." The slap had been so severe that even Qin He Ye felt pain on her behalf, waving his hand in dismissal. This demeanor of Shi Guogang only intensified Shi Ning's trepidation, causing her to tremble. Upon returning to the living room, Shi Guoqiang sat silently on the sofa, his countenance stern and unyielding. His naturally serious disposition commanded respect and instilled fear in those around him, and in this moment, he appeared even more intimidating. Shi Ning, feeling guilty, timidly called out to him, "Dad." Shi Guoqiang lifted his gaze to Shi Ning and inquired, "For these past 3 years, have you truly perceived your father in this manner?" Shi Ning nodded softly in affirmation. With a sigh, Shi Guoqiang looked at her with regret. "It is my fault, for I believed your sister, and you shared a close bond." Unaware of the underlying tensions, observing his apology, Shi Ning shook her head repeatedly, insisting, "It is not your fault, Dad. I do not blame you." All of this turmoil stemmed from Shi Ning's malicious intent to sow discord between them. One must not punish oneself for another's misdeeds, allowing the true wrongdoer to evade accountability. Seeing Shi Ning's consideration and understanding brought genuine comfort to Shi Guoqiang. He earnestly stated, "Your dowry of 300 million has been untouched, along with your bridal gifts, totaling 660 million, all safely placed in a family trust." He had intended to inform her, but Shi Ning had claimed she was extravagant with money, often indulging in male models and gambling in Las Vegas, leading him to withhold the truth. Little did he know that Shi Ning spoke one way in his presence and entirely differently behind his back. Shi Ning was taken aback by the revelation regarding her dowry. Her father had not commodified her, but had instead provided for her. What about the company's financial strain? She inquired. There was no issue with the company's financial chain. Withdrawing over 300 million for your dowry created a slight liquidity problem. However, Shi Guoqiang glanced at the tall and poised Qin He Ye, introduced several business partners. And with some agile maneuvering, everything will resolve swiftly. Their brief exchange revealed Shi Ning's contradictory statements. Grateful, Shi Ning turned to Qin He Ye and said, "Thank you." Despite her past refusal to marry him, he had shown kindness to her and her father, and she felt genuinely moved and appreciative. Qin He Ye frowned slightly, expressing displeasure. "Mutual support between spouses is natural. You need not be so formal with me. It may give the impression that we are distant." Shi Ning responded with a sweet smile. "Yes, I won't be formal with my husband." The furrow in Qin He Ye's brow softened with her words, and a smile graced his eyes. Observing the warmth between his daughter and son-in-law, Shi Guoqiang felt a sense of joy. Shi Ning then turned to her father with a serious expression. "Dad, let us have a proper discussion about the two-faced remarks Shi Ning has made over the years." Shi Guoqiang did not refuse, replying, "Very well." Qin He Ye, sensing their need for a heart-to-heart, took a step back, saying, "You two carry on, I will." Shining with wide eyes, Shi Ning interrupted him, urging, "You should join the conversation as well. Over the past 3 years, Shi Ning has frequently visited our home and must have stirred up trouble between us." Qin He Ye replied calmly, "She did not incite me." Shi Ning continued, "Qin He Ye, you have never been alone with her. You do not wish to hear her speak. Nor do you desire to learn about you from others. Because no one understands her better than you do." Throughout these 3 years, he had barely allowed Shi Ning to be alone with him for more than 2 minutes, nor to engage in more than 3 sentences of conversation. Taken aback, Shi Ning then smiled sweetly at Qin He Ye, "I believe you, but you must also listen. Only then can we understand how great misunderstandings can arise from a lack of timely communication. I do not wish for us to experience such misunderstandings in the future." At this, Qin He Ye did not refuse. After all, Shi Ning was speaking about their future together, which was a lifetime commitment. Next, Shi Guoqiang began a heart-to-heart with Shi Ning, confronting her. "Shi Ning, nonsense. I searched for you all night and was about to report you missing when Shi Ning informed me she had found you. She said that if I found you and didn't let you calm down, you would no longer want me as your father." Shi Ning and Shi Guoqiang exchanged speechless glances. "Dad, why don't you remember my birthday? You've never given me a birthday gift." Shi Guoqiang's face darkened, his expression one of indignation. "I've given you birthday gifts every year. Why did you throw them in the trash?" "Shi Ning said those gifts were from your wife outside, my stepmother, meant to provoke me." "What wife outside? Your stepmother?" Shi Guoqiang's face turned an even deeper shade of anger. "Nonsense. I have only one wife, your mother. You have only one mother. If you're looking for a stepmother, it must be your mother's reincarnation." This was yet another misunderstanding stirred up by Shi Ning. "I dislike you, Dad. Because Shi Ning said you cheated during Mom's pregnancy, causing her to suffer and ultimately leading to her tragic death." Upon hearing this, Shi Guoqiang's fury erupted. He gripped the armrest of the sofa tightly to refrain from interrupting Shi Ning. Once she finished speaking, his temper flared, incensed by the slander against his love for his wife. If his wife had misunderstood him and refused to enter his dreams at night, he would truly feel wronged. "Nonsense. Your mother and I had a wonderful relationship. I never cheated. After your mother passed, I have not been with any other woman. Do you know how I have endured these past 20 years? Shi Guoqiang raised his hands in exasperation, then turned to Qin He Ye. "At least your husband understands how I've managed." Of course, it was through hard work. Qin He Ye understood immediately, his cheeks flushing as he averted his gaze, unwilling to acknowledge such matters. After all, no matter how restrained he was, he could not help but think of Shi Ning. Chapter 80. A rift has formed. Shi Ning looked at Qin He Ye with confusion. "You were a child when my mother passed. How could you possibly know about these things? Had they been neighbors in their childhood? Seeing her innocent expression, Qin He felt his ears grow warmer but remained vague in his reply. Self-reliance leads to abundance. Shi Ning was perplexed by the comment she read. However, upon observing Qin He's flushed cheeks and his averted gaze, she grasped the underlying meaning. In a state of confusion, she quickly redirected the conversation. Father, our relationship has deteriorated ever since my uncle's family moved in. Shi Guoqiang frowned, asserting, your uncle's character is undoubtedly commendable. Shi Ning, with a serious expression, replied, Father, are you still going to indulge him? Shi Guoqiang shook his head, affirming, that is certainly not the case. However, your uncle truly has no faults. He excelled academically and discreetly dropped out to support my university education. Furthermore, the funds for my venture were sourced from your uncle, who secretly used your aunt's dowry for me. Your aunt nearly resorted to abortion and divorce over this matter. Numerous events had transpired since. Yet Shi Guoqiang remained steadfast in his belief that his brother's character was beyond reproach, acknowledging his own indebtedness to them. Despite Shi Ning's unease, Shi Guoqiang reassured her. Rest assured, my gratitude will not be misplaced. Your inheritance is rightfully yours. Shi Ning was not preoccupied with wealth, but rather with the dubious intentions of the family. Shi Guoqiang had exploited these favors to incessantly press Shi Guoqiang. Meanwhile, Shi Guoqiang was the type of person who believed in repaying even the slightest kindness with immense gratitude. As Shi Ning perused the comments, she noticed that none had addressed these issues, likely because Shi Qingyin had yet to mention them. She did not insist that Shi Guoqiang sever ties but requested that he consult her on any matters concerning her uncle's family to avoid further misunderstandings. The father and daughter had been at odds for over a decade, missing out on crucial years of their relationship, causing Shi Guoqiang immense regret. He nodded affirmatively, promising to heed her wishes regarding future conversations and interactions. Shi Ning quickly interrupted, that may not be necessary. She then turned to poke Qin He with her finger, illustrating how misunderstandings arise from unasked questions, which can lead to significant missed opportunities. Her delicate finger caused a ripple of emotion within Qin He, who responded in a low voice, I won't. After conversing with Shi Guoqiang for a while longer, Shi Ning felt reassured that he no longer trusted Shi Qingyin and would remain wary of Shi Guoqiang. Progress would be gradual, after all. One cannot achieve greatness in a single gulp. When Tao Baichun arrived at their new home, her disdain was palpable as she surveyed the cramped apartment, questioning why they would rent such a dilapidated place, which was even smaller than their previous bathroom. Shi Guoqiang shot her a glare. Mind your words. He then turned to the silent Shi Qingyin, observing her swollen face, which did not possess its usual beauty. A flicker of paternal concern emerged as he gently inquired. Does it hurt? Shi Qingyin, fearing to admit her pain, merely shook her head, denying it. Shi Guoqiang softened his tone, explaining, It's not that your parents wish to harm you, but your behavior today was excessive. I have advised you numerous times to be patient. Had you not boasted to Shi Ning, we would be residing in a villa by now, with our own company. Shi Qingyin felt a deep sense of injustice. I never said those things to Shi Ning. I am not a fool. Instantly, Shi Guoqiang's expression darkened. If I were to obtain something from your uncle, and only the three of us knew about it, yet you didn't say a word, how did she find out? She doesn't know. It was utterly perplexing. No one believed her. They only trusted Shi Ning. Shi Qingyin fell silent, her heart swelling with frustration. So overwhelmed was she that she hardly registered the pain on her face, and her resentment towards Shi Ning deepened. Shi Guoqiang did not hit or scold her. Instead, he imparted wisdom. Until you have it in hand, do not become complacent. In television dramas, the villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter. Also, do not be overly aggressive. There is still no divorce between Shi Ning and Qin He, and your uncle's assets have yet to be secured. Shi Guoqiang's voice was grave as he advised Shi Qingyin, but she felt so wronged and stifled that hardly a word penetrated her consciousness. In her heart, she loathed Shi Ning. She was unwilling to accept her fate. Once Shi Guoqiang finished his admonishment, she could not help but ask, Dad, is this how it ends? My uncle's fortune is rightfully ours. Yet he has shown us ingratitude and cast us out to live in this dilapidated place. I refuse to accept it. My uncle is truly ungrateful. If you ask me, the wealth of his company stemmed from the initial capital provided by my father, and thus, it should belong to me. Shi Guoqiang shot her a stern look. Do not utter such words again, and for now, keep a low profile. Focus on healing your face. First, win Shin Shizhou over. As for other matters, I will handle them myself. Due to today's incident, his elder brother surely no longer held the same trust and closeness towards him. For instance, he had already purchased a villa but chose not to reside there, insisting on moving to this modest community to rent instead. At dawn, Qin He opened his eyes. Gazing at the pink curtains, the pink princess bed, and the delicate pink lace bedding he lay upon, not to mention the sweetly sleeping Shi Ning nestled in his arms. It felt like a dream. Shi Ning stirred awake, drowsily questioning, "So early? Are we heading to the company?" Qin He looked down at her, her small face buried against him. Her eyes still closed. Fearing to wake her, he restrained the urge to pinch or kiss her. "You may continue to sleep. I shall freshen up and then head to work." He gently moved Shi Ning's hand aside and rose swiftly to head to the bathroom. His demeanor was notably cold. The still groggy Shi Ning suddenly became alert, opening her eyes to see Qin He's figure rushing away. "Running so fast. Do you think I would devour you? Did you not sleep last night, nor this morning? Is it so simple to just cover oneself with a blanket and sleep, yet you remain so aloof? Can I truly ascertain that Qin He genuinely cares for me? The female antagonist may not devour a person, but the great villain certainly would. A man who rises early is not to be trifled with. Devour one, then give birth to another?
Eat.
Devour with fervor. Birth. Give birth with intensity. Create an entire football team. Could you two as a couple not proactively engage in some activities? The fans of the wicked couple are starving. What is the malicious female antagonist still dawdling for? Hurry to the bathroom and check. Something significant has happened with Qin He. A monumental event indeed. Chapter 81. A grand occasion to meet someone. Upon reaching this point, shining with concern for Qin He, Shi Ning hastily tossed aside her covers and rose from the bed to open the door. Upon the door swing, she was greeted by the sight of Qin He standing there, unscathed. Startled by her sudden entrance, he instinctively stepped aside, his expression icy yet flushed. "How did you get in?" There was no calamity as the online comments had suggested. "It's quite large," he continued. At the mention of size, Shi Ning's cheeks flushed crimson as she covered her eyes and retreated hastily. "I'm going to the guest room."
Ah.
I was deceived by the comments. With that, she swiftly exited the room, heading for the guest quarters. The comments section erupted in laughter, driving the narrative into the realm of fanfiction. An hour passed, and at 8 in the morning, Shi Ning had dressed and applied her makeup, joining Shi Guqiang for breakfast downstairs. Qin He descended elegantly from the upper floor, greeting them with a casual, "Dad, Ning Ning, good morning." Shi Ning observed Qin He seated beside her, his demeanor exuding an otherworldly grace, akin to a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. The sight of such a captivating figure in the morning lifted her spirits for the entire day. Shi Guqiang inquired about Qin He's sleep quality. In the past, when Shi Qingyin was present, the house had been lively and the aged walls offered little soundproofing. With everyone gone now, a profound sense of tranquility enveloped the home. Shi Guqiang, in agreement, reflected on the change, with his sister-in-law and niece around. He had to dress properly even for early mornings, but now he could enjoy the freedom of donning pajamas. Moreover, he recalled how breakfast conversations often led to trivial arguments between him and his beloved daughter, straining their father-daughter bond. Noticing Qin He peeling a boiled egg, Shi Guqiang pondered whether he was unaccustomed to the quietude and had slept poorly, hence his late arrival. "Is there something urgent that requires your attention this early?" he asked, concerned it might pertain to company matters. Qin He placed the peeled egg into Shi Ning's bowl, having completed his task. He offered no explanation, and Shi Guqiang refrained from probing further, opting instead for light conversation. Shi Ning recalled the comments from the previous day regarding Qin He's discussions with the board about the land acquisition in the West. She turned her head slightly, whispering, "Is it company-related? Can I assist you?" Qin He gazed at her intently. "You can help. What can I do?"
Shi Ning inquired eagerly.
"Of course. You can be with him. What else could you possibly do?" The antagonist is exceedingly cunning, clearly admiring the love letter penned by the female lead in front of a mirror, lost in reverie for 10 minutes before seeking out a tattoo parlor for another 10.
Contemplating a permanent ink.
His mind lingered on the scene from the love letter, stirred by emotion, and thus he acted impulsively.
Shi Ning plus het deeply.
Lowering her gaze to Qin He, who was clad in a jacket over a white shirt, revealing nothing further. Yet, she wondered, was the lipstick love letter still intact? Hadn't he showered last night? Was the lipstick truly that resilient? But that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was the thought that Qin He was contemplating getting a tattoo of the lipstick love letter as a permanent fixture. That simply wouldn't he do. Thus, After finishing breakfast, Pei Qian arrived to escort Qin He. As Shi Ning and Qin He settled into the back seat, she could no longer restrain herself. Qin He. Yes. He turned to look at her. Shi Ning, are you my wife? Qin He's cold visage immediately turned wary. Is she contemplating divorce again? Should I voice my concerns? He felt torn, fearing that if he brought it up, it might plant the idea in her mind. Shi Ning, with an assertive pat on his chest, declared, You are my husband and you belong to me. Observing her restless hands, Qin He instinctively replied, Your money is also yours. That's not the point, Shi Ning stated earnestly. Regardless, your wealth is mine, your being is mine, and your abs are mine as well. Take care of your body. Don't be reckless. I prefer a clean physique. It will be more convenient for me to write love letters on you later. No one else is allowed to touch your abs, not even other men. Absolutely not. And please, for the love of all that is sacred, do not get a tattoo. Qin He lifted his gaze, deeply regarding her. Indeed, every part of me belongs to my wife. My abs are solely for her touch. I wholeheartedly agree. The formidable antagonist is entirely devoted to the female lead, exclusively for her use, not just as abs. Here as a small advertisement. Support the female lead in purchasing lipstick so the antagonist can be filled with love letters from head to toe. Shi Ning's face flushed. Oh, dear, please calm your thoughts. Pei Qianhua, glancing at them through the rearview mirror, was taken aback. Has Shi Ning changed so drastically? Has she truly softened the once impenetrable CEO? He pondered whether her flirtation with Qin He was merely a ploy to secure the land in the Western District for Shinshizhou. If Qin He, swayed by her charms, relinquished the land to Shinshizhou, Shi Ning might no longer tease him and might even consider divorce. What a tempest that would incite. Pei Qianhua felt his esteemed position teetering precariously. Shi Ning noticed Pei Qianhua's furtive glances towards her and Qin He, intrigued by his thoughts. Assistant Pei. Young madam. Pei Qianhua instantly braced himself, fearing she might say or do something unexpected. Previously, Shi Ning had flattered him about his looks and asked him to be her driver. What a torment that had been. Shi Ning, ever curious about his name, inquired, Your name is Pei Qianhua. Do your parents wish for you to be humble and reap abundant rewards? Pei Qianhua cautiously observed Qin He's reaction, feeling a wave of panic. 3 years had passed, and now the CEO's wife, who had never remembered his name, was suddenly probing into its origin. He was genuinely frightened of being dismissed by the jealous CEO. Qin He's attention remained fixated on Shi Ning. Noticing Pei Qianhua's pleading gaze, he frowned and Ning, answer any questions he poses. Shi Ning hesitated briefly, affirming her role as a wicked female antagonist, deciding to maintain her facade. Has anyone given you a nickname, like Money Loser? This was a rather bold inquiry, but her curiosity was insatiable. She had been holding on to this question for days. Every time she called Pei Qianhua, it felt as if she were implying he was a money loser. Pei Qianhua nearly wept. My parents said a son is like the construction bank, and a daughter is like the merchant's bank. The construction bank is always losing money, so they named me accordingly. To spare my pride, they used the homophone Qianhua. Shi Ning was taken aback by the origin of his name. She wanted to laugh, yet recognized the impropriety of doing so. Enduring the moment, she could not help but retreat into Qin He's embrace, stifling a chuckle. Qin He gazed at her with affectionate indulgence. Laughter was encouraged, for Assistant Pei would not mind. A burst of laughter escaped Shi Ning as she nestled in Qin He's arms. This felt rather unethical. Amid her laughter, she proclaimed, This month, grant him a bonus of 100,000. This is no misfortune. It is a name that invites wealth. Pei Qianhua's spirits lifted instantaneously. Thank you, young madam. You may laugh even louder. After her bout of laughter subsided, Qin He began to inquire about Pei Qianhua's marital status, noting that he remained unmarried. On this particular day, Qin He was on a business trip. Shi Ning arranged to go shopping with Mu Tiantian. Upon arriving at the mall, she was intercepted by a stern-looking man accompanied by 4 imposing bodyguards. Miss Shi, the old master wishes to see you. Chapter 82. Unconcerned with becoming a murderer. Su Guan? Shi Ning furrowed her brow as she regarded Su Chong, who had surrounded her with the 4 bodyguards. She felt exasperated. If her grandfather wished to see her, a simple phone call would suffice. Was such a grand display truly necessary? This man was the butler of the Qin family estate, a retired mercenary, despite his age. He exuded an intimidating aura that was quite unnerving. The Qin family was known for its strict traditions, and given her contractual divorce from Qin He, she had no desire to visit the Qin residence. Su Chong snorted softly, his gaze towards Shi Ning dripping with disdain. Miss Shi, the affluent often forget. Do you not recall how many numbers you have blocked? Prompted by Su Chang's reminder, Shi Ning remembered that she had indeed blocked her grandfather's number, as well as Su Chang's and others from the Qin family, quite a rebellious act. Feeling embarrassed, she replied, then just call Qin He Ye and let him know I'm here. Su Chang's look of disdain intensified. Will Miss Shi heed the old master's words? Is it not true that you block them when there is nothing amiss and unearth them only when needed? Shi Ning retorted. I have a good relationship with Qin He Ye now. I have changed. If you give me that scornful look one more time, I shall report you to Qin He Ye. I will tell grandfather. You are overstepping. Twice she could tolerate his disdain, for it was her past transgressions. Yet the third time was unacceptable. She was no longer the wicked female antagonist, and would not endure such affronts. Su Chong was taken aback by Shi Ning's boldness. Did she truly intend to report him to both Qin He Ye and the old master? Such words, typically reserved for those close to her, came from a woman who had once expressed loathing for the entire Qin family. Su Chong was astonished, questioning her intentions, yet he refrained from further inquiry. Maintaining a stern demeanor, he gestured for her to proceed. The old master wishes to see you, Miss Shi. It was a commanding gesture, far from polite. Shi Ning thought to herself, perhaps I should humbly acknowledge my fault, for her character had been rather ludicrous before the spoilers revealed her true nature. Where is the car? Let us depart. Su Chong, observing Shi Ning's compliance without a hint of resistance, was once more astonished. Was she no longer attempting to flee? Shi Ning glanced at the 4 bodyguards, realizing that escape was not an option. Once in the car, she remarked, Su Chong? He remained silent. Shi Ning, thinking he had not heard her, inquired again, It is quite all right. It is quite all right. The spoilers will reveal all. Old Master Qin was genuinely incensed this time. On the surface, it appeared that only Butler Su and 4 bodyguards were present. However, in reality, the entire exit of the shopping mall was thoroughly sealed off. The female antagonist, refusing to accompany Butler Su, was to be either kidnapped or the mall itself was to be locked down, compelling Old Master Qin to come in person. The villa was also heavily guarded, preventing anyone from the old residence from approaching Shi Ning. Thus, they had no choice but to wait for Shi Ning to emerge before sending for her through Butler Su. Under immense pressure, the primary antagonist ordered a halt to construction on the land in the west of the city. Qin He Ye was particularly concerned that Old Master Qin might question Shi Ning, which led him to ensure her protection was exceedingly stringent. Old Master Qin's health was deteriorating, and his fondness for Shi Ning had been completely worn away by her actions. It seemed that, for the sake of the Qin family's legacy, he would be compelled to force a divorce. Shi Ning, the female antagonist, in her desperation to initiate the divorce, engaged in reckless behavior, leading to her being imprisoned and coerced into love by the primary antagonist. As a result, the bond between the male and female leads rapidly intensified, showcasing their affection to the world. It is said that the female antagonist is truly malicious, and the primary antagonist is rather infatuated, ultimately leading to the demise of the grandfather, who, in the end, falls victim to the female antagonist's schemes. Rather than creating such a vile female antagonist and an infatuated villain, one might as well indulge in a piece of char siu. I wonder what you all are enamored with. It certainly reflects a skewed perspective. It is amusing, isn't it? Are the male and female leads truly paragons of virtue? As a cousin, should one covet their cousin's husband? Even if he were merely an ex of a close friend, I would maintain my distance. The death of Old Master Qin cannot be attributed to the female antagonist. It is clearly due to the internal strife within the Qin family and the prolonged use of prohibited substances that led to his demise. Along the way, Shi Ning quietly observed the barrage of comments, gleaning some useful information from the heated debates. It was revealed that Old Master Qin's chronic ill health was a result of long-term use of banned medications. Who could be responsible for administering such substances to him? Soon, they arrived at the Qin family's ancestral home. Upon disembarking, Su Chong observed Shi Ning's distracted demeanor and solemnly cautioned her, reminding her that Old Master Qin's health was precarious and that she should be mindful of her actions. Should anything happen to the old master, I would not hesitate to hold you accountable. Shi Ning, taken aback, replied, I have assured you, I am making changes. I intend to live harmoniously with Qin He Ye and will no longer provoke grandfather. Su Chong suppressed his disdain for her naivety and continued to warn her. With Old Master Qin abroad, should anything occur, I would not mind being labeled a murderer. Was he implying he intended to kill her? Shi Ning responded. That won't happen. I've learned my lesson and will certainly not upset grandfather. Thus, he should be perfectly fine. With the primary antagonist abroad on business. According to the narrative, it seemed that old Master Qin's distress was indeed instigated by Shi Ning, leading to his unfortunate fate. Shi Ning. The inescapable fate of the wicked female antagonist. Chapter 83. A severe punishment. The ancestral home was designed in the classical Chinese garden style, exuding a grandeur akin to that of a royal palace. Miss Shi, the servants greeted upon seeing her. Shi Ning smiled gently, correcting them. Please refer to me as young mistress. On her way to old Master Qin's courtyard, the servants continued to address her as Miss Shi, to which she coolly reiterated, "Call me young mistress." The servants were taken aback, exchanging glances, filled with disbelief. When Shi Ning first arrived at the old residence, the servants who referred to her as young mistress were promptly dismissed, or they faced various forms of humiliation. Now she had the audacity to request they call her young mistress? Was the sun rising from the west? Su Chong transitioned from shock to familiarity, finally adopting a more guarded demeanor toward Shi Ning. He solemnly warned her, "You better not pull any tricks. If anything happens to the old master, I will not hesitate to take drastic measures." At that moment, a gentle yet disdainful voice pierced through the air. "What are you doing here? Who allowed you to come? Get out." Shi Ning lifted her gaze to see Shui Qianlong standing at the door, clad in a cheongsam, exuding an air of refined elegance. A quintessential Jiangnan woman. Despite the overt disdain in her expression, there remained a semblance of gentleness in her eyes. This was Qin He's biological mother, her mother-in-law. From the day she married Qin He, this mother-in-law had shown her disfavor, always regarding her with a scowl. After a moment's contemplation, Shi Ning decided to extend a polite greeting, "Mother." Yet, before she could finish, Shui Qianlong interrupted with evident contempt, "Don't call me that. You are utterly unworthy of He. Unworthy to be his wife, and even less deserving to be the young mistress of the Qin family." Shi Ning was not one to suffer in silence, after all. She was the cunning antagonist, foolish, malicious, and quick-tempered. Especially since she had not yet seen any hints suggesting that Shui Qianlong was a wicked mother-in-law. She hastily concluded that this was indeed the case. Thus, Shi Ning responded without restraint, "If you don't want me to call you that, then I shall refer to you as Big Bumblebee, given how you constantly target me. Alternatively, I could call you the curator of the museum, who enjoys comparing the qualifications of prospective daughters-in-law. This one is not worthy, that one is not qualified enough to enter your daughter-in-law museum." In the past, Shi Ning would have insulted her, but now she possessed a sharper wit. Shui Qianlong's expression darkened. "You. Shi Ning smilat blaishuli. You could also set up a stall on the overpass, asking every passerby, 'Are you worthy? Are you worthy?'" Shui Qianlong was visibly incensed, her heart racing in fury. Su, the butler, observed this exchange with some relief. At least Shi Ning remained true to herself, maintaining her attitude towards the mistress. He quickly interjected, "Madam." It was the old master who requested Miss Shi's presence. Taking a deep breath, Shui Qianlong suppressed her ire, restoring her dignified composure, while simultaneously cautioning Shi Ning. "Be courteous to the old master. Should anything happen to him, I will ensure He divorces you." Shi Ning was taken aback. Why did everyone assume she would harm the old master? Was it because of her past transgressions, always opposing the Qin family? Just then, a refined middle-aged man emerged, speaking gently. "Qianlong, do not speak to Shi Ning in such a manner." This was Qin He's father, Qin He Ye. Upon his arrival, Shui Qianlong immediately lowered her head, appearing more gentle and submissive, like a tamed cat. Qin He Ye's demeanor towards Shi Ning was notably amiable, even when she had previously failed to call him father. He had never displayed any hostility. Shi Ning noticed the lack of any critical remarks in the air and opted to be more courteous. "Father." Hearing her address him as father, Qin He Ye was momentarily taken aback, then smiled warmly. "Come in. Your grandfather is waiting for you." Shi Ning emitted a soft sound and followed Su Chong inside. There were no onlookers. Qin He Ye lowered his gaze upon Shui Qianlong, displaying a modicum of kindness toward Shi Ning, as he mused that some matters were futile to alter. Shui Qianlong tightened her grip on her cheongsam, haughtily lifting her chin and ignoring Qin He Ye. Upon entering the study, Shi Ning beheld the elderly Mr. Qin reclining in a rocking chair, sunlight filtering through the window. A servant stood nearby, fanning him, while he held his phone. Suddenly, Shi Ning heard the phone emit a sound. "If there is an afterlife, I surely will." Shi Ning was taken aback. Was this a rebirth password from a short drama? Su Chong, standing beside the rocking chair, lowered his head slightly, and gently called out, "Old master. Miss Shi has arrived." Only then did Mr. Qin put away his phone, raising his murky yet sharp gaze towards Shi Ning and beckoning her closer. "Grandfather." Shi Ning approached him, her eyes reddening with grievance as she immediately complained, "Butler Su does not respect me. He insists on calling me young mistress." Mr. Qin was momentarily taken aback, regarding Shi Ning with skepticism. Shi Ning huffed in anger, "And I have corrected him more than 3 times. He simply refuses to change." "Can you punish him, grandfather?" The elderly man observed the way Shi Ning was acting like a spoiled child, calling him grandfather when she had once referred to him as an old fool. What had changed? Mr. Qin turned to glance out the window, noting that the sun had not risen from the west. "Little Su," he called. "Old master," came the reply. Mr. Qin rubbed his temples, feeling as though he were hallucinating. Shi Ning was speechless. Was her character so poorly defined? Su Chong patiently explained to Mr. Qin that he was not imagining things. It was all real. Mr. Qin then instructed the servant to help him sit up, asking if a master could be summoned to discern whether she had been reborn or possessed, or if she had traveled through time. Mr. Qin even inquired of Shi Ning with earnestness, "Do you know the rebirth password?" Shi Ning, filled with exasperation, replied, "I do not." "Then what was your identity in the ancient times?" Mr. Qin pressed. Shi Ning smirked, "The Empress Dowager." "Will you rise to pay your respects to me?" Mr. Qin scrutinized her from head to toe, concluding that she must have taken the wrong medicine. "Grandfather, perhaps you should watch fewer short dramas," Shi Ning quipped, locking eyes with Mr. Qin, cautioning him not to strain his vision. "At my age, how many more years can I see? It matters not." Unexpectedly, Shi Ning's few words lightened the previously oppressive atmosphere. Su Chong reminded Mr. Qin, "Old master, you summoned Miss Shi for a serious matter." Mr. Qin's expression darkened instantly, regarding Shi Ning with solemnity. Unfazed, Shi Ning pressed on with her complaint, "Grandfather, you saw it. Butler Su ought not to call me young mistress. You must severely punish him to establish my authority in the old residence." Su Chong regarded Shi Ning with a mix of mockery and warning. "Ha! Is it not simply your desire for the old master to dismiss him, further enabling your reckless antics within the Qin family, provoking the old master's ire? Even if he were dismissed, should anything happen to the old master due to Shi Ning, he would seek vengeance on her behalf." Mr. Qin sensed that Shi Ning aimed to have Su Chong dismissed to create chaos in the old residence. He countered her. "How do you propose to punish little Su to make it truly severe?" After a moment of contemplation, Shi Ning earnestly declared that she would impose a punishment on Steward Su. He was to write 100 times with a brush that Shi Ning is the young mistress of the Qin family, and affix these proclamations in conspicuous places throughout the ancestral home. Chapter 84. The Divine Bullet Screen. The female antagonist is truly ruthless. So malicious. Making Steward Su write 100 calligraphy pieces is far worse than dismissing him. Killing him would be a mercy. Steward Su's hands can commit murder and set fires, but they should never be used for writing, for him. Such a task is akin to a fate worse than death. Shi Ning was taken aback. She realized her previous persona had been excessively flawed. It was no wonder Su Chong despised her. Dismissal was unnecessary. A reduction in salary would suffice. However, being continually threatened with death was quite displeasing, and thus she resolved to enact a punishment. She concocted this amusing sanction, one that would demonstrate her genuine desire to coexist harmoniously with Qin He. To her astonishment, this seemingly trivial punishment felt like the end of the world for Steward Su. Even old Master Qin was taken aback, unable to believe his ears. As if he had misheard. "What did you say the punishment was?" Shi Ning reiterated with utmost seriousness, instructing Su to write 100 times that Shi Ning is the young mistress of the Qin family and post these declarations prominently throughout the mansion. Su Chong, utterly disinclined to write a single character, swiftly recalibrated his plea, suggesting instead that the title of young mistress could be exchanged for a year's salary deduction. After all, writing was utterly intolerable for him. Not a single character should be penned. Though harmless, it was a punishment that instilled fear in Su Chong. Shi Ning felt a sense of satisfaction. This punishment was precisely what she desired, especially after his threats to take her life. Old Master Qin approved of the notion, stating that since she had called herself the young mistress, she must accept the consequence and proceed with the writing. Before departing with the servants, he cast a warning glare at Shi Ning. With the doors and windows open, they could see the servants stationed at a distance outside, ensuring absolute privacy while maintaining a respectful space. In the study, Only old Master Qin and Shi Ning remained. His expression was stern as he regarded her, now devoid of outsiders, and said, "There is no need for pretense." The bullet screen remarked that today, old Master Qin would be driven to exasperation by her antics. Then, he would meet his end, making her an unwitting accomplice to his demise. Furthermore, in the year she married Qin He Ye, old Master Qin had treated her well. Yet, she had been blinded by her own folly, persistently creating turmoil and failing to appreciate such a rare gem of a man as Qin He Ye. Upon seeing the bullet screen's revelations, Shi Ning acknowledged that her past self was indeed deserving of criticism. She had brought this upon herself. Nevertheless, she had little choice. It was all part of her character arc, intertwined with the plot. In any case, she was now attentive to advice and resolved to change the narrative. With a serious expression, Shi Ning earnestly addressed old Master Qin. "Grandfather, I am not pretending." She sincerely apologized. "I am truly sorry for my past misdeeds and for disrespecting you. I failed to cherish a man like Qin He Ye, who is as rare as a lantern in the dark." Raising her small hand and holding up 2 fingers with utmost seriousness, she swore, "I vow not to provoke divorce with Qin He Ye again. I will never anger you again. You must remain healthy and live a long life." Old Master Qin regarded Shi Ning with a serious and sincere countenance, taken aback by her earnestness and even her oath. He remained skeptical, questioning whether your sudden transformation was merely a ploy to acquire the land in the western part of the city for Qin. Shi Ning found herself at a loss for words. Although this was not the primary reason, it was indeed true that she intended to hand over this piece of land to Qin. Upon noticing her silence, old Master Qin realized his suspicions were correct. His aged visage grew even longer, exuding an aura cultivated from years of holding high office. "While I might have turned a blind eye to your past indiscretions, this particular piece of land in the West is absolutely off-limits. Your previous recklessness, followed by this newfound compliance, suggests either a desire for divorce or an attempt to broker a collaboration with Qin. I am willing to grant your wish, allowing you to divorce He, and we shall proceed to obtain the divorce certificate shortly. However, being divorced from Qin He Ye would confine her to a small attic, subjected to enforced affection. Even if the chains binding her were made of gold, she would reject them. With he currently abroad, and today not being a working day, divorce was simply not feasible." Shi Ning, while one may have heard of civil affairs bureaus being relocated for marriages, it is unheard of for them to be moved for divorce. Old Master Qin took a sip of tea, "And now you have heard it. In that case, I shall file a formal complaint against grandfather for abuse of power." Old Master Qin chuckled at her naivety, cautioning her not to be overly innocent. Such complaints would be futile. Shi Ning remarked, "Well then, this is a world of fiction, a realm beyond the law." Yet, how could she convince grandfather Qin? Humanity is indeed peculiar, bordering on absurd. When she wished for a divorce, he opposed her, and now that she no longer desired one, they pressed her to proceed with it. Shi Ning directly posed a question to old Master Qin, also intended for the audience. "Grandfather, please tell me what I must do for you to believe that I am not divorcing Qin He Ye, nor colluding with Qin to seize the Qin family's assets?" Old Master Qin replied, "Divorce He, and instruct him to commence the construction on the western land immediately." Shi Ning thought, neither of these were within her capabilities. The audience seemed anxious. The female antagonist is rather foolish. Old Master Qin is devoted to his grandson, and as long as she mentions their consummation, he will believe half of it. Old Master Qin's views are quite traditional. Once a couple has consummated their marriage, he believes the man must take responsibility and would never easily permit a divorce. Moreover, old Master Qin, having been on the brink of death, lived 3 additional years due to Shi Ning's auspicious presence, making him quite indulgent toward her. She should simply speak plainly. Invoke the mystical aspects of the Western land, claiming anyone who touches it will face ruin. Old Master Qin is superstitious and would undoubtedly believe it. The female antagonist is truly foolish, beyond reason. Heed my advice and do not relinquish the land to Qin without charge. Demand a higher price. The Eastern land, due to the protagonist's halo, will certainly be secured by him. Thus, let Qin offer 100 billion, along with the Eastern land, before she would consider parting with the Western land. Once the Eastern region flourishes, Qin will surely be left in despair. Shi Ning gazed at the comments. These insightful readers are quite astute, are they not? The mere thought of the Eastern region prospering while Qin personally hands it over to her filled her with exhilaration. Qin would undoubtedly regret his decision profoundly. This idea is simply brilliant, truly ingenious. She felt as though she could kneel before the audience in gratitude. Chapter 85. Is it a complaint or a confession? In this moment, it is prudent for Shi Ning to heed the advice and appease Grandpa Qin with the barrage of comments. Feeling somewhat bashful, she declares, "Grandpa, I have consummated my marriage with Qin He, and I am sincerely committed to this life together." This revelation leaves Grandpa Qin momentarily speechless. Embarrassed, Shi Ning cannot bring herself to admit that she had succumbed to his charms. Indeed, Grandpa Qin stands frozen, his gaze softening as he contemplates Shi Ning's words. Yet, a sense of headache washes over him. With his hands clasped behind his back, he paces silently in his study. Initially, they were merely a couple in name, but now that they have solidified their status as husband and wife, he feels reluctant to pressure Shi Ning into a divorce with Qin He. However, a wave of frustration and exasperation overtakes him as he turns to Shi Ning with a look of disappointment. "Have you sacrificed so much for Shinshijo?" Shi Ning is taken aback.
Huh?
Grandpa Qin's temper flares once more. "That grandson of mine did not even refuse you? Is he even a man? I have told him countless times, do not coerce. Do not entice. What if you come to regret this? Your relationship will only deteriorate further. What sin has the Qin family committed to deserve this? Why must it be forced? Is that what it means to be a man?" Shi Ning is astonished by Grandpa Qin's reaction. He berates Qin He, even suggesting punishment. His anger intensifies, causing him to breathe heavily. In that moment, the barrage of comments erupts with alarming red alerts. "I'm about to faint. I'm going to lose consciousness. If I do, I'm done for. Someone calm him down. Press the Laogong point." In the midst of this chaos, Shi Ning glances up to see that Grandpa Qin has fallen silent, his body trembling, lips quivering, and breaths coming in labored gasps. It appears as though he might lose consciousness at any moment, his body leaning backward as if he might collapse. Shi Ning quickly rushes to support him, attempting to soothe his heart. She casts aside her shyness and exclaims, "Grandpa, it was not Qin He who forced me, it was I who pursued him. I truly like Qin He. He did not coerce me." Grandpa Qin feels a tightness in his chest, struggling to breathe. Nearby, a servant glimpses the scene through the window and urgently remarks, "It seems the old master is in trouble. Quickly summon Butler Sue." As Shi Ning watches Grandpa Qin's complexion pale and his lips turn a shade of purple, he begins to roll his eyes back, on the verge of fainting. With no awareness, he feels as heavy as lead, and Shi Ning nearly loses her grip on him. Press the Laogong point. Make a fist and press between the index and middle fingers. This will calm the heart and dispel heat, reviving the spirit. Panicked and at a loss, Shi Ning takes a deep breath, suppressing her fear as she focuses on the guidance from the barrage, locating the Laogong point on Grandpa Qin and applying pressure. As she presses, she reassures him, "Grandpa, please calm down. You must not have an incident. Qin He did not force me." With the pressure on the Laogong point, Grandpa Qin, who had been on the brink of fainting, begins to show slight signs of recovery, though he still seems dazed and struggles to breathe. He remains at risk of losing consciousness. Press the Tanzhong point, which is located here. Under the guidance of the barrage, Shi Ning located the position of the Tanzhong acupoint and pressed it earnestly. The Tanzhong acupoint is more elusive than the Laogong acupoint, yet its effects are far superior. After 5 presses, old Master Qin opened his eyes, expelling the lingering stagnation in his chest with a cough, although breathing remained laborious.
He could now speak.
"Did the boy force you?" Seeing old Master Qin able to converse rekindled hope within Shi Ning, causing her to collapse onto the ground in a state of exhaustion. Still gripped by fear, her voice quivered with emotion, carrying an air of grievance. "I truly didn't. Qin He is a good person. Why wouldn't you believe me?" She lamented, "None of you trust me, yet you press me to divorce Qin He and Wu. The mention of divorce conjured thoughts of her impending confinement, and tears streamed down her face in sorrow. "I don't want a divorce. If grandfather doesn't believe me and insists on the divorce, then let Butler Sue end my life, Wu." Shi Ning felt profoundly wronged, recalling how she had tried to comfort Grandfather Qin, who had nearly fainted. Had it not been for the barrage instructing her on acupoint techniques, she would have been utterly helpless. Overwhelmed with both grievance and trepidation, her tears fell like scattered pearls, cascading down her cheeks, and she cried uncontrollably. Having just regained his composure, old Master Qin had encountered the arrogant and willful Shi Ning before, but never had he witnessed her in such a state of despair, as if she bore an insurmountable grievance. Yet it was he who had been angered. Why was he now expected to console her? Old Master Qin felt helpless and flustered, gently saying, "Do not cry. I do not doubt you, nor am I angry with you. My ire is directed at that scoundrel Qin He Ye." Shi Ning was unyielding in her sorrow. "I want to report Qin He Ye. You all are bullying me."
Woo-woo.
She retrieved her phone and dialed a video call to Qin He Ye. It did not connect immediately. After about 5 seconds, the call was answered. The screen revealed the warm glow of a bedside lamp and a groggy Qin He Ye, just awakened from sleep. His voice carried a languid tone, "Wife." Given the time difference, it was night in his location.
Woo-woo.
"Husband." Upon seeing Qin He Ye, Shi Ning's grievances erupted, and her tears flowed even more fiercely. "Woo-woo, they are bullying me." Observing Shi Ning in tears, and noticing the old study behind her, Qin He Ye's sleepiness dissipated, replaced by a cold intensity in his gaze. Yet he restrained himself, soothingly reassuring her, "Do not cry. I am here for you. I will support you." But then, with a sudden chill in his voice, he turned to old Master Qin. "Have you bullied a Ning?" His grandson was angry, and he too felt apprehensive. Old Master Qin hurriedly clarified, "I did not bully her." Shi Ning looked up, her tear-filled eyes glaring at old Master Qin. "It's grandfather who is bullying me. Grandfather does not believe my words." Faced with an unassailable accusation, old Master Qin replied, "Have you considered what you have done over the past 3 years? Do you still deserve trust? Do you lack this self-awareness?" Shi Ning continued to sob. "But Butler Su does not believe me, always calling me Miss Shi, insisting on addressing me as young madam, but he refuses to change. Grandfather does not trust me either, and even threatens to harm my husband. My husband is so wonderful. How could anyone strike him, let alone with such ferocity? It feels as though they wish for me to live in a state of mourning. I have wept and complained, and now I wish to express my feelings." Shi Ning continued to cry, lamenting the loss of her husband. Where could she ever find another like him? Without him, life seems unbearable. Qin He Ye, exuding an aura of coldness, felt his icy demeanor melt away with Shi Ning's heartfelt sobs. Old Master Qin was taken aback. "Is this a complaint? It resembles more of a confession mixed with a display of affection. Must you be so cruel to an elderly widower?" Chapter 86. Do you remember your original intentions? Seeing Shi Ning so heartbroken, Qin He Ye realized it was merely because old Master Qin intended to reprimand him. She was defending him. How could he not love such a devoted Shi Ning? Gently, Qin He Ye soothed Shi Ning. "My dear, please don't cry. Hand the phone to grandfather. I shall speak with him myself. I will ensure he apologizes to you, and will also deal with Steward Su." Shi Ning wiped her tears, but they continued to flow uncontrollably. With a quivering voice, she pleaded, "Tell me a joke to cheer me up." Old Master Qin scoffed, "If I could tell jokes, I'd be the fastest turtle." Qin He Ye, with a hint of tenderness in his gaze, broke the silence. "Do you know what Xiao Lu fears the most?" Shi Ning shook her head. "Xiao Lu fears being busy." With tear-filled eyes, Shi Ning was puzzled. Why? Is it because this tyrant makes him work overtime without compensation? Qin He Ye maintained a serious demeanor because others call him Xiao Lu busy, or Little Rascally Lu. Uffed. Shi Ning burst into laughter, not because the joke was particularly amusing, but due to the sight of Qin He Ye's handsome face, so earnestly delivering it. Old Master Qin, observing, widened his eyes in disbelief. After such a long day, Qin He had lost a sense of humor, yet here he was, sharing such a lackluster joke. Gazing tenderly at Shi Ning, Qin He Ye encouraged, "Let us not cry anymore. All right?" Shi Ning nodded vigorously, wiping her tears once more before handing the phone to old Master Qin. "Grandfather, you must not scold Qin He Ye." Old Master Qin felt the urge to roll his eyes at Shi Ning. Who exactly is the grandchild here? But he relented. It was a rare occasion that his grandson had managed to calm his granddaughter-in-law. He decided against expressing his exasperation. Taking the phone, old Master Qin felt the warmth from earlier dissipate as Qin He Ye's demeanor turned frigid and distant. "Grandfather." Old Master Qin felt a tightness in his chest, as if the breath he had just regained was once again stifled. Shi Ning observed with concern, fearing old Master Qin might faint from anger. She hastily admonished Qin He Ye. "Darling, do not speak to grandfather in such a manner. It is quite rude." Qin He Ye frowned and replied, "Yes, I should wish grandfather good evening." "Good evening, grandfather." Witnessing Qin He Ye's icy expression, Shi Ning urged him to smile, be more cordial. Obediently, Qin He Ye lifted the corners of his lips into a faint smile. "Good evening, grandfather." Old Master Qin looked at the smiling Qin He Ye as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. "Stop smiling. It looks quite unpleasant." With that, he turned and walked away, phone in hand. Shi Ning followed closely behind. Though the old gentleman was aged and stooped, he still possessed considerable height. She trailed behind, attempting to glimpse the screen of his phone, only able to rise on her toes and stretch her neck, resembling a thief in her stealthy endeavor. Qin He observed her, finding her utterly endearing. The rigid smile on his face softened into a natural warmth. "Ning, I need to speak with Grandpa privately." A flicker of concern crossed Shi Ning's face, fearing the old man might faint from agitation. She urged Qin He, "Please speak kindly to Grandpa. Don't upset him. He is old and cannot endure stress." Understood. She remained in the courtyard, craning her neck and widening her eyes to peer into the study, scarcely daring to blink. Should Grandpa Qin faint again, she would be ready to press acupressure points to relieve him. Su Chong, upon hearing the news, hurried over. Spotting Shi Ning alone in the courtyard, stealthily observing the study, he assumed she was up to no good. "Miss Shi, what are you doing out here? Where is the old gentleman?" Su Chang's sudden inquiry, laden with seriousness, startled Shi Ning. Turning to face him, she noticed ink smudges on her face, leaving her looking disheveled like a wildcat. The menacing aura she typically exuded as a mercenary seemed diminished, and she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Su Chong furrowed his brow, his demeanor more threatening. "Where's the old gentleman?" Shi Ning quickly positioned herself in front of him, blocking his path, and despite herself, she laughed again at his grumpy expression. "Grandpa is inside speaking with Qin He." Su Chong glared at her coldly. "Isn't he the one you nearly frightened into unconsciousness?" Before he could finish, faint voices from the study could be discerned, though they were not entirely clear. At that moment, Grandpa Qin emerged, holding his phone towards the window, his gaze directed at Shi Ning. "See, no one is bullying your wife. She is the one who does the bullying." "Understood. I will trust her one last time." Shui Qianlan and Qin He Ye, upon receiving the news, also rushed over. Upon seeing the relatively good spirits of Grandpa Qin, they exchanged bewildered glances. Qin He Ye scolded the servants. "The old gentleman is perfectly fine. What nonsense are you spreading?" The servants were equally perplexed, having witnessed Grandpa Qin nearly collapse. Had they truly misjudged the situation? Shi Ning, observing their expressions, began to suspect who might have poisoned Grandpa Qin. The comments from the audience offered no clues, leaving her utterly baffled. After finishing his conversation with Qin He, Grandpa Qin glanced at the crowd gathered in the courtyard. "Please come inside." The group entered the study, where Grandpa Qin handed his phone to Shi Ning and, clearing his throat awkwardly, said, "I apologize for earlier. I was anxious, but from now on, I shall trust you." The sight of him apologizing left everyone in stunned silence. This was Grandpa Qin, a man who had once wielded a gun and fought against bandits. A quintessential embodiment of antiquated beliefs. As long as he drew breath, he was the head of the family, and his word was law. No one dared oppose him. Not even Qin He Ye. It was only when Qin He took over the company due to Grandpa Qin's declining health that the old man had yielded his authority. However, despite this, old Master Qin did not offer an apology to anyone. He is an elder, the head of the family. Even if he is wrong, he is still right. Yet, this very old Master Qin, now surprisingly, is graciously apologizing to Shi Ning.
Su Chang.
Does the old man remember why he summoned Shi Ning with such fury? He intended to force her to divorce old Master Qin. Everyone gazed at Shi Ning in astonishment, questioning whether she had cast a spell on old Master Qin. Shi Ning took the phone, smiling sweetly, saying, "It's all right, Grandpa is getting old. I won't hold it against him." Old Master Qin felt an urge to roll his eyes. He was supposed to confront Shi Ning. Instead, it turned into an apology.
Chapter 87.
Shui Qianlan frowned, reminding old Master Qin, "Dad, do you remember why you invited Shi Ning here?" He had summoned her with such intensity to confront her, to compel them to divorce, not to apologize. Old Master Qin looked at Su Chong, puzzled. "Why did I call my granddaughter-in-law here?" As one ages, one's memory tends to falter. Suddenly enlightened, old Master Qin exclaimed, "Ah, the pears are ripe. I called Shi Ning to eat pears." Everyone stared at old Master Qin in disbelief. This is clearly not the case. Shi Ning pointed the camera at Su Chong and then said to Qin He, "It's him. This wicked steward still refuses to call me young mistress." In the video, Qin He simply responded with a grunt, suggesting his grandfather dismiss him. "No need. No need. I've already punished him to write 100 calligraphic characters," she said. Shui Qianlan and Qin He Ye looked at Shi Ning in bewildered amazement. Writing calligraphy is considered a punishment? Shi Ning, feeling a bit smug, bragged to Qin He, I've punished him to write 100 times. Shi Ning is the young mistress of the Qin family, plastered in conspicuous places throughout the old residence. What do you think? Am I quite mischievous? Not mischievous. My wife is very obedient, Qin He continued. He should be punished to write 10,000. 10,000? His hands would surely break. Better to let him die. Su Chong lowered his head, hastily clarifying, I've already started to call her young mistress, but I'm just not used to it and often misspeak. Young master, please just deduct a year's salary from me. 10 years would be fine, but I cannot write 10,000 characters. It was merely a title, one he had previously forbidden himself to utter. As for deducting his wages, Shi Ning felt a pang of guilt and said to Qin He, we cannot deduct wages. That would be too ruthless. Qin He smirked, a tender smile gracing his lips. Well, my wife makes a good point. Then let us settle on 200 characters. Su Chong accepted the punishment without a hint of defiance, utterly compliant. Old Master Qin, along with Qin Dad, Qin Mom, and the nearby servants, stood there, utterly dumbfounded. They could hardly fathom that this gentle, patient speaker was indeed Qin He. Moreover, he was willing to indulge her trivial chatter, which held no nutritional value whatsoever. He, who was typically economical with words, reticent, and averse to uttering even an extra syllable. Shui Qianlon's gaze toward Shi Ning transformed, becoming scrutinizing, probing. The intensity of her gaze was overwhelming. Shi Ning turned and looked at Shui Qianlon, hesitating whether to lodge a complaint as well. Qin He noticed that Shi Ning's expression was somewhat off. Her furtive glances directed elsewhere, and her conflicted demeanor were evident. His tone cooled as he inquired, Is someone bullying you? Shi Ning felt that reporting grievances was sufficient. To do so excessively would render her a chronic complainer, which could be quite irksome. The intricate dynamics of their family should be navigated by her, without placing Qin He in a position of awkwardness. If matters became unmanageable, she could always call upon Qin He for assistance, ensuring her own interests were safeguarded. She shook her head, assuring him, No, with you by my side, no one dares to bully me. As Shi Ning gazed at Qin He on the bed, she recalled that it was nighttime on his side. All right, she contemplated, wishing to convince the Qin family of her genuine intentions to build a life with Qin He and to put an end to any thoughts of divorce. Thus, with a blush and a boldness that surprised even herself, she spoke to Qin He. In this foreign land, where loneliness loomed, Qin He's heart was instantly warmed by Shi Ning's words. His gaze softened, filled with tenderness and longing. I miss you too. Good night, my love, Shi Ning said, blowing him a kiss through the camera. Good night, he replied succinctly, yet Shi Ning felt unsatisfied, her lovely brows knitting in discontent. I gave you a good night kiss, and you respond with just those 2 words? No affectionate kiss in return? Qin He observed the screen, where not only was Shi Ning present, but also behind her stood the elder Qin, his parents, all of whom stared at the camera in astonishment. Their expressions seemed to implore the screen, as if wishing to pull him through for examination. Qin He wished to decline, but how could he refuse his sweet, endearing wife? Blushing, he pouted at the camera and sent Shi Ning a goodnight kiss as well. The scene left the elder Qin and the others as if struck by lightning, both shocked and delighted. With the goodnight kiss exchanged, Shi Ning ended the video call with satisfaction. Turning around, she was met with various scrutinizing gazes, filled with confusion and inquiry. The elder Qin regarded Shi Ning with a pleased demeanor, thinking to himself how delightful she was. Believing her compatibility with the Qin family was indeed fortuitous. He spoke earnestly, as long as you maintain your current persona, keeping Qin He's heart, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. Truly. Just moments prior, Qin He had displayed a semblance of humanity, showcasing emotions. Otherwise, his cold demeanor rendered him akin to an unfeeling automaton. Qin He exhibited a dispassionate detachment from his relatives, a rarity indeed. The elder Qin mused that if Shi Ning was merely pretending, he was content as long as she continued to charm Qin He. After all, without a mentally sound grandson, wealth held little value. Watching her father's abrupt change in attitude towards Shi Ning, Shui Qianlon frowned, realizing it had been less than an hour since this transformation. Father. Regarding Shi Ning's actions, the elder Qin shot her a cold glance, asserting, He knows his own boundaries. The company is under his management, and as elders, we need not worry. Moreover, do not impose stringent expectations on He, nor target Shi Ning. Our family strength does not require a perfect daughter-in-law through marriage. With that, She fell silent, turning her gaze to Shi Ning, studying her intently. Qin He Ye was originally dissatisfied with Shi Ning, yet observing her ability to manage Qin He Ye significantly altered his perception of her. His father had a point. He lowered his head and spoke softly to Shui Qianlan, advising her not to quibble too much with the younger generation. In response to his proximity, Shui Qianlan turned her head away, ignoring him. Shi Ning noticed this and could not conceal her disdain for Qin He Ye. With a deepened gaze, Qin He Ye expressed concern to the elder. Father, I just heard from the servant that you are feeling unwell and even fainted earlier. Your health has been poor. You should let Doctor Hu examine you. Doctor Hu, the esteemed family physician of the Qin household, conducted a thorough examination. Afterward, he informed them, the elder appears alert now, but he was recently under significant emotional strain, which poses a risk of cerebral thrombosis. The elder widened his eyes in disbelief. That can't be right. I feel fine now. I'm merely short of breath. Doctor Hu replied. You may feel fine at the moment, but it is imperative to take medication for prevention, especially after emotional disturbances. You need to take it now. He instructed Su Chong to fetch the elder's medication immediately. The elder, valuing his life, complied and took the prescribed Chinese herbal medicines without hesitation. After consuming the first two, Shi Ning observed him with no adverse effects. However, when Su Chong brought the third pill, an alarming barrage of comments appeared on the screen. Bold and in bright red, the elder must not take this medication. It's a forbidden drug. Consuming it will lead to dire consequences. The elder cannot die yet. We agreed that the main antagonist would tell jokes, and he hasn't even begun to crawl yet. He must not perish. Chapter 88. This Little Ancestor. The sudden appearance of the comments nearly blinded Shi Ning. In that fleeting moment, Su Chong had already placed the pill in the elder's hand, and he was about to consume it. Grandfather. In a panic, Shi Ning rushed forward and struck the elder's hand. The sound was quite loud, causing the pills to scatter on the ground. Su Chang's anger surged instantly as he glared at Shi Ning, questioning why the young mistress had toppled the elder's medication. Shui Qianlan and Qin He Ye exchanged frowns, directing their gazes at Shi Ning. With wide, concerned eyes, she feigned innocence, claiming, there was a fly. I was helping grandfather swat it. The elder, in a good mood, dismissed Su Chang's alarm, saying, it's just a pill. There's no need for such fuss. Just retrieve it again. Su Chong shot Shi Ning a glare before retrieving the medication once more. Yet, Shi Ning knocked it over again. What does the young mistress mean by this? Is she trying to worsen the elder's condition and deny him his medicine? Is she attempting to harm him? Su Chang's anger reached a boiling point, his fists clenched, veins bulging in his arms, exuding a menacing aura. His enormous fists seemed capable of crushing Shi Ning's small head. Terrified, she quickly hid behind the elder, stammering, I was helping grandfather swat mosquitoes. Shui Qianlan, maintaining a serious demeanor, remarked, Father, I believe Shi Ning's change in attitude is far from innocent. Ever since her marriage, there has been nothing but chaos. Perhaps it would be best for her to divorce He. Qin He Ye cast a glance at Shi Ning, pondering whether her demeanor was genuine or if there were underlying reasons. Shi Ning harbored her own thoughts. Shui Qianlan, though gentle in nature, appeared dissatisfied with her. And the lack of affection between Qin He Ye and her was palpable, bordering on disdain. Qin He Ye, a man of graceful demeanor, exuded the sophistication of a cultured middle-aged gentleman. Yet the nature of his relationship with his son remained uncertain to her. Then there was Su Chong, a retired international mercenary whose fierce countenance bore a scar, unwaveringly loyal to the elder Qin while issuing threats against her. Additionally, there was Doctor Hu, a quintessential honest man. Shi Ning felt overwhelmed, unable to decipher the complexities of their interactions. Ultimately, she resigned herself to the notion that she was merely a foolish and malicious supporting character, blind to the distinctions between good and evil. Later, she planned to sift through the barrage of comments for insights. Turning to the elder Qin, Shi Ning feigned innocence, claiming she had genuinely assisted him in swatting flies and mosquitoes. However, given her father's inquiries, she suggested that perhaps her grandfather should reduce his medication intake, as excessive medication could be detrimental. After 3 years of consumption, his health had not improved, and the bitter taste of the medicine seemed unnecessary for the time being. Doctor Hu interjected, emphasizing the elder's precarious health and the necessity of adherence to medical advice, cautioning that Shi Ning's lack of medical knowledge could jeopardize his well-being. Shui Qianlan fixed a scrutinizing gaze upon Shi Ning, reminding her that neglecting medication posed risks of strokes and cerebral infarction. accusing her of wishing harm upon the elder and destabilizing the Qin family. Qin He Ye interrupted Shui Qianlong sharply, urging her to refrain from further comments. Shi Ning, realizing the urgency of the situation, sought a rationale. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Blushing, she turned to the elder Qin and concocted a tale, claiming that she and he were trying to conceive, and the unpleasant odor of the medicine would displease their heavenly child, potentially deterring the infant from reincarnation. She implored him to postpone taking the medication until after his meal. Upon hearing the phrase trying to conceive, the elder Qin's murky eyes brightened with interest. Forgetting to consult the doctor, he waved his hand urgently, instructing that the medicine be removed and kept at a distance, lest it affect his soon-to-be-born great-grandchild. He insisted that the surroundings be cleaned and sanitized, even requesting the application of perfume. Turning to Shi Ning, he inquired what scents his great-grandchild favored, fruit or floral notes. Shi Ning, fabricating her claims, had no intentions of conceiving. Her sole aim was to prevent the elder from taking the medicine. Su Chong stood in disbelief, questioning how such a ruse could work. The elder Qin, resolute in his decision, declared that he would not take the medication, and thus, it was withdrawn, allowing for a later consumption. Shui Qianlong frowned at Shi Ning, perplexed by how she had managed to alter the elder's mindset. Qin He Ye regarded Shi Ning with a lingering gaze, hesitating to voice his thoughts before ultimately falling silent. Shi Ning sought to address a serious matter with the elder. Glancing at Shui Qianlong and Su Chong, "Grandfather," she began, "my mother-in-law harbors dislike for me, and steward Su shows me no respect. I find them disagreeable. Could you send them away to attend to their own affairs? I wish to accompany my grandfather in a game of chess." Disliking the wary and disdainful glances they cast upon me, the venerable Mr. Qin shows no objection, raising his gaze to them and saying, "You all may be on your way. Remember, Xiao Su, to keep track of the 200 characters. Su Chong, no need for such reminders." With their own thoughts in mind, Qin He Ye and the others departed. Mr. Qin emerged with a chessboard and a go set, asking Shi Ning, "I did not realize you were adept at chess. Which game do you wish to play?" Shi Ning replied, "Checkers." Mr. Qin looked at Shi Ning in disbelief. "At least suggest a game of gamoku." The courtyard was devoid of others. Shi Ning then, with a serious expression, said to Mr. Qin, "Grandfather, I deliberately prevented you from taking that medication. I know, you just mentioned preparing for pregnancy." Shi Ning interrupted, "No, that was nonsense. The medication contained poison. If you take it, you shall meet your end, and the crematorium service will be swift this evening." Mr. Qin fell silent, gazing intently at Shi Ning. She felt wronged. "Grandfather only just agreed to trust me at Qin He's behest, and now you doubt me." Mr. Qin remarked, "I see your eagerness, and thought you wished to arrange my cremation." He handed the white pieces to Shi Ning. "Let us play gamoku." Shi Ning pressed, "Grandfather, do you believe in me or not?" Mr. Qin nodded, affirming his trust. "In a moment, I shall have Xiao Su take the medication for testing." Shi Ning shook her head. "We cannot involve the steward. I find everyone in the old residence rather suspicious." Shi Ning, "You truly believe me?"
Indeed.
"Hai urged me to trust you. As long as you do not turn your elbow inward, you shall remain my beloved granddaughter-in-law." Mr. Qin pointed to the board. "It is your turn." Suddenly, the sound of crying pierced the air. Mr. Qin looked up to find Shi Ning in tears. In an instant, chaos ensued. This little ancestor was crying again. How was he to explain this to his grandson? Chapter 89. They are indeed very well. Mr. Qin, in a fluster, hurriedly gathered the chess pieces. "Do not cry. I concede. I shall not bully you." Shi Ning, moved to tears, called out, "Grandfather." Mr. Qin feared nothing more than Shi Ning's tears. "Let us not play gamoku. Instead, we shall play checkers. Rather than mere glass beads, I shall have jewelry crafted for you, of all kinds and colors." Shi Ning, touched to tears, found both humor and warmth in Mr. Qin's words. She suppressed her emotions, holding back her tears. "Grandfather has not bullied me. He is indeed very kind. I once thought grandfather, like the others, would not believe me and would remain cautious, merely appeasing me due to Qin He, and would surely take the medication in secret. Unexpectedly, after all the foolishness I had committed over the past 3 years, grandfather still acknowledged me, calling me a good granddaughter-in-law. Grandfather seemed even easier to please than Qin He, which deeply moved Shi Ning." Mr. Qin, listening to her words, felt a pang of guilt and dared not meet her gaze. In truth, he had indeed planned to take the medication in secret, And it was indeed because of Qin He that he was so lenient towards Shi Ning. He also harbored his own schemes, intending to indulge her for a time and observe how long she could maintain her facade. Once her true nature was revealed, they seized the opportunity to force her into a divorce with Qin He. Now, witnessing Shi Ning's tears, he genuinely felt remorseful for having harbored such thoughts. The old master Qin feigned a benevolent elder's affection, asserting that everyone makes mistakes, youth often leads one astray, and as long as one can amend their ways, all is well. Furthermore, during these 3 years, she had not committed any heinous acts, merely wielded a sharp tongue. What was it but scolding him as an old fool, cursing him to meet his end sooner? As for facilitating cooperation for Shinshizhou, those were trifles, not detrimental to the company's interests. Simply a gesture of friendship that could ease future dealings. Yet this time, with the land in the West City, valued at 100 billion, it compromised the Qin Group's benefits. Unexpectedly, Shi Ning underwent a profound transformation. She sincerely acknowledged her faults, expressing her remorse to her grandfather, admitting her prior blindness to the goodness shared between him and Qin He.
Today,
She was genuinely fearful that her grandfather might be so angered by her that he would take his medication and pass away, thereby rendering her an unwitting accomplice in his demise. Despite the spoilers of the barrage, the narrative remained steadfastly directed along its intended path. With Qin He absent, the old master's indulgence towards her allowed her to feel a sense of reliance and happiness. Qin He, her father, Jiang Huijing, and grandfather Qin, all had forgiven her upon her humble admission of guilt. Surrounded by so much love, she had remained blind, oblivious to it, and had inflicted hurt upon them. The old master reiterated that as long as she recognized her mistakes and corrected them, bending her elbow inward, she would forever remain his cherished granddaughter-in-law. Shi Ning bit her lip, ultimately deciding to speak up. Grandfather, the land in the West City truly cannot be developed due to metaphysical issues. Subsequent progress will encounter significant problems. She expressed her desire to increase the price and sell the land to Shinshizhou, suggesting that if he doubted her, he could consult a master for confirmation. After a moment of silence, the old master Qin acquiesced with a nod. This matter He has already discussed with me. Now that you speak so earnestly, I shall grant you another chance, trusting you in the end. You have full authority to handle it. I shall not intervene. How smoothly it unfolded. Shi Ning's eyes sparkled with gratitude. Thank you, grandfather. I will accompany you for a game of Go. She took the chess box, beaming brightly, and added, I will keep you company in our games these few days. These few days? The old master Qin was puzzled. Are you planning to stay at the old residence? He found it rather strange, not to mention spending the night there. Even being able to linger for 3 hours in the old house was akin to the sun rising from the west. Now she claimed she intended to stay for several days, truly a marvel beyond his imagination. The old master's black piece obstructed the path of the white piece. Very well. I shall have someone prepare your room. If you find anything lacking, just have the servants procure it. Stay close to your grandfather. Shi Ning, observing her own impending defeat, picked up the black piece along with her white one. Grandfather, I haven't finished yet. I want to place it here. That's a move of regret. How dare you secretly alter my piece? A gentleman does not regret his moves. Shi Ning giggled. But I am but a young lady. Subsequently, Shi Ning engaged in a game of chess with the venerable Mr. Qin, occasionally contemplating a move, or slyly switching his pieces when he was not paying attention. Mr. Qin experienced a mix of victories and defeats, visibly flustered by Shi Ning's antics, yet often amused, his laughter echoing throughout the courtyard. Outside, Su Chong, deeply engrossed in his writing, was perplexed. Why was the old man so merrily entertained? What mischief was Shi Ning up to this time? After a while, Shi Ning finished her game with Mr. Qin, and as it was time for a midday respite, she gracefully departed. Upon exiting the study, she stood beside Su Chong, observing him as he wrote. Did you attend kindergarten? Su Chong, feeling slightly uneasy under her gaze, instinctively began to address her as Miss Shi, but quickly corrected himself to young madam. Noticing the quality of Su Chong's calligraphy, Shi Ning couldn't help but tease him. Have you ever attended preschool? Your brushwork is rather unsightly. A 3-year-old could do better. Indeed, Su Chong's calligraphy was quite dreadful, resembling the scrawl of a dog. With a stoic expression, he moved aside, replying, You are indeed impressive. Please do take over. I could write better with my foot. Shi Ning seized the brush, believing herself to be quite the maestro, and attempted to write with flourish. She was the wife of Qin He, and once she finished, a glance at her own work left her dismayed. It was truly abysmal. Alas, it seemed she was destined to be the foolish and wicked supporting character, unable to discreetly astonish anyone. Su Chong, glancing at her writing before meeting her gaze, feigned sincerity. Young madam, your calligraphy is truly exquisite, worth its weight in gold. Their skills were equally poor, and praising the young madam inadvertently elevated his own worth in the process. Feeling sheepish from the flattery, Shi Ning hastily took the unsightly paper, a relic of her inadequacy, and made her way out of the courtyard. After a short stroll, she arrived in the garden, where she spotted Qin He Ye, hands clasped behind his back, following a large, elderly tortoise at a leisurely pace. As the tortoise ambled, so did he. When the tortoise paused, he halted as well. "Father, are you taking the tortoise for a walk?" Shi Ning inquired. Qin He Ye looked up with a warm and refined smile. "No. I was specifically waiting for you." The notion of him waiting just for her sent a shiver down her spine. Recalling the unsettling gossip she had overheard 3 years prior during her first visit to the Qin residence, suggesting that Qin He Ye harbored inappropriate intentions towards her. This was one of the reasons she dreaded returning to the Qin family home. Quickly retreating, she stammered, "I merely stepped out for some fresh air. I must return shortly to play chess with grandfather." With that, she turned to leave. "Xiao Ning," Qin He Ye called after her, hastening his steps. "I have something to discuss with you." Shi Ning, feeling increasingly anxious, muttered under her breath about the peculiarity of a father-in-law specifically waiting for his daughter-in-law and pursuing her. This was truly unsettling. Perhaps it was best for her to avoid lingering in this old residence. As she hurried ahead, Qin He Ye trailed behind, clutching the tortoise, while the comments from onlookers floated through the air. What an astonishing scene this is, with someone pursuing a person whilst clutching a large tortoise. Must this tortoise be taken for a stroll? Is this the very tortoise that the old gentleman wishes to emulate in its crawling? Qin's father appears so endearing. What is the female antagonist truly running from, her face etched with sheer terror? It brings to mind a fleeting narrative where Shi Ning overheard that Qin's father was a deviant with improper intentions towards her. The plot within the book has been manipulated. Someone has drugged Qin's father, confining him and Shi Ning in the same room, sowing discord between Qin and his son, Qin He. Fearing that he might inadvertently harm Shi Ning and jeopardize their father-son bond, Qin's father leaps from the 31st floor, resulting in a gruesome fate, his head shattered and one leg broken, a sight too gruesome to behold. There will always be schemers wishing to do me harm. Upon reaching this point, Shi Ning abruptly halted, nearly colliding with the scenic lake. She leaned sharply to one side, causing a splash.
Ah!
The relentless Qin He Ye, propelled by inertia, tumbled into the lake. The 2 white swans residing in the water were startled and swam away. Shi Ning stood awkwardly on the shore, watching Qin He Ye paddling in the water, apologizing profusely. "I did not intend for this to happen. Should I call for a servant?" Qin He Ye swam to the edge, contemplating his wet attire, which he deemed unseemly. "No need," he replied. "I merely wish to speak with you for a moment. After you leave, I shall return to dry land." Shi Ning thought, as long as he harbors no improper intentions towards me, there's no need for such formal distance. "Please go ahead," she prompted. Qin He Ye remained in the water, accompanied by the large tortoise, and he shyly inquired, "What has Hai done to provoke such a drastic change in your attitude?"
Huh?
Shi Ning was taken aback, unsure why Qin He Ye would pose such a question. However, his earnest gaze indicated he was genuinely seeking an answer. "Hasn't it been due to something particularly significant that Hai has done?" Shi Ning hesitated. From the comments she had seen, she learned that Qin He had harbored feelings for her for a decade. Should she dare to divorce him, he would imprison her in the attic, compelling her into a forced affection. Would this not qualify as something remarkable that Qin He had done? Yet, she refrained from voicing this thought. Hasn't he done anything particularly special? Qin He Ye appeared somewhat despondent. "Is that so?" Observing his disappointment, Shi Ning found it puzzling that he had specifically awaited her presence and now stood by the lakeside, accompanied by the old tortoise, merely to inquire about this matter. "Why do you ask me such things, father?" Qin He Ye, though slightly embarrassed, explained, "I have been with your mother for decades. She remains cold and indifferent towards me, often regarding me with disdain. Observing your previous attitude towards Hai, I wondered what he had done to win your heart, and I wished to learn from it. After all these years as a married couple, I find myself inquiring of my daughter-in-law how to pursue my own wife." Even a man as bold as Qin He Ye felt his face flush with embarrassment. Shi Ning, taken aback, thought, is this truly a sincere question? From what she had seen previously, Qin He Ye was rather domineering, appearing even more severe than Qin He Ye. Before him, Shui Qianlan seemed as docile as a tamed cat. Yet, it seems the tides have turned. Qin He Ye sincerely inquired of Shi Ning, could you possibly teach your mother to view me in a more favorable light? Not too much. Just to lessen her disdain and resistance towards me. Shi Ning replied, but how can one teach such a thing? Moreover, the barrage has yet to inform her of the true character of Shui Qianlan. She is still upset that Shui Qianlan suggested she was unworthy of Qin He Ye. He should ponder over it himself. After all, decades have passed, and his wife has neither mentioned divorce nor strayed, which is quite commendable. Shi Ning had not anticipated that Qin He Ye, who appeared so refined and amiable, also harbored an affectionate disposition towards his wife. No, rather, it seemed to be a hereditary compulsion towards love. Suddenly, Shi Ning's curiosity piqued. Father, did you also forcibly marry my grandmother? Was she aware of your affection for her? It must have been the case. Otherwise, why would Qin grandfather express irritation when mentioning Qin He Ye, claiming that both of them were alike? Another silent guardian, compelled by love. Just like his father? Like father, like son? Qin He Ye stated, my relationship with your mother is quite complicated. It is a lengthy tale. Then let us make it succinct. Shi Ning urged. After some contemplation on how to distill such a narrative, Qin He Ye began, your mother pursued me in the past, and initially, I did not reciprocate her feelings. However, I eventually grew fond of her, and went to the Shui family with your grandfather to propose. To my dismay, your mother was quite angered and refused to marry me, claiming I was merely a substitute for her idealized love, and that she harbored no affection for me. Yet, under the pressure of her pregnancy and her family, she wed me. For decades, Shui Qianlan has not offered Qin He Ye a single pleasant glance. Although she possessed a gentle and graceful demeanor, typical of a Jiangnan woman, she remained consistently disdainful towards both Qin He Ye and Qin He Ye. Shi Ning listened. Bewildered, is the world merely a grand stage, where all who ascend perform a melodramatic farce? Father, is it true that the ancestors of the Qin family were born under the sign of the dog? Qin He Ye looked at her in confusion. Shi Ning continued. It appears we are all burdened with genes of unrequited affection, predisposed to play the role of the backup. Furthermore, does my grandmother not have her own idealized love? Surely she is not supporting her white moonlight in the same fashion? This situation was indeed absurdly melodramatic. Qin He Ye interjected. Can we not simply refer to them as hopeless romantics? Tentatively, Shi Ning asked, if your mother dislikes you, why not divorce her? Just like Qin He Ye. Who dares to divorce, dares to love with fervor. Qin He Ye explained, your mother never mentioned divorce. After her idealized love passed away, her heart seemed to die with him, and thus, they muddled through life together. The narrative of the substitute for a deceased idealized love was tragically poignant. It was no wonder her father had suffered so profoundly, as even after decades, he found no joy. The romantic history of Qin father could indeed fill a tome. Shui Qianlan's white moonlight was none other than Qin father. After Qin father leapt from the heights, he perished. On the 7th day after his death, Shui Qianlan donned her wedding gown and died at his gravestone. A tragic act of devotion. Shi Ning glanced at the barrage. Wait a moment. If Shui Qianlan loved Qin He Ye, why did she refer to her idealized love as someone else, labeling Qin He Ye as a mere substitute? Everyone, please speak up rather than just consuming food without uttering a word. Shi Ning questioned Qin He Ye. Father, is there a misunderstanding between you two? This should be clarified. The mouth is neither a gift for topping up phone credit nor a silent speaker, merely an object to be seen but not utilized. Chapter 91. A Day of Misfortune. Qin He Ye pondered for a moment and shook his head, wondering if there had been a misunderstanding. I have not strayed. Nor do I have a female secretary by my side. I have consistently informed your mother of my business trips and social engagements, taking her out with me. Regardless, he clung to Shui Qianlan, apprehensive of any female presence near him, fearing her misinterpretation, and thus maintained a respectful distance. In fact, even his servants were all male. Shi Ning assisted in the analysis, pondering whether this situation indicated an unplanned pregnancy, suggesting that the mother-in-law was not acting of her own volition. Are Qin He Ye and Shui Qianlan characters from a period drama? Qin He Ye responded, it is a mutual sentiment, a natural progression. Apart from the Shui family pressuring her to marry me, there is nothing else. Shi Ning looked helplessly towards the bullet comments. The comments only contained images of an old turtle paddling in the lake, alongside viewers eager to witness the esteemed elder Qin attempting to crawl like a turtle, hoping to catch a glimpse of this captivating scene through advertisements and tips. From the barrage of comments, Shi Ning finally gleaned useful information. There isn't much misunderstanding. It's quite simple. Shui Qianlan is ill. Seriously ill. Shi Ning ekloimet. Dear bullet commentators, could you please be polite and refrain from insults? Shui Qianlan is indeed unwell. Gravely so. Previously labeled as cold-hearted, she is actually afflicted with a form of emotional disorder known as one-sided love. Shi Ning was taken aback. One-sided love. It sounds somewhat romantic. What kind of emotional disorder is this? The commentators, unfamiliar with this emotional disorder, began to elucidate. One-sided love is a type of psychological emotional disorder where one only harbors affection for an idealized object of desire. Once the object reciprocates or professes their feelings, the individual's affection wanes, often turning into aversion, leading them to distance themselves. The causes of one-sided love stem from either a troubled childhood or excessive rejection. Or perhaps the object of affection is exceedingly admirable, inciting fear that closer interaction will reveal flaws. In any case, neither Qin mother nor Qin father recognized this emotional disorder, failing to confront it. Additionally, Qin mother exhibits a slight masochistic tendency, deriving pleasure from forced affection. Many remain oblivious to their one-sided love. Each time they successfully win over their desired partner, they subsequently feel disdain, seeking out another object of pursuit, mistakenly believing themselves to be scoundrels. For Shui Qianlan, the more someone loves her, the more she despises them, as exemplified by Qin father and the principal antagonist. To foster a positive relationship between Qin father and Shui Qianlan, one must feign indifference, occasionally indulging in acts of coerced affection, which would fundamentally satisfy her inner psyche. Having absorbed the enlightening commentary, Shi Ning was utterly astonished. Who would have imagined such a niche emotional disorder existed? Did the Qin family have a penchant for contrasting personas? Just after the commentators finished their exposition, Shi Ning's words to Qin He Ye could easily arouse suspicion. Qin He Ye nodded, acknowledging, in truth, your mother isn't entirely unkind. We have only He Ye as our son and no daughters. She has few avenues to express her true feelings, so please be more understanding. Shi Ning refrained from responding to this remark. Her mother-in-law's attitude towards her was exceedingly harsh. She found it impossible to empathize even slightly. One must never allow oneself to be consumed by anger. One's own feelings and desires should remain paramount. The tortoise, a cherished gift from your mother, has become a symbol of our bond. It has reached the venerable age of 30, and I take great care in its daily strolls. While one may have encountered dogs and cats being walked, witnessing a tortoise being led is indeed a novelty. Perhaps we should take the tortoise to your grandfather's yard, allowing him to observe its slow, deliberate movements. This practice, reminiscent of the 5-animal play, could enhance his vitality. With a calm demeanor, Shi Ning declared this before turning away, confident that her adoration would suffice. As Qin He Ye watched her depart, he found himself engaged in a silent exchange with his steadfast tortoise. The movements of the tortoise, paddling through the water, did not resemble those of the 5-animal play, but rather the tiger crawling technique. Rising from the lake, he wrung out his damp clothing and gazed down at the tortoise that had also emerged. Perhaps Shi Ning, lacking in education, had simply misnamed the technique. After changing into dry attire, he intended to take the tortoise to his grandfather, relaying Shi Ning's message. It was essential for his grandfather to know that Shi Ning, his granddaughter-in-law, had turned over a new leaf and was dutifully respectful. Upon awakening from his afternoon nap, Qin He Ye saw his eldest son waiting in the yard with the large tortoise. Qin He Ye relayed Shi Ning's suggestion that his grandfather practiced the tortoise's crawl, which, he humorously noted, was akin to the tiger crawling technique and beneficial for health. Qin He Ye raised an eyebrow, questioning if the suggestion stemmed from the jest of Qin He regarding the tortoise crawl. He pondered whether mere words could translate into action. As Su Chong, who was still engaged in writing with a brush, chimed in, he affirmed that the tiger crawling technique indeed promotes wellness. While Qin He acknowledged this, he felt a sense of self-consciousness about practicing alone. Hongi, Su, why not join me? He proposed. Thus, Su Chong began instructing both Qin He and Qin He Ye in the art of tiger crawling. Their initial attempts bore little resemblance to the intended form, inadvertently mirroring the tortoise beside them. Throughout the day, Shi Ning remained vigilant, monitoring the comments and updates with utmost diligence, fearful of any misfortune befalling Qin He Ye. as she would undoubtedly bear the blame. Her anxiety kept her awake through the night until exhaustion finally overcame her and she dozed off, clutching her phone. It felt as though she had barely closed her eyes when an urgent voice from a servant roused her. "Madam, please awaken." With a start, she opened her eyes wide. Panicking at the thought of calamity, was it Qin He Ye or Qin He Ye who was in peril? Sleep is a fragile commodity, and to have her rest disturbed by chaos was intolerable. Her days seemed to be marked by misfortune. Chapter 92. In a fit of anger, she arose. The morning's irritability was so profound it could rival a vengeful spirit, and Shi Ning glared at the servant, demanding to know what had transpired during her slumber. She was determined to embody the archetype of a wicked female antagonist. The servant, intimidated by Shi Ning's fierce gaze, recoiled slightly, hastening to clarify that no misfortune had occurred. It was merely the lady of the house requesting her to rise. Both Qin He Ye and Qin He Ye were unharmed. With a sigh of relief, Shi Ning's tension eased considerably. Yet it swiftly resurfaced upon noticing the time, only 7:30 in the morning. She finally drifted into slumber just before 6 o'clock. Why would she wake me up? The servants have always been terrified of the reckless Shi Ning, who has a tendency to dismiss them at a moment's notice. At this moment, their fear was palpable. Their voices trembled as they spoke. "I didn't realize you were awake. I'll go fetch the madam," they stammered. The servants may be oblivious, but the audience is not. Shui Qianlong called the female antagonist to rise, intending for her to prepare breakfast. "Shi Ning. There are over 100 servants in this old residence, with more than a dozen in the kitchen alone, each a master chef in various cuisines. Is Shui Qianlong out of her mind, asking a wicked female antagonist to make breakfast? After the female antagonist finishes preparing breakfast, she doesn't eat it, instead critiquing it as being worse than pig slop, and then orders her to leave the old residence, to abandon the male antagonist, and to finalize their divorce. A quintessential wicked mother-in-law. The female antagonist should swiftly engage in a battle with her mother-in-law to escalate the conflict with the male antagonist. Accelerate the divorce. Propel the male antagonist's descent into darkness, leading to the female antagonist being imprisoned and forced into love. Shi Ning. Don't even mention this nonsensical plot. I have no masochistic tendencies. This storyline should belong to the mother-in-law. Today, I shall devise a plan with Father Qin to deal with that malevolent mother-in-law. Fuming, Shi Ning rose to change her clothes, her anger propelling her toward Shui Qianlong. Along the way, the servants, sensing her wrath, kept their distance, hiding away to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Shi Ning was still glancing at the comments. In truth, Shui Qianlong isn't entirely malevolent. One could argue it's merely a matter of differing positions. As a mother who would wish to see their son acting like a sycophant, pandering to the female antagonist, sycophants end up with nothing in the end, losing everything, including their lives. What mother would cherish such a daughter-in-law? Shui Qianlong simply desires for the male antagonist and the female antagonist to part ways. She knows his character all too well. Later, when the female antagonist is imprisoned, she seizes an opportunity while the male antagonist is absent to secretly release her. Yet, in an act of rage, the female antagonist pushes Shui Qianlong down, rendering her unconscious in the attic, and sets fire to the place, nearly killing her wicked mother-in-law. The female antagonist is excessively cruel, and the male antagonist, blinded by love, nearly becomes the instrument of his mother's demise, yet forgives her in the end, willingly sacrificing himself for a mere embrace from the female antagonist. Shi Ning. Unable to restrain herself, she scolded her own reckless behavior. What madness! I am indeed a lunatic, deliberately ensnaring those who treat me well. I deserve my tragic fate. I cannot sympathize with my own foolish and wicked self. Qin He Ye is equally lost in love. How can he forgive such atrocious acts? No wonder the readers root for them. They are quite deluded. They are all rather unhinged. Generally, the mildly insane do not ship them. Only the thoroughly deranged do. And they must test the waters. Didn't he read the extras? The male antagonist and the wicked female antagonist have a separate side story. And the fire was not set by the female antagonist. It was a servant who spotted the gold chain and handcuffs, saw the female antagonist fleeing. And when Shui Qianlong fainted, the servant stole the gold bracelet and handcuffs, then set a fire to frame the female antagonist. Moreover, the male antagonist never suspected the female antagonist and even conducted an investigation, yet Shui Qianlong didn't firmly accuse her either. Shi Ning stood at the doorway of the living room, letting out a great sigh of relief. Though chaotic, there might still be a chance for redemption. As for the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship, she glanced at the comments, letting them unfold freely. She stepped into the living room. Shui Qianlong elegantly lifted the bird's nest, embodying a gentle and serene demeanor reminiscent of a maiden depicted in a Jiangnan ink painting. Her soft aura seemed to dissipate the tension in the air, given her beauty, and the fact that she was the mother of Qin He Ye, as well as someone grappling with significant psychological issues. It was hard to restrain oneself. Upon hearing a commotion, Shui Qianlong looked up just as Shi Ning approached her, swiftly snatching the bird's nest from her hands and swallowing it in one gulp. The entire motion flowed seamlessly, as if choreographed. Shui Qianlong stared at Shi Ning, her face flushing with anger. That was my bird's nest. Shi Ning set down the bowl and looked back at Shui Qianlong. I'm still hungry. Ask Mom to cook me another bowl of noodles, preferably with braised beef flavor. Shui Qianlong widened her eyes in disbelief. With so many chefs in the house, you want me to cook for you? The dynamics of their mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship were clearly out of balance. Shi Ning glanced at Shui Qianlong disdainfully. A mother-in-law who clearly can't cook is a liability. Whatever she makes would likely be worse than pig food. Since marrying into the Qin family, Shui Qianlong had never faced such disdain. She stood up abruptly, glaring down at Shi Ning. Just wait. After delivering her threat, Shui Qianlong turned on her heel and left. The atmosphere in the living room became unbearably tense, signaling the impending clash between the two women. The servants, cautiously exchanging glances, wondered if the young mistress would dismiss them today. Shi Ning watched as Shui Qianlong trembled with rage before storming out. Suddenly, her confidence wavered as she glanced at the comments on her screen, noting the lack of supportive responses. Doubt began to creep in. Was she truly incapable of handling a mother-in-law showdown? Minutes later, a servant, anxious to prevent an all-out battle, hastily dialed Su Chong. He was busy plastering his writings around the house, but immediately set off to find old Master Qin upon receiving the call. In the living room, Shi Ning was startled by Shui Qianlong's fervor. She quickly stood up, smiling, intending to placate her. However, the next moment, Shui Qianlong began listing dishes. Here are the braised beef noodles you requested, followed by jianbingguizi, scallion egg pancakes, and sour spicy ribs noodles. With each dish she named, a servant placed a breakfast item before Shi Ning. All were crafted from premium ingredients, prepared swiftly by the kitchen staff. Shui Qianlong held her chin high, looking down proudly at Shi Ning. Go ahead and eat. Everything is made by me. While I might not rival a master chef, it's certainly enough to feed pigs. Shi Ning stared at Shui Qianlong in disbelief. First, she was bemused that Shui Qianlong compared her to a pig. Second, it was evident that she and Qin He Ye were indeed alike. She had merely requested one dish, yet they had prepared a feast of over 10 dishes, as if to serve a full imperial banquet. Finally, Shui Qianlong had issued her ultimatum and promptly proceeded to cook breakfast. In her fury, she had merely set out to prepare a meal. Such an adorable mother-in-law, no wonder my father-in-law has cherished her for decades. In the midst of life's journey, he still seeks to win her heart anew. Chapter 93. This is simply too fitting. Under Shui Qianlong's watchful gaze, Shi Ning admired the visually appealing and delectable breakfast, her spirits lifting accordingly. Just as she was about to compliment her lovely mother-in-law, the barrage of comments interrupted. Do not praise. Those in unrequited love fear sudden displays of affection. It must be gradual, lest they retreat in aversion. Shui Qianlong requires a more confrontational approach. Her confusion stems from the loss of her mother, who had always been harsh on her, coupled with the fact that the Qin family lacks for nothing, leaving her devoid of a sense of being needed. No one has ever understood her true desires. They assume that providing her with comfort is sufficient. But that is far from the truth. Shi Ning, Shui Qianlong frowned at her. As Shi Ning continued to eat and critique, she noted that the braised beef was quite flavorful, albeit a bit tough and prone to getting stuck in her teeth. The sour and spicy ribs with noodles were appetizing, though perhaps a tad too tangy. Next time, less vinegar would suffice. The servants nearby were utterly astonished. How bold of the young mistress to not only let her mother-in-law cook, but also critique her. Is this truly a daughter-in-law? Or a superior? Glancing at the lady of the house, her once gentle expression had darkened, her delicate brows knitting together in displeasure. The inevitable clash between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was approaching. After sampling a dozen dishes, they finally felt satiated. Shi Ning looked up and offered her summary to Shui Qianlong. It's tolerable, quite to my taste. But please refrain from including cilantro next time. And please, do not wake me for breakfast. I tend to wake up grumpy. The servants held their breath. Shui Qianlong gazed at Shi Ning intently. After a moment, she replied, all right. The servants were astonished, looking up at Shui Qianlong, questioning. Does the lady not remember? She is the mother-in-law of the young mistress? Shi Ning, what a peculiar dynamic. The mother-in-law actually acquiesced. Upon noticing their expressions, Shui Qianlong quickly realized her initial intention in waking Shi Ning was to have her prepare breakfast, only to declare it inedible, worse than slop.
Yet,
Now the tables had turned? Feeling uneasy, Shui Qianlong adopted a stern demeanor and said to Shi Ning, now that you are full, you should leave the old residence and depart from He Ye. Shi Ning looked up and asked, you want me to leave Qin He Ye? Yes. Shi Ning nodded. Very well, name your price. Shui Qianlong was momentarily stunned, as if she had misheard, gazing blankly at Shi Ning. What did you say? Shi Ning promptly crafted a scenario for her, suggesting, write me a check, boldly thrust it in my face. I shall take 500 million to leave your son. Shui Qianlong was overwhelmed. 500 million. Why don't you just go rob a bank? Shi Ning smiled at her. I am indeed robbing you of your money.
furthermore,
This 500 million is merely for leaving Qin He Ye, not for divorce. Should you wish for us to divorce, that would require a different sum altogether. Shui Qianlong was at a loss, unsure how to retort against Shi Ning's wit. She settled into a serious expression, realizing, indeed, marrying He Ye, you are solely after his wealth. Once again, Shui Qianlong found herself flustered, thinking, to disrespect one's mother-in-law and be so sharp-tongued, even if your temperament has changed. You are still unworthy of being my daughter-in-law. She was acutely aware of her son's nature, domineering and concealing a darkness that filled her with trepidation. Forcing Qin He Ye and Shi Ning together could only culminate in tragedy, a tragedy that would befall both Qin He Ye and Shi Ning. The elderly Mr. Qin rushed over to support her, fearing for Shi Ning's well-being. Meanwhile, Qin He Ye descended from upstairs, accompanied by the large turtle, utterly perplexed. With eyes tightly shut, she dared not open them, hoping it was merely a figment of her imagination. I asked you to help me win over my wife, not to assist in swapping her out. Shui Qianlong, still grappling with the shock, exclaimed, what are you saying? I have never considered divorce. Shi Ning regarded her with a smile and reiterated, mother-in-law, you may remarry, find another husband, and seek a son who can provide you with a satisfactory daughter-in-law. Qin He Ye was genuinely alarmed. Shui Qianlong harbored disdain for him, and if divorce were suggested, she might indeed acquiesce. He picked up the large turtle and descended the stairs, his expression stern as he called out, Shi Ning. Interrupting him with a smile, Shi Ning said, Dad just told me yesterday that he no longer likes mother-in-law. Since he doesn't like her, why not just divorce? Qin He Ye's anxiety was palpable, his face reddening as he attempted to explain. But he was cut off as Shui Qianlong turned to leave. Desperate, he clutched the large turtle and chased after her, exclaiming, Qianlong, don't listen to Shi Ning's nonsense. Shi Ning stepped in front of Qin He Ye, winking at him as if to say, father-in-law, just admit it, you've changed your heart. You no longer care for mother-in-law. Qin He Ye, flustered and blushing, sought to push past Shi Ning to pursue his wife. Yet, feeling it inappropriate to touch his daughter-in-law, he raised the large turtle toward Shi Ning. In a hushed tone, for their ears alone, Shi Ning said, if you desire your wife, heed my words. Qin He Ye was taken aback, realizing how thoroughly his daughter-in-law had him under her thumb. Shall I listen just this once? He asked. Shi Ning glanced at Shui Qianlong, who, having initially walked briskly, had now slowed her pace and tilted her head slightly to gauge Qin He Ye's reaction. She called out to Shui Qianlong, mother-in-law, I want TB rising for lunch. For dinner, I wish to have your braised pork ribs, without cilantro. Seeing that Qin He Ye had not caught up, Shui Qianlong felt a pang of discomfort and ambled along. The elderly Mr. Qin was left in a state of bewilderment, observing Shi Ning. He opened his mouth to question her but recalled how, just yesterday, Shi Ning had tearfully professed what a wonderful grandfather he was. He suppressed his inquiries and asked, granddaughter-in-law, what is this all about? Shi Ning yawned. Mother-in-law has too much time on her hands, so I've found her a task to occupy her, lest she seek out trouble. Mr. Qin was taken aback. Stirring conflict between in-laws was her idea of a productive endeavor? This was tantamount to tearing the heavens asunder. Fearing misunderstandings and realizing her disruptive role might wreak havoc on the Qin family, she felt compelled to clarify. Raising her hand, she instructed the servants, you may leave. We are convening a family meeting. As the servants exited, Su Chong stood guard at the door. Shi Ning explained directly, "Grandfather, father-in-law, please do not misconstrue my intentions. I do not wish to create chaos in the old residence. Rather, it is mother-in-law. She is unwell, mentally unwell. Your attitudes toward her are misguided." Mr. Qin queried, "Is mental illness the same as insanity?" "Qin He Ye, please refrain from making unfounded statements. Qianlong is in excellent health." Shi Ning, however, harbored concerns about their well-being. After all, why else would Qin He Ye be exhibiting such increasingly aberrant behavior? Undoubtedly, he was the least affected in the Qin family. It was clear that his grandmother was genuinely unwell, suffering from what is referred to as unrequited affection. Thanks to Shi Ning's enlightening explanation, Qin He Ye swiftly grasped the concept. "Are you implying that while she may harbor feelings for me, I am not permitted to reciprocate? The moment I do, I would immediately evoke a sense of psychological aversion?" Shi Ning nodded affirmatively. She offered advice, suggesting that he should cultivate a good relationship with his grandmother, all the while feigning disinterest in her, occasionally engaging in acts of forced affection. Qin He Ye's face flushed crimson at the thought, as he feared that Shu Qianlong despised him. He was hesitant to approach her without her consent. Their intimate life had dwindled to less than twice a year, and even then, it felt as though he was merely the recipient of her reluctant generosity. He truly felt like a widower, trapped in a sexless marriage. Now he was being told that he needed to engage in forced affection. At his age, was this truly appropriate? Qin He Ye voiced his concern. "Is this really suitable?" Shi Ning nodded, offering her earnest endorsement. "It is indeed most fitting. For the sake of your marital happiness, you must verbally express disinterest while maintaining an icy demeanor each night." Chapter 94. The Return of Master Qin. After a moment's contemplation, Qin He Ye acquiesced. "All right, I shall give it a try." He felt a surge of excitement at this proposal. A fan of watermelons, I eagerly anticipate witnessing Qin's father pursue his wife, balancing a cold facade of forced affection while secretly professing his love. Shi Ning cautioned Qin He Ye, "Father, remember, under no circumstances should you exhibit any fondness for your grandmother. You must convey that you have only other needs." Qin He Ye, cradling a large turtle, nodded with delight. Old Master Qin looked at Shi Ning quizzically. "How do you know so much?" "Just average knowledge," she replied modestly. "It's all thanks to the comments from the audience. I merely heed their advice. One may not possess much intellect, but one should always be receptive to counsel." Old Master Qin, feeling somewhat idle, suggested, "Perhaps you could join me in a game of checkers." Shi Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. "Grandfather, you are already 80 years old. Must you still pursue romance in your twilight years? This is bordering on a love for the grave." Old Master Qin shot her a reproachful glance before handing her a box. "I am quite free, so come and play checkers with me. What are you pondering?" Shi Ning sighed in relief, fearing she might transform from a malicious antagonist into a matchmaker. "Let us play a round among the three of us." Old Master Qin, feeling rather bored, urged Shi Ning to proceed. The checkers were astonishingly crafted from diamonds.
Pink diamonds.
Red diamonds, blue diamonds, green diamonds, yellow diamonds, black diamonds. Each one was of the highest quality, dazzling in their brilliance. Shi Ning, who lacked neither wealth nor jewels, had never encountered such an extravagant sight, each diamond worth no less than 10 million, used as mere checkers. Old Master Qin had whimsically mentioned it yesterday, and today, it was all arranged. "Very well, I shall indulge grandfather in a game of checkers." As for Go, Shi Ning was not skilled. Thus, she struggled through checkers, relying on clever tricks to win 2 rounds. Old Master Qin was off to practice his tiger claw technique. Meanwhile, Qin He Ye stifled his urge to console his wife and took the turtle for a stroll in the garden. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Shi Ning truly did not rise to partake in breakfast. Shu Qianlong refrained from sending a servant to awaken Shi Ning, instead opting to marinate some ribs in the kitchen. She found herself perplexed as to why Qin He Ye had ceased to engage with her. It had been a considerable time since he last acknowledged her. This was not typical of him. Could it be that he genuinely desired a divorce? Such a notion was untenable at her age. A divorce would render her a discarded woman, the subject of ridicule throughout the city. Perhaps she ought to prepare a dish that old Qin adored. Meanwhile, 3 kilometers away from the ancestral home, at the entrance of a private residence, a Maybach appeared before the gate. The vehicle's license plate was automatically recognized, allowing it entry. However, it soon reversed, nearly colliding with the lowered barrier. Fortunately, The security guard reacted swiftly, pressing a button and cautiously approaching the front of the car. Master Qin. The guard addressed respectfully. Qin He emerged from the vehicle, his long strides purposeful, and lifted his sharp gaze to scrutinize the barrier.
What is that?
He inquired. The guard, somewhat incredulous, responded, That is the barrier. Had Master Qin's intelligence regressed to that of a 3-year-old? Did he truly not comprehend the barrier? Qin He ignored him, approaching the barrier and pointing to a piece of paper affixed to it. I am inquiring about this, he stated. The guard, perplexed yet dutiful, deciphered Su Chang's calligraphy. Shi Ning is the young mistress of the Qin family, he proclaimed, his mood buoyant. Qin He turned, his long legs carrying him back to the car, which darted away with the speed of a nimble leopard. He yearned deeply for Shi Ning, eager to see her, to kiss her, to embrace her. The guard stood in astonishment as Qin He's dust cloud dissipated, eventually coming to a realization. Good heavens! Master Qin did not lose his temper, nor did he dismiss me. He even awarded me a bonus. A sum of 10,000. I simply recited a line, and I received 10,000. A veritable windfall. Such fortune could not be forgotten by his colleagues. The guard promptly sent a flurry of messages in the staff group. Attention! Attention! If you see Master Qin or the words written by Steward Su, please recite the inscription. Shi Ning is the young mistress of the Qin family. There's a bonus to be had. There's a bonus to be had. There's a bonus to be had. The fruits of capitalism must be reaped. Upon arriving back at the estate, Qin He tossed the keys to a servant without uttering a word. The servants laboring in the courtyard immediately pointed to the living room door, where a paper was affixed. In unison, they exclaimed, Master Qin. This is the writing of Steward Su. Shi Ning is the young mistress of the Qin family. Qin He glanced up at Su Chang's conspicuous calligraphy, which was indeed quite prominent. His spirits lifted. He considered fetching a bonus from Su Chang. Where is the young mistress? He inquired urgently. Qin He grunted softly, bypassing the living room and heading straight to Qingxi Garden. Along the way, he observed Su Chang's writing displayed in conspicuous locations, with various servants reciting the words and receiving their bonuses. Soon, Qin He arrived at Shi Ning's room, gently pushing the door open. Instantly, the air, infused with her essence, filled his lungs, bringing him an overwhelming sense of comfort. He removed his shoes and tiptoed to the bedside, gazing down at Shi Ning, peacefully asleep. He suppressed the urge to embrace and kiss her, his voice husky as he softly murmured, I'm going to take a shower first. I'll come back to keep you company afterward. Shi Ning, in a daze, seemed to hear his voice, but when she opened her eyes and found no one there, she mumbled, convinced she had dreamt of him, and turned over to continue sleeping. After finishing his shower, wrapped in a towel, Qin He approached the bed and took Shi Ning's hand. Suddenly, something appeared in her palm, startling her awake. Qin He, she exclaimed, opening her eyes wide. Though she couldn't see him clearly in the darkness, she recognized him at once. Overwhelmed with excitement, she sprang up, kneeling on the bed, and threw herself into his embrace. In her fervor, she failed to notice the object in her hand as she tightly wrapped her arms around his waist, burying her face in his freshly washed chest. Having always been fearless in the face of the world, Shi Ning now realized her vulnerability upon seeing Qin He by her side. His presence instilled in her a profound sense of security, making her feel that even if the sky were to fall, she could face it as long as he was there. I'm all alone in the old house, and I'm scared. I fear my grandfather might die from anger. No one believes me, not even you, and they want to force me into a divorce. In that moment, Qin He felt a surge of sweetness swell within him as he held his tender, soft wife. However, hearing her voice tremble with distress, laden with a sense of deep grievance, felt like a knife piercing his heart, causing him immense pain. No, your grandfather is in good health. He won't die from anger. No one doubts you, and no one is pressuring you to divorce. At that moment, a fierce protectiveness ignited within Qin He. He could not bear the thought of anyone, even his own grandfather or parents, bullying his beloved Shi Ning. No one can bully Shi Ning. Not even me, with one exception. Shi Ning shook her head and looked up at Qin He, accusingly declaring, You are the one bullying me. Qin He was taken aback. He realized he only dared to tease her in one particular way. It was your grandfather who was upset. Seeking you out was not for a good reason. I didn't tell you, because I was worried you might get hurt. His recent business trip abroad was also aimed at resolving the situation. Shi Ning, irritated, opened her mouth and gently bit his chest, refusing to let go. This is bullying. Hiding things under the guise of caring for me is still bullying. Qin He's body stiffened, his chest rising and falling with rapid breaths. He was grateful he had showered beforehand, feeling fresh and fragrant. When Shi Ning noticed his silence, she thought she had bitten him too hard. She emerged from his embrace, kneeling upright on the bed, cradling his face and playfully pinching it. With a hint of playful authority, she commanded Qin He Ye, "Did you hear me? You must not bully me like this anymore." Qin He Ye's dark eyes were stirred with affection by Shi Ning's spirited demeanor. He swallowed hard, suppressing his feelings. Acknowledging her request, he replied softly, "All right. Shi Ning continuing. If you don't tell me, it means you don't trust me. Isn't that bullying?" While Qin He Ye internally protested otherwise, he gently acquiesced yes. With Qin He Ye by her side, Shi Ning's emotions swiftly calmed. Her small hands wandered over Qin He Ye's chest, tracing the small bite marks she had left earlier. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she inquired, "Where did I bite?" Qin He Ye lowered his gaze to her playful movements, his lips curling into a smile as his voice, husky, replied, "Anywhere you wish to bite." Shi Ning crimson. She certainly had not been led astray by the barrage of comments. Her thoughts remained pure and untainted. In the darkness, Qin He Ye continued to gaze intently at Shi Ning, his voice sultry and enticing. "My dear, bite wherever you desire." The barrage of comments was overwhelmingly vibrant. Particularly, one comment caught her eye, featuring an image with the text, "Sister, it's raining outside. Let me hold the umbrella for you." This startling revelation compelled her to glance at Qin He Ye momentarily. Blushing, she quickly turned her gaze away, continuing to express her grievances. "You didn't even think of me while on your business trip. That's also bullying." Qin He Ye, the brooding type, had spent 5 days away without once expressing how much he missed Shi Ning. Moreover, he hadn't even texted her proactively. Had it not been for the comments revealing too much, one would have thought he was eagerly awaiting her messages, often opening their chat, typing, deleting, and repeating this cycle. To top it off, he had taken with him a set of her clothes, her pillow, and the bed linens she had slept on. She could hardly fathom that Qin He Ye had been thinking of her, obsessively and somewhat peculiarly. His cold voice carried a hint of grievance. "I did miss you." Shi Ning raised an eyebrow, pressing for specifics. "Where did you miss me?" Qin He Ye's face turned crimson as he averted his gaze to the towel wrapped around his waist, murmuring, "Everywhere." A little essay about missing his wife. Since his college entrance examinations, Qin He Ye had not penned anything. Yet, in response to his wife's request, he found this notion quite endearing and happily agreed, "All right." Having been swept away by her earlier excitement, Shi Ning now noticed she had been holding something in her hand. The room remained dim, but the object was small and icy to the touch. "Did you bring me a gift?"
she asked.
"Yes," he replied. Shi Ning then cheerfully turned on the bedside lamp, revealing the item in her hand, her expression a mix of surprise and confusion as she looked at Qin He Ye. "Lipstick?" The innocent comments assumed it to be a pigeon egg. The comment featuring a certain image was best left unmentioned. Qin He Ye affirmed with a hum, focusing on the lipstick in her grasp, then gestured towards his chest. With pursed lips, he cautiously asked Shi Ning, "The words you wrote are gone. Could you write them again?" Shi Ning's face was a canvas of bewilderment. "Lipstick marks, won't they wash away after a shower the next day? Why is it being brought up now?" Shi Ning keenly observed the patches of red on Qin He's abdomen, a slight blush evident, exuding a somewhat ambiguous allure. She narrowed her eyes dangerously at him. "You cheated on me." Qin He hastily defended himself. "No, absolutely not. It's an allergic reaction." "Allergic reaction?" Shi Ning pondered, suddenly recalling that fateful day with the lipstick. The lipstick from the Shi household must have been purchased 3 years ago. It was certainly expired. "So, you had an allergic reaction that day?" "Yes." Qin He gazed at Shi Ning's lips and inquired once more, "Could you write with lipstick again?"
"Fool."
Shi Ning wrapped her arms around Qin He's neck, suggesting, "How about we start with a kiss first?" With that, she leaned down to kiss his soft lips. Chapter 96. Then I'll let you bully me. The sweetness on her lips, tender and soft, caused Qin He's body to tense up once more. His large hands encircled Shi Ning's slender waist, yet he hesitated to hold her too tightly. Noticing his lack of response, Shi Ning gently bit his lip, demanding that he leave a mark instead of writing. Before she could finish her sentence, Qin He took the initiative, kissing her with a blend of urgency and tenderness. Shi Ning felt herself melting under his kiss, her body gradually leaning backward as he advanced closer. Soon, she found herself pressed against the bed. His kisses traveled from the corners of her lips to her neck and collarbone. Shi Ning could only feel the intensity of his kisses growing, utterly captivating her. Clad only in a towel, he radiated a warmth akin to a furnace. His lips brushed against her ear as he murmured, "Wife, every cell in my body craves you." He playfully nibbled her ear, his voice low and resonant. "Wife, do you feel it?" Shi Ning was already entranced, nodding in a daze. The kisses left her breathless. Yet, Qin He abruptly halted, tightly embracing her in his arms. "Stay with me for a while." Qin He watched as Shi Ning cried in a video, his heart aching for her, regretting the absence of an earlier flight. Shi Ning, recalling her own call around that time, felt a blush creeping to her cheeks. "You plan to be away for 7 days." In truth, Shi Ning wasn't being unreasonable. She was considerate towards the one she loved, knowing when to be affectionate and when to maintain distance. "Assistant Pei has worked hard. You should reward him." Qin He looked down at Shi Ning. "I've worked hard too." A reward? Seeing Qin He's serious demeanor regarding the reward amused her. This aloof and domineering Qin was surprisingly endearing in her presence. "Still want a reward?" Shi Ning tilted her head and placed a gentle kiss on his chin. Just as he leaned down for a deeper kiss, she raised her hand to block his lips. "Wait, let us discuss something serious first." Seeing her earnest expression, Qin He nodded. "All right. The medication taken by my grandfather poses a problem. Fortunately, I am not escalating matters to a divorce. Otherwise, a quarrel with him might lead to his distress. And should he succumb to his condition, I would become an unwitting accomplice to his demise." As Shi Ning spoke, Qin He did not interrupt her. His brow furrowed in concern. Once she concluded, he inquired if her grandfather was aware of the situation. Shi Ning nodded, affirming that her grandfather still had some trust in her and intended to have the medication tested. Her anxious gaze met Qin He's as she pondered aloud. "There are always those who wish to harm me or your family. Who do you think this person could be?" The comment suggests that the misfortunes befalling the Qin family are somehow linked to her. Is this an attempt to use her as a pawn for murder? Or is it a direct attack against her and Qin He? Given the Qin family's prominent standing in the business world, it is hardly surprising that they have garnered enemies. While their immediate circle remains uncomplicated, the core of their family consists solely of her grandfather, her parents, and Qin He himself. Yet, there are numerous distant branches of the Qin family, watching them with intent, especially since he is the sole heir. Should anything happen to him, the family's wealth would be swiftly divided among those branches. Qin He reassured Shi Ning, "Rest assured, I will investigate this matter thoroughly." She replied affirmatively. "I will assist you as well." Raising her eyes, she implored him earnestly, "You must absolutely believe in me. Do not let anyone bully me." Qin He, with utmost seriousness, asked her, "Does that include the teasing from that night?" That night, the night they contemplated divorce, flashed through Shi Ning's mind, causing her cheeks to flush. She glanced at Qin He, who was clad only in a towel. The bedside lamp cast a glow upon him, highlighting the striking, sensual contours of his masculine form before her. Particularly, his well-defined abs radiated a potent aura of masculinity. Noticing her silence, Qin He lowered his gaze and playfully offered, "Then I shall take the liberty of teasing you." Shi Ning's eyes widened in surprise at his words. Feeling a warmth rise to his cheeks, Qin He turned his head, gently pressing her small head against his robust chest, suggesting, "Let us sleep a while longer." Shi Ning, still feeling fatigued, yawned, "I could use more rest as well." Qin He was indeed weary upon returning home. He had worked tirelessly for 2 consecutive days and nights to expedite his tasks. Just as he had settled into a brief slumber, Shi Ning's call had interrupted him, her voice tinged with distress. Now, seeing her unharmed and merely startled, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, and soon he drifted into a peaceful sleep. Shi Ning believed she would soon follow suit, yet with Qin He beside her, his arm draped over her waist and his warm, muscular torso pressed against her back, she found herself increasingly restless. The warmth radiating from him sent a gentle heat to her cheeks, further hindering her ability to sleep. After waiting patiently and confirming that Qin He's breathing had become deep and steady, she gently turned to face him, her boredom prompting her to examine his features. In slumber, Qin He appeared devoid of the aloofness he often exhibited during the day. He seemed softened, his presence transforming the very air into something tender and comforting, instilling within her a profound sense of security. Such beauty he possessed, truly, he was perfection incarnate. As she continued to gaze, her fingers itched with mischief. She wondered if he might awaken as she gently brushed her fingers across his brow. Qin He's eyebrows are remarkably attractive, perfectly thick and shaped like standard sword-like brows, gently tapering at the temples. Though he remained asleep, his long, curled eyelashes fluttered slightly when touched. Shi Ning, startled, quickly closed her eyes, fearing she might awaken him. Yet, Qin He remained undisturbed. Gaining a bit of courage, Shi Ning delicately caressed his prominent nose. He still did not stir. Her confidence grew further, and she lightly traced her finger along Qin He's thin lips, which appeared inviting and tender to the touch. Before she could finish her thought, her small hand was abruptly seized by Qin He. How about a kiss? Did I wake you? Shi Ning was taken aback by his intense gaze, instinctively retreating. However, Qin He held her hand firmly, pulling her into his embrace. With his fragrant and sweet wife so close, he was not a gentleman capable of maintaining composure. Especially since she was mischievous, her small hand exploring his face and suggesting he was quite kissable. Shi Ning recalled her audacious actions while he slept and the shy words she had uttered, now feeling embarrassed and furious as she glared at him. You pretended to be asleep. I can't sleep. Would you like to engage in some activities that might aid sleep? Chapter 97. I thought of nothing. Shi Ning's eyes widened. Her face flushed with disbelief as she gazed at Qin He. What did you just say? Did I hear you correctly? How could he suggest engaging in activities to promote sleep? Such flirtatiousness from him. He was the type to button his shirt all the way to the last button. A man of aloof restraint. How could it be that he had learned to flirt in such a short time? Suddenly, she felt a twinge of fear about her waist and legs in the future. Qin He gazed deeply into Shi Ning's eyes, remaining silent as he turned on the bedside lamp and got out of bed. This motion caused the edge of the towel he was wrapped in to slip slightly. Shi Ning caught a glimpse. Without any covering, her face instantly flushed crimson. She turned her gaze away, unwilling to look, yet her mind filled with memories of the night before their divorce. Shi Ning, slightly tipsy and hazy-minded, pondered, what if? When her thoughts were muddled, she looked at the documents, her expression questioning as she regarded Qin He. The activities you mentioned to aid sleep, are they work-related? Yes, Qin He replied. Shi Ning was taken aback. It was not that Qin He was too flirtatious, but rather her own mind was impure. All thanks to that mischievous friend influencing her. Noticing Shi Ning's flushed cheeks, Qin He realized his own face had turned slightly red as well. What are you thinking? Shi Ning swiftly snatched the documents, wishing she could bury her head in them. I wasn't thinking anything. You shouldn't either. She felt it made her appear too unrestrained. Qin He smiled, a hint of affection in his expression.
All right.
How could he be so agreeable? Shouldn't he be more domineering in such matters? There was not even a hint of the possessive love that others spoke of. Shi Ning shot him a playful glare. Qin He frowned. Why was he so compliant with his wife's wishes, yet she still appeared upset? Shi Ning opened the file folder, revealing the transfer document for the land in the west of the city, and to her astonishment, she found Qin He's name inscribed at the end. She raised her gaze to Qin He, incredulous. You truly gave this to me? She queried, biting her lip. Did we not agree on a month? It hasn't even been 10 days, and I haven't made much of an impression, yet you have handed me the transfer contract. Qin He responded with a simple stating that he resolved the issue, and thus provided it to her. Shi Ning scrutinized the document repeatedly before looking back at Qin He. Did you uncover the problem regarding the land in the west of the city? She nearly believed him. The villain had investigated, and the land was entirely free of issues, devoid of any scientific anomalies. It was surely something that could not be discovered, a trap set by the author to ensnare the villain. Later, after the villain's downfall, this issue would be effortlessly resolved by the male lead, propelling him into the ranks of the wealthy. But that was a matter for another time. For now, whoever took over would be unfortunate. So it can be resolved, Shi Ning mused. Only after Qin He steps down will it be taken care of? The lovesick villain lacked principles. He could not bear to see Shi Ning suffer, even for the sake of others, as he sought her approval, despite being the one who enjoyed the benefits. The lovesick villain, indeed, cherished his wife. Thus, he signed the document without hesitation, handing it to the female lead. As Shi Ning gazed at the comments, she turned to Qin He, playfully poking his abdominal muscles. I'll give you one chance. Speak your mind. Or else she pressed a little harder against his well-defined abs, observing how his rapid breaths caused his muscles to ripple. With a cheeky threat, she declared, 3 days without kisses or hugs. Qin He looked down at Shi Ning, marveling at how such a delightful woman could exist in the world. Even when threatening, she remained charming. Yet, for him, her playful intimidation was as potent as an atomic bomb. He found it difficult to meet her gaze, reluctant to see her compromise herself for him. How could he feel embarrassed for considering her well-being? No wonder he struggled to win her heart. Seated at the edge of the bed, Shi Ning playfully delivered a light punch to Qin He's abdominal muscles. He rasped, calling her wife. Shi Ning glared up at him, insisting, "Look at me and express your true feelings, or next time it won't just be a playful jab." Qin He cast his eyes downward, feeling a stir of mischief beneath the towel draped over him. "Where shall I be struck?" he pondered. Positioned at the foot of the bed, Qin He stood while Shi Ning sat at its edge, creating a cleverly intimate atmosphere. In that moment, Shi Ning found herself at a loss, her cheeks flushed as she averted her gaze. Yet, feeling the need to assert herself, she fiercely lifted her chin and declared, "I shall hit you." Qin He's breath hitched, and a slight smile graced his lips. "All right." Shi Ning sensed he was preparing to turn and invite her to strike him. Was it possible that he would find pleasure in such a playful encounter? The villain was too unpredictable. She dared not provoke him further. "Quickly, speak up. Or else I shall have to punish you, my husband." Encouraged by her playful demeanor, Qin He finally mustered the courage to voice his innermost thoughts. "I'm not asking you to compromise or placate me for the sake of this matter, to tread carefully around my feelings, or to engage in actions that you are reluctant to undertake, even if it means sacrificing your own desires. Even if the one you seek to please is me, and I am the recipient of your efforts, I cannot bear it. You only need to be yourself. Your happiness and desires matter, whatever you wish to express or pursue. You may share with me, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill them." Certainly, Qin He harbors his own wicked intentions. Otherwise, he would not have suggested a 1-month agreement. Yet, just a few days in, he finds himself unable to bear the thought of her absence. His heart aches at the idea. Why should she have to earn the rewards for what he can freely offer? His beloved wife should not need to toil for the fruits of their affection. As long as she voices her desires, he will provide without hesitation. Shi Ning was profoundly moved by Qin He's words. Between the lines, there was no explicit declaration of love, yet every word resonated with his deep affection for her. At that moment, her heart raced for him, the seeds of love being sown within her soul. "Qin He," Shi Ning exclaimed, rising to embrace his neck. "How can you be so wonderful?" Before he could finish a sentence, Shi Ning tilted her head and kissed his soft lips. Closing her eyes, she gently pressed against him, her voice tender as she whispered, "Then please, fulfill my wishes." Chapter 98. The Precious Husband. Shi Ning's soft utterance exploded like brilliant fireworks around Qin He. Though still possessing a semblance of reason, Qin He found himself reluctant to have her debase herself to please him. For a fleeting moment he hesitated, and Shi Ning bit down slightly, her fingers gliding over his prominent Adam's apple. Reason dissipated, leaving only an overwhelming sense of possessiveness. No one could ever love her as fiercely as he did. He could not entrust her happiness to any other man. In an instant, Qin He tightened his embrace around her waist, his hand cradling the back of her head, deepening the kiss. His kisses were fervent and commanding. Shi Ning, still inexperienced, struggled to catch her breath, raising her hand to push against his chest, attempting to create some distance for air. As she felt the firm contours of his sculpted abs under her palm, her fingers danced along his defined waistline. With a moment's hesitation, Shi Ning's fingertip brushed against the towel wrapped around his waist, and with a slight tug, it fell to the floor, leaving them uncovered. The bed sank beneath them as Qin He leaned in to kiss her. In a whirlwind of passion, she felt a sharp tug at her scalp. Once more, she attempted to push away from Qin He's firm abdomen. "You're pulling my hair," she protested. Yet, Qin He gripped her slender waist, rolling her over, her long, dark hair spilling like seaweed around them. His powerful abs pressed against her back, with only the silk of her nightgown separating their skin. Qin He's fingers traced the red strap of her shoulder, letting it slide down her arm. He lowered his head, kissing her delicate neck, his soft lips trailing downward. Shi Ning, entranced by his caresses, lost all sense of rationality, letting herself succumb to his every whim. Outside, a voice abruptly shattered the intimate atmosphere between the two. Qin He's body remained pressed against Shi Ning's back as he leaned down to kiss her ear, his fingers resting lightly upon her lips, issuing a silent shuss. He wished not to disrupt the moment, nor to bring an end to their clandestine encounter. The knocking grew louder, more insistent than before. Su Chong, Master Qin, young madam. The old master requests your presence. The repeated interruptions were relentless. Qin He coldly uttered a single word to Su Chong outside the door. Scram. Shi Ning, startlet. Instinctively shrank back. Observing her reaction, Qin He felt a pang of sympathy, annoyance coursing through him as he gently pinched her waist and tenderly nibbled on her earlobe. I'm not scolding you, he whispered softly. Outside, Su Chong was taken aback by the icy tone of Qin He's voice, sending shivers down his spine. The normally composed Master Qin was no longer the same gentle figure he had been during their video calls with young madam. Hesitating momentarily, Su Chong bravely knocked again. Master Qin, young madam, the old master urgently needs to speak with you. For Su Chong, the old master took precedence over all else. He would risk anything to deliver the message. Within the room, Qin He exuded an aura of ferocity, as if his anger could manifest into tangible blades, ready to rend Su Chong to pieces. Shi Ning disentangled herself from Qin He's embrace. Grandpa must have something important. We should go to him. However, Qin He pulled her back into his arms, gripping her slender waist as he gazed down at her, insisting, no turning back, no going back on your word. He regretted his previous feigned aloofness. This proactive Shi Ning only deepened his affection, making him reluctant to let her go. Blushing, Shi Ning acquiesced. All right. Qin He gently pinched her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. If you change your mind. Shi Ning, slightly apprehensive, shot him an indignant glare. There is no if. If there were, I would tether you with a dog leash. Instantly, Qin He's unease dissipated. He chuckled softly, yes. I'll tie you up by your waist. Su Chong, who was preparing to knock once more, let out a sigh of relief. Before long, Shi Ning and Qin He emerged from the room. Su Chong bowed his head, addressing them. Master Qin, young madam. Qin He merely shot Su Chong a piercing glance, as sharp as a knife, signaling 500 written pages. Su Chong immediately straightened up, exclaiming, I've only managed to complete 200 pages after a sleepless night. He turned to Shi Ning for help, young madam. Shi Ning, however, had not forgotten how Su Chong had barged into the old residence like a bandit, even threatening her life. She held a grudge. With a coy smile, she linked her arm through Qin He's, declaring, I'm a devoted wife. I listen to my husband. Su Chong was utterly bewildered. What does devoted wife mean? Qin He inquired, puzzled. Shi Ning pondered briefly before explaining. It denotes a wife who centers her life around her husband, overly reliant on him, lacking independent thought. Qin He frowned upon hearing this. It was hardly a compliment. Shi Ning, it depends on how one uses this term. The original phrase referred to mama's boy, which indeed carried negative connotations. However, it has since been playfully adapted into terms like mama's girl and daddy's girl, which can be quite endearing. She intentionally chose this path to reject Su Chang's plea for assistance. As they descended the stairs, Qin He naturally assisted Shi Ning in adjusting her skirt. But she quickly interjected, no, please refrain from using that term. As soon as Shi Ning finished her protest, she heard Qin He's earnest tone. I am a devoted husband. That sounds quite commendable. Shi Ning turned her head to look at him, bewildered. Such double standards? Upon arriving at the study, Su Chong was waiting just outside the courtyard. Qin He entered the study with Shi Ning, both calling out grandfather. Elder Qin sat in his chair, engrossed in a short drama. Hearing their voices, he looked up to see the couple entering hand in hand. The setting sun cast a warm glow upon them, creating an atmosphere of harmony and romance. Elder Qin felt a sense of comfort watching them. This was the first time in 3 years of their marriage that they had held hands in his presence. Did I interrupt your intimate gathering? Elder Qin asked. Qin He merely exchanged a subtle glance with him. Grandfather summoned us. What is the matter? The elder was taken aback by the chilling gaze of his grandson. He quickly shifted to the matter at hand. The drug test results have come back. There are indeed issues that warrant your attention. Qin He picked up the test results from the desk, his brows furrowing in concern. Substance abuse, prolonged use, anxiety, excessive liver fire, prone to irritability and outbursts. Elder Qin nodded in agreement. Indeed, one misstep could lead to emotional upheaval, potentially resulting in a stroke or worse. Especially during moments of heightened emotion, should this occur again, I would be on the brink of joining your grandmother. Just yesterday, he had experienced an episode of agitation, struggling to breathe, a precursor to a more serious condition. Thankfully, Shi Ning had been there and fortunately, he had heeded her advice and refrained from taking more medication. Truly, one must listen to sound counsel. Elder Qin resolved to heed Shi Ning's words more carefully in the future. Chapter 99. Possessiveness arises. Shi Ning inquired of Elder Qin, "Grandfather, do you know who might wish to harm you?" Internal conflicts would likely target Elder Qin, as she was the bride brought in to bring joy. Over the past 3 years, she had faced numerous trials, harboring resentment towards Qin He and the Qin family. Thus, she served as an ideal scapegoat, a pawn in a deadly game. Unfortunately, the commentary had not revealed this possibility. Perhaps the plot had yet to unfold fully. Elder Qin shook his head. "Currently, I do not know." He turned his gaze to Qin He. "What do you plan to do?" Qin He's expression turned grave as he asked Elder Qin, "Who else knows about this matter beyond us?" "No one," Elder Qin replied, gesturing towards Su Chong. "He is trustworthy." Qin He acknowledged this with a nod. Grandfather's medication will continue as usual, but the components must be altered to avoid arousing suspicion. Elder Qin had no objections, as he shared the same thought. The two discussed strategies and potential suspects while Shi Ning listened quietly, refraining from interruption. Elder Qin reflected, "This time, thanks to Xiao Ning otherwise, I might have truly been on the verge of joining your grandmother. Last time it was also due to Ning's efforts." Qin He reminded Elder Qin, "The joy brought 3 years ago has led to today. This credit belongs to Shi Ning." Elder Qin's spirits lifted. Indeed, without Xiao Ning, this family would surely fall apart. He regarded Qin He with a serious expression. "You must heed Xiao Ning's advice more often. By the way, that plot of land in the western city, transfer it directly to Xiao Ning for her to manage." Qin He responded affirmatively, "I have already done so." He turned his gaze deeply towards Shi Ning, affirming, "Indeed, I heed my wife's words. I am a devoted husband." Devoted husband? Old Master Qin's large head was adorned with a large question mark. What does that mean? Shi Ning winked at Qin He Ye, urging him to refrain from elaborating. Qin He Ye glanced at Shi Ning and provided a brief explanation. "It signifies that I, as her husband, revolve around Shi Ning, my beloved wife." Embarrassed, Shi Ning pinched Qin He Ye, urging him to stop, feeling shy. This not only affected his image, but also might lead her grandfather to think she was being overly indulgent towards Qin He Ye. How could she treat him in such a manner? It would not reflect well on her own image either. Qin He Ye maintained a serious demeanor, unperturbed, embodying a man excessively reliant on his wife. "Oh," Old Master Qin exclaimed. Shi Ning attempted to clarify, "Grandfather." But Old Master Qin interjected, "Then I shall also be a cherished grandson-in-law." Shi Ning, is that how the term is used? Old Master Qin pointed at his phone, delighting in his newfound vocabulary, feeling rejuvenated by a decade, and promptly posted on his social media. He then looked up at Shi Ning and said, "Remember to like and review grandfather's post." Shi Ning felt a pang of guilt. She had not added any of them as friends. 3 years had passed, and she had not added a single friend, which was indeed cause for awkwardness. Old Master Qin hastily offered his phone, urging, "Add me now." Qin He Ye wrapped his arms around Shi Ning proudly, boasting, "Fortunately, I added my wife's friend request long ago." "Humph." Old Master Qin shot Qin He Ye a disdainful glance. After adding her as a friend, Old Master Qin promptly included Shi Ning in the family group chat, a loving family. Shi Ning mused, quite a typical family name. Shortly after, Qin He sent a friend request. Shui Qianlan did not request to add her, not wanting to leave anyone behind. Shi Ning proactively sent a friend request to her. However, there was no response, and Shi Ning decided not to dwell on it. As mealtime approached, Shui Qianlan simply posted in the family group chat, "Dinner time." Shi Ning and the others proceeded to the dining hall. On the way, Shi Ning wrestled with her thoughts for a while, finally looking up at Qin He Ye, hesitating to speak. Qin He Ye looked down at her, asking, "What's wrong?" She decided against her internal conflict, subtly tracing her fingertip along his palm, saying, "It's nothing, just a surge of possessiveness." Qin He Ye appeared slightly puzzled. Shi Ning stated plainly, "My possessiveness is stirring. Could we make our relationship public?" Qin He Ye halted, fixing his gaze on Shi Ning, then released her hand, striding ahead. Shi Ning watched him walk away, perplexed. Was she too forward? Had he begun to take her for granted? Indeed, what is unattainable always stirs the heart. She resolved to ignore Qin He Ye. Shi Ning was vexed. She lifted her head, intending to call out to Qin He Ye, only to see him conversing with a patrolling security guard, taking the intercom. "This is Qin He Ye, recording now." Both Shi Ning and Old Master Qin regarded him with curiosity. The next moment, Qin He Ye's voice was low and serious, proclaiming, Shi Ning is the young mistress of the Qin family. Shi Ning is Qin He Ye's wife. Qin He Ye is Shi Ning's husband. Shi Ning felt utterly flustered. This intercom seemed to be audible to all the security personnel throughout the estate, didn't it? Qin He Ye. Shi Ning hurried towards him, urging him to cease. Qin He Ye replied, on repeat. Shi Ning truly found herself in a mortifying situation. She approached to snatch the intercom, but Qin He had already returned it to the security guard and waved him off. What are you doing? Just the thought that the people in the old residence had heard Qin He's words made her feel embarrassed, as if she were socially dead. Qin He looked at Shi Ning with utmost seriousness. Official announcement. Satisfying your possessiveness. Shi Ning retorted, I was referring to your moments. She had just glanced at Qin He's moments, which were utterly empty. Not a single post to be found. Naturally, there would be nothing regarding her. After secretly harboring feelings for her for a decade, he hadn't even shared a single post about her. You've blocked your daughter-in-law from your moments. You'll be kneeling on durians tonight. He further teased Shi Ning, saying, I'll have the butler deliver a truckload of durians for you to kneel on. Shi Ning stared at Qin He in disbelief. You let me see your moments? Is this truly how someone who has harbored a crush on me for 10 years behaves? The proper approach would be to post ambiguous content solely for her eyes. Qin He gazed deeply at her. No, this time there's no need for bullet screens. Old Master Qin, who was quite the chatterbox, had posted on moments 3 years ago. Grandfather, Qin He attempted to intervene. But old Master Qin was enthusiastic, recalling, on the day you went to propose. You posted about how nervous you were. Thankfully, it was the first and last time. He continued to recount how Qin He shared posts on their wedding day and thereafter. Throughout, old Master Qin narrated how Qin He frequently posted about her over the past 3 years, only to set her posts as invisible to her while allowing his friends and family to see them. Shi Ning looked at Qin He in exasperation. You've been secretly posting so much and didn't he let me see any of it? Your methods are completely counterintuitive. No wonder you can't win a wife. Qin He gazed at her with a hint of melancholy. If you saw them, you would make me delete them. Seeing his pitiful expression made Shi Ning feel a twinge of guilt. Without any spoilers, she truly might act that way. Shi Ning, with her chin held high and a touch of defiance, asserted, You need to change the settings. I want to see them all.
All right.
Just as the three of them settled at the dining table, a loud voice suddenly erupted from outside. Chapter 100. The wife is capable. Shi Ning is the young mistress of the Qin family. Shi Ning is Qin He's wife. Qin He is Shi Ning's husband. It was Qin He's voice. Shi Ning stared at Qin He in shock, meeting the gazes of others around her. In an instant, her face flushed as if engulfed by flames. And she lightly pinched Qin He, urging him to make it stop. This is so embarrassing. Listening to the sound echoing from outside, it seemed to be coming from the direction of the musical fountain, amplified by speakers placed in various corners of the old residence. Shi Ning truly hadn't anticipated such a public announcement. 1,000 social deaths. Yet, Qin He found the sound even more melodious than the fountain, proclaiming it for an entire evening. All eyes, including those of old Master Qin and the others, were fixed on Shi Ning. Shui Qianlong, holding a plate of sweet and sour ribs, looked at her with a peculiar expression. Shi Ning leaned closer to Qin He and angrily commanded, Shut it off. Or you won't be allowed in my bed tonight. You'll eat vegetarian for a month. Qin He gazed at her with a quiet intensity before making a phone call to silence the official announcement broadcast. Let us eat, he urged. Shi Ning, feeling embarrassed, buried her head in her meal, resolving never to mention the idea of Qin He announcing their relationship again. It was simply too mortifying. Observing the affectionate dynamics between the couple, Qin He Ye felt a sense of satisfaction and turned his attention to Shui Qianlong. She gently placed a fragrant and spicy pot of shrimp before him, smiled tenderly, and then sat down in silence, eating her meal. The spicy shrimp was one of Qin He Ye's favorites, though its preparation was quite laborious. He looked at Shui Qianlong with eyes brimming with warmth and adoration that he could not conceal, in an attempt to downplay his fondness. He took only a few bites of the shrimp. Meanwhile, Shui Qianlong furrowed her brows slightly, puzzled by his minimal consumption. Shi Ning, on the other hand, relished her meal, particularly enjoying spicy dishes, especially shrimp and crab, which Qin He diligently peeled for her. After finishing their meal, noticing that the spicy shrimp remained untouched, Shi Ning casually ordered a few more dishes and instructed the servant to save the shrimp for later, as she intended to pair it with wine. With that, She strode away, her heart racing at the thought of only 3 shrimp left. Just 3. She would have to lick the plate clean. The servant, bemused, thought, do wealthy people really eat leftovers? On the way home, Lin Han drove while Qin He and Shi Ning sat in the back seat, both engrossed in their phones and exchanging no words. Qin He unlocked a post on his social media, allowing Shi Ning to see it. On the day of their proposal, he had written, I was quite nervous during the proposal. Thankfully, it was my first and last. On the day they received their marriage certificate, he shared, is having a wife remarkable? Indeed, I am quite remarkable. On the day they entered a contractual marriage, he quipped, wise men do not fall in love. I apologize. I am a fool. With just a glance from Shi Ning, he effortlessly transformed into the lovesick fool. Shi Ning's first attempt at cooking breakfast was depicted with a photo of overcooked corn, a burnt sandwich, and a glass of milk. He captioned it, Wife's heartfelt breakfast, accompanied by a puppy emoji. Shi Ning felt a rush of guilt as she glanced at Qin He. This breakfast had originally been prepared for Shin Shizhou, who had disdainfully refused to eat it and left. Coincidentally, Qin He had seen her preparation, coldly inquired if it was indeed her creation, and to her surprise, he had taken a photo, eaten it, and added such a caption. The puppy emoji, was it a playful jab at her remark about cooking for a dog? The online comments erupted with laughter. Why didn't the big villain have such charm before? It's hilarious, the foolish antagonist. Breakfast for the dog made by the wife, and the antagonist devoured it. Paired with a puppy emoji, how can a devoted dog not be a dog? In public, the antagonist is taciturn and speaks volumes. On social media, he can't stop talking about his wife. What's social media compared to the secret love diary in the attic? That's truly captivating and full of delightful contrasts. Shi Ning was instantly filled with curiosity. I want to see. She turned her head and called out to him, Qin He. Qin He looked up at Shi Ning. Shi Ning contemplated her choice of words, you like it. Suddenly, a sharp pain gripped her lower abdomen, causing her delicate face to pale. Her stomach ached terribly. What's wrong? Qin He immediately instructed Lin Han to pull over. Shi Ning clutched her belly, suspecting it was due to overeating that evening. Your mother's cooking is so delicious. Qin He gathered Shi Ning into his embrace and commanded Lin Han to head to the hospital. Halfway there, Shi Ning struggled to free herself from his hold. Her cheeks flushed as she whispered, no need for the hospital. I'm just on my period. She had just felt the onset of it. Let me go quickly. I might stain your pants. Qin He did not release her, nor did he instruct Lin Han to change direction. He held her closely, his large hand resting on her abdomen, gently pressing. To your period still 3 days away? He actually remembered. Shi Ning felt her cheeks heat up. Perhaps today had been too stimulating, the delectable food and the charming man beside her. Upon reaching the hospital, the doctor diagnosed her with mild dysmenorrhea, advising her to drink plenty of warm water and brown sugar water, and to keep warm. Back at the Qin residence, Shi Ning changed her clothes while Qin He prepared brown sugar water. She wrestled with her thoughts throughout the night. Finally, unable to resist, she tugged at Qin He's tie, gazing at him with big eyes.
Qin He, I'm sorry.
Qin He set the bowl on the nightstand and sat beside her, rubbing her belly, puzzled by her apology. Why are you saying sorry? He was taken aback, leaning down to kiss her forehead. There's no need to apologize for such things. We have plenty of time ahead. Shi Ning's face turned crimson, and she stammered, once my period is over, I definitely. She shyly failed to complete her sentence, her gaze fixed on Qin He. Seeing her bashful demeanor, Qin He chuckled lightly, no rush.
Ah.
You villain. Why are you pretending to be tough? You're obviously more eager than anyone. It's truly the supporting characters who aren't anxious, while we are all dying of impatience. It's absurd. All this forced love turns into pure romance. Let us take this matter to the heavens. Shi Ning felt a pang of guilt, lowering her head as she murmured, am I the only one anxious? After tasting meat, who would wish for a vegetarian diet? That day spent with Qin He was simply exquisite. They were both adults, and he was her legitimate husband. There was no need for a celibate existence, was there? Though her voice was soft, Qin He caught her words. In a husky tone, he asked, does my wife want to eat meat? Shi Ning looked up. In the next moment, Qin He grasped her hand and pressed it against his body. Then let us satisfy my wife. But I'm on my period. It's all right, my dear. Yet, Qin He tightened his grip on her hand, gazing at her red lips, a mischievous smile playing on his face. Chapter 101. Is it really this ruthless? An hour later, Shi Ning's hands trembled as if afflicted by Parkinson's. Her cheeks flushed as she shot a glare at Qin He Ye. I'm ignoring you. He always promised it would be quick, yet. Indeed, a man's words are deceiving. Qin He Ye looked content as he observed Shi Ning's rosy lips. Lifting her into his arms and carrying her toward the bathroom, he set her on the sink, turned on the hot water, and began washing her little hands. If it's inconvenient, don't tease. There are many methods, understand? Shi Ning glared at him in embarrassment and irritation. Humph. He embraced Shi Ning tightly from behind, whispering, This time, I shall spare you. We have ample time ahead to explore slowly. Next time, begging for mercy will not suffice. He desired her not merely as a fleeting possession of the past, but for a lifetime, forever and always. Shi Ning playfully nudged his chest with her elbow, feeling a mixture of affection and exhaustion from him. You initiated this flirtation, so you cannot regret it, she asserted playfully. Regret was futile. He was resolute in not letting her go, nor allowing her the freedom to love another. The thought of her affection directed towards someone else drove him to madness. A madness that left him uncertain of his own actions. Shi Ning sensed the intensity of his possessiveness, the dark aura enveloping her completely. In the past, such an aura from Qin He Ye had instilled genuine fear within her. However, now she found herself less frightened, albeit still cautious, wishing to avoid any potential harm. She turned to embrace Qin He Ye's firm waist, resting her cheek against his chest. With a soft yet determined voice, she declared, I will never regret it. Qin He Ye tightened his hold on Shi Ning, cradling her as they drifted into slumber. The night was shrouded in darkness. In the shadows, a figure sat in a corner, gazing into the distance, holding a phone. At last, the phone rang, an unknown number flashing on the screen. Upon answering, he listened intently for a while. Is the old master well? Not hospitalized? That foolish woman didn't he argue with him? Has she eaten pig brains and become clever? He contemplated. Let us observe further and devise a sharper strategy. The call ended, plunging him back into darkness. When Shi Ning awoke, Qin He Ye was no longer beside her. She lay in bed, idly scrolling through her phone, coming across the task he had sent her. Love you for a lifetime. She then checked on the chicks, planning to donate their eggs and send them to the lemon house for some mischief. The female antagonist truly lacks intelligence, engaging only in trivial games. You can't fix a dull mind with pig brains. That statement is erroneous. Shi Ning suddenly raised her head. Who is that person? Can the comments be clearer? Is that person referring to the killing knife as Shi Ning? After all, the malicious female antagonist, capable of causing chaos until the end, must have a powerful backing. Need it be asked? Of course. This foolish, yet sharp knife in the hands of the female antagonist can eliminate many. And it's free and effective. Shi Ning. Who is this commenter? Block them. She had a fragile heart and couldn't bear insults. After reading the comments for a while, she realized no one could identify that person. The commenters themselves were uncertain, but at least they acknowledged she was not in danger. That was sufficient. She wasn't anxious, as any imminent threat would be revealed through the comments. In high spirits, Shi Ning continued her game, occasionally glancing at the comments, which seemed to be focused on the romantic plot between the male and female leads, overflowing with excitement.
Ah.
Ning and Qin He Ye are truly adorable. They are my beloved sweethearts. The protagonists have finally united, and Shi Ning, the malevolent supporting character, initially intended to sow discord between them. Little did she realize she became an unintentional catalyst, facilitating their union at a remarkable pace. If the spiteful female antagonist were to learn of this, she would undoubtedly be consumed by envy, her countenance twisted by jealousy, to the point of losing her humanity. Dear female antagonist, please do not disappoint us. Your legion of fans. Shower us with affection. Love fervently, even to the point of death. Do not falter. When Qin He Ye had a fever reaching 38.5 degrees, Shi Ning tended to him, and amidst their care for one another, they ended up entangled thus, let the formidable adversary succumb to a fever of 40 degrees. Allowing our wicked supporting character to triumph over the heroine in this regard, she must not lose, not even an iota. Shi Ning could only shake her head in disbelief. A fever of 40 degrees would necessitate a hospital visit. Who would desire such an outcome? That would be utterly deranged, loving to the point of forsaking one's life. Precious Qi Ning is nestled in Qin He Ye's embrace, plotting how to torment Shi Ning, the wicked supporting character. We adore our precious Qi Ning. She is beautiful, intelligent, and ambitious. never hesitating to retaliate against those who dare to bully her. A timid thought crossed her mind. Hadn't he, the supporting character, always treated Shi Ning well? It was only after Shi Ning schemed to steal her fiancé that she turned to darkness, an understandable transformation. In this era, it seems that one can absolve a wicked character of their deeds by attributing their actions to circumstances. Can I claim my tumultuous childhood as justification for murderous intent? The comments section erupted into a heated debate between supporters of the heroine and the supporting character. Shi Ning chose not to engage, instead opting to glance at her phone. She resumed watching once the comments reached a count of 99, sifting through to find something of substance. Shi Ning intended to call Shi Ning, conveying that Qin He Ye was ill, consumed by thoughts of her to the point of neglecting food and sleep. She also mentioned that Qin He Ye had been assaulted by Qin He Ye. The supporting character nearly caused the demise of the primary antagonist. However, antagonists are notoriously resilient. The formidable villain survived and retaliated against the supporting character, loving her fiercely while she begged for mercy. Shi Ning was taken aback. Was such brutality truly part of the narrative? The comments referenced the original storyline, where Shi Ning had been imprisoned by Qin He Ye in an attic, deprived of sustenance for 3 days before her release. Following the news of Qin He Ye's illness and his encounter with Qin He Ye, she rushed out, leading to a series of events that resulted in her subsequent captivity. Reflecting on the plot, one cannot overlook Qin He Ye's ruthlessness, driven by love to the point of injury. Could he truly force affection upon her? They must be the protagonists of a romantic tale, right? Chapter 102, an 800-word essay longing for a wife. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Shi Ning's phone rang. The caller was Shi Ning. Shi Ning raised an eyebrow, marveling at the timely spoiler from the comments. She did not rush to answer. Instead, she donned her pajamas and stepped out of her room. At that moment, Aunt Zhang appeared with breakfast, respectfully addressing her as young mistress. Shi Ning acknowledged her with a nod, glancing at the meal laid before her. 1 cup of coffee was intended for Qin He Ye. Indeed, Aunt Zhang confirmed, Master Qin is in the study. Shi Ning reached out to take the phone, placing it on the tray. Allow me, she said. Aunt Zhang, puzzled, asked, Aren't you going to answer the call? The phone continued to ring, and she had just caught a glimpse of the caller's identity. It was a call from Shi Ning. Typically, the young mistress would answer Miss Shi's calls without hesitation. A phone call is not as significant as my husband's meal, Shi Ning remarked, as she carried the tray into the study, just in time to hear Shi Ning's voice alongside Qin He Ye. The ringing ceased as she pushed the door open. Qin He Ye reprimanded coldly, You should knock before entering. However, upon seeing Shi Ning, his tone softened. Stay still. I will come to you. Shi Ning observed as Qin He Ye hurriedly concealed some items on the desk before approaching her. He took the tray from her with one hand while holding her hand with the other, leading her towards the office desk. Why did you bring breakfast? Where is Aunt Zhang? I ran into her at the entrance and thought to deliver it myself, Shi Ning replied, glancing at the desk. It was a minimalist space, featuring a computer, some documents, and a photo frame of their marriage certificate. Her eyes fell upon a blank sheet of paper. Was it something Qin He Ye had just hidden? Noticing her gaze, Qin He Ye, a bit flustered, tugged at her hand. Let us sit on the sofa and have breakfast together. Shi Ning lifted her gaze. Observing Qin He Ye's nervousness, she raised an eyebrow. What did you just hide? Nothing at all. Qin He Ye avoided her eyes. Understanding dawned upon her. Was it a company secret? Then I shall take my leave. I respect confidentiality, she stated, turning to exit. Qin He Ye grasped her arm again.
No, it's not that.
I'm not hiding anything from you. It's not a secret in your presence. Shi Ning arched an eyebrow. So, what unspeakable deeds have transpired here? In an instant, Qin He Ye's face flushed crimson, and he could hardly meet her gaze. Shi Ning, noticing his embarrassment, was baffled. What on earth could be so secretive that it would make someone like Qin He Ye shy? The antagonist secretly stashes items away from the female lead, only to be caught and turn red-faced. The antagonist, utterly infatuated, could only be sketching the events of the previous night with the female lead. One can only hope that the female lead discovers this, as a glance at the drawings would reveal a rather vivid and juicy life in the study. Anticipation abounds. Dear girl, please rein in your imagination. The antagonist's thoughts are not so lewd. He is merely penning an 800-word essay about the female lead, which remains unfinished. Hence his embarrassment upon being caught. It was neither a confidential document nor a drawing of her for Qin He Ye. Thus, Shi Ning felt no restraint as she took a seat in the office chair. A secret, you say? Now I must see for myself. Wife, Qin He Ye set down the tray. attempting to stop her, but it was too late. Shi Ning had already picked up the paper underneath. It was a sheet of 800-character composition paper, half filled with words, approximately 400 characters. Shi Ning read aloud, "It has been 43 hours, 5 minutes, and 72 seconds since I parted from my wife. I miss her everywhere. My ears long to hear her voice. My eyes wish to see her, and my lips yearn to kiss her." Qin He sat beside her, his face flushed with embarrassment, unable to meet Shi Ning's gaze. "Darling, please stop reading," he implored. Yet, Shi Ning, undeterred, and with her phone silent, continued. Her hands longed for her beloved, wishing to hold her delicate fingers, to embrace her slender waist. Ning, you mustn't look." Qin He seemed slightly irked, omitting the term of endearment. Shi Ning deftly evaded his grasp, continuing her reading. The 400-word essay of longing was not excessively long. Qin He, wary of hurting Shi Ning, refrained from forcibly taking it from her, watching as she neared the end. With a sudden motion, he seized her arm, pulling her up, and claimed the office chair for himself. He then positioned Shi Ning on his lap, tightening his grip around her waist, and leaned down to threaten her. "If you continue, I shall kiss you." Shi Ning raised the essay paper high, her own body yearning for affection. Yet, before she could finish, Qin He leaned down and captured her rebellious lips in a fervent kiss, deep and passionate. Shi Ning melted into him, her elevated hand dropping the essay, which fluttered onto the table. The lengthy kiss concluded just as she struggled for breath. Only then did Qin He release her lips, but he maintained his hold on her waist, gazing at her with a hint of desire in his eyes. "Do you sense how much I miss you?" Shi Ning's cheeks flushed, playfully retorting, "Well, I'm wearing a pad, so I hardly feel anything." She had barely finished her sentence when Qin He tightened his grip on her waist, his lips brushing against her ear as he teasingly asked, "How about now?" Shi Ning blushed even deeper, glaring at him. "Qin He, how can you be so wicked? Just the other day, you were so aloof, impeccably dressed, buttoned up like an old bureaucrat." Seeing her speechless, Qin He focused on her rosy lips. "Is my dear wife looking to explore new territories?" The atmosphere grew charged. Suddenly, the phone rang. Shi Ning, blushing, stammered, I'll answer the call. Please hand me my phone." Qin He, not wanting to be a brute, acknowledged her physical discomfort and ceased his teasing. However, he did not release her, holding her close as he retrieved her phone. Upon seeing the caller ID, he frowned, clearly displeased with Shi Ning calling at such a moment. No, at any moment, because her calls invariably revolved around Shin Shizhou. Nestled in Qin He's embrace, Shi Ning answered lazily, "Cousin." Relieved that Shi Ning had picked up, Shi Ning greeted her. "Good morning, sister." "MHM," Shi Ning replied, gesturing towards breakfast, her mouth forming words as she signaled Qin He to feed her. At that moment, Shi Ning lay in Shin Shizhou's arms, their eyes exchanging silent communication. "Sister, is Master Qin with you?" she inquired. Though Qin He was not beside her in the conventional sense, he held her closely, her sitting on his lap indicating otherwise. She giggled inwardly, not having lied or deceived, right? Chapter 103, A Skillful Strike, A Brilliant Blow. Upon hearing that Qin He was not by Shi Ning's side, Shi Ning felt an immense sense of relief. "That's good. I have something to discuss with you." Shi Ning, unhurried, responded with a soft signaling Qin He to remain silent, and then activated the speakerphone. Qin He lowered his gaze towards her, holding out a cup of coffee to her lips. Shi Ning shook her head, pointing at the milk. She did not enjoy coffee, finding it too bitter. Shi Ning, sensing the unusual quietness on the other end, anticipated Shi Ning would inquire further, yet all she received was a faint With some hesitation, she finally spoke. "It's about Brother Shizhou. I'm unsure if I should mention it, as I fear it may affect a relationship with Qin Ye." Shi Ning replied, "Oh, it would affect my relationship with my husband? Then perhaps you should refrain from saying anything." Shi Ning was taken aback. Meanwhile, Shi Ning was forcibly fed a sip of coffee by Qin He, grimacing at the bitter taste. Hearing the slightly sultry tone in Shi Ning's voice, Shin Shizhou frowned. Concerned, Shi Ning asked, "Sister, what's wrong?" "It's nothing. The coffee is just too bitter," Shi Ning replied, glaring at Qin He. His coffee was pure, devoid of any sugar, utterly unbearable for her. Qin He set the coffee down. Shi Ning sighed in relief, worrying that the call at this hour might imply something inappropriate between Shi Ning and Qin He, which would surely upset her. Shi Ning, Brother Shizhou is ill," she continued. He has a high fever and was assaulted last night, even stuffed into a sack. The assailant warned Brother Shizhou that if he got too close to the young lady, he would break his legs. As Shi Ning divulged the details about Qin Shizhou, he listened attentively, awaiting Shi Ning's reaction, anxious for her to express anger or outrage, firmly believing it was Qin He's doing. However, on the other end of the line, there was a moment of stillness, punctuated only by a faint sound, akin to a kiss. Qin Shizhou and Shi Ning exchanged glances, the former's expression darkening at the thought of Shi Ning and Qin He sharing such intimacy. Even Shi Ning, who was nestled in his embrace, felt uncomfortable and pushed away. With a hint of panic, Shi Ning asked, "Sister, are you still there?" Shi Ning playfully nibbled on Qin He's lower lip, finally reclaiming her freedom. Her voice, already soft, now came out breathy and enticing. Shi Ning, feeling anxious, inquired once more, "Sister, is Qin He truly not by your side?" Qin He released her and offered her a breakfast sandwich. "Yes," Shi Ning affirmed. "Have you finished your thoughts?" Shi Ning pressed on. "Did you hear what I just said?" "Of course, I heard." "Sister heard everything, but don't you have any thoughts on it? Aren't you concerned about Brother Shizhou?" As Shi Ning took a bite of the sandwich that Qin He held, she mused, with so many enemies of Qin Shizhou, what thoughts could I possibly entertain? Besides, he is now your fiancé and my future brother-in-law. Why should I concern myself with him? Should I care enough to gift you a green dress? Please. I lack such craftsmanship and find it distasteful. Seek assistance elsewhere. Shi Ning was utterly exasperated by Shi Ning. In the past, whenever she mentioned Qin Shizhou, Shi Ning would be more anxious than anyone else. Now, however, she unleashed a torrent of curses, seemingly more concerned with finding Qin Shizhou than ever, which only intensified Shi Ning's frustration. Clearly, Shi Ning had become more foolish than before. Shi Ning resorted to steering the conversation. "Sister, the people who attacked Brother Shizhou mentioned the young madam. Could it be that those who assaulted him are?" She deliberately paused, hoping to guide Shi Ning's thoughts towards Qin He, but stopped just short of making the connection. Shi Ning remained silent. After a prolonged silence, Shi Ning pressed on, "Sister, I'm hanging up now." Shi Ning, growing anxious, urged, "Have you not considered that it might be Qin He who attacked Brother Shizhou?" Shi Ning's voice rose in pitch. "Are you suggesting that Qin He assaulted Qin Shizhou out of concern for me, even going so far as to break his legs?" Strangely, her tone seemed tinged with excitement. Shi Ning, taken aback, replied, "Yes, exactly." Shi Ning clapped her hands in delight. "How splendid. I never imagined Qin He cared for me so deeply. I thought he had no fondness for women. It seems he can feel jealousy for my sake. Well done indeed. How delightful to see Qin Shizhou croaking like a frog." On the other end of the line, both Shi Ning and Qin Shizhou were momentarily stunned, exchanging incredulous glances. Was this truly the Shi Ning they knew? Qin Shizhou yearned to snatch the phone and speak to her directly, but Shi Ning shot him a glance to hold his tongue. Continuing, she said, "Sister must be driven mad with anger. Brother Shizhou is gravely ill and still in a coma, repeatedly calling your name." Shi Ning, upon seeing the comments, realized they were both in bed together. If he were calling her name under such circumstances, it made her feel nauseated. Nevertheless, she decided to play along, digging a deeper pit for Qin Shizhou to fall into. Feigning being swayed, she asked, "He is calling my name?" Shi Ning nodded vigorously, "Yes. Brother Shizhou has been calling for you, insisting that even if he were to be beaten to death, he would fear nothing as long as he could be with you forever. He also asked me not to tell you, fearing it might cause a quarrel with Qin He." Shi Ning gazed at Qin He, who was visibly stewing in jealousy, and exclaimed, "Oh." She lifted her hand to pinch his cheek playfully, soothingly saying, "Do not be jealous." Shi Ning interjected, "Sister, may I visit Brother Shizhou?" "Of course, but let us wait until tomorrow. I'm unavailable today," Shi Ning replied nonchalantly. Shi Ning felt that tomorrow would be perfect, allowing for a more convincing performance in the evening. She planned to arrange for the doctor to make Qin Shizhou's condition seem even more dire. However, concerning the matter of Qin He attacking Brother Shizhou, Shi Ning declared, her voice filled with righteous indignation, "I will seek him out for an explanation. He must be made to answer for bullying Qin Shizhou." Before she could finish her sentence, Qin He shoved the remaining half of the sandwich into Shi Ning's mouth. Shi Ning diligently bit into her sandwich, her eyes wide as she looked at Qin He, pleadingly gazing at him. It was far too large, her mouth was stuffed and she could barely manage. "Darling, please," she mumbled. "Who feeds someone a sandwich like this? Are you trying to choke me?" On the other end of the phone, Qin He Ye and Shi Ning's expressions changed drastically. Chapter 104. Bagging her up. Shi Ning and Qin He Ye. The mere thought of speaking ill of Qin He sent chills down their spines, causing them to seal their lips tightly, even breathing cautiously. Meanwhile, Shi Ning's face flushed red from the sandwich lodged in her mouth as she gazed longingly at Qin He. He extended his hand in front of her, granting her mercy this time. Shi Ning then spat a bit of the sandwich into his palm. Seeing her act so nonchalantly, Qin He chuckled lightly. Now my hand is all messy. Shi Ning huffed in response. The couple shared a sweet interaction, while on the other end, Shi Ning and Qin He Ye breathed cautiously, exchanging glances, filled with unspoken thoughts. Initially frightened, Shi Ning soon felt anger and jealousy rising within her. Because Shi Ning's words seemed to imply an intimacy with Qin He, she couldn't fathom how that aloof and ascetic man could be when he broke his own rules. Just the thought of him bare-chested, sweat cascading down his abs, made her heart race and her cheeks flush, not to mention what else might occur. Yet this wildly indulgent Qin He was visible to Shi Ning every night. Shi Ning was driven mad with jealousy. Hadn't her sister claimed that Master Qin wasn't by her side? Shi Ning, yes, he may not be beside me, but he is beneath me, Shi Ning retorted, slapping Qin He's hand in frustration. The sound of the slap rang out sharply, but given the context, it only fueled the imagination further. Qin He Ye turned pale, unable to contain himself any longer. He knocked the bedside lamp to the floor, gritting his teeth as he cursed. Wretched person. The lamp crashed to the ground with a loud thud, drowning out Qin He Ye's angry words. Shi Ning chose to ignore the outburst, thinking, "Who's the one cursing?" She declared, "If my cousin is fine, I shall hang up now. Qin He is waiting for me." Shi Ning was so furious, she felt like throwing her phone. "Sister, how can you be like this with Master Qin?" Shi Ning, uninterested in her cousin's complaints, replied, "We are husband and wife. We must engage in such things and more, in countless delightful ways." She ended the call abruptly. Qin He tightened his grip around her slender waist, narrowing his eyes at her. "You wish to settle the score with me?" Those dangerous eyes held a profound grievance. "Darling, do you truly believe her words? I was with you all night. Surely you know better than anyone?" He toyed with Shi Ning's small hand, his voice husky. "Still calling me darling? Do you wish to recreate last night? Shall we do it once more? At this rate, your little hand will be worn out today." For the entire day, Qin He would be feeding her. He lifted his gaze to her red lips and asked, "Too big?" Shi Ning replied, "Can't eat any more?" Shi Ning found Qin He's gaze to be utterly terrifying, hastily covering her mouth with her small hand. "I was merely referring to the sandwich. Furthermore, I do not trust Shi Ning. I am not here to settle scores with you. If you truly did strike Qin He Ye, I would only reward you."
Oh?
Qin He lowered his head, gazing at Shi Ning's crimson lips with an aggressive intensity. "Where would you reward me?" It was indeed futile to conceal his predatory gaze with her hand over her mouth. Shi Ning blushed profusely, raising her hand to shield his eyes. "You haven't even hit him, so there is no reward. How absurd." Ever since last night, Qin He had completely unleashed himself, revealing his true nature. How could he become so wicked? This was still her safe period. Shi Ning dared not contemplate what would happen once that period ended.
Ah.
Qin He fell into a brief silence. After a moment, he removed Shi Ning's hand from his eyes, looking at her with a complex expression. "Do you wish for me to strike Qin He Ye?" Shi Ning nodded. "Indeed. He slandered you by claiming you assaulted him, inciting discord between us as a couple. Should we not solidify his guilt? She is the vicious female antagonist. He is the greatest villain in the entire narrative. Speaking of greatness." Shi Ning couldn't suppress a tilt of her head, her face flushing crimson, and quickly shook her head to dispel the corrupt thoughts instilled by that mischievous girl. Qin He grasped Shi Ning's hand, his lips curling slightly. "As my wife commands, I shall obey." Shi Ning pointed to the essay paper on the table, which remained unfinished at 800 words. "After breakfast, you shall continue writing." Qin He embraced her, asserting that rather than reading cold, unfeeling words, it would be far more meaningful to demonstrate how I feel about you. With that, he kissed her tender lips. After the call ended, Shi Ning and Qin He Ye sat in silence for a while. Qin He Ye leaned against the headboard, drawing deep puffs of smoke, the haze swirling around him, clearly indicating his foul mood. Shi Ning tugged at the blanket, shielding herself, and gazed at Qin He Ye softly. "Brother Shi Ye, today's incident was an accident. Let us pretend it never happened. I will not let my sister know of this." Qin He merely exhaled a cloud of smoke, scoffing disdainfully. You are my fiancé, E. What is Shi Ning to me? What does it matter if she knows? Does she have any right to feel jealous? Shi Ning replied, Brother Shi, do not speak ill of my sister. After all, the bond you share has been marred by Qin Ye's interference. Our situation was accidental. Qin He was in a wretched mood and had no desire to converse. His mind was consumed by the earlier exchange between Shi Ning and Qin He. He struggled to envision Shi Ning in her alluring splendor, unable to conjure even a semblance of it. Yet such a scene played out vividly before Qin He. Under his very grasp, as these thoughts consumed him, the smoke felt like daggers piercing his heart, stabbing deep into his very being. The pain was overwhelming. Shi Ning should not treat him this way. Shi Ning should not be so intimate with Qin He. Shi Ning assessed Qin He's expression, quickly recalibrating her strategy. Brother Shi, do not be angry. My sister merely succumbed to temptation in a moment of playfulness, but she undoubtedly loves you the most. Moreover, the sister has entered adulthood and undoubtedly possesses her own desires. It is only natural that she seeks companionship, even with someone like Lord Qin. If Brother Shi were to cast a shy glance at her tomorrow, she would realize his prowess surpasses that of Lord Qin. Qin He extinguished his cigarette and turned to Shi Ning, asking, If I were to sleep with Shi Ning, would you feel jealous? He felt a twinge of annoyance. Sensing that Shi Ning might no longer harbor affection for him, Shi Ning's demeanor seemed peculiar. She professed her love yet simultaneously pushed him away. With reddened eyes brimming with tears, Shi Ning quickly responded, Of course I would feel jealous, but she sobbed, For Brother Shi, I cannot harbor jealousy. I am willing to take on the role of the villain for him. As tears streamed down her cheeks, she choked on her words, Otherwise, I would not have spoken ill of Lord Qin earlier to help you arrange a meeting with my sister. I merely wished to assist you. Initially preoccupied with thoughts of Shi Ning, Qin He, upon witnessing Shi Ning in tears, hurriedly embraced her, lowering his head to kiss her forehead. I'm sorry for thinking ill of you. I know you love me most. He assured her, Rest assured, I will never lay a hand on Shi Ning. I will merely hold her and kiss her, and acquire the land in the Western District. Shi Ning was merely a stepping stone for his ascent. With a single embrace or kiss, she would willingly devote herself to him. Indeed, the one Shi Ning loves is him, and she is tainted, unworthy of his fleeting sorrow or guilt. As night fell, Qin He received an important client call before departing from the Shun residence. In the stillness of the night, at the golf course where surveillance was disabled, he began to speak when, suddenly, he was ensnared in a filthy, foul-smelling sack. Chapter 105. Beat.
Beat. Beat.
Outside the sack, Qin He and Shi Ning unleashed a flurry of kicks upon the bound Qin He, reluctant to dirty their hands. Following the call, Qin He's conversation with Shi Ning was calculated. Shi Ning had gleaned the entirety from the barrage of comments. Their repugnant antics had reached a pinnacle of disgust. They were merciless in their retaliation. Thud, thud, thud.
Ah, ugh, ah, ugh.
Qin He, unable to articulate, cried out in pain, retching uncontrollably, the stench intensifying as he vomited inside the sack. The odor, a grotesque emlang of rotten eggs and decaying rodents, now mingled with his own regurgitation, creating a truly acrid atmosphere. In desperation, he shielded his head with one hand while covering his groin with the other to avoid critical strikes. Finally, unable to contain himself, he screamed amidst his anguish. Do you know who I am? How dare you strike me? I am the third young master of the Qin family. If you lay a finger on me, the Qin family will not let you off easily.
Ugh.
Just wait. Tomorrow, you will face ruin. You will end up in jail. Once again, Qin He retched, now reduced to dry heaving. After delivering enough kicks, Qin He felt a sense of relief. Pei Qian brought over a chair, and Qin He motioned for Shi Ning to sit down. He then leisurely responded with a cold retort, Is that so? He had already resolved in his mind that those who dared to strike him would soon find themselves in dire straits. As soon as Qin He Ye's voice rang out, Qin He became utterly immobilized. Suddenly, the contents of the bag seemed less odious. Qin Ye? He uttered in disbelief. Without needing further instruction from Qin He Ye, Pei Qianhua stepped forward, untying the burlap sack to prevent suffocation. Qin He gasped for breath, lifting his gaze to behold Qin He Ye and, nestled in his arms, Shi Ning. In that fleeting moment, Qin He was so intimidated by Qin He Ye's presence that he instinctively knelt upright. His pupils widened once again as he exclaimed, Shi Ning, You are here too? Shi Ning, nestled in Qin He Ye's embrace, appeared particularly petite and obedient, the two of them exuding an undeniable harmony. The lights had already been turned on, revealing a faint red mark on Qin He Ye's Adam's apple, likely a love bite. Glancing at Shi Ning, clad in a pristine white dress with a long neck also adorned with several love bites, he noticed her lips were slightly torn and swollen. The memory of the voice he had heard on the phone that morning made Qin Shijo's breath catch painfully. Shi Ning's lips were injured because of Qin He Ye. Shi Ning raised her chin, looking down at Qin Shijo with an air of indifference. Indeed, not only am I here, but I also specifically chose the sack for you, and even kicked you a couple of times.
No.
It was more accurate to say that she had conspired with Qin He Ye to ensnare him in the sack and beat him up. Qin Shijo seethed internally. How could she? How dare she? How could she bear to do this? Qin He Ye regarded Qin Shijo with the disdainful gaze of an emperor observing an insect. Mr. Qin, what are your plans for bringing the Qin Corporation to ruin? And how do you intend to have me imprisoned? Pei Qianhua, ever considerate, offered Qin Shijo his phone. Shall I assist Mr. Qin in calling the police? Qin Shijo's face turned pale with anger. Qin He Ye was utterly arrogant. So presumptuous. After having ensnared him in a sack and thoroughly beaten him, he still dared to be so considerate as to offer to call the police. It was as if he regarded Qin Shijo as less than human, his imperious gaze viewing him like a rat in a stinking gutter. Qin He Ye coldly fixed his eyes on Qin Shijo. However, such matters of punishment should indeed involve parental figures. Mr. Qin, would you like to first report to Mr. Qin about this incident?
Report?
Did he think he was a 3-year-old child? Furthermore, if he truly informed his father, his troubles would only multiply. Especially since he was merely a bastard. Upon returning to the Qin family, he would only receive another beating. Lord Qin must be jesting. I merely stumbled and inadvertently found myself in the sack, and fell by accident. I did not get beaten. Qin He Ye's voice was icy and airy as he spoke. Mr. Qin, I trust my wife is concerned for you? The tone was light, yet it bore a chilling menace. Qin Shijo felt as though a sword hung over his head, hastily insisting, No, I merely regard Shi Ning as a neighborly sister. I do not require her concern. Pei Qianhua entered with a plate of fruits, which included a glinting fruit knife. Shi Ning, I want to eat a pear, Qin He Ye stated, picking up the fruit knife and slowly peeling the pear. Without lifting his gaze, he casually inquired of Qin Shijo, Mr. Qin, are you unwell, yet still call out my wife's name, yearning to be with her even in death? Qin Shijo felt as though Qin He was not merely peeling a pear, but rather flaying his very scalp, as if the specter of death wielded a scythe before him. He dared not glance at Shi Ning, bowing his head, convincing himself that he regarded her merely as a neighborly sister, devoid of any deeper sentiments. Shi Ning cast a disdainful look at Qin Shijo. Even without raising his gaze, he could feel her derision and mockery. Qin He, tell me, should I send someone to give you a beating, to warn you to keep your distance from my wife? The sound of the fruit knife slicing through the pear only heightened Qin Shijo's sensation that it was his own skull being scraped. Qin He's aura was overwhelmingly frigid, formidable, and terrifying. Deep down, Qin Shijo felt an unyielding defiance, yet he was fundamentally gripped by a profound fear of Qin He. Once Qin He had finished peeling the fruit, he gently released his grip. The pear skin and the knife fell before Qin Shijo, narrowly grazing his lap. The glinting blade brushed against the fabric of his trousers, embedding itself into the ground.
Ah!
Qin Shijo's face turned ashen, collapsing to the floor as a distinct odor permeated the air. That was too close. The knife had almost pierced his vital parts. He could have easily become the last eunuch. Qin He looked down at Shi Ning and inquired if she still held affection for him. Shi Ning shot him a sharp glance, unequivocally declaring her lack of interest. You are utterly useless, simply garbage. As she spoke, she cupped Qin He's face and tilted her head to plant a gentle kiss on his lips. Shi Ning cherished Qin He above all others, her affection solely reserved for him. Qin He leaned down and returned her kiss deeply before finally releasing her. He then turned his cold gaze to Qin Shijo, delivering a single, frigid command. Get lost. Qin Shijo dared not utter a word nor rise to his feet. He opted to crawl away instead. Yet, the towering figure of Pei Qianhu blocked his path. Mr. Qin, do you not comprehend human language? This is a directive for you to leave. Shi Ning looked eagerly at Qin He, concerned that the diligent cleaning lady's efforts would be sullied by Mr. Qin. And how unjust that would be for her. Qin He, charmed by her mischievous smile, could not resist leaning down to kiss her. Ning is so kind. We must not burden the cleaning lady with unnecessary toil. Page Xianhu reiterated to Shin Shizhou, Mr. Shin, can you understand what is being said? If you remain oblivious, that fruit knife may well administer a rather severe warning. Shin Shizhou, I understand. He loathed Qin He yet dared not glare at him. Instead, he shot a resentful glance at Shi Ning before retreating into a sack, hastily departing. Qin He glanced at Shi Ning's silver high heels and frowned. They were now dirty. He simply removed her shoes and discarded them. Chapter 106. The Wife's Revenge?
Stay tuned.
Shi Ning quickly pleaded with Qin He in a hushed tone. No. Please. Let me have a moment of respite. I still need my little hands. Qin He, looking down at her, replied in a hushed voice, I can manage on my own. I do not require your assistance. Shi Ning. The possibilities were unimaginable, and she dared not contemplate them. Upon returning home, Qin He carried Shi Ning into the bathroom. He wore a crisp white shirt, buttoned up to the last button, revealing his prominent Adam's apple. With his cufflinks undone and sleeves rolled up to his forearms, he held the shower head firmly, his handsome face set in a stern expression, meticulously assisting Shi Ning with her bath. Clad in a pristine white shirt, every detail flawless, he treated her with the reverence one would afford a rare treasure. Earnest and devoted, unwilling to profane the moment. Not even a hint of temptation from Shi Ning could sway him.
Yet,
it was precisely this resolute demeanor of Qin He that ensnared Shi Ning's heart. The water soaked through his immaculate shirt, hinting at his sculpted abs, exuding an undeniable aura of sensuality. The contrast between his earnest, devoted visage, his labored breaths, and the subtle allure of his toned physique heightened his temptation to an exquisite pinnacle. Shi Ning truly grasped what it meant to be captivated by a male enchantress. Unable to contain herself, she softly called out to him, Qin He. Qin He, ever restrained, took a towel to dry her off before helping her into her nightgown, saying gently, You are unwell. You must practice moderation. I shall indulge you for the next few days. After completing these tasks, he lifted Shi Ning effortlessly into his arms. Revenge from the wife, he smirked, I await the outcome with bated breath. In the middle of the night, Shi Qingyin was roused from her slumber by a call from Shin Shizhou. He scolded her sharply, detailing how Qin He had dealt with him, as the unfounded rumors had been solidified by Qin He's actions. Blaming her for the ill-conceived scheme, he warned her to brace for Qin He's retribution. Consequently, Shi Qingyin found herself unable to sleep, terrified that Qin He might send someone to ensnare and punish her as well. She firmly believed he would go to such lengths, regardless of whether the victim was a man or a woman. If provoked, he would be equally merciless. Throughout the night, every sound sent shivers down her spine, the anxiety of awaiting an inevitable punishment more harrowing than the prospect of being directly attacked. Thus, she trembled through to 10 in the morning. Confirming it was a workday and that Qin He was likely at the office, Shi Qingyin finally called Shi Ning. This time, Shi Ning answered promptly. Is Qin He not by your side? Shi Qingyin whispered cautiously. Afraid that Shi Ning might indulge in wordplay, she quickly amended. Not beneath you, nor within 100 meters of you. I presume he has gone to the office? Shi Ning, holding the transfer contract, confirmed that he had left for work quite early. Shi Qingyin let out a sigh of relief. Will you visit Brother Shizhou in the hospital today? Shi Ning smiled. Of course, I was just about to head out. We must dig our graves quickly. Shi Qingyin inquired. Are you aware that Qin He struck Brother Shizhou last night? Yes, I was complicit with Qin He, Shi Ning replied, as she settled into her pink BMW. What we did not commit, of course, must be solidified into guilt. She instructed Lin Han to drive, her voice light and melodic. So, dear cousin, do mind your words in the future. With that, she ended the call. Shi Qingyin, startled by Shi Ning's words, could only suppress her weariness from a sleepless night as she rose to apply her makeup, preparing to visit Shin Shizhou at the hospital. Today, I must capture intimate photographs of Shi Ning and Shin Shizhou to send to Qin He. It is imperative. Upon arriving at the hospital, Shi Ning approached the nurse's station and greeted the young nurse with a smile, playfully announcing her arrival as the overbearing sister. The nurse flushed crimson, astonished that despite her transfer to another department, she still encountered this formidable sister. Upon entering the ward, Shi Qingyin immediately stood up, beaming as she addressed Shi Ning. Sister, you're here. Brother Shizhou has been waiting for you for quite some time. Shin Shizhou glanced up at Shi Ning, scoffing. Aren't you the one who claimed to dislike me? What brings you here? Shi Ning, unyielding to his temperament, raised the land transfer contract and retorted. Shall I take my leave then? Shi Ning promptly intervened. Sister, Brother Shizhou is merely upset, speaking in anger. He knows you must have been coerced by Lord Qin to act as you did last night. Shi Ning simply replied, I was not coerced. I acted of my own volition. Qin Shizhou, wanting to scold Shi Ning, was momentarily distracted by the document in her hand. Observing this, Shi Ning let out a deep sigh. Shi Ning, noticing Shi Ning's attitude, suggested, Sister, why don't you speak with Brother Shizhou privately? I'll step outside and ensure you aren't disturbed. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a bouquet of flowers on the bedside table concealing a camera. Shi Ning grasped Shi Ning's arm, urging her to hold on. Let us clarify a few things first. She intended to sow discord, turning Shi Ning against Qin Shizhou. Chapter 107. Ineffective. Shi Ning looked at Shi Ning. Whatever you have to say, let us discuss it later. Sister, you speak with Brother Shizhou first. I do not wish to be alone with Qin Shizhou. Shi Ning presented the land transfer contract before Qin Shizhou, stating, Qin He Ye signed. Is it the land at number 15, West City? Qin Shizhou's eyes lit up at the sight of the contract, reaching out eagerly to seize it. Frowning, Qin Shizhou questioned.
Why?
Shi Ning was left in shock, unable to believe her eyes as she gazed at Shi Ning. Lord Qin truly signed and is willing to relinquish the land at number 15, West City? Shi Ning waved the contract. Indeed. My husband listens to me. What I say goes. Shi Ning found it difficult to articulate her complex emotions. The value of the land at number 15, West City was universally acknowledged, with numerous enterprises vying for it, making it a heavyweight plot in the commercial realm, one that could determine the very fate of a business family. Yet now, Qin He had genuinely bestowed such a significant asset upon Qin Shizhou for Shi Ning's sake. Truly, a modern-day foolish monarch, sacrificing his kingdom for the sake of beauty. Shi Ning felt an intense jealousy towards Shi Ning, perplexed as to why this seemingly foolish woman had captured the affections of such a distinguished man as Qin He, who lavished her with adoration. Why was a man of such caliber not hers? She would never betray him but would devote her heart entirely to him. A woman as virtuous and composed as herself deserved to marry Qin He and become the mistress of the Qin family. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel a sense of delight, for despite Qin He's noble status, he was foolishly squandering the Qin family's fortune for Shi Ning's sake. Thus, Shi Ning's days were far from easy. They were undoubtedly wretched, much more so than hers. Furthermore, if Qin Shizhou were to successfully acquire the land at number 15, West City, in 2 or 3 years, his standing in the business world would rival that of Qin He, allowing them to be on equal footing. Therefore, she found no necessity to risk becoming a mistress to court Qin He. Qin Shizhou, disregarding his pain, excitedly rose from his sickbed and said to Shi Ning, Quick, let me have a look at the contract. Shi Ning shot him a glance before handing over the contract. Qin Shizhou eagerly snatched it, quickly scanning its contents, which were remarkably favorable. Upon spotting a key term, his face flushed with excitement, his eyes widened, and he looked at Shi Ning with uncontainable joy. Are you truly transferring the land at number 15, West City to me without charge? Is this real? That plot had been purchased by Qin He for a staggering 10 billion. Receiving it for free was akin to gifting him that sum. Not merely 10 billion, but also the commercial value behind the land and access to critical networks of influential connections. Shi Ning nodded, realizing the plan was indeed as she had intended. Initially, she had not thought much of it, merely wanting to offload the problematic plot onto Qin Shizhou, letting him bear the brunt.
Now,
with the reminder from the barrage of comments, she understood she could not allow herself to be at a disadvantage. Qin Shizhou was almost beside himself with excitement, barely hearing Shi Ning's words, only grasping that it was a free transfer. Ning, quickly, give me a pen. I need to sign right now. Shi Ning promptly retrieved a pen from the nightstand and handed it to Qin Shizhou. With swift strokes, Qin Shizhou signed the document, a sense of relief washing over him, though his hands trembled with exhilaration as he held the contract, looking at Shi Ning with delight. Ning, the land at number 15, West City is now mine. Grasping her hand, he declared, I will not allow you to suffer any longer. From now on, Shi Ning stood to the side, watching with a sardonic smile, mocking the scene. If the original plot had unfolded, it was she who had endured humiliation to obtain the transfer contract from Qin He. Was she not the one wronged? Yet, Qin Shizhou absurdly believed that it was Shi Ning who had been wronged. It was truly laughable. They were all fools. Indeed. They were all fools. Qin He then turned to Shi Ning with genuine sincerity. Ning, I am truly grateful to you this time. His ambitions were soaring. Having secured the number 15 plot, he would at least stand on equal ground with Qin He in the business empire. He gazed at Shi Ning with a complex expression. I am no longer afraid of Qin He. By then, I will protect you. You should divorce him soon. He had both mental and physical cleanliness, and marrying a divorced woman who had not experienced the first time was out of the question. He acknowledged Shi Ning's contributions and intended to take responsibility for her, to care for her, but he would not marry her. Shi Ning was quite fond of herself. Thus, if he were to support her externally for a lifetime and even give her a child, it would be sufficient to honor her. The more Qin He contemplated, the more he felt a sense of responsibility, viewing himself as a good man, brimming with confidence. In the future, I will take care of you and ensure that Qin He no longer bullies you. Shi Ning quietly observed Qin He, watching his excitement, his fervor, as if he were already soaring high above the clouds. Observing him elevate himself to the status of a new emperor, looking down upon others with disdain, even dismissing Qin He, was a sight to behold. Then, at the moment when Qin He was brimming with confidence and elation, believing himself to be the best in the world, Shi Ning slowly spoke, declaring the contract null and void, rendering his signature meaningless. Qin He, in his excitement, clutched the contract and kissed it thrice, ready to proceed to the relevant authorities for subsequent matters. However, Shi Ning's light-hearted remark fell like a bucket of icy water, extinguishing the fervent flame of excitement within Qin He, pulling him abruptly from the heights of elation down into the depths of despair. Overwhelmed by the staggering disparity, Qin He's face contorted in disbelief. What did you say? He exclaimed. Shi Ning found satisfaction in his expression. Otherwise, she would have stopped him from signing earlier. This was precisely what she desired, an immense glimmer of hope followed by profound disappointment. It was a command, devoid of any request. Qin He, in a state of urgency, insisted, I'll drive you there. This matter cannot be delayed. In response, Shi Ning tore the contract to shreds. Heartbroken, Qin He lunged to reclaim the pieces, desperately attempting to piece them back together. Yet, it was futile. Even if he managed to reassemble it, it would hold no value. Enraged, he shouted at Shi Ning. Why did you tear it up? Shi Ning, her emotions in turmoil, reproached Shi Ning, believing her sister was not genuinely helping Qin He and should refrain from interfering. How could she instill hope in Qin He only to snatch it away, plunging him into disappointment? Sister, isn't this akin to toying with Qin He? Shi Ning turned her head, coldly smirking at Shi Ning. I am still here. No need to tarnish my reputation hastily. Were it not for your call yesterday, informing me that Qin He assaulted Qin He and that he called my name while in a coma, I would not be in this situation. So, this misfortune lies with you. You are the reason this contract is void. Qin He, who had been on the verge of directing his anger at Shi Ning, shifted his glare toward Shi Ning upon hearing her name. Shi Ning? Splendid. You've stirred the pot. Raising an eyebrow, Shi Ning directed her words at Qin He. As for the invalidity of the contract, you may seek Shi Ning's assistance in locating a valid one. I shall take my leave now. Chapter 108, Digging a Pit. Shi Ning, in a flurry, obstructed Shi Ning. You cannot leave. This has nothing to do with me. Please assist Qin He. What did she mean by blaming her? It was clearly Shi Ning's fault. I know you care for Shi. Coldly, Shi Ning interrupted, step aside, or I shall be compelled to strike you. Shi Ning, intimidated by Shi Ning's fierce demeanor, stepped aside. It was clear that Shi Ning was not one to be trifled with. Qin He, equally anxious, called out, Ning. Shi Ning coldly interjected, the one who provoked Qin He is Shi Ning. She is the one hindering you. If you continue to obstruct me, Qin He will only grow more furious, leaving us with no chance at all. The resolution of this matter now rests with you. Qin He comprehended the implications of Shi Ning's words. Wait here, I shall provide you with an explanation shortly. Sister, Shi Ning began, only to be met with a resounding slap from Qin He, distorting her face and leaving her momentarily stunned. Shi Ning felt dizzy, clutching her burning cheeks as she looked up and shouted at Qin He, Why are you hitting me? Qin He responded in a deep tone. If it weren't for your call to Shi Ning, spouting nonsense, how could Qin He possibly be angry enough to render this contract void? Striking you is merely a means to provide Qin He with an explanation. With that, he delivered another harsh slap to Shi Ning's face. Qin He stated that if he is unjustly accused of actions he did not commit, it would solidify his guilt. Now I shall assist Qin He in cementing this accusation. Saying this, Shen Shizhou forcefully dragged Shi Ning and pinned her onto the sofa. So, Qin He intends to suffocate me with a sack, does he? Shi Ning was utterly bewildered, struggling against him. Shen Shizhou, what are you trying to do? Let go of me. The hospital room lacked a sack, but beneath the bedside, a black garbage bag lay in the trash can. Shen Shizhou grabbed the garbage bag and placed it over Shi Ning's head. Shen Shizhou, she cried out in horror. Shen Shizhou, with clenched fists, began to mercilessly strike her. Shi Ning could only protect her head, letting out desperate cries. Observing this scene, Shi Ning furrowed her brows tightly, regarding Shen Shizhou with profound disdain. How could a man so ruthless, willing to strike his fiancée immediately after sharing a bed, be the protagonist? She had once been infatuated with him, transforming into a malicious antagonist for his sake. Such cruelty was surely intended to disgust the readers. Shi Ning, in pain and filled with anger, longed to unleash a torrent of curses. Yet, she soon regained her composure, having already endured the beating. She decided to let Shen Shizhou feel more guilt. No longer resisting, she spoke in a tearful tone. Brother Shizhou, hit me harder. As long as it can appease my sister's anger and assist you in securing a valid contract, I am willing to do anything, even if it meant enduring severe harm. She would accept it without hesitation. Indeed, in his fury, Shen Shizhou struck Shi Ning with great force. Upon hearing her words, his clenched fists loosened, and he could no longer continue. This was Shi Ning. Over the years, she had endured countless grievances for his sake. Shen Shizhou ceased his assault and looked at Shi Ning. I did not know what Shi Ning had done. Now that I have given her a beating for Qin He, is it enough to quell the anger? Can I have another chance? Shi Ning coldly gazed at Shi Ning. Do you think this will appease my anger towards Qin He? Shi Ning removed the garbage bag from her head, revealing her hair disheveled and dirted. She looked up at Shi Ning with tear-filled eyes. I understand, sister, that you misunderstand my relationship with Brother Shizhou, which is why you are so angry and disdainful of me. You are merely using this opportunity to trouble Brother Shizhou and draw his attention. Thus, if it can ease your anger, I wouldn't mind if you took it upon yourself to strike me. Witnessing Shi Ning in such a submissive stance, Shi Ning could not help but exclaim in astonishment. You truly possess a remarkable ability to endure and adapt, much like a maggot in a cesspit. Despite the depths of their suffering, the unwavering affection displayed for Shen Shizhou is remarkable. She is willing to sacrifice everything, even her own life. It is no wonder that Shen Shizhou is captivated by Shi Ning, for she is undeniably indispensable to him. Yet one must consider that in the past she, too, was prepared to give everything for Shen Shizhou. Ultimately, they are merely two misguided souls who have found a mutual attraction. Shi Ning remains unperturbed, adopting a posture of placating humility. Sister, feel free to scold or strike me as you wish, as long as you are willing to assist Brother Shizhou. Shen Shizhou, in turn, cannot help but feel a pang of sympathy for Shi Ning. He gazes at Shi Ning, pleading on her behalf. Ning, I have already dealt with her. Isn't that enough? There is nothing between me and Shi Ning, so please don't be jealous. She's your sister after all. Shen Shizhou's tone suggests that Shi Ning is being unreasonable and obstinate. This only serves to amuse Shi Ning, who, if they are so deeply affectionate, sees no harm in their public declarations on all social platforms. Shi Ning publicly denounces Shen Shizhou as a disloyal lover, proclaiming that during his relationship, he betrayed his girlfriend for her cousin, labeling him a despicable and incompetent man, asserting that one would be better off with a duck than with him. Shen Shizhou interjects. Frowning, Ning, please don't say such things. There is nothing between Qi Ning and me. How can I maintain my dignity with remarks like that? In this era of instant communication, both Shen Shizhou and Shi Ning possess their own social media accounts, showcasing their luxurious lives filled with extravagant cars and opulent homes, emblematic of their affluent backgrounds. Given the impending union of the Shen and Shi families, their engagement appears socially advantageous. Consequently, their fan base is extensive, with many supporters rooting for their childhood romance and their harmonious match. To have Shi Ning publicly declare him a philanderer would undoubtedly invite scorn and tarnish his reputation. Shi Ning, ever considerate, advises Shi Ning. Indeed, Brother Shizhou has over 1 million followers. Such statements could harm his standing. If you seek retribution, direct it towards me instead. I assure you, I will not overlook your desires. Shi Ning responds with a warm and amiable smile, suggesting, let Qin He Ye announce that Shi Ning is a mistress who has stolen her cousin's ex-fiancé, calling her shameless and asserting that engaging with her is no better than hiring a prostitute. Then, both of you must apologize. Qin He Ye, incensed, calls out, Shi Ning. She merely regards him with indifference, stating, if you don't want the opportunity for the plot of land in the West City, that's your choice. I have extended the offer regardless. She smiles at Shi Ning, noting that her cousin does not appear to genuinely cherish Qin He Ye. Rather, she vocally professes love while hesitating to commit, treating Qin He Ye as a mere backup option. In desperation, Qin He Ye turns to Shi Ning for help but remains silent, aware that revealing their mutual faults would tarnish both their reputations. Shi Ning is consumed by frustration, feeling thoroughly manipulated by Shi Ning. Sister, perhaps you should speak with brother Shi Ye privately. Yet, Shi Ning interrupts, declaring, this is your last chance. I will count to 3, and if you do not comply, then so be it. With a glance at them, she begins 1, 2. The moment she utters the number 3, Qin He Ye blurts out, I'll post. Shi Ning was rendered speechless. Sister, is this how you count to 3? Who counts like that? Did Shi Ning eat the 1 and the 2? Shi Ning nodded matter-of-factly. I never said to count from 1 to 3. She turned to Shi Ning, stop dilly-dallying, can you send something for Qin He Ye or not? Love has already ensnared you. Shi Ning found herself with no choice, contemplating how Shi Ning had persuaded Qin He Ye to relinquish such a significant project. The Qin family and Qin group would not let Shi Ning off the hook easily. Thus, she didn't feel too disadvantaged. She thought to hastily delete the latter part, explaining that it was merely a jest about abstraction. Shi Ning turned her head, gazing affectionately at Qin He Ye. For brother Shi Ye, I would willingly proclaim these sentiments, even if it meant sacrificing myself. Her earlier hesitation stemmed from the desire to preserve Shi Ye's reputation. She raised her head to ask Shi Ning if she could only send something regarding herself, claiming she had attempted to entice brother Shi Ye but had failed. This way, it wouldn't tarnish his name. After all, the one you despise is me, while the one you cherish is him. Shi Ning, uninterested in such nauseating declarations, interrupted with a smile. What I cherish is Qin He Ye. Truly, a waste of my time. Upon hearing Shi Ning's remarks, Qin He Ye felt the urgency of time pressing upon him. He quickly turned to grab his phone and urged Shi Ning, hurry and send it. Shi Ning reminded them, remember, it must be no less than 400 words. I'll grant you 5 minutes. Qin He Ye's affectionate piece for her had reached 930 words. Why 930 words? She queried, but the reticent man remained silent. The comments suggested that 930 sounds like I miss you. Qin He Ye was indeed a mix of shyness and childishness. The play on numbers was something only elementary school children would engage in. Qin He Ye and Shi Ning busied themselves editing the text. Bored, Shi Ning thought of Qin He Ye and decided to message him. Ning, Great Demon King, have you finished? It's time to give your wife some attention. Ning, Great Demon King, do you miss your wife yet? If not, I shall inquire again later. Qin He Ye was currently in a board meeting, as the transfer of the land parcel on West City number 15 required convincing the board members. He needed to avoid a scandal where they would chastise him as a foolish ruler, let alone blame Shi Ning as a seductress. After all, if they cursed him, they could not disparage his wife. Upon seeing Shi Ning's message, Qin He Ye could easily imagine her charming and radiant demeanor. Qin, I do miss you, but refrain from calling me Great Demon King. Ning, what should I call you then? Qin, call me husband. Shi Ning obediently complied, promptly messaging Qin He Ye. Ning, big husband, who truly knows how to care. Reading her message, Qin He Ye's stern expression immediately warmed. He cleared his throat to suppress the heat rising to his face and glanced around the meeting room, where no one paid him any mind. Lowering his gaze again, he picked up his phone, blushing, and messaged Shi Ning. Where's the big in that? How do you care? Shi Ning sent back a blushing yellow emoji. Ning, age brings wisdom and compassion. Qin, just wait. It won't be long before you learn how much a devoted husband cherishes his wife. Through the screen, Shi Ning could feel the predatory intensity emanating from Qin He Ye, an indication that she had provoked him. She hastily tucked her phone away. At that moment, Qin He Ye had also sent out his message and looked up at Shi Ning, observing her with her phone in hand, smiling with a flushed face. She exuded a charm reminiscent of a young woman in the throes of romance. This side of her was unfamiliar to him. A pang of discomfort washed over Qin He Ye as he solemnly inquired if she was chatting with Qin He Ye. Shi Ning responded with a nonchalant yes, explaining that she was discussing the reprinting of the contract. Qin He Ye acknowledged her response, though his heart felt heavy. Shi Ning dragged her response to the last possible moment before clicking send, gritting her teeth as she looked at Shi Ning, finally declaring it done. Shi Ning opened her phone and navigated to a short video application, where she discovered the recent posts from Qin He Ye and Shi Ning. Qin He Ye. Shi Ning is the other woman involved with me during my relationship and engagement with her cousin. Shi Ning is despicable. I'd rather engage with a chicken than her, truly an affront to my ex-girlfriend. Shi Ning. Qin He Ye is the cheating scoundrel. Entangled with me while he was romantically committed and engaged to my cousin. Qin He Ye is a terrible man. I'd rather be with a duck than him. Shi Ning did not bother to count the words. The posts were lengthy, with the most captivating details at the beginning, compelling readers to delve deeper. Upon the release of these posts, their followers were left dumbfounded, questioning whether their accounts had been hacked or if they had broken up and turned on each other. Shi Ning, visibly anxious, implored Shi Ning, having followed her advice and published the posts. Could she assist Qin He Ye now? She was still waiting to delete the posts. Shi Ning smiled at them, reminding them that there were still social media platforms to address. Qin He Ye and Shi Ning had no choice but to replicate their posts across different platforms. Shi Ning meticulously verified each one, ensuring they were all public. Only then did she graciously inform Qin He Ye that Qin He had mentioned the possibility of transferring the land parcel at number 15 Qingxi to him. Qin He Ye joyfully embraced Shi Ning, exclaiming his gratitude and expressing his regret for putting her in this position. They planned to delete the posts and clarify the situation. However, just as Shi Ning was about to delete her post, Shi Ning interjected, revealing that the posts could not be removed and that Qin He Ye was required to pay for the land parcel, which amounted to a staggering 10 billion. Qin He Ye's expression darkened instantly. Wasn't it supposed to be a free transfer? Why the sudden change? Shi Ning's frustration boiled over as she glared at Shi Ning. Accusing her of betrayal, they had followed her instructions, yet now she demanded 10 billion from Qin He Ye. Are you toying with us? Indeed, Shi Ning replied with a smile. And you must also account for the cost of the land parcel at number 7 Qingdong. Are you dissatisfied? Shi Ning teased, playfully leaning in closer, inviting them to strike her if they dared. She reveled in their incredulous expressions, torn between their indignation and their reluctance to retaliate. Shi Ning found immense satisfaction in this predicament, eliciting a flurry of enthusiastic comments from viewers. This is delightful. Chapter 110. Shi Ning was the one to keep Qin He in check. Shi Ning's teeth ground in frustration, particularly at Shi Ning's beautiful face, which wore an expression of arrogance that begged for a reprimand. Enraged, she lifted her hand, ready to strike. Before Shi Ning's hand could descend, Qin He Ye grasped her wrist, pulling her back. What madness is this? Ning is not someone you can hit. Shi Ning was consumed by fury, devoid of rational thought. Why can't I strike her? She's toying with us, treating us like monkeys, mocking us like clowns. Look at her audacity. I will hit her. Let me go. Having been terrified and sleepless the previous night, she had just endured Qin He Ye's torment with a trash bag. To make matters worse, she had publicly proclaimed herself a mistress, tarnishing her own image. Yet here was Shi Ning, provocatively mocking them. Shi Ning truly wished to disregard all caution and deliver a resounding slap to Shi Ning's infuriating face. If the protagonist dared to strike the antagonist, the true villain would ensure her hands were broken and her face utterly disfigured. Even if the protagonist merely caused a single hair to fall from the antagonist's head, the villain would mercilessly shave her bald and mark her with 6 scars, sending her off to a monastery. It seemed the villain had recently become too lenient, allowing some to forget his true nature as a psychotic and ruthless antagonist. He was a character who could unleash his wrath on anyone except the female lead, treating others with utter disdain. The malicious female antagonist was merely suppressing his darker side. Do not portray the villain as so malevolent. He has been rather charming lately, hardly resembling a true antagonist, a voice chimed in. On the path of mischief, the wicked female antagonist had never faltered. After all, she was far more ruthless than the villain, which is why she could keep him in check. Shi Ning found the comments from the audience to be quite accurate. As the wicked female antagonist, she need not suppress her temper. Feeling emboldened, she stepped forward as Qin He Ye released her, inviting confrontation. If she dares to strike me, I shall break both her hands. If she even touches a single strand of my hair. Her gaze fell upon Shi Ning's head, her red lips parting. Then I shall pluck out every last one of your hairs. You will become a bald donkey. Shi Ning's fierce demeanor caused Shi Ning to retreat, her previous aggression dissipating. For now, Shi Ning appeared far more menacing, genuinely willing to follow through on her threat. Shi Ning, stifled and seething, could only glare at Shi Ning with a mix of envy and resentment. You are so audacious only because Qin He protects you, aren't you? Shi Ning's smile was radiant and unrestrained. Indeed, not only do I have a wealthy father, but I also possess a billionaire husband. You have neither. Are you filled with envy and resentment? Do you wish to be the mistress and steal my man? Shi Ning was pushed to the brink of fury, nearly choking on her frustration. Yet, she could only swallow her indignation. Qin He pulled Shi Ning behind him, casting her a meaningful glance before turning to Shi Ning with a gentle expression. Ning, after all these years. Shi Ning had no desire to hear his insincere, nauseating words. She interrupted him. Do not utter such revolting sentiments. You merely wish for me to assist you in acquiring the land parcel at number 15, West City. Qin He, yes, she stated firmly, laying down her terms, 100 billion, in addition to the land at number 7, East City, in exchange for the parcel at number 15, West City. The audience had spoken. In the Eastern District, Lot 7 was a prime opportunity specifically designated for Qin He, priced at merely 10 billion, a figure that most overlooked. Even those who recognized its value, upon entering the bidding, would unwittingly benefit Qin He due to the narrative-esque design. Even if Qin He participated in the bidding, he would be unable to secure it. Thus, Qin He would need to exchange Lot 7 for Lot 15 in the Western District. This arrangement was advantageous. Once the Eastern lots appreciated in value, it would be Qin He himself who relinquished it, albeit under the influence of Shi Ning. How could their relationship possibly remain untainted? It was likely that Qin He harbored desires to exact revenge upon Shi Ning, to strip her of her dignity, to consume her essence, and to dismantle her very being. Had he not encountered the contract for the gratuitous transfer, Qin He would have raised no objections. However, upon realizing that he could have acquired 100 billion for free, yet now faced with the prospect of expending 110 billion, it felt as though he were being stripped of his own flesh. Qin He gazed intently at Shi Ning, imploring her, Ning, perhaps you could intercede with Qin He once more? It need not be a gratuitous deal. I would accept a price at half. To demonstrate his sincerity, he hastily added, I am willing to purchase at full price. Might we forego the exchange of Lot 7? Qin He articulated his case with conviction, reasoning that Qin He, possessing ample resources, could easily forego that additional 10 billion. His willingness to acquire Lot 15 at the original price was indeed a generous offer. Shi Ning found herself both amused and exasperated by Qin He's audacity, as he seemed to treat the wealth of others as his own. With such an audacious lack of shame, do you not think it would be prudent to remove that layer of skin and feed it to the dogs?